Boom, boom. The orphanage in Lingnan City, Jianglong Province, which had stood abandoned for 20 years, was being torn down. Laifu, a native of Lingnan City, leaned against the hood of his car, gazing at the two walls that had just collapsed. He was filled with memories. He had lived here all his life until he was 14 years old. Looking at the still-standing gatehouse, he suddenly smiled, recalling that old man holding a bamboo stick shouting loudly, "Little Laifu, keep your horse stand steady. An old man like me is standing with you. How can you dare to fall down?" If Laifu wasn't afraid of getting beaten up, he would have cursed him already. "If you take away the bamboo splinters under your butt, let's see if I fall or not." Pretending to be reasonable while using violence. From age 4 to 14, until the old man died. Looking at the dozen elderly soldiers beside his deathbed, he finally learned about the old man's background, a genuine veteran from the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, who had killed 6 American soldiers with a bayonet alone. The old man had no children throughout his life, dedicating everything to the country. Even his grave was built in a martyr's cemetery, and this orphanage was supported entirely by the old man's allowance. Sigh. Laifu only realized later from watching movies that he might have been learning Wing Chun Kung Fu. However, the martial arts taught by the old master, none of those flashy moves were included, all emphasizing counterattacking first with one decisive move to defeat the enemy. If the old man knew that after teaching martial arts for 10 years, Laifu ended up using a knife to attack people, who knows whether he would be so angry that he'd jump out of his grave. Old memories are better left behind. After showing off for a few years, he was eventually corrected by the authorities. Now he's a taxi driver. Laifu opens the Chidian novel website, preparing to listen to novels while driving. It's his only entertainment. As for friends, not one of them is good. A young monk approaches him. "Master." Laifu smiles and waves his hand, interrupting. "You fraudsters aren't supposed to be in hospital parking lots? How'd you end up on the roadside? Obviously, you're a novice. Want to cheat a taxi driver? You've got bigger dreams than that." Suddenly, Laifu exclaims, "Wow. You sure look professional with those branding scars on your head. Let me check if they're real." Without waiting for the young monk to react, Laifu reaches out and touches the monk's head, patting it twice as he says, "Man, you really went all out. Doesn't it hurt to brand your head like that?" A soft little girl's voice comes from his side. "Uncle, is he Tang Song Monk Tang? Why don't I see Sun Wukong?" Laifu looks at the little girl wearing a princess dress and feels an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He crouches down, pats the little girl's head, and smiles. Sun Wukong might have gone for alms. Or maybe looking for the Jade Rabbit Fairy. "Don't talk nonsense in front of the child," a woman's voice interrupts. Perhaps because he has reached a certain age, the little soft and cute girl seems absolutely adorable to him. He turns to the smiling woman behind her and asks, "Is this your daughter? No wonder she looks exactly like you when you were young. How come you came here? Can't I come to visit since I grew up here? This place is going to be demolished. It's been years, and your child has grown so big. You're still such a fiery little pepper." "Master." Laifu looks at the young monk pulling out 20 yuan notes and says, "I almost forgot you. Since you invested so much effort in your disguise, I'll let you fool me once." The layman, "I am not asking for alms." The young monk looks at the money like seeing a ghost and quickly steps back. Laifu examines the young monk in surprise. "Oh my, so you're a real monk? Then wait a minute. Today I'll play Buddha all the way to the west and make sure to send you to your destination." Just as the young monk wants to say something, Laifu suddenly sees a car rushing towards them. Without hesitation, he pushes the young monk aside, picks up the little girl on the ground, and throws her into her mother's arms. Bang! He flies dozens of meters and crashes heavily to the ground. Laifu feels excruciating pain all over his body, coughing, and when he wipes his mouth, it's all blood. Xiao! Huan! The child is okay, right? Laifuga. Nanan is fine. Xiao Wan sobs, lifting his head on her lap, tears falling onto his face like rain. Laifu manages a weak smile. Xiao Wan, don't cry. I've done too many bad things. This is karma. This is what they call kind words from a dying person. If he wasn't about to die, he would never say these words. Laifuga, hold on. The ambulance will come soon. Xiao Wan cries without stopping. Blood keeps coming out of his mouth. The young monk looks at Laifu, taking off a wooden charm from his neck and placing it in Laifu's bloodstained hand. This is the protective talisman given by my master. Suddenly, Laifu's eyes widen. He feels the charm absorbing his blood. He doesn't hear anything else the young monk says. His vision goes black, and he loses consciousness. Laifu screams and opens his eyes wide, gasping for breath with his mouth wide open. Finally catching his breath after heavy panting, he looks around. By moonlight, he sees rows of desks. Suddenly his head throbs with intense pain, as if a movie is playing in his mind, with all sorts of information flooding through his brain. He clenches his fists tightly, enduring the pain. About 10 minutes pass, and just as he is about to faint, the pain finally subsides. Reincarnation? Laifu looks at his hands, now slightly smaller. Seriously, did he reincarnate? His current physical form also belongs to someone named Laifu. He is 15 years old, and the key point is that ridiculous name. Again, why not change it? Must it always be called Laifu? Lying back down on the desk, he prepares to use his hands as a pillow when a sharp pain comes from his head again. It seems the original owner fell off the desk and hit his head. It is now 1960. The location is Beijing, and it is currently a period of hardship. Almost any edible item has disappeared from the marketplaces. Even city dwellers spend their spare time gathering wild vegetables. City dwellers merely avoid starvation, with adult laborers receiving 28 gene of grain, while someone is a Gia half-grown boar receives only 14 gene. Nearly everyone's face is greenish, and their belts could probably wrap around their waist twice. Rural life is even harsher. In summer, they can eat 2 meals of wild vegetables, but during winter, they must endure. Some trees have been stripped bare of their bark. Although it's said these 3 years are due to natural disasters, people know deep down that natural disasters only cause poor harvests, not complete failure. But this matter can only be kept in mind, never spoken aloud. The most disadvantaged in this era are the peasants. They cultivate the land, yet after handing over the grain, they still go hungry. The original Laifu lost his mother to illness at age 5. His father was originally a peasant in the countryside. Later, introduced by someone, he married a widow. They simply moved in together without any wedding ceremony, meaning the original Laifu gained a stepmother. This stepmother didn't come empty-handed either, bringing along 2 teenage sons. Laifu suddenly laughed when thinking about this. His father was indeed unlucky. The second year after moving in with the widow, he went to the city to deliver grain and happened to see the steel mill's first expansion. Seeing the job posting outside, thanks to having studied some classical Chinese with the original Laifu's grandfather, he quickly found work. Laifu isn't laughing without reason. In this era, any worker in the city is considered quite eligible for marriage. It's easy to find a girl, even if returning to the countryside. His father clearly married too early. The steel mill? Isn't it the same one featured in the drama Full Love Courtyard? I heard that everyone there's a beast. Watching TV, it's just upsetting, but reading fan fiction is even worse. The comment section is amazing. People have already imagined the 5 guarantee household elderly woman as a spy. 5 guarantee household? That means no job, no pension, not even employment as a spy. What intelligence could possibly be reported? Later, Laifu stopped reading novels altogether and focused solely on the comment sections. Novels themselves weren't worth watching, while the comments were livelier than the stories themselves. Well, whatever happens, accept it calmly. Taking a long breath, Laifu quickly became composed. After all, in that world, he was also an orphan with nothing to worry about. From now on, he will be Laifu in the year 1960. As he gently rubs the bump on his head, suddenly. Chapter 2. The Taiji space. What suddenly unfolded before him was an expansive realm, no longer the dark confines of a classroom, but a space at least the size of a football field. In the center lay a circular aperture through which sunlight streamed. Astonished, he exclaimed, "What the hell? Have I traversed through time? Is this truly a stroke of fortune?" Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he surveyed the entirety of the space. Reminiscent of a Taiji diagram, one half cloaked in darkness, the other a gleaming expanse of white stone. As he gazed, a realization dawned upon him. This space bore an uncanny resemblance to the talisman he had seen previously. He felt the surface of the table beneath his fingers, contemplating how to bring it into this realm. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted him. Ouch. My backside. He disregarded the discomfort, fixated on entering the space. After several futile attempts, it became painfully evident that it was impossible. Determined, he tried to extract the table from the space, directing his efforts towards the table before him. Yet despite his relentless endeavors, his hands met only air, unable to grasp anything. He practiced until dawn broke, only to discover a crucial limitation. One cannot retrieve items from a distance. A medium was necessary, allowing only connected objects to be drawn into the space. His stomach grumbled in protest. Slipping out through the window, he found the schoolyard eerily quiet. It was July, the season of summer vacation. And even when school was in session, attendance had dwindled significantly over the past year. The need for physical activity clashed with the scarcity of food, leading to frequent fainting among students. Consequently, who would willingly attend? No teachers harassed children to come to school. Fortunately, Laifu, at the tender age of 15, was now in the second year of middle school. By contemporary standards, he had surpassed 80% of the population. As for his academic performance, his father had long since relinquished any hope for his education. Clambering over the school wall, he beheld the dilapidated streets, perhaps due to the early hour. There were few souls about, yet the nearby homes emitted wisps of smoke from their chimneys. Glancing down at his attire, he noted his white jacket, adorned with a multitude of colorful patches, and his deep gray trousers, which were comically short, resembling cropped pants. His worn-out cloth shoes bore patches on the big toes. Quickening his pace, his stomach protested audibly. Upon reaching the entrance of Nanluoguxiang, the aroma of breakfast stalls wafted through the air. Laifu inhaled deeply, unwilling to linger lest his hunger intensify, and hurried onward. After a few strides, he arrived at number 95 Nanluoguxiang, where a tall courtyard wall of gray bricks and blue tiles loomed, accompanied by a grand entrance over 4 meters high. Those fortunate enough to reside in such a courtyard were undoubtedly of noble lineage. He couldn't help but cast a lingering glance, feeling a tinge of failure. While other time travelers had effortlessly entered these courtyards, he could merely pass by the entrance. Halting in his tracks, he reminisced, cursing under his breath. In previous novels, he had imagined this as the dormitory of a steel mill, where every traveler was allotted a residence within such a courtyard. In reality, these houses belonged to the state, not the steel factory. Damn it, he thought, in fan fiction, the first order of business is to seize housing? And yet, it finds a market. How absurd. Is the idea of seizing property truly so ridiculous? In this era, all housing is allocated, and constructing a dwelling without the street's approval is perilous, akin to courting death by encroaching upon another's home. As Laifu strolled past the entrance, his thoughts lingered on the fortunate individuals residing here, long-time workers and true denizens of the capital. His father, with a shorter tenure and lacking local roots, could never hope to inhabit such a place. Upon reaching number 88 Nanluoguxiang, he paused. The number seemed auspicious, yet the residence itself was rather disreputable. Numbers 87 and 89 boasted traditional courtyard houses, while number 88 was merely a sprawling courtyard, modified unlawfully, with walls barely reaching 1 meter in height, constructed of yellow earth. The entrance swayed precariously as an elderly woman's voice called out, "Laifu, you're back. Your father was looking for you this morning." "Good morning, Grandma Lu," Laifu replied. The elderly lady was the first resident of the courtyard, with 2 daughters and a son, her husband having passed away over 20 years prior. Laifu mused that this woman rivaled Jia Zhangshi in her demeanor. She was courteous in conversation, but not one to provoke. In these times, it was commonplace for women to engage in spirited disputes, sitting on the ground, kicking their legs in anger, and hurling insults. These were basic skills of survival. "Morning. You should hurry back. If you're late, your father will scold you," Grandma Lu chuckled as she stoked the coal stove. She shifted her body to allow Laifu passage, for the houses in the courtyard were door to door, with a narrow passage barely over 1 meter wide. Thankfully, the doors opened inward. Otherwise, 2 families would collide upon opening their doors. "Come here if your father scolds you," Grandma Lu's eldest daughter called from the kitchen above the coal stove. "Laifu? Such a troublesome name. I wonder if there is anyone named Chang Wei." "Understood, Aunt Lu." Laifu quickened his pace towards the courtyard. Upon reaching his doorstep, he noticed an elderly man across the way, bending to tend to his stove, filling the already confined passage with swirling smoke. Laifu thought for a moment and greeted, "Good morning, Grandpa Zhang. Hurry home." The old man was a lifelong bachelor working at the street's recycling station, and he seldom spoke. Laifu glanced at the coal, which bore no resemblance to the honeycomb briquettes of later years. These coal balls were as solid as iron spheres. Pushing open the door, to the left lay a small kitchen. Following the hallway behind the kitchen, separated by wooden planks, was a small heated bed measuring about 2 meters, where he and his 2 brothers slept. The innermost room on the left housed his father, stepmother, and youngest sister. The sister was from a different mother. Further in, there was a small living room with an 8 immortals table. At the table, his father, Li Chongwen, sat alone on one side, while his stepmother, Zhao Fong, cradled his sister, Li Xiaohong, on the other side, alongside his 2 brothers, Jiang Tao, age 13, and Jiang Yuan, age 10. "Laifu S back. Quickly take a seat. I'll get you some porridge," Zhao Fong said as she placed Li Xiaohong on the bench. Li Chongwen cast a sidelong glance at him, lowering his head to sip on the porridge. Li Laifu sat alone at one side, both boys engrossed in their bowls. The two brothers had often faced beatings, instilling a palpable fear in them. Whenever Li Laifu took the brunt of the punishment, he would secretly retaliate against his brothers when the adults were absent. Come on, Laifu. Eat up. You must be starving, Zhao Fong announced, bringing over a large bowl brimming with porridge. Thank you, Aunt, he said, reaching out to accept it. Zhao Fong stood there momentarily taken aback, while Li Laifu, bowl in hand, hesitated to take it. Li Chongwen gently nudged Zhao Fong, prompting her to respond with a bright smile. What is there to thank for? It's what an aunt should do. Gazing into the bowl, Li Laifu noticed it mainly contained wild vegetables, with only a meager amount of cornmeal. The table was filled with people, yet there was only one large bowl, filled with dark, pickled wild greens. At that moment, he disregarded such thoughts. His stomach growled in hunger, grateful for any food. He clasped the bowl with both hands and began to drink from it eagerly. Suddenly, a pair of chopsticks appeared, placing pickled vegetables into his bowl. Don't just drink porridge, eat some pickles to gain strength. A person cannot live without salt, Li Chongwen remarked. After downing nearly half the bowl, Li Laifu set it down on the table, finally feeling some relief in his stomach. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the pickled vegetables. Li Chongwen tilted his neck, scraping the bowl with his chopsticks, the clattering sound incessant, ensuring not a morsel of rice remained. Dear, shall I serve you more? You've barely touched the bottom of the bowl, Zhao Fong inquired. Li Chongwen laid down his bowl and chopsticks, saying, just a bite will suffice. There will be food in the cafeteria at noon. As he stood up, Zhao Fong hurried to fetch a cloth bag, the clattering sound unmistakably that of a lunchbox. She then addressed Li Laifu, once you finish eating, take 2 kilograms of sorghum flour to your grandparents' house. Though wild vegetables can be foraged in the countryside at this time of year, one cannot live solely on wild vegetable soup. Li Laifu cradled his bowl and nodded with his chopsticks. Understood. Observing the two trembling boys, Li Chongwen added, don't bully your younger brothers. Suddenly, Li Laifu recalled his grandparents' house, which was in the countryside, where he had a vast expanse of land. I understand, father. I wish to stay at my grandparents for a few more days. Li Chongwen paused, turning to Zhao Fong, then please pack him an extra kilogram of sorghum flour. Certainly. Zhao Fong nodded in agreement. Chapter 3. 3 kilograms of sorghum flour. After concluding his instructions, Li Chongwen squatted down to Li Xiaohong, saying, say goodbye to father. Goodbye, daddy. The barely 3-year-old Li Xiaohong stuttered. Jiang Tao stood up, saying, father, take care. All right, be obedient at home. If your brother tries to hit you, tell me when I return tonight, Li Chongwen remarked, glancing at Li Laifu with lingering concern. Brother, aren't you going to eat? Zhang Yuan asked, eyeing Li Laifu's bowl. Zhang Yuan immediately took his bowl, scraping his fingers along the inside before licking them clean, causing Li Laifu to furrow his brow. Brat. Why the frown? If you waste food again, just wait and see if I don't slap you, Li Chongwen scolded. Zhao Fong quickly intervened to defend Li Laifu. Dear, hurry along. You'll be late for work. Humph. After Li Chongwen departed, Zhao Fong began to tidy up the dishes. Zhang Yuan approached Li Laifu and inquired, elder brother, I promise to heed your words from now on. Would you kindly refrain from hitting me? This clever lad realized that with Li Chongwen gone, Zhao Fong would no longer shield the two of them, prompting him to swiftly submit. Li Laifu affectionately ruffled his hair and reassured him, do not worry. I shall no longer strike you. He was no longer the 15-year-old Li Laifu, having traversed time. He was now in his 30s and would not stoop to quarrel with children. Is that truly the case, elder brother? Jiang Yuan stood up to ask. Of course. It is true. When has elder brother ever spoken falsely? Jiang Yuan beamed with joy, exclaiming, you are simply the best. He leapt with exhilaration, observing his jubilant younger brother. Jiang Tao, who was 2 years his senior, felt a tinge of embarrassment and softly admitted, elder brother, I too will listen to you from now on. Li Laifu chuckled. All right. You are both my brothers, and I shall never lay a hand on you again. Thus, the 3 brothers reconciled. Unbeknownst to them that Zhao Fong was in the kitchen, wiping away tears. Big brother, I want a hug, Li Xiaohong exclaimed, extending her little hands forward. He lifted her into the air, playing with her in a game of high fly, much to her delight. Jiang Tao and Zhang Yuan stood to the side, sensing a complete transformation in their elder brother, carrying Li Xiaohong into the kitchen. Li Laifu noticed the wash basin and suddenly realized he had yet to wash his face since the previous night. Xiao Tao, come hold Xiaohong for a moment while I freshen up, he instructed. Zhao Fong quickly filled a ladle with water from the bucket and poured it into the basin. Li Laifu splashed some water on his face, but the basin held only soap. In those times, soap was a luxury not afforded by many. And even if one could afford it, it required ration coupons. Soap and snowflake cream were considered extravagances, and after hastily wiping his face with a nearly worn-out towel, he glanced into the mirror on the wall. A dashing young man's face appeared, thick brows, large eyes, prominent cheekbones, a straight nose, and lips that were neither thin nor thick. Framed a chiseled visage. He could not help but reach out to touch his face, which was far more handsome than in his previous life. Elder brother, what are you gazing at? Jiang Yuan queried. Just admiring a handsome fellow, Li Laifu replied nonchalantly. What constitutes a handsome fellow? Aren't you the elder brother? Jiang Yuan asked in confusion. Why are you so sticky then? If you don't know, don't ask, Li Laifu retorted, equally perplexed. Oh. Zhao Fong emerged from the room and handed Li Laifu a small bag, saying, This is the sorghum flour for your grandparents. Take good care of it, and do not let the bag tear. He lifted the small bag, weighing only 2 to 3 pounds. Despite its modest size, in rural areas, it could be enough to acquire a bride. In those days, there were no traditional dowries or bride prices. This sorghum flour represented the savings of their family, which is why Zhao Fong entrusted it to him so earnestly. In their household, only Li Chonglin was classified as full labor force with a quota of 28 pounds. Women like Zhao Fong were allocated 14 pounds, while Li Xiaohong had only 4. The 3 young boys were in a precarious situation, as they lacked urban household registrations. During the census in 1955, Li Chonglin was merely a temporary worker without a designated residence, thus Zhao Fong and her children resided in the countryside. According to the policy of local placement, several individuals found their household registrations in rural areas. Only Zhao Fong and Li Chonglin later acquired a marriage certificate, which allowed her name to be added to their household registration. As for the 3 young boys, they were left out entirely. The crux of the matter was that during this exceptional period, as more people migrated to the city, the number of those starving within its confines increased. A household registration book served as a clear demarcation between urban and rural life, akin to constructing a formidable wall. Let us proceed. Zhao Fong, her head wrapped in a towel, carried a basket and a sickle on her arm. Jiang Tao, cradling Li Xiaohong, addressed Jiang Yuan, saying, Brother, could you fetch the glass cutter? As they stepped outside, Li Laifu glanced at Jiang Yuan. Noticing he held 2 rectangular shards of glass, was this their tool for foraging wild vegetables? A glass cutter? Upon reaching the entrance, Mrs. Lu sat on a stone pedestal beside the gate, remarking, Xiao Fong, I've been waiting for you. Today, we must venture further. The wild vegetables near the city wall have all been harvested. As they walked through the alley, many women donned towels on their heads, carrying baskets, heading towards Dongxiamen. In these times, even a few extra children meant insufficient food, with summer relying heavily on wild vegetables to stave off hunger. Nanluoguxiang, once a bustling street, now had shuttered storefronts, though a breakfast stall at the corner remained. Jiang Yuan inhaled deeply, exclaiming, Brother, those meat buns smell delightful. Li Laifu ruffled his hair and embraced him, saying, Once I earn some money in a few days, I will treat you to a feast, and you shall eat your fill. Oh, brother, you are truly wonderful. Jiang Yuan responded, regardless of the truth of the statement. Mrs. Lu turned to Zhao Fong, inquiring, What is the occasion today? Why are your 3 children so well behaved? Zhao Fong smiled at Li Laifu, replying, Laifu has grown up and has become more understanding. Reaching the entrance of Nanluoguxiang, to the left stood a supply and marketing cooperative, and to the right, a state-run restaurant. In front of the cooperative was a large white box, labeled with Beijing ice lollies, possibly the precursor to modern ice pops. Observing Li Laifu's fixation on the box, Jiang Yuan asked, Brother, do you think those ice lollies are sweet? Li Laifu responded enthusiastically, Once I have money, I shall buy you one. Thank you, brother. The child believed wholeheartedly in whatever Li Laifu promised. Jiang Tao, however, smiled quietly, knowing that his brother was unlikely to acquire wealth. Watching the bustling street, Li Laifu noted that this era was far from the desolation of later times. In the future, people queued up to the 6th Ring Road, whereas now, the streets were crowded with deep blue clothing and hats. Most women wore white shirts or floral dresses, although only a scant few boasted unpatched attire. A distinctive feature of this era was the sleeves worn by women, as they feared soiling their cuffs or wearing them out. Each person typically possessed only 1 or 2 garments, while many in rural areas lacked sufficient clothing altogether. As for the notion that wearing sleeves was unattractive, nonsense. In these times, there was no luxury for vanity, Every individual was required to labor. The brothers Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan resembled beggars, their clothing a patchwork of repairs. Jiang Yuan's shorts were tattered, with 4 or 5 patches adorning the front and a large patch covering his backside. In a more advanced era, children dressed like this would scarcely venture outside, yet these two boys strode confidently, unperturbed by their appearance. Chapter 4. High ancestry Li Laifu carried a small bag over his shoulder while embracing Jiang Yuan with one arm as they walked alongside the roadside. Various carts, horse-drawn, donkey-drawn, and oxen-drawn, passed by, while the cart drivers nonchalantly scooped up manure with their hands, particularly the cow dung, without a trace of disgust, instead wearing cheerful expressions. The most fashionable individuals on this road were undoubtedly those riding bicycles, their bells ringing incessantly, backs straightened, eager to ensure they were noticed. In this era, owning a bicycle was a status symbol, far surpassing the prestige of driving a BMW 7 Series in later times. Upon exiting the East City Gate and reaching the intersection, the steel mill lay to the north, and the city moat stretched to the right, where Zhao Feng and others foraged for wild vegetables. Li Laifu intended to head eastward. Another 5 miles ahead. Be careful on your way, don't tear the bag, Zhao Feng cautioned. I will be careful, Auntie, I'm off now. Goodbye, Grandma Lu. Li Laifu replied. Goodbye, big brother, Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan chimed in, while Lin Xiaohong waved her little hand. Take care on the road, Mrs. Lu advised. Li Laifu hastened down the sandy road, flanked by fields where militia stood, each bearing a rifle on their shoulders. In this era, children faced severe repercussions for entering the fields, and adults were not exempt. These militia members were not shy about using their weapons. Though the land was parched and barren, crops would be monitored once planted, dare to plant without oversight, and even the seeds might be snatched away. The capital fared better. Nestled at the foot of the mountains with several rivers nearby. Just 2 years prior, the Miyun Reservoir had been excavated, while regions like Shandong, Hunan, and Hebei lay desolate, suffering from famine that had claimed hundreds of thousands over 3 years. Lost in thought, Li Laifu was jolted back to reality by the sound of a bell behind him. Instinctively turning to see a middle-aged man driving an ox cart. Is that you, Laifu? The man called out. Li Laifu immediately recalled the original owner's memories and smiled. Taizhu, have you grown a bit too big for your britches? You should be calling me Uncle Laifu. Li Taizhu halted the ox cart, eyeing Li Laifu. In his memory, this uncle had never been one to concern himself with such formalities. Li Laifu had watched him grow up, and since childhood, he had always been addressed in this manner. Now in his 30s, it felt odd for him to address a teenager as uncle, especially since his eldest son was nearly the same age as Li Laifu. How had he changed so much in just 2 years? Li Laifu felt a surge of joy. His standing in Li family village was quite elevated, with even men in their 50s and 60s calling him uncle. The previous Li Laifu might not have cared, but he was different now. Finding joy in this era was no small feat. Suddenly, a foul odor wafted through the air, and Li Laifu realized there was a bucket of excrement sitting atop the fuel barrel in the ox cart. Stop acting like a fool, Li Laifu chided Taizhu. Either you go first, or I will. Do you wish to suffocate us with that stench? Are you looking for a fight? Li Taizhu sneered, while Li Laifu, pinching his nose, arrogantly retorted, Why don't you try hitting me? Do you dare? Once I return to Li family village, I will take my grandfather to confront your father. My village chief, 6th brother, will teach him a lesson and inquire about his parenting methods. Li Taizhu quickly softened his stance. After spending 2 years in the city, he was no longer easily deceived. If the old man were to be summoned, both he and his father would face dire consequences. Uncle, is that enough, Laifu? Li Laifu continued to pinch his nose. You are wise to relent. How did you return from the city? Li Taizhu replied. The commune issued our village a manure ticket. I happened to have no urgent business today, so I went to the city to haul it back. There's no rush. He removed a pouch from his waist, filled it with tobacco leaves, lit a match, and took a puff. Li Laifu, glancing at the foul-smelling manure barrel, inquired, Do we now require tickets for manure? Sitting atop the manure cart and smoking his pipe, Li Taizhu explained, Last year, Zhangjiabao and Lingshui village got into a brawl over manure in the city. Consequently, the city implemented centralized management, sending manure tickets to the commune, which then distributed them to the villages. Li Laifu continued to pinch his nose, urging, You should leave quickly. It's unbearable here. This summer heat and the stench of unprocessed manure are overwhelming. What's the fuss? This isn't just human waste. Even the cows are exhausted. I'm merely taking a break here. Li Taizhu leaned back against the manure barrel. Li Laifu turned to leave, muttering, then you can continue to endure it. Uncle Laifu, don't go. Let us chat more about my great-grandfather's work at the factory, Li Taiju called out loudly. Li Laifu paid him no heed and dashed away. After walking 3 miles, he began to veer up into the mountains. The path narrowed, flanked by towering trees that rustled in the wind, causing an unsettling feeling when alone. By day, it was already daunting. At night, traversing this route would be perilous, akin to a stronghold impervious to intruders, a prime spot for banditry. After half an hour, he finally emerged from the wooded path into a clearing, where a sparse cluster of houses stood across the fields. This location, in a later era, would be ideal for villa construction, surrounded on 3 sides by majestic mountains. With a tuft of dogtail grass in his mouth and a small bag slung over his shoulder, he walked along the ridge towards the village. The houses here were built into the mountainside. Crossing the fields felt akin to climbing a mountain, and the narrow village paths were crooked and comprised of stone steps. His grandfather, wishing to assert his status as the eldest in the village, resided at the very top. Beneath a large tree at the village entrance, a few elderly men and women, along with a gaggle of naked children, were enjoying the shade. Young man, who are you looking for? An old woman inquired. Li Laifu smiled and replied, I'm looking for Li Guoxiang. What? You seek the old man? The woman exclaimed in surprise. You blind old hag, always interrupting with your chatter. This is the grandson of the old man, our little brother. An elderly man in his 50s remarked. Who is he? Li Laifu genuinely could not recall. With a beaming smile, the old man asked, Young brother, did you return alone? He glanced back at the elders and inquired, Why hasn't my father, your uncle, returned? Li Laifu found the situation amusing. It was quite entertaining to hear a man in his 50s or 60s refer to him as brother. Nodding, he replied, My father is still at work and doesn't have the time. He asked me to come back and check on grandfather. The old man yanked a bare-bottomed child playing on the ground and said, Pidden, this is your little granduncle. Li Laifu suddenly felt uncomfortable. How could a 5 or 6-year-old child call him grandfather? Yet, the child was utterly devoid of anything resembling that title. This was undeniably awkward. The little one, bare-bottomed with snot running down his face, looked at Li Laifu and exclaimed, Little granduncle. All right. Next time I'll bring you some candy, Li Laifu assured him. Really? Little granduncle? The child, no longer needing his grandfather's guidance, dashed right up to Li Laifu. Little granduncle. The 3 nearby children, upon hearing about the candy, stood up as well. Chapter 5. The little cornfield in the yard. Li Laifu dared not linger with the group of children. Their hands were so dirty, and they were closing in on him. He continued along the village path up the mountain. Whenever someone was at the entrance, they would call out to him as uncle or grandfather, to which he would nod in acknowledgement. Having grown up in an orphanage in his previous life, he had never experienced such a feeling before. He could already see his grandfather's house. Beneath his grandfather's yard stood the only other house, belonging to his second uncle. This second uncle was not related by blood. During the tumult of war, while fleeing, his grandmother had offered him a bowl of rice. Grateful, he bowed and ended up becoming her godson. However, this second uncle was truly filial. When Li Chongwen moved to the city, the elderly couple was taken care of by Li Chongwu. Outside his home, 2 boys stood at the door, clad in makeshift clothing fashioned from flour sacks with holes cut in the middle, tied around their waists. These 2 were named Li Xiaolong and Li Xiaohu, aged 10 and 6 respectively, alongside a child of 7 or 8 who called out, Uncle, second uncle, take me with you. Li Laifu squatted down before the 3 children and asked, What are you playing? Suddenly, mud splattered across his face. Li Laifu recognized the scattered mud on the stone slab and recalled that this was a mud cannon. Brother, you're back. I've missed you, the 2 mud-playing children exclaimed. Before Li Laifu could respond, the nearby child scratched his head and asked, Then what should I call you? Li Xiaolong replied, You silly boy. You should call him Big Uncle. The earnestness on his face made Li Laifu chuckle heartily. Big Uncle, that little fellow listens well. Xiaolong, you know he calls you uncle. Why don't you play with him? Li Laifu said, looking at the child with pity. Li Xiaohu responded seriously, Brother, you don't know. His urine is so yellow. The last time I played with him, he stained my hands. What? You little rascal, are you saying you mixed urine with mud? Li Laifu asked. Li Xiaohu nodded, saying, Brother, without urine, you can't make a mud cannon. Li Laifu immediately wiped the mud from his face and scolded, You 2 little rascals, can't you use water? Isn't urine and mud dirty? Li Xiaolong shook his head and replied, That won't do. The water was fetched by my father from the river below. He said the water has become scarce, and we shouldn't waste it. If I dare to use it, my father would surely punish us. Once he cleaned his face, Laifu proposed, "Come with me to your grandfather's house to play. Brother, let us finish dinner first before visiting grandfather. Right now, my father doesn't allow us to run around. He says if we play too much, we'll get hungry," Li Xiaolong replied with the gravitas of a small adult. Observing the slender legs of his two younger brothers, Laifu felt a surge of inexplicable sorrow. It was evident they were suffering from severe malnutrition. If this continued, the children would surely fall ill. Laifu silently resolved to cultivate crops quickly, not for any other reason, but for the sake of hearing them call him brother. He must ensure they are well fed, having been an orphan in his previous life. He could not bear to see them go hungry now that he had finally found family. "Then you continue to play," Laifu said as he walked toward his grandfather's house. Upon pushing open the wooden door, he found his grandfather reclining on a chair. "Oh my goodness, grandson. You finally come. I've missed you terribly," exclaimed the old man, springing up from his chair. "Grandfather, take care, don't fall." Laifu hurried forward. Though the old man was thin, his spirit was remarkably lively. The elder looked at Laifu, affectionately ruffling his hair. "My eldest grandson has grown taller, almost reaching your grandfather's height." Overwhelmed by the warmth in the old man's gaze, Laifu felt tears welling up, a familial bond he never experienced in his past life. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "Grandfather, where is grandmother?" "She went to the mountains with your second uncle and aunt to gather wild vegetables." "What have you brought?" the elder asked. Laifu then remembered the bag in his hand and replied, "This is the sorghum flour my father asked me to bring. He worries that you eat wild vegetables every day, which is not good for your health." "Such needless worry. He has a whole family to support. And yet he sends us food," the old man remarked. Laifu handed the bag to him, saying, "Grandfather, since I've brought it, you should enjoy it. After all, there is still grain in the city, and you always have to wait until the autumn harvest." The elder accepted the bag with a sigh. This year, the rainfall has been scarce again. If it were a typical year, the corn in the fields would be nearly ripe by now. This year, we face another grain shortage. As the elder went to store the grain, Laifu surveyed the courtyard and noticed a small patch near the window where over a dozen corn plants had grown taller than a person. When the elder returned, he brought a bowl of water, saying, "My eldest grandson must be thirsty. Have a drink." After drinking a bowl of water, Laifu asked, "Grandfather, how can you plant corn in the courtyard?" The elder, looking at the corn with a smile that crinkled his face, replied, "This was a gift from your village chief, Lu Gil. Only I, your grandfather, enjoy such treatment in the village." Gazing at the corn, the elder continued, "This has grown thanks to my diligent watering. The corn in the fields down the mountain is only waist-high now." With determination, the old man added, "Tonight, I'll have your grandmother boil an ear for you." Laifu was genuinely moved. In this era, who would dare to munch on corn? Nowadays, corn must be ground together with the cob, known as corn flour. He did not refuse, not out of hunger, but rather to collect a few kernels for planting. Observing the old man as he lit his pipe, Laifu exclaimed, "Grandfather, I'm hungry now. Should I cook it myself?" "Very well, let me assist you," replied the old man. "Grandfather, I am already 15. Cooking corn should be no challenge for me, so you need not worry." All right. My grandson is now a young man. In just a couple of years, he will be able to marry, and I shall hold my great-grandchild in my arms." If this were a child of the current age, they would undoubtedly feel embarrassed. What about someone who has traveled through time? "Grandfather, just wait for that great-grandchild. I'll have my wife bear several, and you and grandma can look after the children every day." Laifu chuckled. "Very well, when you have children, bring them here. I'll take care of them. Just don't be like your father, that scoundrel, taking my grandson to the city and returning only every few years. You are the sole heir of the Li family." Laifu had already approached the corn, and the old man called from his chair, "The fifth ear of corn from the east is the best. Pull it down and head to the kitchen. Make sure to scoop more water from the bucket." Once in the kitchen, Laifu quickly husked the corn, carefully extracting over 20 kernels. Chapter 6. Planting Corn. After placing the corn in the pot, he sat by the fireplace, tending to the flames, gazing at the fresh kernels. He knew they could not be planted immediately. They had to sprout first, but he was unsure how. Gritting his teeth, he planted the 20 kernels directly into the ground, assured that the fertile soil in his space would not yield easily. As he tended the fire while watching the pot, he instinctively reached for a cigarette only to find his pockets empty. In his previous life, he had been an avid smoker. He needed to earn money quickly. Once the corn was cooked, its delightful aroma wafted from the pot. He retrieved the corn and swiftly split it in half. He bit off the portion he had previously harvested, holding the other half outward, saying, "Grandfather, I'll eat just this half. The other half is for you. My dear grandson, you enjoy yours. I shall not eat." He directly shoved it into the old man's hands, insisting, "Grandfather, if you do not eat it, then I won't eat either." The old man, recognizing his grandson's filial piety, picked off 5 or 6 kernels, saying, "This is enough for me. The rest is for your grandmother, your second uncle and aunt, and little Long and Xiaohu, so they can have a taste too." As Laifu savored the corn, the old man consumed his kernels gradually, savoring each bite. Reclining in his chair, while chewing the corn, Laifu's thoughts drifted into his space, where he observed the corn he had just planted, yet it showed no reaction. He placed the eaten cob aside, furrowing his brow as he extended his consciousness into the soil, curious about what was happening. As his mind approached the earth, he suddenly felt as if the soil was absorbing his consciousness, and the corn began to grow rapidly. The first, second, and third kernels sprouting. As the 10th kernel matured, a sharp pain struck Laifu's head, and he lay back, reclining in the chair. My eyes dazzled with golden stars. It was indeed worth it. Each ear of corn bore at least 3 cobs, a testament to the fertile black soil. After resting for half an hour, I battled against drowsiness to harvest the 35 cobs from 10 stalks of corn, yielding no less than 5 pounds, which I promptly replanted in the land, covering at least half an acre this time. My eyelids felt heavy, and I called out, "Grandfather, I'm sleepy. I need to rest for a bit." "Dear grandson, if you are tired, then go ahead and sleep." I lost track of time in slumber, and upon awakening, I found an elderly woman with a fan, smiling as she fanned me. "Grandmother, when did you return?" I asked. She gently patted my head and replied, "I've been back for quite some time. Is big brother awake now? Can my brother and I come in?" Called Li Xiaolong. "Your brother is awake. You may as well go now." The old woman intended to converse with her eldest grandson, but the little rascal was quite noisy. Upon standing, I noticed my grandfather and my second uncle and aunt sitting at the doorway, 3 of them lined up on a small stool, blocking the entrance as if to prevent those 2 little troublemakers from causing a ruckus. "Uncle, aunt, you are back as well," my second uncle, Li Chongwu, remarked. "You've grown, young lad. It's been 2 years since we last met, and you're almost as tall as I am. Rest assured, uncle. Next year I'll surpass your height." I glanced at my second uncle and compared myself. I was approximately 168 centimeters tall, though rather slender. "Brother, where's the corn? Grandfather said we could eat it once you woke up." Li Xiaohu approached with curiosity. "You think of nothing but food. Come here. There's enough for all." The old woman emerged from the house, holding a white porcelain bowl filled with corn kernels. "Grandson, take some to eat first. Then share with them," she said, showing her bias without concern for her daughter-in-law's feelings. I discreetly glanced at my second uncle and aunt, who displayed no signs of displeasure, as if this were entirely expected. "Grandmother, I already ate half at noon. I'm not hungry now, so you all enjoy." Hearing my eldest grandson mention he had already eaten, my grandfather worried the old woman might insist on sharing, which could lead to misunderstandings with my second son and daughter-in-law. He interjected, "Both my grandson and I have eaten. You two can share what's left." At that moment, the old woman distributed 10 kernels to each person, ensuring even her son and daughter-in-law received some, though she only took a few for herself, leaving the majority in my hands. The 2 rascals devoured their share as if they were gluttons, their eyes darting back and forth, ultimately managing to snag another half from their parents. I divided the corn kernels I held, giving each of them 2. As evening fell and darkness enveloped the surroundings, my grandfather tapped his pipe and declared, "Second son, you and your family needn't return home for dinner. Stay here instead. Your elder brother brought 3 pounds of sorghum flour. Soon, we shall prepare a pot of wild vegetables. So gather a few handfuls of the flour." My second aunt cast a discreet glance at the old woman. In these times, a daughter-in-law faced her mother-in-law with the trepidation of a mouse before a cat. It was entirely natural for a mother-in-law to scold her daughter-in-law. Yet how could a daughter-in-law dare to mistreat her mother-in-law? The gossip of the villagers could drown one in scorn. One misstep could lead to being sent back to her maternal home. "Xiao Chui, come with me to gather wild vegetables," the old lady said to second aunt without even lifting her head. "All right, mother," second aunt replied as she rolled up her sleeves. Laifu gazed at his grandfather. Second uncle was smoking a pipe, savoring the aroma of tobacco. He averted his eyes and heard Li Chongwu say, "You too. Hurry up and finish those corn kernels in your hands. If you dare to mention eating corn outside, I'll skin you alive when we get home. Li Laifu looked at the Li Xiaolong brothers, each holding a corn kernel, still taking in the scent. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, "Have you two washed your hands?" Xiaohu blinked and replied, "Big brother, why wash hands?" Li Laifu turned to Li Chongwu, saying, "Second uncle, you should give them a good thrashing. They played in the mud this afternoon. Didn't he even wash their hands before eating?" Li Chongwu chuckled dismissively, "It's fine. Children's urine cools the fire." Li Laifu sighed inwardly. Children these days were raised by heaven itself. Looking at the group, he noticed second uncle's eldest daughter was absent. "Second uncle, why hasn't Xiaoli come over? I thought you had forgotten about her. She often says she misses you." She has gone to the city to learn tailoring with her maternal aunt. In this day and age, having a place to learn a trade was truly remarkable. Second aunt, while picking vegetables, smiled and said, "Laifu, our Xiaoli has said she will make you a suit after learning tailoring." Li Laifu felt his face flush. He had completely forgotten about this sister. "Great-grandfather," a voice echoed from outside the courtyard. "Second uncle, second aunt are here too?" Li Taiju stepped into the yard. "Taiju, do you need something?" Old Li inquired. Li Taiju took an egg from his pocket and said, "My father heard that uncle is back, so he asked me to bring you an egg. Taiju, take it back. I want to eat it." Li Laifu pondered aloud. These days, common folks rely on exchanging eggs for a bit of oil, salt, and vinegar. I dare not take it back. My father has a terrible temper and will beat me again. Li Taiju pressed the egg into Old Li's hand and took off running. Li Laifu chased him to the courtyard gate, where Old Li, holding the egg, chuckled, "Grandson, don't chase after him. His father is likely thanking me. Last year, the commune wanted to remove him from being village chief, and I declared that no one was to compete with him. The commune had no choice but to leave him in place." Xiaolong and Xiaohu, the two mischievous boys, immediately froze beside the old man, their eyes fixated on the egg. "Old man, give me that egg. I'll boil it for my grandson," the old lady had long noticed. "No, don't boil it. Let us scramble it and pour it into the wild vegetable pot. Everyone can share." He is not a little brat from this era. If I boil one egg for him, can he really eat it alone while everyone watches? That is out of the question. The old lady shook her head vigorously. "Grandma, just trust me," Li Laifu said, clutching the egg as he headed toward the kitchen. The elderly lady intended to say something more, but Old Li interjected. "Enough? The children are already at the back eating. When the children show filial piety, do not hinder them. If you indulge them excessively, you may spoil their character." As if you're always right. As soon as the old lady entered the kitchen, second aunt hurriedly remarked, "Mother, I can't stop them. Look. Li Fufu has already cracked the eggs into the pot. So what if he did? This child is dutiful. I'll just add a bit more oil to the pot." Li Laifeng watched as the old lady stirred with chopsticks in a jar for a moment, then dipped them into the large pot. He was taken aback. "Is this how you add oil? That cannot be wasted." He decided to add 2 ladles of water, and second aunt swiftly followed suit, fetching a ladle of water from the bucket and pouring it into the pot. This is it. This is it." When the wild vegetable porridge was prepared in the morning, Li Laifeng had braced himself, but the shock from these 2 women surpassed his expectations. The mother-in-law dipped her chopsticks in oil, and the daughter-in-law immediately added a ladle of water. At that moment, he truly felt the hardship of hunger in those times. Just 1 year had transformed them into this state. The 2 elders compelled him to consume 2 bowls, and they were substantial. The 2 little ones, Xiaolong and Xiaohu, managed to eat and drink 3 bowls each, and the water used to wash the pot was as clear as fresh water. They were filled to the brim, satisfying a whole group of people. "Father, Mother, Laifeng, we should head back now. We've eaten too much and cannot move around," Li Chongwu suggested. Old Li glanced outside. It was already dark. "Then let's hurry back." Li Laifeng and his grandparents lay down on the kong. In these times, as long as people weren't working, they remained still. Any movement would lead to hunger striking quickly. Unable to sleep, Li Laifeng casually asked, "Grandfather, my 6th brother is doing well as the village head. Why is the commune planning to remove him?" He is quite stubborn. Every village head reports a grain yield of 1,000 gene, yet he dares to declare it 10,000 gene, handing over all the grain meant for the villagers. Not only does Li Laolu dutifully submit, but he also distributes the villagers' grain first. Clearly, he is opposing the commune. How could they not deal with him? Yet, it's fortunate for this lad. Last winter, many villages faced starvation, while ours did not. "Grandson, you must not speak carelessly outside. Do not mention the starving." Other villages reported his deaths from illness. Alas, Li Laifeng thought that, based on this incident, Li Lalu truly was a commendable village head. You old fool. Why discuss such matters with the eldest grandson? If others find out, they might think he is spreading rumors. Sleep, sleep, the old lady concluded, yet continued to fan Li Laifu with her hand. Grandmother, please stop fanning. I'm not hot. Unconvinced, she reached out to feel Li Laifu's forehead, and upon finding it dry, she finally set down the fan. Li Laifu focused his thoughts and entered the space, hastening the growth of 10 additional corn plants all at once, quickly sowing the kernels into the ground. He now had a full acre of corn. The exertion of his thoughts left him dizzy, and he promptly fell asleep. Hearing Li Laifu's snores, the old lady chuckled. What a child! Falling asleep at such a young age. In the early morning, grandfather and grandmother had risen early. Upon seeing Li Laifu awake, the elderly lady smiled and said, My dear grandson, wash your face quickly. Grandmother will prepare some wild vegetable porridge for you. Toothbrushes were a luxury. So Li Laifu scooped a ladle of cold water from the bucket and rinsed his mouth a couple of times. Don't spit recklessly, grandson. Aim for the little mounds by the eaves where grandmother has planted pumpkins. We mustn't waste a single drop of water in these times. Pumpkins, Li Laifu remarked, eyeing the 5 or 6 small earth mounds. But this isn't the season for planting pumpkins, is it? Seasons matter little. As long as they grow and provide enough to eat, that's what counts, grandfather remarked while puffing on his pipe in the courtyard. It's also a testament to my reputation. Otherwise, who would dare plant a single seed in this village? Grandfather could not resist boasting. Don't mind your grandfather's tall tales. His reputation is merely a matter of age, not stature, the elderly lady interjected. Li Laifu, gazing at the mountains behind the house, asked, Grandfather, why don't the militia from our village go hunting in the mountains? Such a vast expanse surely harbors plenty of game. He was quite interested in hunting, having grown up near the lesser Shingon range, where tales of hunting were abundant. Hunt what? The game we do catch ends up being fed to the dogs. The rifles in our village belong to the commune. A couple of years ago, wild boars descended, and our village managed to take down 2. Those scoundrels from the commune left us with just a set of pig offal for our 30 households. Grandson, you must wander into the mountains. Wild boars can be fierce, and this season also brings bears. You are the sole heir of the old Li family, and we rely on you to carry on our legacy, the elderly lady cautioned from the kitchen door. She was vigilant about this matter, having borne only one son, which she felt was already a disappointment to the Li family. This one grandson was indeed a precious sole heir, and any misfortune would make her feel unworthy before her in-laws. Grandmother, you needn't worry. I wouldn't dare to hunt wild boars. I merely wish to explore a little. There are no mountains in the city. Are you truly considering entering the mountains? Old Li discerned the implication of his words. Li Laifu nonchalantly replied, Grandfather, you can't expect me to remain here in your yard. I'd be utterly bored. Old Li also preferred his grandson to stay away from the mountains, yet if he refused outright, what would happen if the boy didn't return? You must promise your grandmother not to venture deep, just play around the edges, the elderly lady urged, slightly alarmed by Li Laifu's last remark. After all, he returned only once every 2 years, and she dreaded the thought of him not coming back again. After another serving of wild vegetable porridge, which was truly unpalatable due to the coarse sorghum husks mixed in, Li Laifu felt quite uncomfortable. Old Li sat in the courtyard while the elderly lady gathered the bowls. Li Laifu's gaze had already shifted towards the pumpkin seeds nestled among the small earth mounds. Chapter 8. Bird eggs, wild chickens, and pumpkins. At that moment, Li Chongwu appeared, carrying a yoke and 2 buckets of water, heading straight for the kitchen. Mother, I'm off to gather wild vegetables, called out his second aunt from outside the courtyard. Coming, the elderly lady replied, grabbing a basket and turning to Li Laifu. Grandson, go play by the mountains, but don't wander too far in. Grandmother, I'm not foolish. I'll just play by the mountain's edge. After the second aunt and the elderly lady departed, only the old man and Li Laifu remained in the courtyard. The old man reclined in his usual manner on the lounge chair, while Li Laifu stealthily extracted a pumpkin seed from behind him, carefully covering the soil afterward. He hurriedly planted it in his space, seized a shovel, and announced, Grandfather, I am going out to play. Return early, and do not wander too far, came the elder's reply, with the shovel slung over his shoulder. Li Laifu trekked towards the hills behind the courtyard. After half an hour of walking, he could still see women and children in the woods foraging for wild vegetables. If it weren't for his hunger, he would have marveled at how fresh the air was in this era. An hour later, he had ventured deep into the mountains, slowing his pace and abandoning the path to delve into the forest. Eventually, he arrived at a secluded valley, observing the trees gleaming from where and the distinct footprints of wild boars in the soil. He found a spot with loose earth and began to dig a deep pit. After more than half an hour, fatigue and hunger made his arms tremble, yet he persisted, creating a square hole measuring 1 meter on each side and over a meter deep. He fashioned 2 long stakes from branches and sharpened them with a shovel. Covering the pit with the branches, he realized he needed bait. Entering his space, he hastened the growth of a corn seedling, scattering the corn stalk, cob, and kernels atop the trap. A pang of regret surged within him, but the thought of meat spurred him on. As he gazed at the corn cob, he nearly succumbed to the temptation of biting into it. Resting beside a grand tree, he suddenly noticed a bird's nest high above, at least 10 meters off the ground. Placing his hand on the tree, he pondered how he might ascend, feeling utterly exhausted. Just then, he experienced a delightful surprise. 5 bird eggs appeared in his space. What a revelation! He exclaimed. Realizing his folly, Laifu smacked his forehead. He could collect items as long as he had a medium, and this grand tree served as the perfect conduit. With this unexpected bounty, Laifu regained his vigor. By noon, he had gathered 20 bird eggs and a dozen chicks. Though he could not identify the species, he knew that in the future, such a catch would be worth a significant sum. His stomach growled, and he longed for food. Yet he had no matches. Remembering the primitive fire-starting techniques from videos, he sighed, accepting that he could not ignite a flame and would have to endure. He pulled several vines from the roadside to craft a simple basket, placing the chicks and eggs within. This time, he opted not to follow the path, but continued his exploration of the woods, sensing he was nearing the village. Using his intention to connect with his space, he hastened the growth of the pumpkin seed, yielding 2 pumpkins weighing over 20 pounds each. He had no desire to feast on wild vegetable mush at noon. After glancing at his basket, he managed to capture 3 large birds, as a nest nearby contained adult birds as well. He collected 10 more chicks and 15 additional eggs. Suddenly, rustling in the grass caught his attention. He swiftly stored the pumpkins and the basket of eggs in his space, cautiously approaching the sound. He could distinctly hear the clucking of wild chickens and, with a swift motion, gathered 2 wild hens and 12 wild chicken eggs into his space. The harvest was indeed bountiful. With a wild chicken's neck twisted in his grasp, he tied it to a shovel with a vine. And at the shovel's front dangled a basket filled with bird eggs and fledglings, while he cradled a large pumpkin in his arms as he descended the hill. Laifu, Laifu. He heard the voice of his second aunt. Come here for a moment. Laifu called out to the woods from the narrow path. You rascal. Your grandmother has forbidden you from venturing into the mountains. Why have you gone in? Oh my goodness. Mother, come quickly. You must see what Laifu has brought. The second aunt exclaimed in shock. What is the matter? What has happened to my eldest grandson? An urgent sound of footsteps echoed from the forest. Laifu was taken aback by the sudden turn of events as the elderly lady emerged from the woods, spotting him standing beside the second aunt. Good heavens! Eldest grandson, where did you find this? She inquired, gazing at the pumpkin. Grandmother, I picked it up in the mountains, Laifu fibbed. For whether they believed him was of no concern to him, he assumed they would, especially since he had come empty-handed. The second aunt hastily intervened, wanting to speak further. The elderly lady whispered, Mother, quickly hide the things. We must return home. If others see this, it will be a disaster. You child, your audacity is astonishing. In these times, you dare to wander the mountains with a pumpkin? Don't you know people are starving? The elderly lady chided, yet she removed her scarf, swiftly covering the pumpkin. Oh dear. Laifu, how did you catch that wild chicken? Once the pumpkin was concealed, the second aunt finally noticed the wild chicken tied to the back of the shovel. Laifu grinned and replied, It darted into the underbrush, and I managed to pounce on it. Xiao Chui, hold the pumpkin while I place the chicken in the basket. Also bring over your wild vegetables to cover it. The elderly lady instructed. My little ancestor, you carry grains and meat while wandering in the mountains. You could give someone a heart attack. The elderly lady's voice trembled. Grandmother, it's all from our village. Who would dare to steal from me? What nonsense. There are other villages in these mountains. It is not just ours. The second aunt remarked, clutching the pumpkin. Suddenly noticing another grass basket hanging from the shovel handle, she asked with uncertainty, Laifu, what about that basket? It's not more food, is it? Aunt, you guessed correctly. It holds bird eggs and young birds. Look, there are dozens. Laifu proudly presented it. You child. You must never go up the mountain again. How can you still climb trees? What if you fall? The second aunt scolded. Enough. Let us hurry home. No one should speak on the way, urged the elderly lady. The two walked ahead, while Laifu chuckled heartily, finding amusement in their furtive glances akin to spies. Upon returning home, they entered the courtyard and, in unison, closed the doors behind them, leaning against them to catch their breath. Grandmother, second aunt. I haven't tea even come in yet, Laifu called out from outside. The second aunt burst into laughter, saying, Mother, how could we leave our family's great contributor outside? Indeed, I was so frightened along the way that I forgot my eldest grandson, the elderly lady replied, patting her chest. What is all this fuss about? The old man remarked as he reclined in his chair. Chapter 9. A luxurious meal. Old man, come and lend a hand. Look what our grandson has brought back. The grandmother exclaimed, shaking a wild chicken from the basket. Is my grandson truly that remarkable? Oldly rose to his feet. Father, your grandson is simply extraordinary. Just look at this. Aunt Air revealed a hefty pumpkin weighing 20 pounds. My goodness, in all my years, I have never encountered a pumpkin of such magnitude. Oldly exclaimed, lifting the pumpkin to gauge its weight. Laifu plopped down onto the bench and called out, Grandma, please hurry and prepare something to eat. I feel as though I might perish from hunger. Coming right up. I will make you pumpkin soup, the grandmother replied. Please, Grandma. Let's not make soup. Steam the pumpkin instead. I've had enough of wild vegetable porridge for 2 days, and I desire something solid, Laifu interjected. Listening to my grandson, Oldly declared, recalling how he had once frightened the old man with his insistence to visit. He was apprehensive that his grandson might not wish to come here again. If my grandson desires it, how could the grandmother refuse? She said, Shawan, go and cut a piece for Laifu to steam. We shall enjoy it later tonight. They were accustomed to only having 2 meals a day, not that they lacked the habit, but rather they lacked food. Laifu was not one to back down, saying, Aunt Air, just steam half of it. If you all aren't eating, then I won't either. I will go and fetch Xiaohu and Xiaolong to roast the little birds. Aunt Air remained silent, glancing at the grandmother. With a sigh, the grandmother said, Let's eat our grandson. We are all benefiting from his efforts. All right, Mother, Aunt Air responded promptly, taking the pumpkin to the kitchen. Laifu, you need not move. I will call those 2 rascals over, Aunt Air said as she stood at the kitchen door, noticing Laifu rise. Aunt Air called out loudly from the courtyard wall. Xiaohu, Xiaolong, come here. Her voice was indeed thunderous, Laifu thought to himself. In just a minute, the 2 little ones came running in. Mother, what do you need us for? They asked. Aunt Air had already entered the kitchen, and Laifu shook the basket, saying, Of course it's good news. The 2 boys, hearing the chirping from the basket, exclaimed, Big brother, are these little birds? Li Xiaohu said wide-eyed, while the 2 larger birds were caught by Laifu. 30 fluffy chicks remained alive, chirping incessantly. Big brother, how about a feast of roasted little birds? Laifu proclaimed proudly. Really? Big brother, will you truly roast little birds for us? Li Xiaohu asked uncertainly. Is that even a question? When have I ever deceived you? Grandson, those birds cannot be roasted. A bird of that size will be reduced to nothing when cooked over fire. You should let your grandmother prepare them for you instead, Oldly remarked, casting a glance at Laifu's basket. Grandson, you should sit and rest. Your grandmother will handle it. He was indeed weary, having run about all morning, and most importantly, he had not eaten. Seated on a bench, the elderly woman began to pluck feathers from the birds with unwavering focus. Meanwhile, 2 mischievous children took turns tossing the little birds to the ground. Laifu shook his head with a bittersweet smile. To the children of this era, the birds represented mere sustenance, while to the children of the future, they would be considered pets. The disparity was striking. Observing the elderly woman as she meticulously placed the entrails of each bird into a large bowl, he noted how she was reluctant to discard the entrails of larger birds. Yet the intestines of the tiny birds were scarcely the size of a finger. Grandmother, perhaps we should discard the intestines of the small birds? It seems rather laborious to clean each one, he suggested. Nonsense. Your grandfather could savor a dish prepared from these, relishing every morsel, she replied, her patience evident as she continued her task. Eldest grandson, your grandmother speaks the truth. A dash of chili and a bit of frying, paired with a drink, would be exquisite, she added, her enthusiasm palpable. After finishing with the birds, she turned her attention to a wild hen, which Aunt had already placed alongside the birds into a pot for boiling. Look, old man, this wild hen is a female. See how substantial the fat is on her rear? She exclaimed, extracting 2 unlaid eggs from within. I was pondering how to prepare your chicken entrails, but with this fat, I can rest easy, she said joyfully, placing a handful of chicken fat into a bowl. However, Laifu felt his hunger intensify. Finally, the pumpkin and birds were cooked. and the chicken offals were ready. Li Laifu entered the house and returned with a small bowl of liquor. "Grandfather, how do you still have liquor?" With great care. Li Laifu placed the liquor on the table and replied, "This 2 pounds of sweet potato liquor has been aging for nearly 7 or 8 years. Saved for a time when we have a good meal to accompany it. Once my grandson earns some money, I will ensure you enjoy fine liquor every day." Li Laifu promised, thumping his chest with assurance. "Splendid. I shall await the indulgence of my eldest grandson," she replied with delight. The elderly woman distributed the pumpkin, offering each person a triangular piece, while Aunt served a bowl of bird soup to everyone. The 2 large birds found their way into Li Laifu's bowl. "Grandmother, I cannot finish this. I'll give you one," he offered. "Eat, dear grandson. There is meat in this bowl," she insisted as she placed more food onto his plate. Faced with her generosity, he could only feign reluctance, saying, "If you do not eat, then I shall not eat either." At last, she relented. And Li Laifu felt an overwhelming joy, a warmth of familial affection he had scarcely dreamed of experiencing. The 2 boys each had 7 or 8 little birds in their bowls, accompanied by a large bowl of soup. The pumpkin was devoured eagerly. "Brother, this pumpkin is incredibly sweet," exclaimed Li Xiaolong, busying himself with his food while not forgetting to flatter his elder. Li Laifu savored the rich sweetness of the pumpkin. "Indeed, this pumpkin is truly delightful. Where did you find it?" Li Laifu inquired of the boy. "I stumbled upon it in the grass while catching wild chickens," Li Laifu answered, spinning a tale. Though Li Laifu had lived at the foot of the mountain his entire life without ever finding a pumpkin, he could only marvel at his grandson's good fortune. "Father, Mother, I'm off to deliver some food to Chongwu. They need to replenish their strength after hauling water at noon," Aunt announced. Li Laifu waved his hand and said, Go on. Hurry back for the meal. This feast surpasses even that of the New Year." With a towel wrapped around a piece of pumpkin and 2 little birds in hand, Aunt made her way towards the door. As soon as Aunt arrived at the foot of the mountain, she noticed a line of male laborers from the village busying themselves with fetching water to irrigate the fields. Standing at the edge of the field, she called out to her husband, "What brings you here? Didn't you go with Mother to gather wild vegetables?" Li Chongwu hurried over to inquire. "I'm here to feed the dog," Ander jested, handing him a towel. It had been quite a while since Li Chongwu had seen his wife in such high spirits. Upon opening the towel, he widened his eyes in surprise and glanced around once more, softly asking, "Where did this come from?" And chuckled as she recounted the events of Li Laifu's trip up the mountain today, mentioning how he had caught numerous little birds, and added that his mother was cooking chicken entrails while his father had already begun drinking. "This lad is indeed Laifu. As soon as he arrives, fortune smiles upon me," Li Chongwu exclaimed, quickly devouring both birds without even spitting out the bones and finishing the pumpkin in mere bites. As he swallowed the last of the pumpkin, a thought struck him. "Did you just say my father is drinking?" he asked. Anna nodded yes. "You foolish woman, why did you bring something? You could have just called me back. If we delay, my father will finish drinking," he lamented. Chapter 10. Eating excrement? "You wretched creature. I generously brought you food, and you dare complain? I'm going back to have my meal, so I shan't bother with you anymore." Li Chongwu, unfazed, dashed toward the crowd. "Old Lu, may I take a short leave to check on my father? Can I carry a few more loads this afternoon?" Before village chief Li Laolu could respond, his son Li Taiju interjected, "Grandfather, what has my second grandmother brought for you to eat?" Before Li Chongwu could concoct a lie, Li Taiju exclaimed in astonishment, "Grandfather? No matter how hungry you are, you can't eat excrement. Go to your father's basket. You little rascal, who says anyone eats excrement?" Li Chongwu retorted, his temper flaring. A crowd had gathered, and Li Taiju, hiding behind his father, remarked, "Everyone, look at his mouth. It's definitely yellow. Grandfather, he must have eaten excrement." Li Chongwu wiped his mouth. He surely hadn't cleaned it properly after eating the pumpkin. As he pondered how to counter this absurdity, Li Laolu smacked Li Taiju on the head, scolding, "You dim-witted child. Would your second grandmother really send excrement to your grandfather?" The crowd erupted in laughter, and Li Taiju, scratching his head, muttered, "That's not certain. Perhaps my grandfather just enjoys it warm." This remark sent everyone into fits of laughter, prompting Li Chongwu to remove his shoes in preparation to chase him down. Even the over 50-year-old village chief Li Laolu doubled over in amusement. Li Laifu gazed at the fishy bird soup in his bowl. Having been an orphan in his previous life, he remained single well into his 30s and had cooked extensively. Yet he found it hard to stomach the soupy concoction bereft of seasoning. He pushed the soup aside and began gnawing on the bird meat. The elderly lady had consumed half of the large bird in her bowl, but stopped thereafter, while the two little rascals voraciously fought over the remaining morsels, even finishing Li Laifu's leftover soup. "Father, please drink slowly," Li Chongwu and Aunt Air called out as they entered from outside. "Aren't you supposed to be swimming at noon? What brings you back?" Old Li inquired, astonished. "We couldn't stay away, Father. Do you still have any wine left?" "You scoundrel, you only think about my meager supply of liquor." Old Li has gone inside to fetch the wine, while Aunt Air has ladled out 2 bowls of soup to savor the pumpkin. "Laifu, you truly live up to your name. Your fortune is remarkable. And I must express my gratitude, for I have not tasted a drop of alcohol in 3 or 4 years." Li Laifu let out a belch and said, "Uncle, we are family. There's no need for formality." This uncle was rather disorganized. Li Laifu expected him to continue his politeness. Yet he was already heading for the bowl of wine brought out by Old Li. Having feasted and quenched their thirst, Li Laifu was overcome by a craving for tobacco, which was quite unbearable. "Brother, could you take me and my younger brother along to catch birds tomorrow? The bird meat is exquisite," Xiao Long expressed eagerly. "That won't do. You two are still bare-bottomed and barefoot. You'd end up injuring yourselves in the woods. Just stay put." Li Laifu shook his head in response. Xiao Hu gazed at the wild chicken in the basin by the door and inquired, "Brother, when will we eat that chicken?" "We'll have pumpkin and wild chicken for dinner," Li Laifu replied without a moment's hesitation. The old lady shook her head resolutely, saying, "The pumpkin can be consumed, as it may spoil if left uneaten. But that chicken cannot be touched. I'll marinate it for you to take home. Grandma, let us just enjoy our meal together. We all need to nourish our bodies. Besides, I'm not leaving anytime soon. If I don't have good food, I might just have to go," Li Laifu warned playfully. This statement proved most effective, for the two elders genuinely cared for their eldest grandson. Since he had moved to the city, he had only returned twice in the past few years. And this time their warmth was palpable, making them even more reluctant to let him go. The old lady, somewhat troubled, nodded. "All right then, we shall have chicken for dinner." Xiaolong and Xiaohu exclaimed joyfully, "What nonsense! This meal isn't all that great. That wild chicken is meant for your elder brother. You two will be having wild vegetable porridge for dinner," Li Chongwu admonished, taking a sip of wine and tapping his chopsticks in irritation. The two young boys immediately donned expressions of disappointment. Li Laifu interjected, "Uncle, you're exaggerating. As the eldest brother, I wouldn't feast alone. You two need not return home. Stay here and dine with us." After the family had eaten their fill, they gathered in the yard, each face adorned with smiles. "Mother, shall we go foraging for wild vegetables this afternoon?" Ener asked. "Yes, I'll grab a basket, and we'll head out." "Grandson, you mustn't venture up the mountain this afternoon. If you wander too far, you might not find your way back before dark," the old lady cautioned. Seeing the worry in her eyes, Li Laifu nodded in agreement, saying, "Grandma, I want to go up the mountain this afternoon." "Good grandson," she replied. "I'm also full. I'll head down to fetch water now to avoid having to carry double later and wear myself out." Li Chongwu chuckled. The two little boys sat beside Li Laifu, playing with stones. "Let us go." "Stop playing with those stones. Your brother will take you to the river to bathe and fish." "But brother, we don't have fishing rods. How can we catch fish without hooks?" Xiaolong chimed in eagerly. "Leave that to me. You two hurry and dig for worms, while I prepare the hooks," Li Laifu declared, heading back inside to search for a needle on the wall. In this day and age, needles are fastened to newspapers, transforming steel needles into the shape of fish hooks utilizing space, and with fishing line as a medium, they can ensnare any fish that ventures close. Two children emerged from the room, standing in the courtyard without moving. "Weren't you two supposed to dig for earthworms?" Li Laifu inquired with confusion. "Brother, there are no earthworms in the village. You can only find them by the river," Xiaohu replied. "Well, not in the countryside, committing a common-sense blunder in this drought. Even earthworms struggle to survive," Li Laifu remarked, choosing not to elaborate further. He proceeded to the storeroom to retrieve a length of hemp rope and a 2-meter-long stick, leading the two children outside. "Brother, I saw that old man next door fishing. His line was so thin, and his rod was so delicate. Why are you carrying a stick?" Xiaolong asked, barefoot and trailing behind. "Stop talking nonsense. Just follow me," Li Laifu replied curtly without explanation. The trio arrived at Liangma River, where Li Laifu observed a cluster of villagers from Lijia village drawing water. The drought was severe, necessitating constant irrigation for the crops. "Laifu, why have you brought those two children to the river? Do you want to bathe in this heat?" Li Taiju called out. Standing on the riverbank, Li Laifu shouted to the village chief, "Li Laolu, Brother Lu, your eldest son is calling me by name. Shouldn't you do something about it?" Perhaps I should pay your house a visit to discuss this with your father. Li Chongwu, seething with frustration over Li Taiju, exclaimed, Laifu. Go tell your grandfather to give him a good talking to. This brat has a sharp tongue. Li Laolu, apprehensive, knew that while others could not summon the old man, Laifu's call would surely bring him running, and he did not wish to incur his wrath. He kicked Li Taiju and scolded, You little rascal, that's your uncle. A group of men burst into laughter, yet no one dared to jest with Li Laifu. For none wished to be in their 30s or 40s and be addressed as uncle by a mere child. Chapter 11. The 30-pound fish under a large tree. Li Laifu and the two children dug for a few earthworms and found a spot by the river, where they dipped their feet into the water. The two little boys playing merrily, having discarded their cloth bags by the riverbank. As Li Laifu prepared to bait the hook, Li Taiju approached with another child in his arms and said, Little uncle, my youngest son wants to join in the fun. You must keep an eye on him. But he will have to call you little grandpa. Li Laifu, amused, pointed at Xiaohu and Staolong, saying, Let them play together. I promise to look after them. The child, nearly 5 or 6 years old, gleefully exclaimed, Little dragon grandpa. Little tiger grandpa. Bringing delight to Li Laifu. Little uncle, you aren't using hemp rope to fish? Are you? Li Taiju finally noticed the fishing line Li Laifu was using. Why do you care? Just do what you need to do, Li Laifu replied impatiently. Everyone, come quick. Our Laifu uncle is actually fishing with a hemp rope and a bent steel hook. Li Taiju shouted to those nearby. Get lost. If you keep yapping, I'll let Xiaohu and Staolong deal with your son, Li Laifu threatened. No, little uncle, please don't be angry. Can I just rest for a while without talking? Li Laifu tied a stone to a length of hemp rope and, with a splash, tossed it into the river. His thoughts danced along the fishing line, and suddenly, a fish approached to nibble at the bait. Uncle, if you truly wish to catch fish, I can borrow a fishing rod from the neighboring village for you. Using a wooden stick and hemp rope to fish? That's sheer nonsense, Li Taiju remarked. Puffing on a cigarette rolled in newspaper, the smoke curling up like a tiny chimney, yet he incessantly chattered on. Enough with the noise. Uncle, shall I go right now? Damn it. Li Laifu had already pulled up a carp weighing over a pound, and with a thud, he tossed it onto the bank, hastily unhooking it. He adeptly controlled the hook to pierce the fish's head with precision. Speed was essential, for without barbs on the hook, any struggle would result in the fish slipping away. Little uncle, how do you know when a fish bites? Are you foolish? Can't you see the hemp rope is taut? After saying this, Li Laifu lost interest in the conversation. Brother, shall we take this fish home to eat? Xiaohu inquired, tugging at the fish's mouth. You glutton, always thinking about food. Dig a hole over there, fill it with water, and keep the fish alive while I catch a few more. Then we can head home for a feast. Li Laifu said, casting the hook back into the river, ignoring the astonished Li Taiju. Taiju, you lazy boy, while everyone else is working, you sit here smoking. Li Taiju, undeterred by the shouts, continued to gaze at the river. Without turning his head, he stated, It's coming, just wait. Damn. Taiju shouted again as Li Laifu reeled in a carp weighing over 2 pounds. This time, his voice was louder, and a group of people downstream turned their attention to him. Upon witnessing Li Laifu haul in a large fish, the onlookers ceased their water fetching and gathered to watch. Xiao Laifu, you must have become a master. With just a wooden stick and hemp rope, you've caught 2 fish, exclaimed Li Chongwu. Second uncle, quiet down. Li Laifu felt a significant tug on his line as a large fish nudged the worm before swimming away. All eyes were on him, and Li Laolu, puffing on his pipe, approached, ready to call everyone back to fetch water. Suddenly, the hemp rope went taut, and Li Laifu's wooden stick was yanked from his grasp, revealing a massive fish that briefly surfaced before submerging again. This slender figure seemed too weak to contend with the fish. With splashes, Li Chongwu and Li Taiju dove into the river, their urgency understandable as Li Laifu's stick had been snatched away. With another splash, 2 more jumped in. Li Taiju grasped the stick while Li Chongwu clutched the fish, causing a dizzying whirl for Chongwu. The second uncle reached into the fish's gills as Li Laolu shouted from the bank. Li Laifu estimated the fish's weight at around 30 pounds. Such a creature was nearly invincible in the river, and with the fishing line and hook of that era, it would be impossible to catch it. Had Li Laifu not used hemp rope, it would have undoubtedly snapped under the strain. The 3 men struggled with the fish, and finally, Li Chongwu seized the opportunity to thrust his hand into its gills. Li Taiju emerged first, pulling the 3 of them and the fish toward the shore. As the large fish came ashore, a crowd gathered around. A mark of blood appeared on Li Chongwu's arm, yet he felt no pain, overwhelmed with joy. Nearby, someone shouted, Li Tieju's little son, come here. Lay down next to this fish and see who is bigger. The fish weighed at least 30 pounds, truly heavier than a child. Li Laolu, the village chief, rubbed his hands together and remarked, Laifu, my brother, look at this fish. At that moment, all eyes turned to Li Laifu, who waved his hand and declared, let us prepare it directly for everyone to enjoy. I still have 2 more fish at home, enough for my grandparents. Thank you, uncle. Thank you. Li Taiju exclaimed joyfully while others chimed in with expressions of gratitude, calling out brother, uncle, little grandpa, second uncle, you carry the fish to the village entrance. And you all continue fetching water. Once you're done, come to the village entrance for soup, Li Laifu instructed. He took a bundle of straw from the riverbank, threading the 2 fish through it and hanging them around Li Xiaolong's neck. He could no longer fish, the hooks had straightened out, and with so many people around, it was impossible to bend them back. Had it not been for the quick reactions of Li Chongwu and Li Taiju, the hooks would have likely snapped long ago. As Li Chongwu carried the large fish through the village, everyone gathered at the village center. With over 30 households and more than 100 people, the 30-pound fish filled 2 large pots. The fish was divided in half, primarily for the soup. With so many people, there would hardly be enough fish for each person to taste. Li Laolu, too, had to part with a significant amount, taking out half a bowl of oil. Li Laifu assumed they would be making plain fish soup again. Brother Lu, this big fish owes much to my efforts. Shouldn't he give me some oil? He was not keen on having the same plain fish soup made by his grandmother again. He imagined cooking it with vegetables, even dipping his chopsticks into the oil jar for a bit of flavor. Had Li Laifu not caught this fish, Li Laolu would certainly not have given him any oil. Eventually, he took a small bowl and, with a pout, poured half a bowl of oil. This is public property. There won't be any next time, Li Laolu cautioned. Understood. Understood. You stingy fellow, I won't need it next time either, he thought, already planning how to prepare the fish. He envisioned a traditional Northeast-style fish stew, steaming pumpkin, mashing it with some cornmeal, and making large steamed buns. He hadn't had a proper meal in days, and the sweet steamed pumpkin buns were simply delightful. By 4 or 5 in the afternoon, every household had brought out bowls and gathered at the village entrance, gazing at the steaming, white fish soup, each one salivating. In these times, no one's health remained unscathed. Xiaolong and Xiaohu, without needing instruction, already stood beside with large bowls in hand. Li Laifu truly cherished these 2 boys. Their presence brought him joy. Chapter 12. The affection of grandparents. Let us go. Big brother will prepare delicious food for you at home. Don't fill up on fish soup here, Li Laifu urged. We must hurry, or the old man might come down from the mountain soon. Big brother. Before the 2 could respond, Li Laifu insisted, let us move quickly. The 2 boys turned back to glance at the fish soup multiple times. Li Chongwu, being the wiser, understood that his nephew still had 2 fish and a wild chicken from lunchtime, and knowing that his son would be called away, he decided not to fill up on soup here. Lu, you all enjoy. We still have 2 fish at home. I am heading to the old man's place. Li Chongwu said to Li Laolu. Whoever drinks the most today will help second uncle carry more water tomorrow. Li Laolu instructed. Grandson, you truly caught a fish? Inquired the elder as he noticed the boys entering the courtyard. Grandfather, my older brother has caught an enormous fish, exclaimed Little Tiger, spreading his arms wide for emphasis. You are just spouting nonsense. I'll have your father discipline you for such tall tales. A fish that size could carry you away, the old man replied skeptically. Grandfather, my brother is not lying. He really did catch a gigantic fish, but it is at the village committee, where Brother Lu took it to cook for everyone. Observing the 2 little boys with their earnest expressions, the elder found it hard to dismiss their claims and asked, Grandson, did you truly catch it? Li Laifu had already placed the pumpkin in the steamer and set aside half a bowl of oil on the counter. He stood at the kitchen door and said, Grandfather, I did catch it, but I couldn't pull it up myself. It was Uncle and Taiju along with several others who retrieved it. How come you all returned when you were supposed to be dining at the village committee? The elder queried, puzzled. Grandfather, I haven't had a proper meal in ages. I decided to make some flatbreads myself, and we can simply eat these 2 fish, Li Laifu replied, skillfully preparing the fish and chopping a chicken. The elder opened his mouth to speak, but refrained, knowing that under normal circumstances, they would have gone to eat at the village. Who would waste food at home? Yet, seeing his grandson's reluctance to go, he chose to remain silent. Once the pumpkin was steamed to a pulp, it filled a large basin, and Li Laifu grabbed 2 handfuls of sorghum flour. He poured half a bowl of oil into the pot, added the fish and chicken with water, and placed the pumpkin mash around the edge of the pot. Li Chongwu hurried back, sitting at the door while smoking, his eyes darting toward the kitchen. Chongwu. Everyone is at the village enjoying fish soup. What are you three doing here? Aunt Air called from outside. Mom, my brother is making something delicious. He says his fish soup is even better than what they have at the village, Little Tiger answered earnestly. You women are not as clever as my son. Li Chongwu chuckled. You're not clever at all. You just have thick skin, the elder retorted from his chair. Your skin isn't thin either. You two grown men are leaving the cooking to my grandson? The old woman protested. Now, Grandma, don't speak nonsense. It wasn't me who made him cook. He insisted on doing it himself, surely because you don't cook well, Li Laifu defended. If my cooking were so poor, how come I haven't tea poisoned you? The old lady shot back, briskly heading toward the kitchen. Oh dear, grandson, let Grandma take over. She exclaimed. Grandma, wash your hands and get ready to eat. I've finished making everything, Li Laifu replied, the delicious aromas wafting through the kitchen. The old lady observed the fragrant fish soup and chicken broth simmering in the pot. Alongside the golden flatbread steaming nearby, her mouth twitching as she thought, is this grandson a bit extravagant? Li Laifu had pressed over 20 large flatbreads against the side of the pot. Thankfully, the large pot of that era was indeed spacious, or it would have been impossible to fit them all. Using a wooden spatula, he carefully removed the flatbreads and placed them into a basin. Then ladled the soup into a large bowl. Mom, Laifu's cooking is truly delightful. Whoever marries into our family will be fortunate, Aunt Air remarked. Peering eagerly into the kitchen, the elderly lady straightened her back and remarked, Indeed, even if my eldest grandson lacks culinary skills, just look at his handsome appearance. Finding a wife in the future will not pose a challenge. Eldest grandson, you should take a break from standing at the door and come help serve the dishes. She instructed her second aunt. Little Dragon and Little Tiger clutched the large bowl from earlier, salivating at the enticing aroma. Gathered as a family, with fragrant flatbreads in hand. Old Manly sighed. It has been nearly 2 years since I last enjoyed flatbreads. Li Laifu casually inquired, Grandpa, don't you eat steamed cornbread? Li Chongwu took a bite of the flatbread and responded, Who told you that? Rural folks eat steamed cornbread? The second aunt bit into her flatbread and said, Only a fool would eat steamed cornbread. With just one cornbread made from cornmeal, I could add some water and cook a pot of corn porridge. That is far better than drinking plain water. Li Laifu also recalled that with the wisdom of the common people, one would never be foolish enough to eat steamed cornbread and ultimately starve, having been misled by old television dramas. Brother, did you put sugar in this flatbread? It's so sweet. Little Tiger exclaimed, having already finished one flatbread and licking the crumbs from his fingers. Li Laifu did not respond to them, instead savoring his soup and dry flatbreads, particularly enjoying the texture of the flatbread, which was especially chewy after being cooked on the pan. Little Tiger, Little Dragon, you may each have only one flatbread, drink some soup, and have some meat. We cannot allow you to eat unlimited flatbreads. The second aunt instructed, let them eat. Those two children are lacking in nutrition. In this day and age, who isn't lacking in nutrition? Laifu, don't worry about it, Li Chongwu remarked. Only Li Laifu consumed a large bowl of chicken soup and devoured 4 flatbreads, while the others each had 1 flatbread and a bowl of soup. In his memory, it had been at least a year or 2 since he had felt so full. Grandson, eat less, or you might rupture your belly, Old Manly cautioned. Understood, Grandpa. Eventually, half a basin of soup remained, and about 10 flatbreads were left. Li Laifu did not linger in the courtyard. He washed his feet by the water tank and promptly went to bed, eager to cut open the remaining pumpkin, planting the seeds in the ground. Having already ripened 3 other pumpkins and sowed over 100 pumpkin seeds in the field before falling asleep. When he awoke in the morning, it was likely already 7 or 8 o'clock. He had no watch and had lost all sense of time. Eldest grandson, your grandmother has boiled bird eggs and placed them in a large bowl. For breakfast, you shall have these bird eggs. Old Manly called out to Li Laifu as he emerged. Li Laifu looked at the bowl filled with peeled bird eggs, his heart swelling with affection. His grandparents truly cared for him. Being 15, he no longer pretended to be an adult, and taking a bird egg, he directly fed it to the old man, saying, Grandpa, you eat too. Brother, you're awake. Little Dragon and Little Tiger seized the opportunity to rush in, having likely been waiting at the door. He was not stingy, preparing to give each of them a bird egg, while the 2 little rascals hid their hands behind their backs and said, Grandma gave us each 2 this morning. We want to eat them. You have them, brother. As the elder brother arrived, the children had already enjoyed an ample feast over the past few days. Their parents had explicitly instructed them not to compete with their elder brother for food. In Chapter 13, Wild Boar, Trap, Laifu unceremoniously placed bird eggs into their hands, urging them to eat without hesitation. The two young children savored the delicacies with great care. "Elder brother, you are heading into the mountains," they remarked, noticing Laifu wielding a chopping knife. "If I don't venture into the mountains, where shall I procure meat for you? You must remain at home and behave." "Very well. Elder brother, we shall await your return at grandfather's house. Please come back soon," Little Long replied. Laifu then retrieved 4 flatbreads from the kitchen, distributing one each to Little Long and Little Tiger while keeping 2 for himself. "Grandson, you must not venture deep into the mountains. Play near the edge and return promptly," instructed Old Masterly. He set off for the mountains without carrying anything, except for the matches he had taken from the stove. The women of the village were busy foraging for wild vegetables in the mountains, drying them for winter to avoid the hardships they faced last year. Were it not for Li Lao's compassion, some in Li family village might have perished from hunger. With his head held high, he trekked into the mountains in search of birds' nests. After walking for an hour, he arrived at the site of the trap he had dug the previous day, finding it intact but devoid of corn kernels. Fortunately, he retrieved a large pumpkin from his storage, having prepared several the day before. He cut the pumpkin into halves and gently placed them over the trap, continuing deeper into the mountains while munching on his flatbreads. He realized his body was feeble and needed to replenish his strength swiftly. By noon, he had consumed both flatbreads and collected over 20 bird eggs along the way. With 4 being quite large, Laifu dared not venture further into the mountains. While wild boars were fierce, they would not attack unless provoked. The real danger lay in the wolves and bears, which would charge if encountered. He gathered some dry twigs and produced 3 ears of corn from his storage, roasting them while keeping a vigilant lookout. He devoured 3 ears of corn in one go, extinguishing the fire with his foot. Suddenly, he heard rustling in the grass. Laifu stood still, eyes wide, as a large snake slithered out from the underbrush. Having encountered many snakes in his previous life, particularly in the orphanage's garden, he was unafraid. Picking up a wooden stick from the ground, he observed the snake's head and discerned it was non-venomous, which emboldened him further. He struck the snake's head several times until it was crushed and lifted it, weighing about 3 or 4 pounds. He hurried along, occasionally foraging for mushrooms, which were sweet and golden, storing some in his storage. He also discovered a wild hawthorn bush, a delightful fruit in this era, and harvested all the berries, filling his 2 small pockets while storing the excess in his space. After leisurely wandering in the mountains for over 2 hours, he finally reached the wild boar trap, having refrained from straying from his path for fear of getting lost. Thus, he returned without finding any further bird eggs. I wonder if I've caught a wild boar." Laifu swiftly ran towards the trap, spotting a large pit from a distance, with incessant cries emanating from within. Standing at the edge of the pit, he beheld a hefty boar, weighing approximately 100 pounds, alongside a smaller pig that was circling inside. Its bristles stood upright, reminiscent of a hedgehog. Laifu surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of other wild pigs. Upon noticing his presence, the wild boar became increasingly agitated, vocalizing incessantly. Hastily, Laifu sought a vine by the tree line, entwined 2 together, and cast them over the wild boar, reeling it into his spatial pocket with remarkable swiftness. He also managed to capture a smaller wild pig, weighing over 10 pounds, and upon glancing into his spatial pocket, he found both the larger and smaller pigs resting motionless upon a white stone slab, as if plunged into a state of hibernation. Laifu immediately recognized this as a tranquil space. Casting his gaze upon the 2 sharpened sticks within the pit, he cursed under his breath, realizing they were utterly useless, incapable of even piercing the pig's hide. After an hour-ish trek, he finally reached the mountain's edge, only to find the women absent, likely due to the late hour, which he estimated to be around 4 o'clock. His frail physique was ill-equipped to carry the wild boar, so he fashioned the 2 vines into a makeshift leash, leading them homeward. Binding the vines around the pig's legs seemed futile, for a mere tug would surely set it free. Instead, he secured the vines around the pig's belly, draping a large snake around its neck, and released the wild boar. As soon as he freed the boar, it began thrashing violently and bellowing. Laifu gripped the vine tightly, pulling it down the mountain. The boar fought back, resembling a tug-of-war match, each time it lunged forward to bite him. He swiftly yanked it along. Eventually, the pig learned to rear back, refusing to advance. As Laifu was making his way home, the boar's cries echoed far and wide, drawing the men of the village out of their homes. all believing that the pigs they raised had escaped. In such times, one could face dire consequences for letting a communal pig run loose. Not only would they be denied meat during the new year, but even the remnants of the pig would be out of reach. I refuse to believe I cannot manage you, Laifu muttered, tugging at the vine in frustration. Where did you get this pig? Li Chengwu inquired, being the first to arrive due to his proximity to the mountain. Laifu, still weak from exertion, exclaimed, Second uncle. I caught this in the mountains. Come help me. You are truly a miracle worker. You've managed to catch a wild boar. Li Chengwu said as he took hold of the vine from Laifu. What is happening here? Whereas second grandpa, Li Taiju and a group of men rushed over, with the village chief, Li Laolu, trailing behind. Why are you standing there? Come help. This wild boar was caught by your Uncle Laifu. Li Chengwu had already pulled the boar into an open area. Uncle Laifu, are you turning into a spirit? First, you catch a big fish, and now you bring back a wild boar, Li Taiju remarked, brandishing his gun, ready to shoot. Bang! But it was not the sound of a gunshot. Rather, it was Li Laolu kicking Li Taiju in the rear, scolding, You foolish child, what do you think you're doing with that gun? How will you explain this to the commune? This wild boar is bound to be sent to the commune, you dimwit. It was evident that the village chief possessed a quick wit, saying, Second uncle, if you can subdue the pig, let us all work together to restrain it. Old Li and the elderly lady hurriedly pulled their grandson aside, feeling his body and inquiring, Dear grandson, are you hurt? How could you be so bold as to tackle a wild boar? Li Laifeng chuckled and replied, Grandma, I'm fine. I'm not foolish enough to catch a wild boar. I dug a trap, and it fell in. I used vines to ensnare it and pulled it out. Be careful not to step on my snake, Li Laifeng shouted. Realizing that while he was preoccupied with the boar, the large snake around his neck had slipped to the ground. Chapter 14. A family's meat supply. Rest for a moment. My grandson, I will fetch the snake for you, Old Li said, sidestepping the crowd of men wrestling with the wild boar. He descended the hill and brought the large snake back up. You must not ascend the mountain again. Your constant fright is bound to give your grandmother a scare, the elderly lady remarked, furrowing her brow as she gazed at the snake. Meanwhile, the wild boar had been secured. But Li Laolu dared not take it to the village office, as it was Li Laifeng who captured it. For men carried the boar to Old Li's home. The entire village, young and old, gathered around. Old Li, holding the snake and frowning at the crowd in the yard, was asked by Li Laolu, Master Li, how shall we handle this wild boar? Old Li rolled his eyes and replied, What else can we do? We must slaughter it. Wild boars do not grow much meat. Village chief Li Laolu, undeterred by Old Li's demeanor, called out, Stop loitering in the yard. Tie up the boar. You all, help with the slaughtering, while the rest of you step outside. Li Chengwu shouted to his wife, Quick, boil some water. Pfft. Li Laifeng, standing beside Old Li, asked, Grandpa, I've been meaning to ask you, how is our family tree organized? Why are the names so unappealing? Old Li, lifting the snake, pulled his grandson aside and said, I have no idea which miscreant ancestor arranged the family tree. I suspect that ancestor only knew a handful of characters, and they bear no relation to one another. The iron names are not so bad, but mine? Laifeng, it sounds like a dog's name. Li Laifeng thought to himself, fearing that one day A Chong Wei might come to beat him. Old Li chuckled and patted his grandson's shoulder, saying, Be grateful, my boy. My name includes a dog character. I am called Li Guoxing. Who can I complain to? Grandpa is what they call me in the village. They refer to me as an ancestor. What name could I change to? I am simply Guoxing. Dare they call me by my full name? I would not spare them. Haha. Li Laifeng discovered that his grandfather was rather amusing. Grandpa, the snake is not yet fully dead. You should extract its gallbladder and soak it in wine. It is good for the eyes. Indeed, exclaimed Old Li, as he headed to the kitchen with the snake. The elderly lady had already placed a large basin beneath the pig's head, preparing to collect the blood. Li Laifeng observed the group of people lounging against the courtyard wall. Upon entering the house, he saw that Old Li had extracted the gallbladder and filled half a bowl with wine, using chopsticks to prod the gallbladder. Grandpa, I have something to discuss with you. Old Li, holding a bowl of wine, squinted and said, Grandson, if you have something to say, just speak it plainly. Li Laifeng then continued, You see, our family holds the highest lineage in this village. While we enjoy meat, we cannot deny others the broth. This is what I propose. The pig has been butchered, and there are still 70 or 80 pounds left. If we distribute a pound to each household, what do you think? My dear grandson, you are a good child, and I support your idea. However, your grandmother and your second aunt may be dismayed, he remarked, glancing outside before adding, Go ahead. The villagers have called me old master for decades. It is only fitting to share some meat with them, especially since my eldest grandson has been so capable. Li Lifeng shook his head and replied, Grandfather, I am too shy to speak. You should do it. As the eldest, why should I need to speak for myself? Old Li called out, Xiao Li, the village chief. Li Laolu rushed in and asked, Old master, what is the matter? Holding his wine bowl, Old Li declared, My eldest grandson has said that while we feast on meat, we must allow the villagers to savor the broth as well. Please inform them that each household may take a pound of meat. That old fool, you must be drunk. The old lady chimed in as she entered with a basin of pig's blood. Li Laolu, intimidated, dared not interject, while Li Lifeng chuckled, Grandmother, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Old Li said to Li Laolu, Go on, speak to the old lady. She will agree to anything her grandson proposes. It took a full 10 minutes to persuade the old lady, and if it had been someone else, she would have never consented. Li Lifeng and the old lady emerged into the bustling scene outside. Previously, they had merely spectated, but now that they knew meat would be provided from their own family, everyone clapped in delight. Li Tietue, known for his pig slaughtering skills, had skillfully shaved the bones until they glistened. Li Chongwu was still boiling the pig's head. As removing the hair from it was no simple task, Li Lifeng approached Li Laolu and said, Brother Lu, you know, calling a man in his 50s or 60s big brother feels rather satisfying. Younger brother, is there something you need? Li Laolu inquired. Those large bones. Please take them to the village office to make soup for everyone. Li Laolu thought to himself that since the meat was being shared, he wouldn't hesitate to accept. All right, on behalf of everyone, I thank you, little brother. Though there is no meat on the bones, there is still marrow within. And considering that everyone is accustomed to eating bitter vegetable porridge, who would complain about meat broth? An hour later, the meat was all distributed. The second aunt was already rendering lard, while the grandmother and Li Chongwu were busy cleaning the intestines. The courtyard was deserted, as Li Laolu had taken a large pile of bones to make soup for everyone, while everyone else had returned home with their meat and large bowls to the village office. Old Li was not idle either. He had set up a large clay pot in the courtyard to simmer snake soup, and Li Chongwu could only dream of tasting the bowl of snake gall wine. You are far too generous, my child, to give away so much meat without asking for any payment, the second aunt remarked from the kitchen door. Understanding her concern, Li Lifeng replied, Aunt, in this day and age, it is not wise to engage in commerce. If I were to sell, I would be in trouble. Who would dare to speak against my generosity? The villagers might even break my legs. What do you know, you silly woman? Laifu, hailing from the city, was certainly aware of these matters. Just focus on extracting your oil and refrain from causing any disturbances, Li Chongwu remarked while washing the intestines. Laifu, unable to contain his hunger, eagerly indulged in snake soup and oil residue, devouring for pumpkin cakes. In a future time, he would hardly partake in such delicacies. However, in this era, he was powerless to resist the delectable oil residue that was simply irresistible. As the fatty intestines were tossed into the pot, the meat remained uncooked, and everyone gathered to partake in the meal. Li Chongwu took a sip of wine and exclaimed, Father, this feels like a dream. Since Laifu's arrival, our meals have been lavish, meat and wine every day. How will we manage in the future? My eldest grandson is indeed fortunate. The elderly lady, relishing her cake, was overjoyed. Li Lao, filled with nostalgia, remarked, As I approach the twilight of my years, I have not enjoyed the blessings of my eldest son. Yet I am fortunate to relish those of my eldest grandson. This son of mine has been a disappointment. Chapter 15. Preparations to return to the city. That rascal Li Chongwen had better not return. He took my grandson away for years and has only come back twice. Now that my grandson has grown up, he no longer needs him to escort him home. What use is his son now? The elderly lady fumed. It is precisely because you look down upon his current wife that he stays away, Li Lao replied. I still often scold Xiao Chui. Have you seen her leave? The elderly lady retorted, unwilling to concede. Mother, the man I found lacks ambition, and I have nowhere else to go, the second aunt chuckled. Li Chongwu, sipping his wine and shaking his head, observed his elder brother's stubbornness. His refusal to return was solely due to the elderly lady's unkindness towards his second wife. Go on, be off with you, and stop causing trouble, the elderly lady addressed the second aunt. Grandfather, grandmother, I too shall return tomorrow. Laifu seized the moment to speak up. What? Eldest grandson, why are you in such a hurry? You've only been here a few days. The elderly lady was taken aback. Laifu, not waiting for Li Lao to inquire further, quickly explained, Grandfather, grandmother, I wish to take some meat back home. I am not attending school anymore, and it is not far. I can reach home in an hour. I will come back in a couple of days. That is acceptable. You startled me. I thought you would be away for a long time again, the elderly lady said, patting her chest in relief. Li Lao remarked, indeed. You should take some meat back. Our eldest grandson possesses a filial heart. Laifu, feeling helpless, noted that his grandparents were lavish in their compliments, regardless of the occasion. Thankfully, the second uncle and aunt were quite easygoing. Otherwise, the elderly couple might have driven them to distraction with their blatant favoritism. After the meal, as Li Chengwu prepared to leave, Laifu offered him 10 pounds of meat. What is this for? I don't need it. Take it back with you, he protested. However, his two sons were not so gracious, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Uncle, there is still 30 pounds of meat left. I am setting aside 10 pounds for grandfather and grandmother, so I will take 20 pounds along with a large pig's head. This is already quite sufficient. So why be so polite with your own nephew? Laifu insisted, pressing the meat upon him. Li Lao reclined in his chair and said, Second son, accepted. As my grandson has said, he is your nephew, and it is only right that you receive it. Very well, uncle, I thank you. Li Chengwu said as he carried meat, accompanied by his wife and children on their way home. Upon exiting the courtyard, he scolded, You two little rascals. You've stepped on my shoes. Why are you following so closely? Dad, will my brother and I get to eat meat tomorrow? Xiaolong inquired. Have you lost your mind? How much meat have you both consumed these past few days? Your appetites have certainly grown spoiled. After feasting on snake meat and oil residue tonight, you still dare to hope for meat tomorrow? I'm telling you, do not mention meat for an entire week, the second aunt rebuked. Li Chengwu observed the disappointment etched on his sons' faces and remarked, You two silly boys. Does your mother not allow you to eat meat? Your grandparents certainly have meat. If you go to them, do you think they would refuse you? Foolish child, the second aunt pinched Li Chengwu, saying, How can you be so heartless? Ever since my mother gave me a bowl of porridge, I have been like her own son. Naturally, my children are her grandchildren. What is wrong with them having a bit of their food? Li Chengwu shrugged nonchalantly, You have a point. You're rather clever for a heartless fellow. What made you think of changing your surname? Li Chengwu gazed skyward. What does it matter whether I change my surname? I may not be clever, but I've settled here, married a wife, and have 2 sons and a daughter. Without that bowl of porridge from your mother, I would have perished from hunger long ago. Grandson, go to bed now. Your grandparents will finish cooking the pig intestines and then retire. The elderly lady said to the yawning Li Laifu. Li Laifu was indeed weary. After climbing onto the bed, he quickly harvested 10 ripe corn cobs, managing to plant corn across 4 acres, while 1 acre was dedicated to pumpkins. Glancing at the still and silent pig, there remained only a wild chicken. 10 wild chicken eggs, 20 bird eggs, and 4 large birds in the space. Drowsiness began to descend upon him. In the morning, as he awoke, the elderly couple was still sunning the pumpkin seeds they had consumed a few days prior. Xiaolong and Xiaohu were playing in the courtyard, while the second aunt busied herself in the kitchen. Grandson, are you awake? Are you hungry? The elderly lady said, momentarily abandoning the pumpkin seeds to approach him. Li Laifu stirred. The second aunt had already reheated the chicken soup from yesterday and had a couple of flatbreads ready. Hurry and come eat, she urged. All right, second aunt. I'll be right there, he replied, quickly rinsing his mouth and washing his face, reminding himself that he must properly brush his teeth later, having neglected it for 3 days. Once Li Laifu was ready, he called out to the 2 little brothers, Come and eat with your big brother. The 2 little rascals immediately looked to their mother. Go on, go on. Your big brother is calling for you. The second aunt waved her hand, encouraging them. Li Laifu took 1 flatbread for himself and broke the other into halves to share with his younger brothers. The second aunt watched with delight. What mother wouldn't he wish for her son to eat well? Her own 2 children had hardly stopped eating these past few days, and she could tell they were gaining weight. After Li Laifu finished his meal, the elderly couple had packed his belongings. He had arrived with a small bag of flour and would leave with a burlap sack. Grandson, I've placed the pig's head and meat inside for you, along with the intestines, liver, stomach, and lungs. I will add them on top shortly. Grandma, did you save some pork for yourselves? Li Laifu inquired. I have left 2 kilograms for your grandfather. Is that sufficient? Did I not mention yesterday that I would reserve 10 kilograms for you? That will suffice. Do not worry. I still have a jar of lard. Li Laifu remarked, In that case, I shall only take half of the intestines and his stomach, leaving the pig liver and lungs for grandfather and my second uncle to enjoy. Observing the elderly lady's reluctance to accept, he quickly interjected, Grandmother, please do not refuse. If you do not keep it, I may not return next time. All right, all right. As long as you can come, my dear grandson, I shall keep it. This tactic evidently worked. Otherwise, I shall have Xiao Liuzai drive you back. That bag must weigh at least 50 kilograms. Grandfather, please do not call him. I encountered Taizhu on my way here. He was hauling manure with the ox cart. Laifu, you are indeed a child of the city now. Complaining about the stench of manure. Xiao Long and Xiao who were playing with it this morning. An heir added, laughing heartily. Li Laifu glanced at his two younger brothers. Recalling how they had played in the mud upon arrival, and it seemed quite plausible they would play with manure as well. Mother, I was not playing. Yesterday, I saw my brother pull out a worm, so I checked this morning to see if I had one too. Chapter 16. Director Zhang of the street Li Laifu had no desire to engage in further conversation with them. He felt nauseated after speaking with the three women for a while, watching the elderly lady prepare the pork intestines, stomach, liver, and lungs. He took the bag and headed for the door. The old man, the elderly lady, and heir, along with Xiao Hu and Xiao Long, accompanied him to the village entrance, where he relished the advantages of being an elder, with various uncles and grandfathers continuously addressing him, especially the little children, who, upon seeing the old man, directly called him ancestor. The old man noticed Li Laifu's joy and inquired, "Grandson, are you happy? I may be old now, but in my youth, I often wandered the village, waiting for others to call me. If no one did, I would go to their elders to seek an explanation." Li Laifu realized that his mischievous nature was indeed inherited from his grandfather. "Great-grandfather, are you sending off my uncle?" A group including Li Taizhu inquired. "Yes. Your uncle is returning to the city," the old man replied, hands clasped behind his back. Li Laolu immediately shouted, "Taizhu, help your uncle carry his belongings." Li Taizhu, "Take the gun. Is it really necessary to bring the gun?" Li Taizhu questioned. Li Laolu, frowning, scolded, "What do you know? Your uncle is carrying meat in that sack. What if someone tries to rob him? If I tell you to go, you must go. There is no room for argument. Otherwise, you can stay here and fetch water for others." I will go. I will go. Is that not acceptable?" Li Laifu nearly exclaimed, "Oh my." With someone to help him carry the load, he readily handed the sack to Li Taizhu. "Xiao Liuzai, you did well," the old man remarked, reflecting on how he had forgotten due to the elderly lady's incessant chatter. As they walked, the three engaged in casual conversation, and Li Laifu momentarily handled Li Taizhu's gun. "Uncle, this is an American gun. I heard from the militia squad leader in the commune that it is called a Springfield rifle," Li Taizhu explained. Li Laifu nodded. Although the damage was quite severe, likely a relic from the battlefield of the Korean War. After an hour's journey, the three of them arrived at the city gate. Li Taizhu, carrying his rifle, hesitated to enter the city, while Li Laifu took the bag upon himself and trudged toward the city, reaching Nanluoguxiang in half an hour. At the entrance of every courtyard sat clusters of elderly women, while beneath the sprawling roots of a large tree across from Dewan, several old men were perpetually engaged in a game of chess. Having come from the countryside, Li Laifu was unfamiliar with many faces in these alleys. Thus he pressed forward with determination, his head down. Upon reaching the gate of courtyard 88, he heard several elderly women at the entrance of 89 calling out, "Director?" Li Laifu paused and turned to look. The street's director, a middle-aged woman in her 40s whom he recognized from her visit to their courtyard during the new year, approached him. He suddenly recalled tales from novels about how one could be reported for indulging in good food during these times. With so much meat, it would be impossible to hide. The courtyard was small, and the aroma of stir-fried meat would waft through the air. In that moment, Director Zhang had already pedaled her bicycle over, an elderly woman seated behind her. "Aunt Zhang," Li Laifu called out twice. The bicycle screeched to a halt. "What do you want?" she asked, peering at him with familiarity. "Who are you a child of?" "Director, I know." The elderly woman behind chimed in quickly. "He is the eldest son of Li Chongwen from courtyard 88, named Li Laifu. This lady, also surnamed Liu, was the head of the local residence committee." "Little Laifu, what brings you here?" Director Zhang asked kindly. Li Laifu placed the bag on the ground and said, "Aunt Zhang, I wanted to ask if we can eat meat." Director Zhang chuckled. "What nonsense are you talking about? Our street distributes meat coupons every month. Though meat may be scarce, are we not allowed to eat it?" Realizing the absurdity of his words, Li Laifu quickly corrected himself. "Aunt Zhang, I misspoke. I meant, can our family eat? Isn't the meat bought from the state-run food station?" Upon hearing this, the elderly Mrs. Liu sprang up, prompting Director Zhang to dismount her bicycle and ask, "Not from the state-run food station?" Where did your family get the meat? After uttering this, Laifu sensed the tension in the atmosphere and hurriedly reached into the bag, producing a wild boar's head, saying, Aunt Zhang, I meant to ask if we can eat the wild boar meat we hunted ourselves? Director Zhang laughed. You startled me. Of course, you can eat the wild boar you hunted yourself. We serve the people. Could we possibly prevent them from enjoying good food? That would contradict our purpose. However, given the current planned economy, she continued, if your family has meat, then this month, your household 1T received the 2 liang of meat coupons. With a more serious tone, she added, in these times, as long as one does not steal or rob, everyone ought to rely on their own abilities to find sustenance. If one cannot find food, they have no one else to blame. Clearly, those in leadership positions possessed far more knowledge than the average citizen. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spoken so insightfully. Nearby, Mrs. Liu smiled and said, You young lad, you certainly have some skills. Did you really hunt that wild boar yourself? Laifu did not conceal the truth, stating, I have nothing to hunt wild boars. This is what I caught in my traps. The elderly lady circled around the burlap sack and inquired, Surely, there are dozens of pounds of meat in that sack? Can your family consume all of it? Director Zhang's eyes suddenly brightened at her words, a subtle expression that Laifu, having navigated society for over 20 years, astutely recognized. Lu Grandma, would you like some? Laifu asked. The elderly lady did not respond directly but instead looked toward Director Zhang, who propped his bicycle against a wall and suggested, Let us discuss this inside. As Laifu carried the sack toward the courtyard, he noted the absence of people. Everyone was at work, and their courtyard was rather small. Upon returning home, he found only his 2 younger brothers and 1 sister present, with no sign of Zhao Fang. Elder brother, you're back. What have you brought? His younger brothers eagerly asked in succession. Wait a moment, my dear brothers. Stay inside and do not come out. I will join you shortly. Laifu instructed before closing the door behind him and placing the pig's head on the counter. Director Zhang and the elderly lady entered soon after. Without further ado, Laifu picked up the kitchen knife and made 2 precise cuts at the fattest part of the pig's neck. This piece must weigh at least 2 pounds, right? Aunt Zhang, you don't expect us to take it for free, do you? What nonsense are you spouting? If you can share the meat with us, we will be more than grateful. How could we accept it without payment? We cannot take advantage of the community, Aunt Lu interjected, nodding vigorously. Indeed, you are providing us with such rich meat. We could not possibly refuse to pay. Considering we wouldn't even find it in line at the state food station at midnight. Chapter 17. Tears of joy. Director Zhang retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket, placing 4 yuan on the counter. No matter how much, this is all I can offer. You must not refuse, she added, having discerned that this young lad was no ordinary child. Aunt Zhang, this is far too generous. The food station only sells meat for 6 yuan 50 per pound. What do you mean too much? You foolish boy, you are unaware of the prices outside. The food station may sell meat at 6 yuan 50 a pound, but they hardly sell it even once a month, Aunt Lu remarked without hesitation, producing her own handkerchief and placing a pile of small bills on the counter after counting them 2 or 3 times. With smiles, they took the meat. And Director Zhang inquired, Little Laifu, do you often go hunting? Aren't you in school? I'm already in the 2nd year of junior high. But there aren't many students at school these days. It hardly matters whether I attend or not, he replied. Director Zhang sighed, saying, Indeed. The teachers are so underfed that they lack the energy to teach. Aunt Lu chimed in, Exactly. Teachers are not considered strong laborers and receive only 18 pounds of grain a month. Who can survive on that? Director Zhang nodded, saying, Well, we shall take our leave now. Little Laifu, should you catch anything in the future, feel free to find me in the street. All right, Aunt Zhang, safe travels, he replied. After they departed, Laifu extracted the intestines, pig liver, and pig stomach from the burlap sack, took a large bowl, filled it generously, and retrieved 2 half pumpkins from his space. Where has your mother gone? Laifu asked as he opened the door. Elder brother, what did you bring? Zhang Yuan inquired. Even the little Li Xiaohong, playing on the Kong, crawled over and exclaimed, Big brother wants to eat. Big brother wants to eat. You 2 go wash your hands. Laifu commanded, cradling his sister in his arms and placing a piece of fatty intestine in her mouth. Big brother, my hands aren't dirty, Zhang Yuan protested, already reaching towards the bowl, while Jiang Tao remained motionless. Laifu rolled his eyes and said, I don't care whether your hands are clean or not. If you don't wash, you can't eat. Big brother, the meat is delicious. The little sister's remark stirred the 2 brothers, who squeezed together at the door. The little girl grasped the intestine with both hands, biting down and pulling with all her might. He tasted a bite and detected a salty flavor, accompanied by a hint of meaty odor. After indulging in meat these past few days, his palate had become discerning. Just days ago, he would stuff any meat into his mouth, but now he was selective, opting for fatty cuts. Sister, let us not eat the intestine anymore. It's too troublesome for the little girl, he thought. In this era, whether boiling meat or intestines, everything is cooked to about 80%, never overdone. He took a piece of pig liver, finally swapping it out for the intestine. Pig liver? Can that little girl even chew it? Big brother, we've washed up, Jiang Tao announced, his hand already reaching out. It was no surprise that the two boys were eager for meat. Even adults couldn't resist these days. Just before the new year, which family would dare to spend their meat rations? In a year, a family might accumulate merely 2.5 gene. They were all preparing to make dumplings for the new year. Big brother, is that meat from Grandpa and Grandma's house? It smells so good, Jiang Tao inquired. Just eat. Why ask so much? Leave a couple of pieces of pig liver for your sister. By the way, you haven't mentioned where your aunt went. My mother went to the street to collect matchboxes. It's our family's turn this month. Li Lifeng thought for a moment. Indeed. The street distributed matchboxes on a rotational basis, 500 boxes for 50 cents each, unlike other stories that specifically target underprivileged families. In this day and age, who living in the courtyard isn't struggling? Even working-class families have a multitude of children. The street could only distribute to each household in turn. If they dared to give to just one family, there would be chaos. Even if it were 100,000 matchboxes, the entire family would quickly put them together. As noon approached, he went straight to the kitchen, cut a large pumpkin, and placed it on a steaming rack over a large pot. He laid a pig's head on the chopping board and took out another 30 gene of meat, placing the intestines in a basin. Returning to the room, he found that the large bowl contained only a few slices of pig liver. The meat had been devoured by the two boys. Li Xiaohong sat on the kong with the big bowl, continuously eating and getting her face messy. Big brother, is there any meat left? I can still eat, Zhang Yuan asked. There's still meat, but you'll have to wait for your aunt to come back to eat together. You two behave yourselves. Both boys turned their gazes towards Li Xiaohong's bowl. Not to be outsmarted, Li Xiaohong hugged the big bowl to her chest, making Li Lifeng want to laugh. The clever little girl wasn't even 3 yet. Suddenly, the door swung open with a clang. Xiao Tao, Xiao Yuan, your sister hasn't cried, has she? Then came a loud, oh my goodness. Mother, why are you shouting? Zhang Yuan called out from the doorway. Xiao Yuan, is there a pig's head on the chopping board? Zhao Feng inquired with a tone laced with uncertainty. Never mind, I shan't ask you anymore. It must be a mere dream. With that, she reached out and grasped Zhang Yuan's ear, tugging at it with vigor as she asked, Xiao Yuan, does it hurt? Yes, it truly does, he exclaimed. Aunt, are you certain that Xiao Yuan is your real son? It was evident from Zhang Yuan's distorted face that he was in pain. Oh dear, Laifu? When did you return? Aunt, please loosen your grip. You might just pull Xiao Yuan's ear off. Goodness, you wretched child, why are you placing your ear in my hand? Get away from me. With that, she gave Zhang Yuan's head another push and turned to Li Laifu, asking, Laifu, what is the story behind this meat on the chopping board? Li Laifu, observing Zhao Feng's bewilderment, smiled and replied, Aunt, this is a wild boar I caught in a trap on the back mountain of our hometown. I gave a bit to others and brought the rest back. Zhao Feng remained skeptical. So, you mean to say that is indeed a pig's head on the chopping board? I'm not imagining things? Before Li Laifu could respond, Zhao Feng, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced the pig's head from the board, weeping profusely. Suddenly, she placed the pig's head back on the board, rushed over, and enveloped Li Laifu in her arms, sobbing, Good Laifu, my dear Laifu, you are truly remarkable. Aunt Zhao, wait a moment. The pumpkin in the pot is almost ready. The tears of a woman can be quite powerful, arriving and departing in an instant. Zhao Feng immediately ceased her weeping and queried, What pumpkin? Li Laifu approached the large pot and lifted the lid. A golden, radiant pumpkin lay within. Brother, when did you steam this? Is this pumpkin sweet? Zhang Yuan, now unbothered by the pain in his ear, pushed past Zhao Feng, eager to reach the stove. Zhao Feng yanked her younger son's hair, tossing him backward, causing him to bump against the second door. Laifu, where did this pumpkin come from? I traded some meat for it on my way back, but the person took the pumpkin seeds, Li Laifu lied without flinching. Chapter 18. Exchange for cigarette coupons. Fearing Zhao Feng would become agitated again, Li Laifu quickly jabbed a piece of pumpkin with his chopsticks and said, Brother, The first piece is for me. Jiang Yuan dashed back. Ah, stay away. I am your second brother, he retorted as Jiang Tao seized him by the collar, pulling him back. Jiang Yuan, having brushed himself off, followed Jiang Tao, clearly accustomed to such antics. Zhao Fong caught the pumpkin piece Li Laifu handed her, inhaled deeply, and remarked, "This pumpkin smells sweet." She picked up a basin nearby and gathered the pumpkin into it, while the two mischievous boys trailed behind her with bowls in hand. Zhao Fong settled onto the Kong, and the little girl had already climbed into her lap, eagerly opening her mouth for a bite. "Laifu, you are truly impressive. You will surely rise to great heights one day. I have never seen so much meat in our home. This several dozen pounds will last us for years." Zhao Fong fed a piece to Li Xiaohong, who happily munched away, chattering away. "Mother, beneath our cutting board, there are also the pig's intestines, liver, and stomach that brother brought back. Just now, I had a full bowl with second brother. It was so delicious," Jiang Yuan joyfully declared as he enjoyed the pumpkin. "Woo-woo. Mother, your youngest son is a little fool. He was just talking nonsense," Jiang Tao remarked, covering Jiang Yuan's mouth. "He is a little fool. And you are a great fool. Laifu, you just gave them a bowl of meat," and Zhao Fong glanced at Li Laifu. "Indeed. What were you thinking? My child, why give them so much meat? It pains my heart." Zhao Fong immediately stood up and snatched the pumpkin bowl from Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan's hands, exclaiming, "You've eaten so much meat already. Stop eating and save some room for dinner tonight. I knew you were a little rascal who talks too much." Jiang Tao scolded Jiang Yuan, licking his chopsticks. In a household of 5, only Li Xiaohong had her fill. Everyone else was only moderately satisfied, which was quite commendable. Zhao Fong then brought in a large cloth bag from outside and tossed it onto the Kong, saying, "Xiao Tao, Xiao Yuan. You two will be busy making matchboxes this afternoon." She cast a cheerful glance at the kitchen. Upon seeing the large bag on the Kong, Li Xiaohong, accustomed to such occurrences, immediately stretched out her little hands, calling, "Big brother, hug me. Big brother, hug me." Li Laifu picked up the little girl and carried her to the kitchen, where Zhao Fong was already hammering a large block of salt on the cutting board. With each strike, she broke off a small piece and crushed it with a knife. This was the coarse salt of that era, while fine salt existed. It required ration tickets, but coarse salt could be purchased freely, as one could not live without salt. "Auntie, we don't need to cure that pig's head, do we? We're having it for dinner?" He knew that keeping fresh meat was out of the question, so he hoped to at least preserve the pig's head. Otherwise, the meat cured with coarse salt would be no different from pickled vegetables. In this era, cured meat was simply cured meat. If one wanted to eat cured ham, it was out of the question. Hanging cured meat on the windowsill? If it lasted more than half an hour, consider yourself fortunate. How can that be? You brought back plenty of intestines, pig liver, and pig heart, which should last us for a while. We can't let this pig's head go to waste. If it spoils, that would be a tragedy. Enough of this. You needn't worry about these matters. You should go sit and rest in the room. You've surely been exhausted these past few days. Li Laifu suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia for his grandmother's home, where he had always been in charge. Forget it. It's futile to reason with people of this era. As he prepared to step outside to use the restroom, he announced, "Auntie, I'm going out to the bathroom." Go on, go on." Zhao Fong responded without lifting her head, her face adorned with a smile as she spread salt over the meat. Once outside, he found the streets deserted and made his way to the alley leading to the restroom. The public restroom of that time resembled a train carriage, with a throng of children squatting at the entrance. Li Laifu set Li Xiaohong down by a utility pole, instructing her not to move, and hurried towards the restroom. The group of children, seemingly unashamed, squatted facing the road without a care in the world. There was no other choice. 5 or 6-year-olds were too afraid to enter that restroom, with a latrine pit 2 to 3 meters deep should a child fall in. There would be no time for rescue. Holding his breath, he finally finished urinating, grateful that there weren't many people at that moment. Mornings were usually filled with long queues. Carrying Li Xiaohong, he strolled towards the entrance of Nanluoguxiang, casting a glance at the supply and marketing cooperative. Spotting cigarettes, his craving surged again. Even with money in his pocket, he couldn't buy any without a cigarette ration ticket. He walked to the candy stall, where large glass jars were filled with colorful sweets. "Comrade, does this piece of candy require a ticket?" Li Laifu called out to the counter. A woman wearing a white hat and a dark blue uniform with floral sleeves approached. "The milk candy requires a ticket, but the sugar cubes do not. 10 for a dime. In this day and age, a mere penny for a thumb-sized piece of candy? Quite expensive indeed." He retrieved a dime from his pocket and handed it over, saying, "Just give me 10 sugar cubes." The vendor picked up a jar of candy, cut a piece of yellow paper, and folded it into a cylinder, retrieving 10 cubes of candy within. Laifu placed one into the little girl's mouth and took one for himself, eliciting a delighted embrace from her around his neck. "Brother, it's sweet. Sweet is good. It's delicious, but one cannot speak." Indeed, they sat at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative for a while, as customers continuously purchased cigarettes. Laifu instructed the little girl to stand still for a moment and swiftly made his way to a nearby alley, retrieving 4 birds from his pocket, tossing 3 onto the ground while the little girl played with one in her hands. As soon as they were placed down, a crowd gathered, and someone finally inquired, "Young man, are you selling those birds?" Laifu rolled his eyes and replied, "What audacity would I have to sell anything in the open, if you're not selling? What are they doing here?" The man, rather foolish and quite talkative, persisted, "I'm merely waiting for someone here. Should I hang the birds around my neck?" Laifu asserted confidently. Upon hearing that he was selling but merely waiting, the crowd dispersed. "Big brother, no more candy," the little girl said, opening her mouth wide and sticking out her tongue. He opened the paper bag and gave her another piece, which delighted her immensely. Suddenly, a whiff of smoke wafted through the air. "Young man, just be honest. What do you intend to do with those birds?" This man appeared to be in his 40s. Laifu had no fear of exchanging items. In these times, as long as you're not openly conducting business and distancing yourself from the masses, essentially no one will bother you. It is when human nature turns truly wicked that calamity ensues, with children reporting their parents being a common occurrence. It's all basic practice to sever ties with one's family. Trading for cigarette tickets? Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? What level of cigarette tickets do you want? Laifu paused and asked, "What types of tickets are available?" Chapter 19. Finally, smoking, you little rascal. You know nothing at all. Let me clarify. There are 3 levels, A, B, and C. Level C allows you to purchase cigarettes under 10 cents, while the economy cigarettes are produced at 8 cents. Level B includes cigarettes like Mutin and Dakianman, costing around 40 cents. As for Level A cigarette tickets, I want to even mention them, as it would be pointless. Laifu inwardly exclaimed, "Damn, I almost threw my back out. I was just getting into it when you dropped the ball at the crucial moment. Those 4 birds are worth merely a handful of flesh. Would Level B tickets suffice? 2 tickets?" Upon saying this, Laifu gazed into the distance, clearly indicating he would not negotiate. "You are quite the bold one. If you were my son, I'd surely give you a beating." Cursing under his breath, the man pulled out 2 tickets and handed them over. "Big brother, I want to give them." "I want tea." The little girl clutched the bird tightly in her hands. Let us go. We're buying candy." At the mention of buying candy, the little girl finally loosened her grip on the bird. Entering the supply and marketing cooperative with a cigarette voucher, the clerk was already leaning over the counter. He remarked, "Young man, do you have any birds yet? Bring them to your aunt, and she will trade you for some candy." The awkwardness of such a statement was palpable. "Aunt, could I have 2 packs of Daqianmen? How come you smoke such fine cigarettes? The economy brand and Daqianmen are merely 8 cents. With or without a filter, what's the difference? They all produce smoke. Why indulge in such an expensive smoke? If your parents find out, they'll surely punish you. Aunt, please, just give them to me. I won't smoke them myself. I promise to bring you some birds next time I catch them." This statement bewildered the clerk. He turned back and placed 2 boxes of Daqianmen on the counter, saying, 37 cents a box. 2 boxes total 74 cents. Laifu handed over 80 cents and requested, "Please give me 6 pieces of candy for the remaining 6 cents. You're quite the spendthrift, aren't you? Can candy still be consumed in such a manner?" The clerk remarked, yet proceeded to wrap 6 pieces of candy in newspaper for him. He directly handed the 6 pieces to a little girl, saying, "Here you go, sister." Stepping outside the cooperative, he took out the matches he had acquired from his grandparents, lit a cigarette, and took a deep, satisfying puff. Observing the bustling street while smoking 2 cigarettes, he noticed that children of this era were easily entertained. The little girl was quiet, standing in his embrace, her small mouth making delightful sounds as she enjoyed the candy. "Big brother, I want more candy." "No more for now. You've already had 2 or 3 pieces. Let's save some for when we get home, all right?" Laifu coaxed. The little girl obediently nodded, her tiny tongue licking her lips. An utterly adorable sight. As he walked home with the little girl in his arms, 3 people were busy making matchboxes on the Kong. "Mother, the candy is sweet." The little girl entered the room, proudly displaying the paper package. "Big brother, You bought candy. Jiang Yuan immediately put down the matchbox he was working on and approached. Li Laifu tossed the leftover candy from his pocket onto the Kong, and 4 small hands eagerly reached for the paper package. Don't move, Zhao Fong shouted, leaving Li Laifu stunned, let alone the little girl. Zhao Fong swiftly smacked Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan's hands, declaring, I'll distribute it. She handed each of the brothers a piece, and casually took the candy package from the little girl's hands. The little girl pouted, and Zhao Fong glared, saying, No whining. Each can have 1 piece now. The rest we will save for the new year. Laifu, how did you manage to buy candy? So quickly the attention shifts to me? Well, I caught a wild chicken at my grandmother's house, and on my way back, someone bought it from me, Li Laifu replied. Careful not to mention the meat-selling business, knowing that in these times, it was difficult to procure meat, and he feared Zhao Fong's reaction. How much did you sell it for? Zhao Fong pressed. I sold it for 1 yuan, Li Laifu thought, realizing he wouldn't be able to keep the remaining money. No family would allow a young boy to hold on to a yuan. Show me how much you have left, Zhao Fong commanded, quickly counting in his pocket. He produced 80 cents. You are quite extravagant, spending 20 cents on candy in such a short time. The 80 cents will stay with me until you are ready to marry, then your aunt will give it back to you. 8 mao for a stick and you're talking about marriage? Brother, why don't you ask me to go outside? Jiang Tao said, his mouth full of candy. What is the point of going outside? It seems you're looking for trouble, Zhao Fong remarked, nudging Jiang Yuan. Li Laifu chuckled, not bothering to engage with Jiang Yuan. The harmonious relationship between his stepmother and father was not without reason. Neither ever scolded the other's children, and if trouble arose, they dealt with their own. The little girl this time was not showing off. Standing on the Kong, she stretched out her small hands to be held by Li Laifu, looking utterly pitiful. Zhao Fong locked the money and candy in a drawer. Oh, I haven't asked yet. Laifu, how big is that wild chicken of yours? If it's large, selling it for $1 would be a loss. Not big, not big. Li Laifu was too lazy to argue. His stepmother's mind worked too quickly. That's good to hear. You're quite clever. Wild chickens are mostly lean meat, lacking in fat. Selling wild chicken is the right choice. Selling pork would be foolish. Li Laifu was preparing to lend a hand in pasting matchboxes. Don't reach out. There is no need for you to help. Just stay put. You are the great contributor of our family, Zhao Fong said with a beaming smile. Li Laifu thought to himself, wasn't your attitude different when you were asking me for money? As he pasted the matchboxes, Zhao Fong continued, Laifu, let me tell you. I never imagined we would have stored pork at home. When your father returns, I wonder how happy he will be. Today is a joyful day for the family. We want to be having vegetable porridge. I'll make you some corn porridge for dinner. Corn porridge again? Seeing Zhao Fong's smiling face, Li Laifu immediately said, I learned to cook at Grandma's. How about I make dinner? Oh, our Laifu has grown up and can cook. Then it's settled. You shall make the corn porridge. Li Laifu placed the little girl on the Kong and headed straight to the kitchen. Scooping a large bowl of cornmeal from the grain bin, which looked quite white, indicating a generous addition of corn. That's not enough. Grab some more. Let us have a hearty dinner tonight. Also, slice a couple of pieces of fatty meat to add some richness, Zhao Fong called from the Kong. Li Laifu grabbed another handful, thinking about whether Zhao Fong would laugh or cry after he finished cooking. He poured the cornmeal into a basin, fetched the remaining half of the pumpkin, added water, and began stirring with his hands. Suddenly, he spotted a large radish next to the pickled vegetable jar. Perhaps Zhao Fong intended to pickle it? Why pickle anything? Let us just stew the radish. Chapter 20, Zhao Fong. The disparity, he added firewood to the stove and sliced a few pieces of fatty meat, though not too many. He also added the pig intestines and liver to the pot. His grandmother had only cooked them to about 80%, making them quite tough and pungent. After briefly sought ing with soy sauce, as soon as he finished, Zhao Fong's voice echoed, Laifu, be careful with the soy sauce. It has to be bought with tickets, let me do it instead. Li Laifu pretended not to hear, pouring the radish and pig intestines into the pot, and placed the large pancake to steam against the side of the pot, with the lid of the pot securely in place. A simple meal of rice and a dish was prepared. As soon as she entered the house, the little girl, resembling a penguin, stretched out her tiny hands, eagerly awaiting his embrace, for the food was truly well earned. After a wait of over 10 minutes, Li Chongwen stepped through the door and inquired, when did you return? This morning, replied Laifu. Chongwen, let me tell you, today our Laifu has been remarkable, truly exceptional, exclaimed Zhao Fong. Oh dear, I can't articulate it well, she added, pushing aside the cardboard in her hand. You'd better see for yourself. Li Chongwen placed the lunchbox on the 8 immortals table and produced a cornmeal bun. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, I'll be grateful. What's so impressive about that? Did he find any money? Indeed, he did. He found 80 cents. And Zhao Fong has already gone to the fields. Ah, nonsense. What do you mean, 80 cents? That Li Chongwen furrowed his brow. Could you please speak slowly? This statement here and that statement there. What's the matter? Dad, my brother is digging traps at Grandma and Grandpa's and caught a wild boar. Bringing back a great deal of pork, Jiang Tao chimed in from the calm. Yes, that's the matter. We have a lot of pork at home. Doesn't that show how impressive Laifu is? Zhao Fong affirmed. Li Chongwen hung his work clothes on the rack and remarked to Zhao Fong, you see. The child expressed it clearly in one sentence, while you're rambling incoherently. Besides, I've caught small wild boars myself. They weigh only around 7 or 8 pounds at most. Could he possibly catch a boar over 100 pounds? Wouldn't that weight send him flying? Zhao Fong, feeling indignant, retorted, what small wild boar? What 7 or 8 pounds? The piece of meat Laifu brought back. I saw it. That boar weighed at least over 100 pounds. Li Chongwen stared intently at Li Laifu, awaiting his response. After removing the head, tail, and entrails, there is still over 70 pounds of meat, Li Laifu casually stated. Zhao Fong tugged at Li Chongwen, saying, come on. Let us go to the kitchen and look at the pork, so you can see that our Laifu is indeed a capable child. Zhao Fong showed Li Chongwen the meat in the basin and continued, there is also the belly, intestines, pig heart, and liver. You can have a drink later tonight. My goodness, where are the intestines? Where's the pig heart? How is there no liver? Exclaimed Zhao Fong, her voice tinged with a hint of distress. Laifu, did you see? It hasn't been taken by a rat, has it? Hearing Zhao Fong's tone, which was almost tearful, Li Laifu quickly interjected. It's in the pot. Zhao Fong lifted the pot lid with a cry. Oh my. You silly child, why didn't you tell me? Li Chongwen chuckled. If you keep shouting like that, your mother will truly come running. Zhao Fong shot him a glare, saying, you find this amusing? Just look at what's in the pot. Laifu, didn't I mention making corn porridge? Andy, I did say I learned to cook at Grandma's. And this is what I mastered. If you asked me to make corn porridge, I wouldn't know how. Zhao Fong rolled her eyes. You think I'm easily fooled? You can make something so complicated, yet you can't make corn porridge? Go on, go wait in the room for dinner. Once the two men entered the room, Li Chongwen remarked, catching such a large boar is quite dangerous. You mustn't do that again. Those wild boars are no joke. The saying one boar, 2 tigers is not to be taken lightly. Understanding, I'm not hunting wild boars. I merely dug a trap and planned to check it the next day. If I were truly catching wild boars, I could wrestle with them. Oh, you rascal. How come you've become so talkative after just 2 days? My goodness. Where has my pumpkin gone? A voice from the kitchen called out, belonging to Zhao Fong. Li Chongwen chuckled and pointed at Li Laifu, who was heading toward the kitchen, saying, look how flustered your aunt is. She has called out Mom several times in a moment. Gathered around the 8 immortals table, the 2 boys were nearly launching their chopsticks, devouring the dishes voraciously while nibbling on pumpkin pancakes. Elder brother, your dishes and pancakes are absolutely delightful. Will you prepare them again tomorrow? Zhang Yuan said between bites. You can't even stop your mouth from running while eating, Zhao Fong scolded, then turned to Li Laifu, saying, from now on, you are not allowed in the kitchen. Li Chongwen, breaking his cornmeal buns into pieces in a large bowl, mixed in the soup and vegetables, devouring it heartily. Laifu, should I say it or not? Your culinary skills surpass your aunt's by far. Zhao Fong, taking small bites of the dish, shot a glare at Li Chongwen and replied, isn't that stating the obvious? Just look at this dish. The oil is floating on top. How could it possibly taste bad? And the pumpkin? I was hoping to enjoy it for breakfast tomorrow, but it's all gone into the pancakes. I truly regret not asking him to grab another handful of cornmeal. Zhao Fong lamented with a rueful expression. Li Chongwen, relishing the fatty intestines, laughed and said, enough of that long face. There is still plenty of meat left. Tomorrow, slice off a couple of pounds to send to your family. This sentiment resonated with her. What daughter doesn't enjoy bringing gifts back to her family? Such actions bolster her pride, affirming she married well. Zhao Fong suddenly turned to Li Laifu. Aunt, please take as much as you wish. How long will we consume those dozens of pounds of meat? Li Laifu was the first to express his agreement. Good child, truly a good child. Thank you, Aunt. Eat more. Zhao Fong offered him another pancake. Li Laifu nearly burst into laughter. This was too pragmatic. Just moments ago, she had expressed disdain for him. Yet here she was, eagerly offering him gifts for her family, disregarding age. Smack. Two little hands reached for the pancake bowl, only to be swatted away. Have you finished eating? Do you still wish to fill your bellies? Enough, enough. Save these dishes for tomorrow, Zhao Fang admonished Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan. The two boys, knowing their fortune, remained quiet. After all, dinner used to consist of just one dish of porridge. Li Laifu, on the other hand, was treated to more dishes by Zhao Fang. Li Chuan shook his head, breaking a pancake in half, keeping one for himself and offering the other half to Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan. Laifu, this pancake you made is truly delicious. It's sweet, Li Chuan remarked after taking a bite. After the meal, Zhao Fang began clearing the table, while Li Chuan rolled up tobacco leaves in a newspaper and headed outside. Relishing the good meal today, he wouldn't dare to stroll outdoors regularly. Li Laifu also ventured outside, while the little girl called out, "Big brother, open your arms. Brother, we want to go out and play too." The two boys, having been cooped up all afternoon, were eager to escape, and at the entrance, several people were already seated, including Old Lady Lu and Old Man Zhang. Chapter 21. The appearance of Lu Guangfu. Grandma Lu, Grandpa Zhang, and Aunt Lu greeted each other. In this era of the capital, it is customary to address elders. Failing to do so would lead others to say your family lacks decorum. Even if one were to venture out in a simple corn porridge outfit, one must still adhere to propriety. Grandpa Zhang, leaning against the wall at the entrance while smoking a cigarette, remarked, "Chongwen, your three children are exceptionally polite." Li Laifu, uninterested in their idle chatter, quickly made his way toward the restroom, yearning for a cigarette after a meal. Who could wait in such urgency? After carrying Li Xiaohong to the intersection near the restroom, he hastily produced a cigarette, lighting it with a fluidity that left Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan in awe. "Brother, when did you start smoking? If Dad finds out, he'll break your legs," Jiang Tao exclaimed, eyes wide with concern. Caught off guard in his haste, Li Laifu had overlooked the presence of the two boys. He pulled a dime from his pocket and said, "Here's a dime for you to buy some candy, but you mustn't mention my smoking. If anyone does, there will be no more treats for them, and I'll give them a good thrashing." Jiang Yuan, being the least resourceful, quickly accepted the dime, assuring, "Don't worry. Brother, I want to say a word." The money was now in the hands of his younger brother, who echoed, "I want to tell either." The two boys dashed off toward the supply and marketing cooperative, heads held high in excitement. Suddenly, they spotted two boys running toward Li Laifu, with a third boy in pursuit. "Jiang Tao, don't run. How do you have money for candy?" As the two boys reached Li Laifu, Jiang Tao warned, "Lu Guangfu, my elder brother is right here. If you dare to snatch my candy, he will surely deal with you. You two are pathetic. Why are you running from one boy?" Li Laifu observed the 13 or 14-year-old Lu Guangfu before addressing Jiang Tao. "Brother, he has an older brother too. If I strike him, he'll just call his brother to retaliate against me," Jiang Tao added, with a hint of seriousness. "Brother, his older brother is much bigger than you." This immediately triggered Li Laifu's previous persona. While he used to bully his younger siblings, he was no longer intimidated by such small fry at his current age. Lu Guangfu, sensing the tension, pleaded, "Jiang Tao, I'm not here to steal. I merely wish to borrow a piece of candy. I'll repay you once I have some." "Borrow from your father's basket? A boy who gets beaten at home 8 times a day, and you think you can have candy?" Li Laifu retorted, exasperated. Leaning against a utility pole, he continued smoking. "Hurry along. If I finish this cigarette and you're still standing here, I swear I'll give you a beating. My older brother is bigger than you." Lu Guangfu, undeterred, countered. "Then go fetch your older brother. I'll wait here." Li Laifu glanced at Lu Guangfu, who realized that the older boy was not at all frightened, and the prospect of candy was dim. "You're so impressive, brother," Jiang Yuan chimed in, mimicking the smoking gesture with his fingers, imitating Li Laifu's tone. "Scram. If you don't leave, I'll beat you up." Li Laifu chuckled, realizing he had never noticed the amusing side of his younger brothers before. "If anyone dares to bully you two in the future, just tell me, understood?" "Yes." Jiang Tao, Jiang Yuan, and Li Xiaohong squatted against the wall, each savoring a piece of candy. Li Laifu leaned against a utility pole, evading the direction of home, wary of his father's sudden urge to use the toilet and discover him smoking. "Are you done eating? Once you finish, we shall depart," Li Laifu inquired after extinguishing his cigarette. "Big brother, do you want some candy?" Jiang Tao offered the paper-wrapped treat. "No, you keep it," replied Li Laifu, as he and Li Xiaohong made their way home. Upon returning, Li Laifu prepared for sleep. In these times, there was little activity. After washing his feet in a basin, he finished, followed by Jiang Tao, and then Jiang Yuan, until the water had changed color, prompting Li Laifu to shake his head in dismay. The three of them climbed onto the small Kong. Devoid of bedding, they merely used their clothes as makeshift pillows stacked beneath their heads. Some might argue that pillows were once made of rice husks, but in this era, even rice husks could serve as sustenance. Li Laifu and Jiang Tao shared a tattered pair of shorts, while Jiang Yuan slept in his natural state. In their dreamlike realm, 5 acres of land burgeoned with crops, yielding 5 ears of corn and 5 pumpkins, from which they harvested 12 cobs of corn and 10 substantial pumpkins. Upon awakening, they heard voices emanating from the kitchen. You should take half of that pumpkin back with you. If it remains uncut, it can last a while. But once it's sliced, it spoils quickly. Bring a few flatbreads as well. Are you not at home? How many flatbreads do you have? Those 3 boys will devour them all. Zhao Fang's hesitant voice chimed in. Isn't that a bit excessive? 2 pounds of meat will suffice. I was hoping you would take the pumpkin and flatbreads to your parents' home this Sunday. Li Chongwen chuckled. Take them with you. Did you not consider? That lad claimed the wild boar weighed over 70 pounds. He only brought back 30. Do you think my parents are lacking in food? You have not visited your family in 2 or 3 years. Take a little extra. Chongwen, you are truly wonderful. I shall certainly bear you a son. Zhao Fang replied with a smile. Are you expressing gratitude or seeking revenge? These 3 boys are already a handful, and you want me to father another? With the conversation drifting to offspring, Li Laifu decided against pretending to sleep any longer. Cough, cough. Zhao Fang noticed Li Laifu emerging and said, Laifu, you have your 2 younger brothers at home. I saved the leftover dishes from yesterday for you. I will return late this evening, so you may eat first. She added, do not prepare flatbreads for breakfast again. I've set aside a bowl of cornmeal on the counter for you to make a porridge for the 2 younger boys. Zhao Fang secured Li Xiaohong to her front and carried a large basket on her back, a sign of opulence for a woman returning to her family during these times. Typically, a small cloth bag would suffice. Understood, Aunt. You should leave early. The road is long. Laifu truly showed maturity now. Li Chongwen remained silent, instead dressing and accompanying Zhao Fang as they headed out. Using his nearly worn-out toothbrush, he brushed a few times, washed his face. And the 2 younger boys rose as well. Brushing their teeth was out of the question. They merely gargled a few times and washed their faces before racing to Li Laifu's side. Big brother, what as for breakfast? Li Laifu felt disinclined to cook. There would be no cornmeal porridge this morning. He simply poured the leftover dishes from the previous night into a pot and heated all the flatbreads. Brother, Jiang Tao remarked, I just heard mother say that these things should only be eaten at night. Then you can skip it. I will eat with Xiao Yuan, he continued. No. I want to eat. I want to eat. Jiang Tao quickly capitulated. Halfway through their meal, Jiang Yuan inquired, Brother, aren't you going to stop me from taking the pancakes? He had already consumed 2 pancakes without any reprimand from Li Laifu, which struck him as odd. Jiang Tao had also eaten 2, being the elder. He dared not take more. Eat heartily. Consume as much as you can until you are satisfied, Li Laifu encouraged as he devoured his pancakes. Chapter 22. The unprincipled old man with the ability to traverse dimensions and control one's appetite. One might as well embrace death, after all. What if one were to develop lung cancer? Wouldn't that be a tragic way to perish? The large bowl of vegetables was entirely consumed, along with a dozen pancakes. Jiang Tao reclined on the Kong and exclaimed, Brother, I have never felt this full before. Mother, even if you come back and scold me, it would be worth it. Li Laifu leaned back in his chair, reflecting on the toll his body had taken. After several days of hearty meals, there was little change. With only 2 coins left in his pocket, he needed to devise a way to earn money, or he wouldn't even be able to afford cigarettes. He retrieved a large needle from the small window and, using his space, fashioned it into a fishhook. As for fishing line, currently there was no proper nylon line. If memory served, people used the type of cord used for shoe repairs, which could be unraveled to create fishing line. He would not even need to unravel it, as that cord was quite sturdy, and he did not rely on skill for fishing. Once the 2 boys finished washing the dishes, Li Laifu, holding the fishhook, declared, Let's go fishing. But, brother, we don't have a fishing rod. Jiang Yuan protested. The 3 of them, akin to 3 destitute beggars, searched their tattered clothes. Only Li Laifu had shoes with patched big toes, while the other 2 had 4 toes exposed. We need to earn some money. However, in this day and age, no one would mock us as long as we don't expose our behinds. Upon reaching the entrance of Nanluoguxiang alley, they encountered a shoe repair stall. Sir, may I purchase some of your shoe repair thread? Li Laifu inquired. The cobbler, accustomed to his trade, never looked up but instead focused on the shoes. Your shoes are still wearable, he thought, while the boy's shoes were beyond repair. Sir, I'm here to buy thread, not to repair shoes, Laifu shouted. I heard you. Just speak up. No need to shout. You've nearly deafened me. Suddenly, Laifu recalled that the old man was somewhat hard of hearing. 2 cents per meter. Do you have any money? He asked. Laifu produced a dime and gestured with his hand. The old man, taking the thread spool, measured the length on his shoe repair machine, walked back and forth 5 times, and then said, Get lost. Here, take an extra half meter. Brother, where are we going to fish? Zhang Yuan still had faith in Laifu's fishing plans. Laifu pondered that the mode in this era was nearly dry. Even if there were water, he wouldn't fish there, as the old society had seen many souls meet their end in those waters. We will go to Beihai Park, he decided, noting that Nanluoguxiang was quite close to it. The 2 boys, upon hearing they were headed to the park, gleefully followed Laifu like 2 eager shadows. The streets were bustling with passers-by, yet the sight of 3 individuals like them was indeed rare. Who would venture out without donning a fresh outfit? While one might feel at ease in the comfort of their home, striding down the avenue was a different matter altogether. There was certainly a degree of attention directed their way. Laifu adhered to the principle of if you're not embarrassed, I won't be either, for in truth, none of them were acquainted with one another. Jiang Tao and Zhang Yuan were even more unabashed as they walked with gusto, despite their tattered clothing. Laifu smoked filtered cigarettes, while many donned sleek attire yet smoked substandard brands. After a half-hour stroll, they arrived at Beihai Park, where the wooden fence still enclosed the area. The notion of an admission fee was preposterous, as there was no one to collect it, and in these times, few ventured into parks. Those who did were typically young couples sporting burgeoning bellies. At the entrance, vendors sold popsicles from a large wooden box emblazoned with the words Beijing popsicle. With a dime in hand, the vendor returned a penny, as the popsicles were merely 3 cents each, delighting the 2 younger brothers who had never tasted one before. Brother, you are truly wonderful. Zhang Yuan's admiration for Laifu flowed like an unceasing river. Brother, didn't you give money to mother yesterday? How do you still have some? Jiang Tao inquired. You fool. If I had given it all, what would be left? How could you enjoy a popsicle today? Exactly. Brother is so clever. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Second brother, Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. Finding a loose wooden slat along the fence, Laifu yanked it free, measuring nearly 2 to 3 meters in length. The trio made their way to the lakeside, where Laifu quickly fashioned a fishing line with the popsicle clenched in his mouth. One end tied to a hook and the other to the plank. You 2 go dig for some worms under that tree root, Laifu instructed. Suddenly, a laugh startled him. An elderly man dressed in a white shirt and dark blue trousers, sporting worn shoes and a thinning crown, chuckled heartily, nearly doubling over with mirth. His finger pointed at Laifu. Jiang Tao and Zhang Yuan stood frozen in shock. Laifu waved his hand dismissively. Hurry and dig for worms. That old man is a fool. The 2 hurried off to search for worms, while the old man's laughter ceased. He glared, You little rascal. Who are you calling a fool? Why don't you admit you're the fool? Look at you fishing with a plank. Is that what a sane person does? And that hook of yours, I can see it clearly from here with my poor eyesight. The fish must be blind. What is it to you? Laifu retorted, nearly choking the old man with his words. You little rascal, I'll be watching you fish. If you catch one, I'll slit my throat and die right here. The area was already a gathering place for anglers, and during these tough times, catching a fish was a rare treat, while failing meant simply passing the time in conversation. However, these individuals resembled the modern-day bikers, all retired with pensions that were surely substantial. Those truly starving had long since sought means to find sustenance. Brother, I found one, Zhang Yuan exclaimed, popsicle in one hand and a wriggling worm in the other. Well done. When we get home tonight, brother will treat you to another popsicle, Laifu replied, as his fishing hook was akin to a needle for sewing burlap, piercing the entire worm, while others chopped theirs into several pieces. Old Chong, come quickly and behold the peculiar fishing hook of this lad. That old man is merely idle, hoping to amuse himself by calling over his companions. The group of elderly men gathered around, and Laifu casually tossed the hook into the water. Young man, reel it in for them to see. I assure you, they have never encountered such a thing, remarked an elder beside him. Laifu rolled his eyes and retorted, Good sir, you are truly idle. Focus on your own fishing. He paid them no mind, yet the old man insisted on pulling the others closer, explaining Laifu's fishing gear. Do you see? This lad fishes without even a sinker, The large hook simply sinks to the bottom. The elder gestured animatedly, continuing. I tell you, even if we were to catch a fish from this lake and try to force this hook into its mouth, it might not fit. This nearly drove Laifu to exasperation. That loquacious old man is relentless. Is that true, old Li? Surely you jest? Someone chimed in. Who is jesting? Who's that? The elder gestured with a hand mimicking a turtle. Chapter 23, Deception. The folding knife Laifu concentrated, following the fishing line with his thoughts. There were indeed fish, albeit small ones weighing merely a few ounces. Remarkably, the elder's words held truth. Inserting the hook into a fish's mouth proved quite the challenge. The elder, frothing at the mouth from excitement, decided to raise the fish's snout towards the hook. If this lad manages to catch a fish, I shall simply wipe it away, he declared. Laifu, holding up a small 2-ounce fish without budging, brought the wooden board closer, saying, Continue. What was it you mentioned about wiping? By heavens. Let me see. How did you manage to catch such a diminutive fish with that hook? It must have been a blind cat stumbling upon a rat. I suspect even the rat was blind, twitching in its final moments and snagging your hook, the elder lamented. Good sir, perhaps you should return home to ponder your fate. If you continue this way, there will be no one left to fish here at night, and you will need assistance to be carried back, Laifu boasted. Displaying his small catch, seated upon a rock, he presented the fish to Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan, who removed it and inquired, Brother, what shall we do with this fish? Dig a hole beneath the tree roots and cover it with grass. Young man, place your fish in my bucket. I will return it to you when we leave. If you leave it in the ground, it will spoil in this heat, the elder remarked, proving to be much more amiable than Old Li beside him. You little rascal, sneaking your father's fine cigarettes. Prepare for a beating when you return. Old Li continued to banter. Just as Laifu was about to retort, he suddenly noticed the elder had a folding knife hanging from his waist. Such an item was rare in this era. How did you know I pilfered my father's cigarettes? Just moments ago, you doubted my ability to catch fish. Yet here I am. You, young man, merely stumbled upon luck. With such a large hook, how could you possibly catch a fish? The elder was nearly hooked. What if I catch another? Laifu inquired. If you manage to catch another, then I, the elder, began, but Laifu swiftly interrupted. Don't tell me you intend to end it all. Your words hold no weight. Let us wager that folding knife of yours. And if you fail to catch another? Laifu pulled out a complete box of Tianmin cigarettes, declaring, Do you see this? If I fail to catch another, these Tianmin cigarettes will be yours. We ought to establish a time constraint. How long should it be? Otherwise, you could drag this on indefinitely. And my frail constitution cannot withstand such endurance. Old Li is certainly not a fool. Do I really have to trust you? Just a moment ago, you mentioned that if I caught a fish, you would harm yourself. Very well, I shall summon a witness. Lautu called out to the side, Old Chang. Come here for a moment. Old Li, why are you bothering with a child? Old Chang replied, Uncle Chang, do not involve yourself. Just serve as a witness to ensure this old man doesn't play tricks, for Laifu has already set his sights on his knife. They ultimately agreed on 1 hour. If Laifu were to catch a fish, the old man would relinquish the knife to him. If he failed, of course, Laifu would have to provide him with cigarettes. The fish here are rather diminutive. Laifu attentively sensed the water, and lo and behold, he finally spotted a fish weighing 2 or 3 pounds. As he maneuvered the hook closer to the fish, it became clear that these waters had been heavily fished, for the fish refused to bite. He tugged the hook forcefully, with no regard for any potential slack. The line was resilient and would not snap. You little rascal. Are you becoming clever? Aren't you concerned about injuring your mouth? While the carp flopped on the grass, Laifu ignored it and extended his hand toward the old man. The old man appeared somewhat reluctant. Uncle Chang, this old fellow is about to pull a fast one. Laifu shouted. Get lost. Who is trying to deceive? The old man, irritated, removed his knife from his waist and threw it to him. Laifu took the knife and began to carve a notch into a wooden plank, readying the fishing line. Watching Laifu whittle the plank caused the old man considerable distress. Laifu, who could not even change a worm, continued to use the same bait and earnestly began his fishing endeavor. Every half hour to an hour, he managed to catch a fish weighing 2 or 3 pounds. He had no interest in the smaller ones. By midday, he had caught 6 fish. A crowd had gathered around him. An old Chang's bucket was already overflowing with Laifu's catch. He lifted the bucket and asked, Young man, having acted as your witness, would you sell me a fish? These men were all retired officials, undoubtedly possessing some form of currency. Laifu shook his head, replying, I do not sell fish. If you have currency, let us trade. Despite his modest attire, the lad was quite knowledgeable about the policies and refused to sell anything. Old Chang pulled a food coupon from his pocket and said, "This is a 2-pound food coupon. Can it buy me a fish?" Laifu understood that food coupons held little value for the impoverished. He learned in this world that food coupons could only be used in restaurants or for purchasing buns. But at the grain station, they were only accepted with a household registration book, which determined the quantity of grain allotted. Merely presenting a food coupon would yield nothing. Laifu accepted the coupon and said, "Uncle Chang, please choose a fish." A flurry of elderly men gathered around, and another 2-pound coupon was exchanged. Laifu declared loudly, "I want different coupons, no more food coupons." With 4 fish remaining, cigarette coupons were the most economical, with 1 fish trading for 10 cigarette coupons. After all, during the Great Leap Forward, a ticket cost merely 8 cents, while a box in Deschiller was priced at 37 cents. The cigarette coupons in Pigeon Market were worth just a dime, and his fish, weighing over 2 pounds, would fetch him about a yuan at the purchasing station. Old Li could not help but exclaim, "Young lad, I shall offer you a pound of meat tickets in exchange for those 3 fish. What do you say?" Victory is assured. In these times, who can resist the allure of pork? Without a moment's hesitation, Laifu replied, "You may keep it. I have no desire for it." Reflecting on the fact that his grandfather's wine was surely depleted, he called out loudly, "Who has wine tickets to trade first?" In an era where few men abstained from drinking or smoking, someone chimed in, "Young lad, I possess wine tickets. How shall we trade?" Bulk wine was priced at 60 cents per pound. With a single yuan, one could acquire 10 pounds of wine tickets. 10 tickets could be exchanged for a fish, with those presenting tickets first allowed to select. 2 fish were traded for 20 pounds of wine tickets, while another was exchanged for 3 feet of cloth tickets. As the crowd dispersed, Laifu noticed a secluded corner by the lake where no one was fishing. He stowed away his fishing rod and made his way to that spot, determined to catch more fish without the need for further trades. "Brother, why did you trade all the fish without keeping one to eat?" Jiang Yuan whispered. "Fear not. I shall catch another soon," Laifu reassured him, patting his head. This corner was perfectly shaded by trees and willow branches, shielding them from others. "You two can play beneath that tree root. I shall focus on fishing," he instructed. By the time it was past 4 in the afternoon, Laifu finally reeled in a fish weighing a substantial 5 pounds. Having only 2 meals a day, and having eaten heartily that morning, the 2 boys remained quiet. The afternoon's bounty included 4 fish weighing over a pound each, 6 fish weighing 3 pounds, and 1 weighing 5 pounds. Chapter 24. Fish and Shoes. "Brother, your fishing skills are remarkable. How did you become so adept?" Jiang Tao inquired, not flattering him like Jiang Yuan. "But brother, how shall we carry all these fish home?" Laifu tucked the fishing line and hooks into his pocket, placing the tickets in a secure spot, while casting the fishing rod onto the ground. He gathered some reeds by the lake, threading the gills of the 4 1-pound fish and hanging them around Jiang Yuan's neck. He did the same with the 4 larger fish, adorning Jiang Tao's neck, while he himself carried the 5-pound fish. As they made their way along the wall towards the park's exit, they carefully avoided the group of old men. Lest they be pursued again, he intended to sell these fish. The attention they garnered was undeniable, with their bodies festooned with fish. Had the streets not been so crowded, they would have surely been halted by someone wishing to purchase fish. Upon reaching the alley, they passed by the supply and marketing cooperative when suddenly, someone called out, "Children! Children!" Laifu glanced at the cooperative, recognizing the middle-aged woman who had sold him cigarettes the previous day. He entered, fish in hand, and asked Annie, "What do you need from me?" "Just call me Aunt Lu. Did I not tell you yesterday? If you have something good, do let me know," she replied. Laifu chuckled and said, "Aunt Lu, you mentioned something about bird meat yesterday, but today I bring fish." Aunt Lu rolled her eyes and retorted, "Do not sidetrack me. Young man, are you not interested in the neighboring purchasing station?" "Indeed. How could we possibly consume all these fish at home?" Laifu nodded in agreement. At that moment, several other salespeople approached, totaling 4 individuals. Aunt Lu leaned over the counter and inquired, "Is there anything your family requires that we might exchange?" Laifu glanced at Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan's shoes and replied, "Both of my younger brother's shoes are worn out. Is it possible to exchange for shoes without a shoe ticket?" "Elder brother, my shoes?" Jiang Tao interjected hastily, "My mother can still mend them." "Wear them. Your toes are protruding out of the soles. They are evidently too small," came the retort. "Wait here a moment. I will fetch our director," Aunt Lu said, promptly heading to the back office. Before long, Aunt Lu emerged with an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, a fountain pen tucked into his breast pocket. His demeanor scholarly. Adjusting his glasses, he asked, Xiao Lu, do you know this child? He's from our alley. You can rest assured. Aunt Lu assured him. Child, this fish of yours must weigh 5 or 6 pounds, correct? How many pairs of shoes do you wish to exchange for it? The old man observed the large fish. Still gasping for breath, with evident satisfaction. Laifu recalled that a pair of cloth shoes cost merely 70 to 80 cents, but the crucial matter was the shoe ticket. Negotiating was inevitable in business. Thus, Laifu candidly stated, 3 pairs of cloth shoes. Remembering he had a younger sister, he added, and a pair of red little tiger head shoes. The director, still fixated on the fish, remarked, You are quite shrewd. The money for the shoes is sufficient. Yet you still require the shoe tickets. Laifu tossed the fish onto the ground and produced a large front door ticket, saying, Director, look here. Do you think tickets are a challenge for us? Tickets? In your hands. It's merely a matter of words. You lad, just a moment ago, you seemed so honest. Now that you speak, you are anything but, the director retorted, taking a cigarette. Lighting the cigarette, the old man proposed. How about this? I will give you 4 pairs of shoes in exchange for this large fish. However, each of the 4 must purchase a fish from you at the same price as the neighbors. It was no wonder this old man held a leadership position. At the very least, he didn't indulge solely for himself. The 3 pounds of fish would also be shared with the neighbors, who would not easily acquire them. What is the issue with that? Laifu replied. You all go choose your shoes. Aunt Lu will weigh the fish for you. Jiang Tao tugged at Lin Laifu's shirt and whispered, Elder brother, is it really possible to exchange for shoes? Quit the chatter and choose quickly. Remember to select a size larger, or else mother will surely scold you upon your return. With reddened eyes, Jiang Tao expressed, Thank you, elder brother. He has never bought shoes before. The pair he wears was made by our mother. Laifu selected a fitting pair. Jiang Tao and Zhang Yuan opted for shoes 2 sizes larger, and he also picked out a pair of red little tiger head shoes for Li Xiaohong. The 3 young boys gathered their shoes, along with 5 fish weighing 3 pounds each, totaling 5 yuan and 80 cents. They decided against selling the remaining 4 carp weighing over a pound and a single carp over 2 pounds. Instead of turning into the alley, Laifu walked to the eastern entrance of the state-run restaurant. Elder brother, are you out of your mind? You don't intend to dine out, do you? Later. I'll take you to dine out, but not now. I'm here to buy steamed buns. Elder brother, are you suggesting we'll have steamed buns for dinner? Zhang Yuan, though not particularly attentive to anything else, was acutely aware of the matter of food. Without acknowledging him, she pushed open the door to the state-run restaurant and inquired of the waiter at the table by the entrance, Comrade, do you sell steamed buns here? The server's demeanor was notably poor. She frowned in impatience while sizing up the 3 individuals and responded, 3 cents each for a bun and 2 liang of grain tickets. Laifu, disinterested in further conversation, retrieved 2 jin of grain tickets and 30 cents, stating, 10 steamed buns, please. After stowing the money and tickets in a drawer and locking it, she directly headed to the kitchen. Upon her return, she placed a large yellow paper package on the table, declaring, I've counted out 10 buns. If any are missing when you leave, that's not my concern. Laifu frowned slightly, noting that these were hardly the white flour buns he had expected. At least half of the dough was made from sorghum flour. Nonetheless, the buns were indeed substantial, each nearly the size of a plate. As he walked home from the alley of Nanluoguxiang, he was stopped by at least 7 or 8 elderly ladies and gentlemen, all eager to inquire about purchasing fish. Laifu, you've struck gold. Where did you manage to get these fish? Exclaimed old lady Lu. Grandma Lu, my elder brother caught them. He is quite the expert, Jiang Yuan replied anxiously. Grandma Lu, my father will be off work soon, and I need to hurry home to prepare dinner, so I can't chat, Laifu said. Continuing toward his home with the buns. Xiao Tao, go and prepare the fish. We'll have fish soup today, Laifu instructed. All right, big brother, came the reply. Jiang Yuan, clutching his shoes, leaned over to inhale the aroma of the buns, while Laifu sat in the kitchen smoking a cigarette. Careful not to do so inside, lest the scent linger. After finishing his cigarette, Jiang Tao had already prepared the fish, cutting pieces of fatty meat and frying them in the pot to extract oil, then adding 5 fish, water, and covering the pot. In just over 10 minutes, a large pot of fish soup was ready. The 3 of them each took a small bowl, with 1 fish per person. Big brother, shall we eat first and not wait for our parents? Jiang Tao asked. Jiang Yuan, holding a bun, was momentarily taken aback. Hurry and eat. They'll be back soon. and we need to save some for the next meal. Let us fill up first, Laifu urged. He drank a bowl of fish soup and devoured 2 buns. Feeling quite stuffed, the 2 younger boys, not to be outdone, each consumed 1.5 buns and 2 bowls of soup. Big brother, I'm too full. I need to lie down for a bit, Zhang Yuan said, already quite young and having eaten a considerable amount. Chapter 25. The old ginger is the spiciest. Li Chongwen and Zhao Fong returned together. Father, mother, why are you both back at the same time? Jiang Tao inquired. Your father and I met at the alley's entrance. Have you eaten? Zhao Fong asked, preparing to head to the kitchen after placing Li Xiaohong on the Kong. Li Chongwen had already hung up his work clothes and placed his lunchbox on the side. Did you lose your sense of smell, woman? Can't you detect the delicious aroma in the house? He remarked. Goodness, Laifu, you haven't been cooking again, have you? Zhao Fong asked, narrowing her eyes. Li Laifu chuckled and replied, we haven't touched anything from our home. Haven't touched anything from our home? Then whose have you been cooking? Zhao Fong retorted unexpectedly. Li Laifu opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Where on earth did you get the fish? Li Chongwen questioned upon noticing the fish bones on the table. Father, we savored the fish soup and feasted on large steamed buns. Look, we have saved some for you. Jiang Yuan opened the paper bag from the Kong, revealing 5 sizable buns. Jiang Tao joyfully added, Father, we went fishing with eldest brother today. He caught a plethora of fish, and he even traded 1 large fish for shoes for me and my younger siblings. Li Laifu, succumbing to his craving for tobacco, interjected, if you have inquiries, direct them to those 2. I am stepping out to the restroom. Li Chongwen and Zhao Fong stood there in astonishment, noticing 2 pairs of shoes laid out on the Kong. Li Xiaohong had already slipped on her little red shoes. Zhao Fong was about to inquire further when Li Chongwen urged her, hurry, serve the fish soup. With those buns and the fish soup, I feel utterly famished. I haven't aged yet, but I'm already contemplating my son's prosperity. My goodness, what a massive fish! Exclaimed Zhao Fong. Mother, do not be overly dramatic. These are merely the 5 smallest fish. Eldest brother caught one weighing 5 to 6 pounds, which he traded for our shoes, Jiang Yuan said, reclining triumphantly on the Kong. Zhao Fong emerged with the fish basin, asking Xiao Yuan, what did you say? You all consumed 5 fish for dinner? We did not eat 5 fish. We saved the largest for you and a smaller one for our sister. Eldest brother, second brother, and I each had 1, Jiang Yuan replied. Infuriated, Zhao Fong stamped her foot, declaring, these children are out of control. They are driving me mad. If only I had gone to my mother's house today. 5 fish? If pickled, they could provide us with numerous meals. Quickly, eat without lamenting over them. They are not purchased with our own money. This was an unexpected bounty. Let us consider it nourishment for our bodies, Li Chongwen reassured. Li Chongwen, feeling entitled, ensured that each of his 3 sons had a fish, while he persistently served Zhao Fong more fish, intent on finishing the 2 remaining. It was a rare occasion for Li Chongwen to indulge in a hearty meal. He devoured 2 large buns, Zhao Fong 1, and Li Xiaohong half of 1. Oh dear, I am flabbergasted. How could I allow you to eat 2 large buns? Zhao Fong exclaimed, filled with regret. What of it if I had 2 buns? Look at those 2 rascals, they are sprawled out. I, as their father, could still manage to feel somewhat full. Li Chongwen chuckled. It feels surreal these past few days. Remember when we used to have vegetable porridge every day? Now we can actually indulge. Zhao Fong murmured. That is due to my brother's prowess. He is exceptionally skilled, Jiang Yuan declared from his reclined position. You rascal. You didn't mention getting a new pair of shoes for me, Li Chongwen remarked, eyeing the shoes lined up along the edge of the Kong. Your shoes are without patches. What more do you desire? Laifu is a good child. Seeing his 2 younger brothers' shoes in such condition, he provided them with new ones. What a wonderful boy. Li Chongwen glanced at the remaining half of a bun, his eyes narrowing as he queried, Xiao Yuan, how much did your brother earn from selling the fish? Woo-woo. If only Li Laifu were here, he would undoubtedly say, old ginger is hotter than young ginger. Zhao Fong retorted to Li Chongwen. Did they not trade the fish for shoes? What money is there to speak of? Just look at what your eldest son is doing. Xiao Dao, why are you covering Xiao Yuan's mouth? Zhao Fong inquired, puzzled. You really are foolish. They traded the fish for shoes. How could they have money to buy buns? Those buns require not only money but also grain tickets. Li Chongwen wore an expression of exasperation. Xiao Tao, why haven't you let Xiao Yuan speak? I told you to cover his mouth, and yet you dare to speak for yourself? Just wait until I give you a piece of my mind. Finally, Zhao Fong reacted. Li Chongwen, with a look of bemusement, remarked, you won't hear the truth by asking like that. Just directly inquire of Xiao Yuan how much your elder brother sold for 5 yuan and a few jiao. Good heavens! How many fish could possibly sell for 5 yuan? Li Laifu had just finished his cigarette when he entered the room. The entire family turned to him, and Zhao Fong extended her hand, saying, "Hand over the fish money." Li Laifu sighed, realizing he had been exposed, and pulled out 5 yuan from his pocket. Li Chongwen then inquired, "What about the grain coupons?" The money was of little concern as it could be earned again tomorrow, but the grain coupons caused him some distress. Reluctantly, he produced 2 jin of grain coupons. "My dear Laifu, how remarkable you are." Zhao Fong beamed, holding the money and the coupons. "Aunt, I've noted it down for you, totaling 5 yuan and 80 jiao. When you marry and take a wife, you can collect it then. I'm going to bed," Li Laifu declared, feeling exhausted after a day that yielded only 60 jiao. Fortunately, he still had 3 feet of fabric coupons and 20 jin of liquor coupons left. "Go on, go rest," Zhao Fong cheerfully urged. Li Laifu gazed at the space where the corn had grown to 50 centimeters. The current batch would mature in about 10 days. He had also hastened the growth of 10 corn stalks, planting them in the newly vacated spots. The advantage of hastening corn growth was its remarkable ability to aid sleep. After exerting his willpower, he could fall asleep the moment he closed his eyes. Last night, he had eaten his fill and slept soundly, waking up to bright daylight. Upon rising, he found the house empty. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, brothers Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan entered. "Elder brother, we found you a stick, much better than that wooden plank from yesterday." Jiang Yuan brought in a round wooden stick over 2 meters long. "Elder brother, do you think this stick could serve as a fishing rod?" "Indeed," Li Laifu replied, glancing at the table where a steamed bun and a bowl of wild vegetable porridge lay, topped with a generous piece of fat meat. He promptly seized the bun and began to eat. Turning to Jiang Yuan and Jiang Tao, he asked, "You two finished the porridge, right?" The brothers were not shy, with Jiang Yuan licking the bowl clean in the end. Seated on the bench, Li Laifu contemplated their visit to the park yesterday, where the crowd was overwhelming and they caught only a dozen fish. The lake was too small. The fish were likely being depleted. "We should go to the summer palace instead. Kunming Lake there is vast." The 3 exited the house and walked along Nanluoguxiang towards the drum tower, where the throngs of people were astonishing. There was hardly anyone leisurely wandering. Most were simply moving back and forth. Jiang Yuan, carrying the stick, looked particularly amusing. Chapter 26. Peach Crisp and Ice Pops. Today, we shall not go to Beihai Park. Instead, we will visit the summer palace, Li Laifu declared. "Elder brother, isn't that quite a long walk?" Jiang Tao, at 13, was somewhat more aware. "Who said we are walking there? Come on, we'll take the bus from the roadside." Even Jiang Tao, at his age, had never taken a bus, let alone Jiang Yuan. After some inquiry, the 2 boys learned the route, and together they spent 15 cents. "Children, don't stand your stick upright. Lay it on the ground," the ticket collector advised. A group of adults smiled at the boy, who was nearly reaching the roof with excitement. At every stop, the ticket collector announced the station, while Li Laifu gazed out at the bustling scenery of the capital during this era. For someone like him, who had traversed from a future time, it was as if he were enveloped in the weight of history. After more than half an hour of swaying, they finally arrived at their destination. As soon as they disembarked, Jiang Yuan exclaimed, "Brother, are we taking the bus back? Riding is so much fun." "Of course, how else would we return?" Li Laifu replied. "All right then." Jiang Yuan nodded eagerly. In this age, the summer palace lacked even a wall, with remnants of crumbling bricks and tiles scattered about. But Kunming Lake was indeed vast. The small lake in Beihai Park seemed trivial in comparison. Many people were fishing in the lake, but due to its size, there were still plenty of secluded spots. Jiang Yuan and Jiang Tao did not disturb Li Laifu. Instead, they took the initiative to dig for worms beneath the trees with a small stick. They fashioned a long stick with fishing line, and throughout the morning, Li Laifu scarcely had a moment to enjoy a smoke. The lake was teeming with fish. Whenever he cast his line, the fish were quick to bite. It was no surprise that the waters were abundant. Kunming Lake had long been a royal domain where fishing was strictly forbidden, even after the walls had fallen. The north lacked the vast fishing nets of other regions. By midday, Li Laifu was not overly fatigued, but the 2 brothers were utterly worn out. Having caught over 50 fish, the smallest weighing a couple of pounds, while one nearly broke his pole, weighing close to 10 pounds. "Oh my goodness, brother. How are we going to carry them back?" Jiang Tao fretted as he gazed at the pile of fish. Li Laifu nonchalantly replied, "You fool. Where in the capital is there not a collection station? We don't have to bring them home to sell." "Brother, You must be tired. Let me fish for a while, Jiang Yuan suggested upon seeing Li Laifu reclining on the grass. Li Laifu lay back, enjoying his cigarette, and waved his hand dismissively. Young man, how did you catch so many fish? Inquired a well-spoken elderly gentleman. Li Laifu remained reclined, still smoking, and said, I just fished. And luck was on my side today. This isn't mere luck, my boy. You must be blessed. Can you sell me a few of those fish? The man spoke courteously, and Li Laifu did not rebuff him, responding, Sir, there are regulations now. Private trade is prohibited. Selling you these fish would be a mistake. However, if you have food stamps or any other form of currency, we could trade. You're quite clever, young man. Would you mind waiting for a moment? I'll go fetch my stamps, the old man, donning black-framed glasses, said with a smile. Sure, take your time. I'll just continue fishing here. Brother, you catch fish effortlessly, while I can't seem to get a single bite, Jiang Yuan lamented by the riverbank. You can't compare yourself to our brother. He is simply lucky. Otherwise, how would we eat? Jiang Tao flattered him, making Li Laifu feel quite content. After finishing another cigarette, Li Laifu resumed fishing. Within 3 minutes, he had hooked another sizable fish weighing 4 to 5 pounds. The brothers worked in harmony, one retrieving the fish while the other removed the hook. And in just a matter of minutes, he had caught 3 more. Brother, look quickly. Hearing the voice of Jiang Tao, Li Laifu turned around and couldn't help but curse. Damn. A group of over a dozen elderly men and women, along with some young folks, were jogging towards him. Li Laifu put away his fishing rod. And the elderly man who had just returned puffed, Young man, seeing that you have so many fish, I brought along a few more people. Li Laifu rolled his eyes. Thinking to himself, a few more people? There are over 10 of you. Young man, first let me exchange my fish, the old man said, pulling out 10 pounds of grain tickets. Li Laifu hesitated, instead observing the group. The elderly man continued, Don't worry, we are all teachers from Peking University. Only then did Li Laifu accept the 10 pounds of grain tickets, selecting 5 fish weighing around 2 pounds each and tossing them over, saying, This is all I have. The old man was delighted, exclaiming, That's plenty. This will do. Another elderly woman chimed in. I have 2 pounds of oil tickets. What size fish can you give me? Li Laifu was taken aback. In these times, there were 3 major difficulties: cotton, pork, and oil. No one would readily part with these essentials. Although cloth tickets were also scarce, there were a few large textile factories in the capital. Li Laifu handed over 2 fish weighing 5 to 6 pounds each, saying, These 2 fish weigh over 10 pounds. Will that suffice? Yes, yes. You're quite generous for someone so young, she responded, after everyone had left. He still had 1 fish weighing over 10 pounds and 5 more weighing above 5 pounds. Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan, 2 naive lads, looked on in astonishment at the pile of tickets Li Laifu had amassed. As the 2 boys remained, he couldn't store the tickets in his space, but instead tucked them into his pocket. He took out 2 pounds of pastry tickets and a coin, handing them to Jiang Tao. Xiao Tao, go to the supply and marketing cooperative and buy 2 pounds of pastries. We'll have pastries for lunch. Jiang Yuan, still dazed, asked, Elder brother, are we still having lunch? Li Laifu ruffled his hair, saying, From now on, you'll have lunch with your elder brother. You both are still growing. Don't you want to grow taller? Li Laifu continued fishing, and after about 10 minutes, Jiang Tao returned holding a yellow paperback. Li Laifu savored the peach crisp slowly, while the 2 boys enjoyed their treats, having never had pastries before. After eating 2 pieces, Li Laifu found them too dry and stopped. Elder brother, I still owe you 20 cents. Jiang Tao suddenly remembered the important matter after nearly finishing the snacks. Go buy 3 popsicles, Li Laifu said, not turning his head as he continued to fish, moving along the riverbank for a better chance of catching more. Eating popsicles and pastries, Jiang Yuan was nearly beside himself with joy. By 3 in the afternoon, they had caught an impressive haul of over 100 pounds of fish. Li Laifu had already planned to use his fishing rod as a shoulder pole. He realized he needed to sell the fish, as he only had a few dimes left in his pocket. Oh dear, it is fortunate that you have not departed. A voice suddenly resonated behind the 3 individuals. Chapter 27. 2 cents. Ice pop water. Li Laifu glanced over, his mind echoing a phrase of incredulity. Encountering such a character in this era was indeed rare. The individual was notably portly. Hello, young man. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shou, the director of the cafeteria at Peking University. Our faculty mentioned you have fish here that can be exchanged. Having spoken, he diverted his gaze from Li Laifu, fixated instead on the multitude of fish scattered about. Given his physique, It was apparent he was in charge of the cafeteria. Historically, chefs retrieving ingredients were not deemed thieves, let alone someone in his position. A large, plump hand delved into his pocket, producing a handful of tickets. Young man, I possess meat tickets, salt tickets, oil tickets, tea leaf tickets, and even 2 tickets for Class A liquor. Wait, let us proceed one at a time. I shall provide you with fish, and in return, you shall give me tickets. If you present so many tickets at once, it may lead to confusion and miscalculation. Very well, that sounds best. Here are tickets for 2 pounds of oil and 2 pounds of salt. Currently, it is a seller's market, Laifu remarked, accepting a bundle of tickets in exchange, leaving him with over 30 pounds of fish. What shall you do with the remaining fish? Surely, you cannot consume it all at home, Zhou inquired. I shall find a purchasing station shortly to sell them directly. Who could possibly eat all this? Then why bother with a purchasing station? Simply sell them to me directly. They offer 30 cents to 50 cents per pound for fish, but our university can provide you with 50 cents per pound. How does that sound? Laifu hesitated momentarily, questioning, is this not a mistake? Zhou extended a cigarette towards Laifu, stating, young man, you overthink it. Selling to an individual is where the error lies. But where are we? We are a place dedicated to nurturing talent for the nation. By providing nourishment for our nation's talent, you are doing a service. Goodness, no wonder this fellow can hold a leadership position. He could persuade the dead to rise with such eloquence. Zhou produced 2 large black 10 yuan notes, declaring, young man, you have only 30+ pounds of fish. I will give you 20 yuan directly, and in the future, should you have more fish, the price will remain 50 cents per pound. Just seek out Zhou Chang at the university. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Laifu accepted the 20 yuan without further refusal. Young man, could you keep an eye out for me? I shall return with assistance. Once Zhou had transported the fish away, the 3 individuals relocated to another area. With fewer people around, Laifu wandered with his rod, managing to catch 8 sizable fish and 4 smaller ones within just over an hour. The larger fish weighed around 6 pounds each, while the smaller ones were approximately 3 pounds. He had abandoned attempts to catch any fish smaller than that. Using reeds for rope, he gathered the fishing line, transforming the fishing rod into a carrying pole. The 50+ pounds of fish posed no burden for Jiang Tao, who effortlessly bore the load. Brother, why are you heading towards the bus station? Are we not going to the purchasing station? Jiang Tao inquired. Laifu, exhaling a cloud of smoke, remarked, our family is now living well, and it is essential to inform others of the reasons behind our prosperity. Otherwise, whispers will circulate. We should take these fish home for your mother to sell. This way, our neighbors will recognize our ability to earn a living, and the sources of our income are legitimate. Remember, when you venture out to play, never disclose what we have to eat at home. The 2 young men, no longer children, understood his words immediately. Throughout their journey, the trio was treated like animals from the moment they boarded the bus. No fewer than 50 individuals expressed interest in purchasing fish. Brother, this bus is terrifying. I thought they were going to rob us, Jiang Yuan recounted, still shaken after disembarking. Laifu lit his cigarette and replied, this is just the beginning. Wait until we enter the alley. The 3 men passed through Gulu and entered Nanluoguxiang, walking from No. 1 to number 88. If they hadn't hastened their pace, they would have surely been stopped. My goodness, what mischief have you 3 been up to? Where did you catch these fish? Grandma Lu exclaimed from her doorstep, slapping her thigh. Xiaofeng, come quickly and take a look. Grandma Lu continued to call out. What do you want, Auntie? Laifu, deciding against entering the courtyard, inquired. You must come and see what your 3 boys have brought. They are bound for the heavens. Zhao Fong emerged to find the 3, particularly Jiang Tao, who bore a hefty load of fish upon his shoulder. Laifu, did you catch these fish? Zhao Fong stammered in disbelief. Auntie, could you take these fish to the collection station to sell? The station will be closing soon. Oh my goodness. Truly, good children. Laifu, help your aunt carry the little sister. Upon taking the sister, he produced a folding knife to cut through the reeds and held up a fish weighing around 4 to 5 pounds, saying, Annie, keep one for us to eat. Sell the rest. Very well, when I return, I will prepare fish for you, Zhao Fong replied, accepting the wooden stick for balance. Xiaofeng, your sons are quite filial. You shall enjoy a life of comfort, Grandma Lu remarked. Zhao Fong, her face beaming with joy, replied, Indeed, my Laifu is wonderful. Throughout their journey, Zhao Fong proudly proclaimed to everyone that her children had caught the fish, inciting envy among the residents of the alley. Upon returning home, the younger sister clung to her brother's neck, refusing to let go. Big brother, Tang Tang. Xiao Yuan. Remember, do not mention money or tickets to your mother, Jiang Tao declared, patting his chest. Brother, rest assured, if he speaks of it, I will surely discipline him. I promise I won't say a word. Li Laifu, carrying his sister, set off toward the supply and marketing cooperative, while Li Xiaohong's little legs kicked restlessly as her small finger pointed forward, urging him to hurry. Aunt Lu, I'm back. He produced a ticket for 1 pound of pastries, another for 1 pound of tea leaves, and 2 tickets for soap. Aunt Lu glanced at the pile of tickets and inquired, You must be Laifu, right? Aunt Lu, how did you know? Never mind how I know, however. Your name is indeed quite auspicious, Laifu, Laifu. How come you have so many tickets, Laifu? Auntie, these are from trading fish today. I need to check if the tea is the kind we refer to as tea dust, which we in Beijing call high broken. If it is, I shall not take it. As others arrived, it was undoubtedly to inquire about the tea leaves. We are all acquaintances now. Just wait. At that moment, Li Laifu grasped the art of selling tea as Aunt Lu vigorously shook a large glass jar. Spotting sizable tea leaves, she seized them, shook again, and managed to collect enough for 1 pound. Observing the neatly packaged tea, Li Laifu smiled, expressing his gratitude to Aunt Lu. For what? She replied. Others would buy the same tea leaves anyway. He also picked up 2 bars of soap and 1 pound of peach crisp. Noticing a bottle of soda nearby, he requested, Aunt Lu, could you please fetch me a bottle of soda? I fear my sister might choke. Why drink that? She retorted, a small bottle of soda costs 20 cents. He then grabbed a new tea jug, poured in some cool water, and strolled to the icebox, extracting 3 or 4 ice pops that were too heavy to lift. He used the tea jug to serve himself. Just consider it a 2-cent charge for water. From now on, before we finish work in the evening, to bring the tea jug over, Aunt Lu cheerfully suggested, while the sales clerk nearby offered a friendly smile, a rarity for the vendors of this era. The little girl, munching on peach crisp, trailed behind as Li Laifu held the tea jug in one hand while the remaining items were wrapped in newspaper and cradled in his arms. The pair ambled home leisurely. Brother, have you purchased pastries again? Li Laifu placed the items on the table and addressed Jiang Yuan. You and your brother can share a piece. This is for your mother and sister. Brother, then we 1 tea eat any. We already had plenty this afternoon. Jiang Tao replied. The little girl, noticing Li Laifu's hands were free, nestled against him. One hand held the tea jug while the other fed Jiang Xiaohong some ice pop water. The little girl, seizing the tea jug with one hand, eagerly sipped without releasing her grip. Brother, what are you giving sister to drink? Li Laifu responded. You both go and fetch bowls for some. Just as he poured a bit into Jiang Tao's bowl, the little girl clung to Li Laifu's arm, saying, Big brother, don't give him any. This delighted Li Laifu, who kissed her and said, Just a little for your second and third brothers. The rest is all yours. Brother, this is ice pop water, Jiang Yuan exclaimed, snatching the bowl for a sip. There's none left for you. The remainder is reserved for sister. Jiang Yuan nodded. Understood, brother. Laifu. Do you know how much those fish sold for? Zhao Fong entered the room, her face beaming with joy. Aunt, I don't wish to know. You wouldn't give me any anyway. Even if I don't give you, I must inform you. This is what I've saved for you. It totals 20 yuan and 16 fun, along with your original 5 yuan and 8 fun. Aunt, what is the price for catching fish nowadays? Zhao Fong replied with pride. They initially offered 40 fun, but after much negotiation, they settled at 45 fun. For smaller fish, they were only paying 35 fun. How could they possibly offer such a low price for fish of our size? After locking the money in the drawer, she noticed the items on the table. Laifu, why are you spending money frivolously again? What is the purpose of buying these treats for Xiaohong? Mother, they're delicious. Mother, they're delicious. Big brother is wonderful. Zhao Fong offered a wry smile and said, Go ahead, eat. Your elder brother has not shown his affection for nothing. He knows how to speak well of you. Aunt, I've bought 2 bars of soap, one for bathing and another to wash my face at the basin. Zhao Fong had grown numb, suppressing her pain within. You all sit here. I shall prepare some fish for you and also make some pancakes. Today, we celebrate at home with a hearty meal. Upon Li Chongwen's return, Zhao Fong excitedly praised Li Laifu. She then noticed their eldest son presenting tea leaves, which delighted Li Chongwen immensely. Son, where did you procure these tea leaves? They are far superior to mine. Father, no need to ask. Even if you did, you wouldn't be able to acquire them. Such audacity, Li Chongwen remarked, curling his lip. He looked at the fish soup and pumpkin pancakes on the table and sighed. After so many years of marriage, this is the first time you've prepared such splendid dishes. It is thanks to our Laifu's capabilities. Otherwise, you might never have tasted such delicacies, Zhao Feng replied, serving Li Laifu another portion of fish. The little girl had hardly eaten, instead perched on the kong, sipping popsicle water and munching on peach crisps. This indulgence was due to Li Laifu's influence. Otherwise, Zhao Feng would have confiscated them long ago. Observing Li Laifu filled Li Chongwen's heart with joy. Their eldest son had finally matured, and harmony had returned to the household. You cannot eat anymore. You have indulged in those peach crisps far too much, and your elder brother is too lenient with you, Zhao Feng remarked as she collected the bowls and snatched the peach crisps from the little girl's hands. The child pouted slightly, but upon receiving a stern glance from Zhao Feng, she quickly swallowed her tears. Subsequently, the family engaged in idle chatter, though Zhao Feng was not merely passing time. She pressed the little girl's head onto her lap and began to comb through her hair. Li Laifu felt a shiver run down his spine. "Aunt, please use the soap I bought to wash Xiao Hong's hair." "Very well. It is indeed a good opportunity to use the soap on her," Zhao Feng agreed. Feeling an itch herself. The dilapidated house was far less comfortable than Grandma's, and bathing was a cumbersome task. She filled a basin with cold water and retreated to her room to take a cold shower. Feeling her slender frame, standing at over 1.6 meters and weighing just over 70 pounds, she lamented her frail state. "I must earn money quickly and stock up on supplies. Perhaps I should exercise in the countryside. In the city, if you run a few steps, people think you are mad." Glancing at the white patches on her arm, she recognized them as signs of roundworms. The last time at kindergarten, the doctor had not needed to examine her, for it was known that anyone with such patches was likely infested. Awakening in the morning, she heard voices in the room. Laifu was up. "Wait a moment. Aunt will help you with your haircut." Jiang Yuan sported a bowl haircut, while the little girl did as well. Jiang Tao had a gourd ladle atop his head. Zhao Feng took the scissors and began snipping around. "I don't want a haircut." Li Laifu quickly shook his head, using a toothbrush to wash his face. In those times, very few ventured out for haircuts. Nearly everyone relied on family members to cut each other's hair. Charging 5 cents for a haircut was not the issue. The crux was that hair had to grow long enough, and most families were reluctant to part with that 5 cents. In this day and age, state-run barbershops predominantly sell tickets to various factories, which in turn distribute them as benefits to their workers. Consequently, these establishments are often bustling with patrons, and those who can afford to pay for a haircut are indeed few and far between. The most impressive are the skilled tradespeople. The barbers in state-run shops are exceptionally proficient. "Is there anyone at Li Chongwen's house?" someone inquired. Yes, indeed. Li Laifu recognized at once the old Mrs. Liu, who had been sitting behind Director Zhang on his bicycle the other day. "Aunt Liu, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Zhao Feng asked. "Old Mrs. Liu glanced at Li Laifu and praised him. "This lad is truly capable. My child, at his age, still behaves like a ravenous beast waiting for food. Yet this boy can already bring sustenance to his family." "Zhao Feng, isn't Laifu quite the fisherman? Yesterday he caught quite a haul, and news of his catch has spread throughout our neighborhood. Our director has sent me to ask Laifu if, when he catches more fish, he could send some our way. We can match the price from the purchasing station. This morning, I went to the station, and not even a fish scale was left for us from Laifu's catch yesterday." Li Laifu frowned and asked, "And Zhang, isn't this a bit risky? In this era, one must tread carefully." The original host, being merely a young child with limited experience, had come from a world filled with chaotic novels and dramas. In these times, one misstep could lead to trouble. Old Mrs. Liu lowered her voice and reassured him. "Laifu, do not worry. As long as one does not steal or rob, one can find food without issue. Let me speak plainly. Even if our neighborhood were to inspect the pigeon market with fanfare, could they truly drive someone to despair? Moreover, every unit has unplanned quotas for procurement, which can be utilized as long as they do not encroach upon the planned indicators. Any unit has the right to procure." Chapter 29. Preparations to return to the countryside. Li Laifu finally understood. No wonder he had read in novels about procurement officers from steel mills cycling to the countryside. In simple terms, it is a planned economy. Do not disturb the planned resources, but anything unplanned? If you find it, it is your skill. Mrs. Liu's fishing prowess could not simply be taken for granted. "If I were to catch fish, I would certainly deliver some to you." "Of course. Fishing? Who can truly predict that? We merely heard that you had a successful catch yesterday, which is why we came to speak with you," the old lady said with a smile. After the elderly woman departed, Zhao Feng wore a beaming smile. Despite Mrs. Liu not holding any leadership position, Her influence over the area was significant, and her visit was indeed a matter of prestige. Laifu was aware that Mrs. Lu's current role resembled that of a committee director overseeing a district. In this era, one must not underestimate these elderly ladies. They are well versed in the affairs of families and the state, and they know everything about the happenings in their community. Come, Laifu, are you going fishing today? Andy will prepare some steamed cornbread for you to take along. The sun had risen in the west, allowing her to arrange lunch for them. Xia Yuan. What expression is that? You scoundrel. I said I would bring you some cornbread, and you pull that face? It seems you are seeking trouble. Auntie, there is no need. We should be off, he replied, as he walked ahead with 2 followers trailing behind him. Jiang Yuan. You fool. How close you were to revealing yourself. Jiang Tao scolded. Dear brother, it was not my intention. The moment I recalled the peach crisps we savored yesterday and the wild vegetable steamed buns our mother brought us today, I couldn't help myself. Upon reaching the alley, Laifu produced 50 cents and 2 pounds of grain coupons to purchase 10 meat buns from the breakfast shop. Priced at 5 cents each and requiring 2 ounces of grain coupons, this was the sole place where meat could be acquired without needing a meat ticket. Brother, it smells divine. You actually bought me meat buns as you promised, Jiang Yuan exclaimed joyfully. As we approached the drum tower, we noticed a large pharmacy nearby, where Laifu spent 30 cents on 10 pyramid-shaped candies, which were excellent for expelling roundworms. Brother, do they sell candy at the pharmacy? Jiang Yuan inquired. Laifu replied, This is not mere candy. It's for eliminating the roundworms in your belly. We shall consume it later tonight. I am aware of roundworms. I've seen them at the toilet entrance, Jiang Yuan retorted. Be quiet. If you keep talking, I want to take you fishing today, Laifu admonished. Jiang Yuan quickly replied, All right, brother, I shall remain silent. On that day, the 3 of them sold over 80 pounds of fish to Fat Joe from Peking University, and also delivered 30 pounds to the street, fetching 4 cents and 5 cents per pound. Laifu's space now held over 60 yuan, and the money earned from the street was given to Zhao Fong, making her exceedingly happy. In the following 7 days, the trio went fishing daily, while the corn and pumpkins in Laifu's space ripened. This meant that each crop cycle took 10 days, yielding over 500 pumpkins and 2,000 pounds of corn. Utilizing the space, he ground the corn into cornmeal effortlessly. With just a thought, the corn transformed into flour, resulting in 500 pounds of pure cornmeal, while the remaining kernels and cobs were processed into corn flour at a ratio of 3:1, totaling another 2,000 pounds. This time, he decided against planting corn and instead had Fat Joe procure a sack of wheat seeds, planting 5 acres with wheat. That rotund fellow truly had a knack for this, bringing the seeds the very next day after mentioning it. Throughout those 7 days, aside from 1 fish delivery to the street, all the fish were sold to Fat Joe. Thus the commotion regarding his 2 fish sales in the alley was beginning to dissipate. On the 8th morning, he instructed his 2 younger brothers to wait at the door while he headed directly to Peking University. The gatekeeper recognized him now, as Fat Joe had already informed him. Laifu, you're here early today, what is the matter? Brother Joe, I was wondering if you could help me acquire some tickets for pots and pans. He had resolved to visit his grandmother's house the following day and train his body in the mountains. Despite the nightly vegetable porridge being somewhat thick, it was of little use, as his health remained feeble. With the benefits of time travel and spatial advantages, he ought to fortify his physique. Moreover, in these turbulent times, with firearms not being prohibited, a robust body and self-defense skills were paramount for a sense of security. What do you need those items for? Don't you have them at home? Laifu rolled his eyes and replied, We lack pots and pans. How else can I eat and grow? I will be staying at my grandmother's for a while, bringing necessities for the villagers. All right, I will draft some tickets for you at school shortly. And don't forget the oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar, Laifu added. Understood, understood. Fat Joe waved his hand dismissively. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Joe Fatty arrived, and Laifu had nearly exhausted the tranquil spots around Kunming Lake for fishing. Joe Fatty handed over a pile of tickets and an additional 30 yuan, taking the fish away. In these times, over 200 yuan was a considerable sum. By 4 o'clock, he continued to catch numerous small fish during the next hour, which were meant for home. Craving larger fish? Not a chance. Zhao Fong would be selling them before he could even think about it. Upon returning home, Zhao Fong was chatting with a group of elderly ladies at the gate, holding Li Xiaohong in her arms. Xiao Fong, you are indeed fortunate. Your eldest son is quite capable, remarked Lu Laodai, praising Laifu, which made her feel quite pleased. Handing a fish to the elderly lady, she said, Aunt Lu, take this one home. and make some soup. This act was a significant gesture of generosity. In these times, sharing food with others indicated a strong bond. Even when relatives visited, sharing a meal required food tickets, so gifting a half-kilogram fish was indeed a grand display of goodwill. "Oh, Aunt Lu, please accept it," Laifu added. "Thank you. Keep the small fish for yourselves. I'll be visiting my grandmother's house for a few days," Zhao Feng replied, clearly feeling a pang of reluctance. After dinner, Laifu went outside for a smoke, followed closely by three little shadows. Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan, each holding a bowl, made their way to the supply and marketing cooperative. Aunt Lu smiled and pinched Li Xiaohong's cheek, then filled 3 bowls with icy popsicle water from the freezer. Laifu sat on the steps, smoking, while the 3 little ones enjoyed their icy treats. As night fell, the streets grew quiet. Except for the occasional gathering of men under the streetlights, engaging in banter and playing chess. Li Xiaohong, still in her playful spirit, ran into Laifu's embrace. Her weight noticeably increased after taking deworming medicine and consuming more food. The next morning, Laifu informed Zhao Feng that he would be going to his grandmother's house. His 2 younger brothers and 1 sister were reluctant to see him go, so he quietly gave Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan 2 yuan and 10 jin of food tickets to buy buns if they got hungry. Chapter 30. The treasure of Prince Jing. Upon reaching the Drum Tower Supply and Marketing Cooperative, he purchased a myriad of pots and pans, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, a kitchen knife, and 5 jars, 1 for 30 jin of wine, 1 for 4 jin of soybean oil, while the remaining 3 jars were set aside for storage. As jars required no tickets, he also bought 2 jin of peach crisps and 2 jin of white sugar for his grandmother, with spices only consisting of Sichuan pepper, star anise, and dried chili, which also required no tickets. With 2 first-class liquor tickets, he bought 2 bottles of Maotai, which was quite expensive at 4 yuan 50 each. He acquired 6 feet of blue cloth. His uncle's 2 children were still in cloth bags. This was not merely for himself, but to ensure his grandparents were well cared for, which was worth it. He also purchased 10 boxes of dakium and cigarettes, though he did not buy any clothing for himself. As the sleek attire he wore did not seem suitable, a new pair of shoes sufficed. Suddenly, he noticed a pile of flour bags and a burlap sack in the corner of the cooperative. "Comrade, do those flour bags and burlap sack require tickets? The pristine items are not for sale. The old ones are merely a dime each," the shop assistant languidly remarked while slumped over the counter. Having acquired 10 fabric bags and 10 burlap sacks, one could only say they were a tad worn but not damaged. "Have you finished your purchases? What are you lingering about for?" The shop assistant's attitude was truly remarkable. Were it not for his frail physique and the sign on the opposite wall stating that it was prohibited to assault customers without cause, he might have retaliated. These individuals resembled the vendors at various train stations in later times. When trouble arose, they would band together, engaging in a collective brawl. Imagining a group of women with grimy nails, their grasp might leave one disfigured. It was best to avoid confrontation with a plethora of goods. He called for a card at the entrance. Upon settling the bill, the shop assistant eyed him as if he were a thief. He rode the cart for 14 kilometers to the summer palace, paying 70 cents, and discreetly stowed his belongings in a secluded corner of the woods. This time, he had not even brought a fishing rod. Instead, he cast a line with a rope, saving even the bait, as neither Jiang Tao nor Jiang Yuan was present. To his right lay a large rock, and to his left, a wall corner. He was hidden from view. The fishhook continuously searched the water below, and as fish were caught, they were swiftly stored in his space. By noon, he had already reeled in over 40 pounds, though most were small, the largest weighing just over 4 pounds. "I refuse to believe there are no larger fish," Laifu thought, extracting corn kernels from his space and tossing them into the water. After all, one cannot expect big fish without baiting the spot. He decided to take out a wild chicken from his space, cleaning it with a small knife, and hooked several lotus leaves. Rubbing the chicken with salt, Sichuan pepper, spices, and a splash of bulk liquor, he wrapped it in the lotus leaves. At the water's edge, he dug up some fine mud to prepare a beggar's chicken. Discarding the chicken's entrails into the lake, he scattered a handful of corn kernels and reclined on the grass, awaiting the chicken to cook. Once it was done, the aroma was intoxicating. Laifu found himself salivating uncontrollably. Over an hour had passed since his last meal, and he resumed fishing. After consuming nearly 2 pounds of chicken, his stomach barely felt satisfied. By 4 o'clock, he had caught around 100 pounds of fish, but hunger gnawed at him once more. It was time to visit a designated spot for travelers, a state-run restaurant for a meal. inquiring at the counter about the meat ration required. He discovered he had only the 1 pound of meat ticket that Fat Joe had given him a couple of days prior. "Comrade, how many meat tickets for braised pork?" "8 tails of meat ticket for braised pork." "Comrade, please, I would like an order of braised pork and 4 tails of rice," Laifu said, reaching into his pocket to retrieve his money and ticket. What era was it where one desired rice? Fortuitously, there was pork available today, but only steamed buns made from 2 parts flour, costing 2 taels of grain ticket and 3 cents each. Laifu was momentarily taken aback. The woman serving him was not unattractive, yet her demeanor was quite unpleasant. This meal was indeed a greasy delight. The braised pork was simply delectable. He polished off a plate of braised pork, even using the bun to clean the dish. Noticing a supply and marketing cooperative next door, he purchased a piece of hard candy for 1 yuan and acquired a green backpack adorned with a pentagram, complete with 2 straps and a buckle. He yearned to purchase 2 more, but regrettably, regulations dictated that each individual was permitted only 1. Perhaps it was due to its proximity to Peking University. He hadn't noticed such strictness at other supply and marketing cooperatives. In this era, education was held in high esteem. Remarkably, the backpack required no ticket. How different from later times when every aspect of schooling, from drinking water to brushing teeth, incurred a fee, with a cigarette dangling from his lips. He returned to Kunming Lake, intending to wait until 10 o'clock to visit the pigeon market. By 6, darkness had descended, and the park resembled a haunted place, devoid of any human presence. This time, he chose a spacious area near Kunming Bridge. Just as he cast his fishing line, a sense of unease washed over him. The moonlight illuminated the lake's surface brilliantly. Deciding to descend the bridge, he moved to a shaded spot beneath the arch, skillfully controlling his hook in the water. Here, the fish were plentiful. Nearly every catch emerged with astonishing speed. Over 2 hours, he reeled in more than 30 fish, the smallest weighing 4 or 5 pounds, while the largest tipped the scales at 11 or 12 pounds. He had depleted the fish at a depth of 2 to 3 meters and ventured deeper, reaching the riverbed, when he noticed a fish weighing about 20 pounds that had snagged his hook. As the fish thrashed and burrowed into the mud, he sensed something unusual. As he pulled up the fish's head, he glimpsed a box entangled in the mud, its iron lock visible. He felt no inclination to wrestle with the fish. Instead, he drew it into his space and maneuvered the hook into the mud. Upon contact with the box, a thought clouded the murky waters. Yet he had already absorbed the box into his space. After securing the fishing line, he reclined on the slope by the lake, his consciousness entering his space. The enormous box was sheathed in iron, boasting a massive iron lock. Utilizing his power, he unlocked the box, and in that instant, he was awestruck. Gold. The box was brimming with gold, not the ingots of the future, but solid gold bricks. Atop the gold lay a noticeably duller golden plaque. Upon inspecting the plaque, he recognized the name of Prince Qing, Yiquan. In that moment, Laifu understood that this was not merely a recollection of the future, but a memory of the original owner. In the capital, 2 legendary treasures were spoken of. One was said to be hidden in the lair of the Grey Immortal, supposedly left behind by the Japanese, who had scavenged gold from various regions to transport through Tianjin port. Unfortunately, upon reaching the capital, the People's Liberation Army arrived, and the treasure's whereabouts became a mystery. The PLA had captured the Grey Immortal, who was rumored to have escaped death despite suffering injuries. Thus, the belief persisted that finding the Grey Immortal would lead to the treasure. The other treasure legend revolved around Prince Qing, the last of the iron-capped kings of the Qing dynasty, infamous for his immense corruption, reportedly amassing more wealth than the total annual revenue of the dynasty. Elders often claimed he hoarded wealth too great to carry, concealed somewhere in the capital. This topic was a focal point of discussion in the alleys of Nanluoguxiang and beyond. Tales Laifu had listened to as a child. With a thought, he levitated the gold bricks before him. Each weighed 30 pounds, equating to 300 taels in contemporary terms. No wonder the box was enveloped in iron. It contained 30 bricks, totaling an astounding 900 pounds. Chapter 31. 49 chests of gold to be deemed a treasure. It certainly cannot be merely a single chest. Laifu extinguished the cigarette between his fingers and continued to cast the fishing line into the river. After securing it in the mud, he stumbled upon another chest. This time, he refrained from hastily inspecting it, instead persevering until the clock struck midnight. Exhausted, he collapsed upon a slope, marveling at the 50 imposing iron chests before him. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. With a mere thought, he entered his spatial realm and opened the 50 chests. To his astonishment, 49 of them were filled to the brim with meticulously arranged gold. Each chest weighed an astonishing 900 pounds, totaling a staggering 44,000 pounds of gold, if calculated by the ton. Among the treasures were pearl necklaces and jade necklaces, each boasting a collection of over a dozen, alongside various golden adornments. He also discovered an impressive array of snuff bottles, numbering around 40 to 50, crafted from gold, silver, jade, and agate, each piece exhibiting exquisite craftsmanship. Among them was a flawless white jade ding suspended within a golden frame, the ring itself fashioned from jade, and the golden frame intricately carved with a coiling dragon, truly a sight to behold. He proceeded to open 3 wooden boxes, revealing a blue and white gooseneck vase, a large blue and white plate, and a blue and white plum vase. Beside them lay several unmarked plaques, both jade green and white jade, numbering in the dozens. While the white jade pieces were undoubtedly exquisite, the vibrant green jade plaques stood out even more. It was evident that the several plaques were crafted from the same material, their colors harmonizing perfectly, and their varied sizes seemed inconsequential. All were of similar dimensions. Clearly, these extravagant items had been excessively wasted. Though he could not fully appreciate the intricacies of the blue and white porcelain, the 4 interlinked wall vases were delicate and charming, their colors and designs pleasing to the eye. The wooden frame was unmistakably Zetan, and in Laifu's mind, nothing less than Zetan could complement such exquisite artifacts. Even he, despite his simplicity, recognized their beauty. The protagonist's aura was dazzlingly bright, ushering him into a realm of financial freedom, rendering life goals obsolete. It felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of existence. As he strolled towards Dongxiang, cigarette in hand, he recalled the numerous pigeon markets scattered throughout the capital, especially the one outside Dongxiang. His father had taken him there once last year. Reflecting on that memory, it was not nearly as terrifying as depicted in the novels of his later life. Although there were regulations surrounding the pigeon market, it was merely the street folk keeping watch. If it were truly forbidden, the local police would have long since dismantled it. Wandering along the main road, he observed people riding bicycles with goods strapped to the back, as well as hurried women carrying baskets, all heading to the pigeon market. In those times, aside from children, adults rarely abstained from visiting. Though personal trade was prohibited, every household occasionally found themselves in need of something, and given the challenging circumstances, the market was a haven for the enterprising, allowing for a discreet existence. The leaders themselves often required goods, holding various vouchers, while the common folk had no access to bicycle, radio, or sewing machine tickets. Those were but dreams. Thus, the pigeon market was never lacking in individuals clad in Zhongshan suits, pins tucked into their pockets. After 2 hours of walking, he finally emerged from Dongxiang, his legs trembling with fatigue. After walking for another 10 minutes, I arrived at the foot of the mountain, where a throng of people surged, and flickering lights illuminated the scene. The glow was cast by vendors, who only shone their flashlights on the curious when they crouched down to see. As soon as they stood up, the flashlights would be extinguished to conserve battery. I found a piece of cloth in the space around me, cut 3 holes in it, and covered my face before making my way towards the pigeon market. Upon arrival, I noticed 2 gatekeepers. Were they selling goods or purchasing them? Laifu knew that if one were to sell, a fee of 1 cent was required. But they paid no heed to buyers. He patted his military backpack and it declared, "I have nothing to sell." Once inside, I was engulfed in a sea of heads. Amidst an array of merchandise, shoes, pots, and even fabric for sale, along with signs that advertised ticket sales. "What kind of tickets do you have?" Laifu inquired. The vendor, despite being masked, stood over one, 7 meters tall and possessed a robust physique, his voice resonant as he asked, "What ticket do you seek?" Seeing the vendor's audacity, Laifu casually replied, "Do you have a bicycle ticket?" The man promptly retrieved a handkerchief from his coat pocket, unfolded it, and presented a ticket, stating 50 yuan. "Goodness, you truly have one," Laifu exclaimed. "You're not just fooling around because you lack money, are you?" The vendor shook the ticket and then tucked it back into his pocket. "No money?" Laifu mused, thinking to himself that he had gold worth tons. Yet this man dared to question his finances. He produced 50 yuan and insisted, "Give me the ticket. Who says I have no money?" Upon receiving the cash, the vendor handed over the bicycle ticket, which Laifu examined to confirm its authenticity. He could not discern a fake, as this was merely a matter of pretentious display. He then addressed the ticket seller. "I'm about to negotiate. Is that acceptable?" The vendor chuckled and replied, "Little brother, don't jest. Just tuck the money into your coat pocket and fasten the button." Taken aback, Laifu mumbled under his breath, What about a meat ticket? Not that he intended to purchase meat, but in these times, those with tickets were plentiful, while those who could actually buy meat were few and far between. The meat processing plant did not sell pork, thus, having a ticket was futile if one missed the opportunity to buy. He recalled his desire for braised pork that evening and realized he needed a meat ticket. 50 cents a pound. How much do you want? The vendor's audacity struck Laifu. Meat was only 60 cents, yet he dared to ask for 50 cents for a ticket. It dawned on him that he should negotiate. Finding the exchange rather amusing, he remarked, listening to your voice, you can't be that old, little brother. What era are we in? Just next door in our capital. People are starving. You clearly don't visit often. Let me be frank. Rice here is selling for 2.5 yuan, cornmeal for 1 yuan and 80 cents, and sweet potato flour and sorghum flour for 1 yuan and 50 cents. Look around. Who in this pigeon market isn't a grain buyer? Perceiving the honesty in Laifu's words, and being financially liberated, he did not press further. Do you have cotton tickets? He asked. One must stock up on these. They're in high demand for the next decade. Cotton tickets aren't cheap either. They're 1 yuan and 50 cents per pound, and I only have 20 pounds. Goodness, the supply and marketing cooperative sells cotton for just 1 yuan and 50 cents. How can your ticket cost the same as the cotton? The vendor replied, little brother. Let me speak plainly. In this day and age, there are no reasonable prices. You make a reasonable point, Lin Laifu remarked with a hint of frustration. Yet you refuse to grant me the opportunity to negotiate. Can you not reduce the price? If you insist on 35 yuan, would you accept 33? The man responded with a smile. Finally, a concession of 2 yuan was made, and 33 yuan was exchanged. Nearby, a woman draped in a headscarf was selling fabric. Surely, you don't expect tickets for this cloth. How do you sell it? Lin inquired. I do not sell this fabric. I only trade it for grain, she replied. How much fabric do you have, and how much grain would you like in return? Lin Laifu asked, undeterred by her initial refusal. I have 5 meters of cloth, and I would require at least 15 jin of cornmeal, the woman said, noticing Lin's interest. 15 jin of cornmeal? Currently, it's 8 yuan per jin. That amounts to 27 yuan, Lin calculated. The supply and marketing cooperative sells it for only 8 yuan per foot. Oh well. I suppose wealthy individuals don't haggle over such trivial matters. I have a large pumpkin. Would you consider a trade? Lin Laifu suggested, eager to offload his produce. Each one weighs around 22 or 23 jin, he added. Goodness, young man, if you sell it to me, I have fabric tickets, the ticket vendor interjected. Do you need leather shoes? I could trade a pair for your pumpkin, another individual chimed in, brandishing a brand new pair of shoes, clearly a factory worker. Lin Laifu was intrigued by the leather shoes. Although he could not wear them immediately, they would be useful in the future. What size are those shoes? He inquired. Upon hearing Lin's question, the shoe vendor eagerly replied, they're size 41. Lin, who currently wore size 38, estimated that he would fit into them by next year. You heard how large those pumpkins are. How would we arrange the trade for your shoes? Lin asked. These shoes retail for 18 yuan at the department store and require a ticket. Given that potatoes are 3 mao per jin, your pumpkin must be worth at least 5 mao per jin, the vendor explained, gauging Lin's response. What do you suggest? Well, I suppose I can take a slight loss. Would 2 be acceptable? Lin proposed. That works splendidly. Thank you, young man. Turning to the woman selling fabric, Lin inquired, for your 5 meters of cloth, I can offer you 3 pumpkins, which would weigh at least 70 jin. Would you accept this exchange? Absolutely. I agree. The woman exclaimed without hesitation. Now it's my turn. The ticket vendor interjected. Would you like to buy them for 15 yuan each? No, my friend, we've just conducted a business deal. Why would you charge me more than they do? Lin retorted. It seemed that purchasing at a higher price was inevitable. The vendor pulled out a handful of tickets from his pocket, saying, Young man, I still have tickets. Let us see which ones you desire, and we can negotiate later. Upon seeing the neatly bundled tickets, Lin's eyes were drawn to a stack of liquor tickets. These are 20 Class A liquor tickets priced at 1 yuan each. And I assure you, I haven't inflated the price. I also have 20 Class B tickets for 50 cents each, and loose liquor tickets at 10 cents each. Would you be interested? The vendor presumed Lin to be a connoisseur of spirits. After collecting the 3 types of tickets, the vendor inquired, Do you have any cigarette tickets? 20 Class A cigarette tickets, 20 Class B cigarette tickets, and some economical cigarettes. That's right, I want 40 cigarette tickets in total, and I don't need anything else. Now that I have achieved financial freedom, it's only fitting to indulge in finer smokes. If it weren't for tonight's golden harvest, He wouldn't be able to spend so lavishly. Class A tickets cost 20 cents each, while Class B tickets are 10 cents. Brother, that totals 38 yuan. The ticket seller remarked, eagerly awaiting Laifu's exchange for a few pumpkins. Would 3 pumpkins suffice? If each weighs around 22 to 23 jin, it should be fine. The buyer responded, let us go. I've placed my pumpkins outside. If it were just one person, no one would dare accompany Laifu, but with 3. It was a different story, especially since Laifu was clearly still a young lad. The trio found courage in their numbers. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered 2 guards. Laifu handed over a penny, as leaving was free of charge. I'm selling goods, so I must pay you what is owed, he said, placing the coin in their hands as he made his way out. Once they reached a patch of tall grass, Laifu gestured for them to wait, saying, I'll check the grass to see if this is the right spot. The 3 nodded, instinctively huddling together. The grass concealed Laifu as he retrieved 8 large pumpkins from his space. When he placed one on the roadside, the trio felt reassured. After all, he needed to handle the pumpkins, and the vines were long enough for all 3 to carry. With 8 pumpkins set aside, they handed him their belongings. Curious to check the time. Hey, do you have a watch? The ticket seller inquired. Shaking his head, he extended his arm, saying, I don't have a ticket, but I do have a watch. Would you like it? Noticing Laifu's gaze, he promptly removed the watch and handed it over, illuminating it with a flashlight. The watch appeared nearly new. Little brother, I acquired this last year. It's a Shanghai brand, almost 99% new. I bought it for 50 yuan. And it retails for 60 at the department store, but getting a watch ticket is even harder than getting a bicycle ticket. He was also mindful of Laifu's generosity. After all, you didn't even need to weigh his purchases, often receiving extra. For instance, these pumpkins, if calculated by weight, would yield an additional 1 or 2 yuan, with some weighing as much as 23 or 24 jin. In a jovial mood, Laifu declared, I'll give you 6 more pumpkins, suddenly finding it amusing that purchases were now gauged by pumpkins. The ticket seller calculated in his mind that 6 pumpkins were undoubtedly worth it. Generous, little brother, you're quite the man of integrity. Laifu returned to the grass and fetched 6 more pumpkins, while the ticket seller and the shoe vendor continued to observe the thicket. Laifu chuckled, remarking, Don't stare too long. My father might shoot you if you do. The 3 shuddered, realizing that with so many pumpkins, even a young lad like him couldn't manage alone. There were certainly others hidden in the grass. The shoe vendors and cloth merchants had already fled, while the ticket seller could only manage a wry smile. Laifu watched the commotion, noting the woman struggling with her 3 pumpkins, 1 cradled in her arms, 2 strapped to her back, yet she moved with unimpeded speed. Little brother, could you do me a favor and keep an eye on this for me? I'll be back shortly. Please hurry, or I shall take my leave. Do not blame me if you lose out, Laifu remarked as he lit a cigarette. I will be quick, just a short trip to the pigeon market. Before he had finished his smoke, the ticket seller arrived with a cart. After the ticket buyer departed, Laifu stored the fabric and leather shoes in his space. However, the watch could not be placed there. One side was a still space, while the other was a fast one. What would happen if he put the watch inside? Continuing his journey towards the pigeon market, he glanced at his watch. It was only 4 o'clock. As he wandered, he observed several antique vendors, yet he found their offerings lackluster, mere snuff bottles and pipe fittings, of which he already possessed numerous exquisite examples. Who would desire such trinkets? To his surprise, he discovered a vendor selling firearms. Upon a tattered burlap sack lay 2 long rifles and 3 handguns. How much for this long rifle? Laifu inquired as he crouched down to pick one up. What brand is this rifle? He asked, genuinely unfamiliar. The one beside you is a Shui Lianzhu, priced at 80 yuan. The one you are holding is a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, which cost a bit more at 120 yuan. Why is there such a significant price difference? Your Type 56 can fire in rapid succession. The Shui Lianzhu requires you to pull the bolt after each shot. Laifu opened the bolt to inspect the rifle. It was empty, which explained why it was so carelessly handled. He then glanced at the 3 handguns on the ground, black shells scattered about, 1 silver, and another a Browning, which he recognized as similar to the Type 64 pistol. Given the era, the Browning was indeed the only option available. How much for this handgun? He asked, picking up the Browning. The Browning is 40 yuan. I'll take both of these guns. Is 150 yuan acceptable? The vendor hesitated but eventually nodded. All right. But you're quite the big spender. How will the ammunition be priced? Each gun comes with 20 rounds. Anything beyond that is 5 cents per round. Laifu waved his hand dismissively, I want 500 rounds for the long rifle and 100 rounds for the handgun, totaling 600 rounds. Do you have that? I can provide you with 1,000 rounds if needed. Laifu set down the gun and asked, would you like some grain? The vendor paused momentarily before responding eagerly, yes. I would like grain. His reaction was entirely reasonable. In these times, grain was of utmost importance. The grain I refer to is not cornmeal or the like, but rather those pumpkins weighing over 20 jin. I have dozens. The vendor took a deep breath and replied, anything edible will suffice. I just exchanged shoes and tickets at 50 cents per jin, with each pumpkin weighing around 21 or 22 jin. Even if we estimate 10 yuan per pumpkin, that totals 180 yuan for 18 large pumpkins. You'd best bring a cart, as I wouldn't want to keep you waiting like that ticket seller earlier. Absolutely, no problem. Laifu continued, let us meet at the intersection. I will have my father prepare the pumpkins, and you bring the guns and ammunition for a face-to-face transaction. All right. I shall be there shortly. The vendor bent down to wrap the guns in the burlap sack, while Laifu made his way towards the outskirts of the pigeon market. At this hour, when the dawn had yet to break, he discreetly arranged 18 pumpkins by the roadside, seating himself atop them while smoking. The sound of creaking wooden wheels soon announced the arrival of a cart. 3 individuals approached, yet Laifu remained seated, resolute in his demeanor. Brother, here is your firearm, said the seller, handing over a long gun along with a bag containing a pistol and ammunition. As Lin examined the long gun, he prepared to load it with bullets when a small-statured man behind the wall interjected, young brother, you mustn't. Noticing Lin's gaze, the man smiled and clarified, do not misunderstand. I see you're a novice. I merely wish to prevent any accidental discharge. This place cannot afford a gunshot, for a single shot would spell disaster for Dove City. Lin nodded, slinging the long gun over his shoulder before reaching into the bag for the pistol. Though he could not see clearly, he recognized the weight of the bullets. These are your 18 pumpkins. Do ensure that each weighs over 20 pounds, he remarked as he prepared to leave. The small man called out again, young brother. Do you have any more pumpkins? Lin furrowed his brow, and the man quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace. I mean no offense. We are all in this business together. I simply wish to inquire if you have more of these pumpkins. If so, I shall buy them at $10 each. Whatever quantity you have, I shall take. Reflecting on his stock of over 400, Lin considered selling them all at once. I have 450. Can you handle that? The man's face lit up with a smile. Absolutely. I can manage. Then you may return in half an hour. I will have my father and brother bring the pumpkins. Remember to bring $4,500 with you, Lin instructed. Certainly, young brother, you are straightforward. After the group departed with the pumpkins, Lin sat by the roadside, finishing his cigarette while loading bullets into the long gun and filling the magazine of the pistol. He stored the long gun in his bag and secured the pistol at his waist. Checking the watch he wore around his neck, he noted it was nearly 5 o'clock. The day would break around 5:30. Half an hour later, 2 vehicles arrived with 4 individuals. The pumpkins were already arranged among the grass, and the sight of over 400 was indeed impressive. Send 2 people to count them, Lin suggested. 450 is neither too many nor too few. Among the 4, 3 ventured into the grass to tally the pumpkins while the leader retrieved neatly stacked money from a black leather bag, each bundle amounting to $100. Brother, 450 is just right, he confirmed. Lin accepted the $4,500 without counting, placing it directly into his backpack. Young brother, may our collaboration be fruitful. Should you require anything in the future, simply speak to the gatekeeper. My surname is Sunday. Just ask for Big Brother Son, he added. Lin nodded in agreement, stating he would deliver future goods directly to him before making his way back to the main road. This location was conveniently situated just outside Dongxiamen, making it a short distance to his grandparents' home. As he traversed the rugged path resembling a narrow gorge, he felt no fear, holding the gun firmly in hand. Upon reaching Lijia village, dawn was just beginning to illuminate the quiet settlement. Passing by the makeshift shelter where militia members guard the fields, one could discern the sound of snoring from quite a distance. Upon reaching the summit and arriving at my grandparents' doorstep, I had filled my space with 100 jin of pure cornmeal, unadulterated by any millet. I placed 2 substantial fish, each weighing around 7 or 8 jin, into a burlap sack and retrieved a jar of wine meant for Oldley. However, the jar contained only 25 jin, as 5 jin had been reserved for cooking. I also extracted a 6-foot piece of cloth intended for the 2 children of my second uncle. There were the old lady's peach crisps and sugar cubes, which I directly stowed in my backpack, along with an additional pound of white sugar. Balancing the sack of flour on my shoulder and placing the wine jar inside the burlap, I cradled it in my arms, thus achieving a reasonable arrangement. A few minutes later, a voice called out, "Who is it?" So early? It was old Li's voice. "Grandfather, it's me," I responded, and within a minute, old Li appeared, bare-chested and clad in loose shorts. "Grandson, why are you here so early? Did your father beat you again?" The wooden door creaked open. "Grandson, what are you up to?" "Grandfather, this is quite heavy. Let us hurry inside to discuss it." All right. You old fool, why are you blocking the doorway? Let your eldest grandson in." The old lady had also risen. As I entered the courtyard, old Li shut the door, and the old lady emerged from the house, wrapped in her clothing. "Grandmother, let us go inside to talk." Old Li assisted me in lifting the sack of flour. Once inside, I gently placed the burlap sack on the floor, while the sack of flour was carelessly tossed down with a thud. "Grandson, is this sack filled with grain?" I felt it was quite fine. Old Li inquired. "Yes, grandfather, that is the cornmeal I exchanged at the pigeon market," I replied, carefully extracting the jar of wine from the burlap and placing it on the table. Chapter 34. Arrival at Li family village. The old lady wiped my forehead with her hand, furrowing her brow as she said, "Grandson, you're still quite young. How dare you go to the pigeon market? Besides, our home is not lacking in food. Why did you bring these things?" I smiled and replied, "Grandmother, I'm not that small anymore. My grandfather says that my great-grandfather was already married at my age." "Don't listen to his nonsense," Old Li interjected, sniffing the air. "Grandson, that jar doesn't contain wine, does it?" "Grandfather, I heard you finished 2 gin of wine last time. This is the authentic Nanluoguxiang from the cooperative." My dear grandson, Old Li exclaimed joyfully, embracing me and planting a kiss on my forehead. "Look at you, so unambitious. Not even worrying about your grandson's trip to the pigeon market, only concerned about the wine. You're worrying for no reason. Your grandson is perfectly fine here." The old lady chided gently. "Grandson, promise your grandmother that you won't go again. You're still too young," she said, tenderly grasping my hand. "All right, grandmother. I won't go again." "Grandmother, I also brought you something," I said, pulling out the paper-wrapped peach crisps from the burlap. "Oh my, good grandson, good eldest grandson. Your grandmother is truly blessed by you." Old Li had already fetched a small bamboo spoon, opened a jar of wine, took a deep breath, and scooped a spoonful to taste. What strength! Nanluoguxiang is indeed potent. The elderly lady opened the paper bag and gazed at the peach crisp. "Old woman, you should partake as well. This is a tribute from my grandson," Mr. Li remarked as he took a bite of the crisp. "You can leave. This is a gift from my eldest grandson to me. Since he brought you wine, you should enjoy your drink." Observing the 2 elders relishing their treat filled Mr. Li with immense joy. The affection these 2 had for him was unparalleled, a sentiment he had never experienced in his past life. After indulging in both the crisp and the wine, Mr. Li finally unwrapped the flour bag. "My dear grandson, even if you ventured to pigeon market, how could you afford to buy grain? Your father? That scoundrel of a son would never buy me such a quantity. Is it fair to say that Mr. Li remained exceptionally clear-headed?" "Old woman, come and see this cornmeal. It's extraordinary," he called out. The elderly lady, while savoring the peach crisp, replied, "Half of it is already buried in the ground. What could possibly be extraordinary about cornmeal?" Mr. Li presented a handful before her. "Look at this. Is it not golden yellow? Or is my sight failing me?" The elderly lady, more straightforward than Mr. Li, pinched a small amount, tasted it, and remarked, "There are no additives. This is undoubtedly pure cornmeal. Grandson, this cornmeal must have cost you a pretty penny, hasn't it?" Both elders turned their eyes towards Mr. Li. "Dear grandson, you haven't pilfered your father's savings, have you?" The elderly lady stared at him, her eyes wide. Mr. Li shot a glare at her. "Stop your nonsense. Is there even money to be had? You couldn't buy such fine cornmeal even if you had it, and that rogue certainly doesn't possess such wealth." "I didn't spend any money. I traded fish for it," Mr. Li replied. "Grandson, how many fish did you catch?" The bond of trust between Mr. Li and his grandson was evident. Mr. Li produced 2 large fish from the sack and handed the cloth to the elderly lady, saying, "I caught over 200 pounds and exchanged them for cornmeal at pigeon market." Ultimately, there was no way to verify a lie. And as long as the old couple believed him, that sufficed. "My eldest grandson is truly remarkable," the elderly lady remarked, stroking Mr. Li's face. Mr. Li took another handful of cornmeal, reminiscing, "This pure cornmeal reminds me of my childhood. My father secretly gave me a bit, and my mother made me a steamed bun. It was exquisite. Did you not save any for your father?" the elderly lady inquired. "No need, Grandma. I've caught plenty of fish lately, and I've brought back pork from your place. We have enough meat and fish at home, and I've given all my fish earnings to them. My eldest grandson can already support a family, yet you need not bring such a large sack. Your grandfather and I could never finish it. Grandma, I intend to stay for a while. I need to eat well every day to grow strong. This is hardly enough for the three of us. Very well. Staying longer is wonderful. I'll make sure to prepare dry dishes for you every day. I bet my eldest grandson hasn't had breakfast. Grandma will steam you some buns and prepare fish. Fish sounds perfect. It would make for a delightful accompaniment to the wine my grandson brought, which must not go to waste. Grandma, you can make the buns, and I'll handle the fish. You are too frugal with oil, and your cooking lacks flavor. All right, all right. My eldest grandson, you may do as you wish. I, too, shall savor the dishes prepared by my eldest grandson. Old Li, positioned beside the wine vat, harbored no desire to depart. Before long, the elderly matron entered the room, prompting Old Li to inquire, "What brings you indoors?" The matron, patting her chest, replied, "I cannot bear to watch. If I did, my heart would ache. My goodness, just for a single fish, 2 spoonfuls of oil were used. Now, dear matron, you must keep your thoughts to yourself. You cannot speak ill of my grandson. Should he take offense and return to the city, I shall hold you accountable," retorted Old Li. "Away with you. Such a dutiful grandson. I cherish him dearly. How could I ever utter a word against him?" While the matron occupied herself indoors, Li Lifeng produced a bottle of soy sauce, along with a pound of white sugar and a pound of fine salt. Old Li stepped outside, sniffing the air, and remarked, "Grandson, what is that aroma of soy sauce?" "Grandfather, I have brought soy sauce, fine salt, and white sugar, just as you see," replied the grandson. Old Li chuckled. "It seems my grandson truly intends to make this his permanent residence. Grandson, why have you also brought cloth? Are you asking grandmother to sew you some clothes?" Li Lifeng placed the pot lid on and explained, "Grandmother, this is for the little ones, Xiaolong and Xiaohu. They are growing up and still running about bare." "Child, are you foolish? Your own clothes are patched, and yet you wish to make them new garments?" The matron questioned as she touched the fabric. "Grandmother, I shall not need this clothing when I return to the city next. Rest assured, I have plenty of fabric. I exchanged many fabric tickets while fishing, so I am not in want," the grandson assured her. "If I had not seen those 2 large fish, I would scarcely believe that fishing could yield such rewards," remarked Old Li. "Grandfather, I am quite skilled at fishing. Though the city may not offer enough sustenance, it does not lead to starvation. However, the city dwellers are lacking in nutrition, hence many desire my fish. Enough. Go pour out your wine. No need for further inquiries. Our eldest grandson would never deceive us." The 6-pound braised fish was served in a basin, a rare treat in these times where few dare to prepare braised fish. In homes bustling with many mouths to feed, it would quickly vanish, often reduced to broth to fill the belly while providing nourishment. Despite lacking monosodium glutamate, the addition of sugar rendered it delicious, delighting Old Li immensely. Chapter 35. Who is the ancestor? The steamed cornbread, though slightly firm, paired delightfully with the braised fish. Ah, this steamed cornbread is truly fragrant, and the fish is delectable. "My eldest grandson, you are remarkable." The matron praised her grandson without reservation. "This Nanluoguxiang mountain liquor surpasses that sweet potato brew. Your braised fish is equally delightful." Old Li continued to indulge. "Grandmother, next time, let us ferment some cornmeal to make steamed cakes, for this cornbread is still a bit hard." The elderly couple exchanged glances at their grandson. Just days ago, he had been eating vegetable porridge, and now he was relishing pure cornbread while yearning for steamed cakes. "Very well." The matron acquiesced unconditionally. Having finished their meal, the elderly couple noticed the matron had initially intended to eat only half a cornbread but was coaxed by Li Lifeng to consume 2. It was evident she was reluctant to indulge, wishing to save some for later. Their bowls of fish remained ever full as Li Lifeng continued to serve himself. "Father, mother, why does your home smell so delightful?" Li Chongwu asked, entering the courtyard with 2 buckets of water. "Are you 2 sneaking treats at home?" "Uncle, come in and have something to eat," Li Laifu called out. "Laifu, why are you here so early? My dear heavens, you all are indulging in such delicious fish at this early hour. Father, you're still drinking. Father, pour me a drink. I shall go fetch my wife and child." Li Chongwu exclaimed as he dashed outside. The elderly lady shook her head in disapproval, muttering, "What a scoundrel. It's not enough for him to feast alone. He must bring his whole family." She added, "At least my eldest grandson is commendable." Thud, thud, thud. "Grandpa, Grandma, big brother, we're here." Little Long and Little Who came running in. The elderly lady took a steamed bun from the pot and handed them chopsticks. Father, Mother, Laifu, Uncle and Aunt Lee have arrived. Uncle, Aunt, do come and eat. Grandma and I have already finished, they urged. Eat, eat. Today's fish is exceptionally delicious. Prepared by my eldest grandson. Li Chongwu did not hesitate, grabbing a bowl of wine and enjoying the fish. Ah, Mother, this bun? It's made from the cornmeal brought by my grandson, not the inferior kind. Once you are done, do remember my eldest grandson's kindness, the elderly lady reminded. Brother, this bun is delightful. Go ahead and eat. Once you're finished, Big Brother has sweets for you. Oh, Old Li placed the fish head into his bowl, sipping wine while savoring it, while Li Chongwu devoured the fish tail, leaving the middle portion for his wife and child. The three of them did not disappoint. They consumed the fish bones to the extent that even a cat would not notice. Little Hu and Little Long each devoured 3 buns, while Aunt Lee managed to eat 2. Aunt, I brought some sugar from the city. It's a deworming medicine. I'll give it to them shortly. They must have roundworms in their bodies. Thank you, Laifu. You are truly wonderful. I've heard of this medicine long ago. Mother, why is Laifu so sensible? Aunt Lee was keen to flatter the elderly lady. My eldest grandson is quite thoughtful. Here. This is the fabric Laifu brought to make clothes for Little Long and Little Hu. He himself wears patched clothes, yet thinks of his younger brothers. Laifu. This one do. You're giving them your old clothes. They'll be thrilled, but why waste new fabric on them? Aunt Lee remarked, touching the fabric. Aunt, I only wear my clothes at Grandma's. I'll change into new ones when I return to the city. I have more fabric at home. Don't worry about it. Li Laifu stifled a yawn. He hadn't slept all night and was now feeling drowsy. All right. You can keep it. My eldest grandson needs to sleep. Old Man and Xiao Wu, take the table outside to drink. Don't disturb my grandson's slumber, the elderly lady commanded, and everyone began to move. Chongwu, why is Laifu so commendable? Old Li, sipping his wine, listened to his daughter-in-law lauding his grandson. 2 sons? None of them amount to anything. Finally, our ancestral grave has produced a fine grandson. Father, I'm still sitting here. Is it fair to say that? What is unfair about it? I believe what Father says is true. Laifu, you seem transformed on this trip back. Not to mention, if you lack ability, must others point it out? Brother, you're still just a worker in the city. You're the least accomplished among us. Old Li nodded upon hearing his daughter-in-law's words and replied, If you feel disheartened and unhappy, then refrain from drinking my wine, or the wine gifted to me by my grandson. Li Chongwu chuckled and said, I am happy. My lack of achievement is not a recent development. Father, Mother, Grandfather, my brother and I have caught many worms, exclaimed Li Xiaolong as he rushed in. Hey, stand by the door. How dare you come in without wiping your bottom? You barged in with your rear end exposed? Can't you see your grandfather and I are enjoying our drinks? Aunt Air chuckled and hurried outside, knowing that if she entered, her son would surely face a beating. She grasped Xiaolong's ear and noticed her younger son was equally mischievous. He had turned around, defecating while glancing at his father. Look at you silly child. Dragging your brother into your antics, she scolded, her tone laced with affection, as she inadvertently applied pressure, causing Li Xiaolong to yelp in pain. The village committee bell rang with a resounding clang. Li Chongwu downed the remainder of his drink and declared, Father, I'm off to work the fields. Old Li cautioned. Take it easy before you start working. The land belongs to everyone, but your health is your own. You still have 2 sons to care for. I understand, Father. Li Chongwu replied. Li Laifeng awoke to find the elderly matriarch beside him, fanning him gently. His eldest grandson had also stirred, and the grandmother gazed at him with loving eyes. It's noon now. Let me prepare a meal for you, she said, knowing she could not be deterred. Her desire to cook for her grandson outweighed all else. The grandmother sat beside him, smiling as she watched her eldest grandson devour steamed buns. After 4 buns, Li Laifeng inquired, Grandmother, where has Grandpa gone? He has gone to work in the fields, she replied. Grandpa is still working? Li Laifeng asked, surprised. Recalling that the last time he visited, Old Li had lounged in the yard like a dignitary. The grandmother laughed. What work is he doing? Just pretending. Who among those people would let him actually labor? Li Laifeng donned his backpack and offered her a piece of candy, saying, Grandmother, I'm going out to play. Go on. Just like your grandfather, always wanting to appear important, she encouraged. Little did she know, such situations were rare in later times, especially for an orphan like him, surrounded by relatives yet not properly acknowledged. Stepping out of the house, the village appeared desolate, but from the entrance, he could see many people already in the fields. As he descended, The atmosphere became lively, with a group of children surrounding him, calling out Uncle, Grandpa. Chapter 36, Brother. Chickens. Li Lifeng pulled out candy from his backpack, distributing 2 pieces to each child. Li Taiju and Li Tietue rushed over. Little uncle, where's our candy? Brother, don't give them any. They just pulled down my pants and grabbed my privates. Li Xiaohu complained. This incited a wave of laughter among the crowd. Li Taiju tugged at his clothing and retorted, you don't even have pants on. When did I pull your pants down? Xiaohu, puffing his chest, grabbed his own little member and exclaimed, Brother, that's exactly how it happened. The laughter erupted further, and Li Lifeng, having enjoyed the humor, decided to give his younger brother a few extra pieces of candy. Li Xiaohu glanced at his hands, then at the candy being offered, and promptly overturned the bag. Li Taiju playfully tugged at his little boy's private part, saying, This time, I haven't pulled down your pants. You revealed it yourself. Suddenly, he shouted towards the village entrance. Mother, hurry and bring my son over. His granduncle is handing out sweets. Old Li also approached, hands behind his back, observing the scene. This little brat is the youngest in our village, he remarked. 6 Grandpa, here comes your brother, an elderly woman said, cradling a child in her arms. Li Laifu hurriedly grabbed a handful of candy for the child, for he was his grandson. It was the afternoon, and the sun was particularly fierce. Everyone had been fetching water all morning, so they were taking a break. Old Li pointed to an elder, older than himself, standing by a tree and said, Grandson, that old fellow is of the same generation as Tieju's child. Ever since I arrived, he keeps his distance. He is a good 10 years older than me, haha. Li Chongwu rolled his eyes at the two, thinking, Laifu does resemble his grandfather. Giving away such a large bag of candy is clearly a loss. Grandpa, are you also the 6th? Old Li nodded, smiling as he replied, Now, it doesn't matter what number I am. All my older brothers, whether biological or cousins, have passed away. I am the eldest now. Grandpa, why do I feel like your older brothers have died? You seem rather pleased. Old Li unabashedly stated. How can I not be happy? Your great-grandfather has died. My eldest brother was like a father to me, then the 2nd, and then the 3rd. Those rascals never hesitated to beat me up. Otherwise, how could I have outlived their descendants? They taught me the rules. And I pass on the generational order to their offspring. I come and go as I please. If they dare to call me, I'll dig up their father's grave. Li Laifu couldn't help but give the old man a thumbs up in his heart. Indeed, he held a grudge. He nodded in agreement. Recognizing that the old man's longevity was no accident, his cheerful disposition surely warranted such a long life. Grandpa, have you eaten lunch? He recalled that Grandma had heated his meal earlier. I have. We all ate at the communal canteen. Now, if there's heavy work, we eat there when not working. In summer we go home for wild vegetables, just to get by. In winter, we must eat at the canteen. Last year, we ate from the communal pot every day until they ran out of food. Li Laifu realized that this was indeed an era of communal meals. At first, everyone was thrilled to eat together, constantly exclaiming how great the canteen was, but later, when food ran scarce, they all went hungry. At the beginning of last year, leftover food from the canteen was even fed to the pigs, and this year, they were reduced to eating wild vegetable leaves. Serves them right, Old Li muttered. Seeing Old Li with his pipe, Li Laifu took out a pack of Tianmin cigarettes from his backpack. Grandpa, would you like to smoke this fine tobacco? Laifu, your second uncle is here. Li Chongwu, who had been watching the grandfather and grandson, couldn't help but call out upon seeing the cigarettes. Old Li frowned slightly. Grandson, how do you have cigarettes? I traded a fish for them, 1 fish for a box. I still have some left, he said, pulling out another box and lighting one. Old Li spoke earnestly. Grandson, you are still young. You must not indulge in smoking too much. Rest assured, Grandpa, I have merely tried the pipe tobacco, just a taste. Li Lifeng lied. In later times, one would have been reprimanded for such behavior. However, in this era, smoking is not yet associated with health hazards. Almost every man smokes. Living near the capital has its advantages. At least there is access to tobacco leaves and shreds. In less fortunate areas, people resort to rolling leaves from cabbages or trees. Uncle, you might as well keep your tobacco out. The 2 rascals, Li Taiju and Li Tietue, approached. Li Lifeng tossed a box of cigarettes directly to Li Chongwu, while Old Lin hastily tucked his own tobacco into his pocket, his lips trembling at the generosity of the young man. How much is that? 3 dimes? You all plan to join my second uncle, right? Li Lifeng, smoking, watched as a group of men had already knocked Li Chongwu to the ground. Observing the lively commotion, he thought to himself how splendid this village was. devoid of outsiders and unified in surname, which fostered harmony. Aren't you all tired? You're quite rowdy, village chief Laifu approached from a distance. His keen eyes quickly zeroed in on Li Tietue, snatching the large cigarette from his hand. Is this what you all smoke? When the commune officials arrive, it would look splendid to show them. He casually tossed aside the 8-cent production from his pocket. It was all in vain, but even without a mouthpiece, the production was still preferable to rolling leaves. The participants in the scuffle were rewarded with cigarettes. Li Chongwu brushed off the dirt from his clothes and addressed old Li. Father, look at them. Village chief Li Laolu, observing the scene, realized they were about to summon parents. He swiftly called out, time to get to work. Time to get to work. Li Chongwu retorted sternly, Li Laolu, you are truly shameless. The men grabbed their water buckets and shoulder poles while the women tended to the weeds. Even the previously playful children, 2 of whom carried a bucket together, trudged towards the river. Old Li also took up a hoda weed but worked at a leisurely pace, saying, Grandson, go on and play, it's too hot here. Li Lifeng strolled towards the river, where the village's able-bodied men were all hauling water. At this moment, silence reigned, each relying solely on their strength to fetch water. After a considerable walk of 2 miles, they arrived at the banks of the Liangma River, where the water level had significantly receded. Once 4 to 5 meters wide, it now barely measured 1 or 2. In some areas, it seemed on the verge of running dry, a consequence of the severe drought. Since he was not skilled in farming, he decided it best not to disturb the younger generation and wandered upstream along the riverbank. Finding a wide stretch of river, at least 10 meters across, he cast his fishing line into the water, which was about 2 meters deep. Smoking leisurely, he fished, anticipating a sizable catch. Yet the river seemed oddly barren. The largest fish barely weighed half a kilogram, while most were only 2 or 3 tails. Could this also be attributed to the drought? Chapter 37. Where are your parents? He decided to take 5 fish weighing 4 kilograms each from his spatial storage and laid them on the bank, catching a further 10 or so half-kilogram fish. After 2 hours, he strung the fish onto a reed and began his journey back. As he returned to the village, the crowd was also making their way towards the village center, some carrying shoulder poles, others buckets. Brother, you've gone fishing again. Little Long dashed barefoot with remarkable speed. His loud cry drew everyone's attention to him. He handed a string of small fish to Little Long, and Little Tiger, along with Li Taiju, came running over. Understanding the nature of the situation, Li Lifeng wasted no time and directly handed a string of larger fish to him, saying, Take these back. Consider it an addition to your meal. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle. Li Laolu expressed his gratitude with a glance, then shouted, Today we feast on cornbread and fish soup. Food is food, but remember who provided the fish. Keep it in your heart. Though Lifeng is a city dweller, he has not forgotten our Li family village. Applause unexpectedly erupted. Though Li Lifeng felt a bit embarrassed, warmth filled his heart. The people of this era were indeed genuine. He and the old man made their way home. The old man desired to drink, while Li Lifeng was unaccustomed to dining with so many people. Grandson, your grandfather truly believes you have made money from fishing. How could you catch so many fish in such a short time? Li Lifeng was increasingly adapting to his new identity. Grandfather, when have I ever deceived you? Just wait to enjoy the good life. Indeed. The old man nodded. I hadn't anticipated that your father's misfortune would lead to enjoying the blessings of his grandson. The eldest grandson has returned. Don't let him toil under the sun for too long. The old lady expressed her concern. Indulgence. Absolutely indulgence. Yet, Li Lifeng relished this affection. The old lady could hardly avoid spoiling him. She had only one son in this household, which was indeed sparse. In the village, the old man's brothers had at least 3 or 4 sons each, and grandchildren were plentiful. Their household, however, had only Li Lifeng as the sole sprout, making him truly cherished by the old lady. After dinner, as night fell, Li Lifeng naturally retired to bed early. From the following day, he planned to start exercising. As dawn broke, the old man and woman had yet to awaken, but Li Lifeng was already up early. Grandson, are you hungry? Why are you up so early? Li Lifeng, dressed and with his bag slung over his shoulder, replied, Grandma, I'm going out to play. I'll be back for dinner. He contemplated mentioning his intention to exercise but swallowed the words, knowing that discussing physical training seemed somewhat absurd in this era. Ultimately, he relied on the old lady's affection and simply said, I'm going out to play. Then go to the kitchen and grab a couple of cornbreads. If you get hungry, come back early, she advised. Understood, Grandma. He dashed outside. What fun is there to be had so early in the morning? The old lady murmured. Let it be. At his age, playing is essential. My grandson lacks neither food nor drink. He is full of energy. As long as he enjoys himself, that is what matters. If I interfere too much, what if he decides not to return to the countryside to visit us? The old man turned over and said. He ran along the mountain path for 10 minutes before feeling fatigued. Gradually slowing his pace, he pushed himself to run for an hour, until he finally reached a point where the path ended. The sun had risen completely, and the forest was filled with the melodies of birds, though he had yet to catch the fragrance of flowers. Lying amidst the leaves, I pondered the martial arts I had mastered in a past life. In this incarnation, I need not relearn them from scratch. I merely need to revive the muscle memory. First, I establish a horse stance, followed by utilizing a small tree as a wooden post. Over the ensuing 16 days, I progress from an hour's ascent up the mountain to a mere half hour and then to 20 minutes. My horse stance, which began at 30 minutes, now allows me to stand for 2 hours without fatigue. Initially sparring with a small tree, I have now graduated to a larger one. However, I have never dared to roll up my sleeves, for my arms are bruised and battered. Should the elder folks witness this, their hearts would surely ache for me. Yet, there are benefits. My agility and reaction time have improved beyond recognition. As midday approaches, I retrieve an iron pot from my space, kindle a fire, and pour in some oil. I take out a wild chicken from my space and toss it into the pot for a vigorous stir-fry. I have grown weary of birds. After more than 10 days of consuming wild chicken, I find it increasingly monotonous. With my skills, it is effortless to stealthily approach and capture the wild chickens using my space. However, catching them outright is absurd, for they possess wings. Each morning and noon, I feast on meat in the mountains, returning home in the evenings with wild chicken in tow, indulging in 3 hearty meals daily. I can feel my growth. I must now be over 170 centimeters tall, as my cloth shoes have begun to pinch my feet. My arms, once soft and flabby, are now robust and well-defined. After retrieving a steamed cake and savoring the braised chicken, I take a moment to relax with a cigarette. I then grasp a makeshift barbell crafted from a wooden stick bound with vines to 2 hefty stones. After performing 100 squats, I break only a light sweat. Unlike before, when just a few would leave my legs trembling and my body drenched. I practice free sparring for over 3 hours. As daylight wanes, I pull out my backpack hanging from a tree and check my watch. It is already 3 in the afternoon. Nearby, a small mountain spring beckons. I lean down beneath the stones and drink a few sips. The water trickles out from crevices, barely flowing more than a childish stream. There is a small pool beneath the fissure, perhaps 20 centimeters deep. I shed my clothes and sit in the pool for a wash, as my arms are marred with bruises, making me reluctant to return home for a bath. Thus, I opt to cleanse myself in the mountains. After bathing, I wash my clothes in the water, and within a minute of storing them in my space, they dry completely. If I were to open a dry cleaning shop in the future, I would save on electricity. After my bath, I strolled down the mountain, checking on the 6 traps I have dug over the past few days, as I have grown tired of wild chicken. The first 3 days yielded no spoils. I hope for a better fortune this time. Upon inspecting the 3 traps, all I find is a scattering of feathers. My bait is far too enticing for the wild chickens, as I have been placing whole pumpkins atop the traps. Those wretched birds have repeatedly evaded capture, flapping their wings and escaping, leaving behind only a mess of feathers for Laifu. This time, I have devised a cleverer strategy. Instead of whole pumpkins, I place pumpkin rinds on top. From a distance, I hear commotion at the 4th trap and hurriedly dash over. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Laifu gazes into the trap and queries, "Where are your mother and father?" Inside, there was merely a small wild boar weighing around 7 or 8 pounds. After securing it with vines in the space, I proceeded to check the other 2 traps, which yielded no results at all. I had only laid some pumpkin peels atop the traps before making my way down the mountain. Chapter 38. Braised wild boar. As soon as I emerged from the forest, Oldie was already waiting at the door. The crucial detail was the squealing of the wild boar. "Grandson, didn't your grandmother tell you to set traps for wild chickens? How did you end up catching a wild boar? What if it were a larger one, and you got hurt?" Oldie furrowed his brow, wearing a concerned expression. "Grandfather, I didn't catch it on purpose. It stumbled into the trap on its own. How can I be blamed?" Upon hearing my response, the old lady swallowed the words she had intended to say. For the past 10 days, the elderly couple had been doting on Laifu. As the older they grew, the more they cherished their grandchild. Having him around for over 10 days brought immense joy to the 2 seniors. "Laifu, you're quite impressive. You've caught a wild boar," Li Chongwu called out as he approached from below. "Laifu, Come quickly and try on this outfit. Let us see if it fits. Aunt Air shouted from the side. Clothes? Big brother, you have new clothes. Xiaohu exclaimed joyfully. Upon entering the courtyard and dropping the wild boar to the ground, Aunt Air held up a deep blue outfit. Leif, take this inside and try it on. Let us see if it fits. Leif looked at it, frowning slightly. Aunt Air, isn't this fabric meant for making clothes for Xiaolong and Xiaohu? Why have you made it for me? With a smile, Aunt Air replied. What new clothes do those little kids need? You are practically a young man now. New clothes suit you perfectly. Once this outfit becomes too small for you, we'll give it to them. The old lady, indifferent to such matters, was aware of her bias and was quite anxious that her grandson might refuse. Big grandson. It's already done, so just wear it. Oh, Leif, go try on the clothes. I'll handle the little pig, Li Chongwu said, carrying the small boar. After trying on the outfit, Li Leif instantly felt revitalized. Looking in the mirror, the only flaw was his long hair. If he donned leather shoes and a watch, he would undoubtedly elevate his appearance. Our Leif is quite handsome. He looks marvelous in new clothes, Aunt Air remarked. The old lady, beaming with delight, added, My big grandson looks good. Finding a wife won't be a worry in the future. Old Li nodded in agreement. Follow me. Pa. The old lady shot him a glare. Aunt Air had already taken Li Leif's soiled clothes and said, Leif, I will take these old clothes back to make something for them. Li Leif continued, Aunt Air, in a few days. I'll bring some fabric to make them new ones. I feel a bit guilty. Don't bother. They aren't at the age for new clothes yet. Aunt Air quickly waved her hand. All right. Why frown at such a young age? Just listen to your aunt. You were once a little bare-bottomed child yourself. Li Chongwu remarked. Old Li was preparing hot water while Li Chongwu took a knife to bleed the pig, and Xiaolong stirred the blood with a stick. The old lady and Aunt Air had already set up the chopping board, ready to prepare the pork, while Xiaohu could only stand by and drool. Originally intending to assist, Li Laifu found himself halted by the entire family of the elderly couple. Grandson, you just sit there. Take care of Xiaohu. There's no need for you to intervene. Let me rest, if you will. However, when it comes to preparing meat, that is my domain. If you boil it in plain water, I shall not partake, Li Laifu asserted. I enjoy the meat my grandson prepares, chuckled old Li. Recalling the last time his grandson made braised fish, which had delighted him immensely, the elderly matron was less concerned with the taste and more worried about her grandson's preferences. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Li Laifu rummaged through his backpack for Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and other spices, then ventured to the garden wall to pluck a couple of scallions. Ginger was out of the question. In a typical household, purchasing ginger was nearly inconceivable. It merely lent a hint of flavor, neither filling nor particularly palatable, and no one was willing to waste money on it. Li Laifu and the old man sat outside smoking, while the matron, now aware that her eldest grandson occasionally indulged in a cigarette, refrained from commenting, accepting that he would grow into it. Li Chongwu was scraping the bristles from the pig, while Xiaohu and Xiaolong used iron hooks to scorch the hair from the pig's head. The matron and the second aunt were already washing the pig's intestines with wood ash. Mother, how is it that Laifu possesses such remarkable skills? We used to subsist on wild vegetables, and even a rare meal of cornbread would bring us immense joy. Yet since Laifu arrived, we have been eating meat, especially your cornmeal, which is so fragrant that it makes one want to savor every bite, one remarked. Indeed, my eldest grandson is quite capable. I suspect it is my father-in-law looking out for us. You may not know, but your grandfather favored your father above all his sons, she replied. Li Chongwu whispered, Mother. Considering how unserious my father is, how did you come to choose him? His wife chuckled and playfully slapped him. Must you speak so much? What if your father hears you? Do you think he wouldn't reprimand you? Unserious? Yet he neither smokes opium nor gambles. Why would I not choose him? He has 6 brothers and a host of cousins supporting him. He never worries about food. What business does he have to attend to? Marrying a husband means having clothes and food. What do I care about anything else? Li Chongwu gave his mother a thumbs up, appreciating her clarity of thought. He then took an axe to chop the pork, not sparing even the pig's head. Li Laifu donned an apron fashioned from a flour sack and began to stir-fry. Braised pork? This little pig hardly qualified as braised meat, considering it still bore its bones. After a full 40 minutes, the wait had frayed everyone's nerves. Previously, they would have consumed meat that was merely cooked through, unlike Lin Laifu, who insisted on cooking for dozens of minutes without tenderizing the meat sufficiently. He also prepared stir-fried pig liver, heart, and lungs, while the fatty intestines and stomach were braised. Old Li, holding a bowl of wine, remarked, in the past, a pot of soup sufficed, And now we have 2 dishes being stir-fried. Grandfather, can we eat now? My brother's drool has soaked the flour sack on his chest. Xiaolong interjected. How dare you point that out? Your own front is quite damp as well. The second aunt chuckled as she ruffled his hair. Let it be known. The children were not the only ones drooling. Even I was salivating. Laifu's dishes are simply too fragrant, albeit taking too long to prepare, Li Chongwu noted. The family dined amid smiles, with Li Laifu enjoying the meal as well. Father, it must be said, you certainly have a knack for selecting the right location. Living atop the mountain is truly delightful. One can indulge in food and drink without anyone being the wiser. If one were down in the valley, the entrance would undoubtedly be swarmed with curious onlookers, Li Chongwu remarked, holding a bowl of wine. He had chosen to reside at the pinnacle to assert his seniority. And now that his eldest grandson had proven his worth, fortune smiled upon him. Just as Li, the elder, basked in his pride. He was playfully jabbed in the back by the old lady. Second aunt gently patted the heads of her 2 children, saying, Xiaolong, Xiaohu. You mustn't disclose what we eat at home when you go outside, do you understand? Xiaolong, still gnawing on a piece of meat, replied, Mother, I have already instructed my younger brother. Besides, I won't take him to play down below for fear he might let something slip. I won't say a word. Xiaohu chimed in, his mouth full of meat. Li Laifu had thoroughly filled himself during the meal. As the sun set, Li Chongwu, Li Laifu, and the elders sat in the courtyard smoking, while the old lady and second aunt gathered a pile of wood to create a fire, using its glow to sort through Li Laifu's old clothes. By 7 or 8 o'clock, Li Laifu retired to bed, utterly exhausted from the day's exertions. The next morning, as dawn broke, he brushed his teeth, washed his face, and dashed towards the back mountain, a routine the old couple had become accustomed to. Upon reaching the trap, a flurry of wild chickens took to the trees. Damn it, he thought. This trap meant for wild boars has inadvertently turned into a chicken feeder. With an air of audacity, the chickens perched above refused to flee. He stealthily approached the trap, and in a flash, 5 wild chickens were captured. He replenished the trap with pumpkin peels, now having nearly 20 wild chickens in his possession, not including the 5 drying on the eaves of the old couple's home. At the mountain spring, he cleaned the wild chickens, seasoned them, and began his physical training. After washing his face around 9 o'clock, he kindled a fire, anticipating a feast of roasted chicken. His physical condition now rivaled that of his previous life, making it impossible for 3 or 4 individuals to overpower him. After savoring the wild chicken, he decided against further training in that area, choosing instead to scale the cliff behind the spring, an endeavor he had refrained from for over 20 days, as villagers generally avoided that region due to the presence of wolves, bears, and wild boars. Li Laifu resolved to practice shooting, but was hesitant to do so on this side of the mountain, where women were foraging for wild vegetables. The proximity of the gunshot would surely provoke concern. Upon returning to the village, the old couple would undoubtedly forbid him from ascending the mountain again. In these times, a life lost could vanish without a trace, with no one to search for the missing. The elder often expressed that while one need not fear encountering animals on the mountain, it was humans that posed a greater threat. Unlike bears and wolves, which would not attack unless starving, people could be far more sinister. Reaching the edge of the cliff, he gazed down upon the sprawling forest below. It was a vast expanse, with trees towering high, and only from a distance could one see areas where the trees were sparse, nestled between 2 mountains. This place was undoubtedly a haven for wildlife, with lush vegetation and sunlight filtering into the woods in intervals. Upon descending the cliff, he retrieved a semi-automatic firearm and a pistol, securing the latter at his waist, while disengaging the safety on the long gun. Suddenly startled, he realized that at the base of the cliff lay a substantial hole. The air was laden with a foul stench when, all of a sudden, a shadow emerged. Letting out a ferocious roar, Li Laifu had no time to react. He thrust his long gun forward, only to realize it was a black bear that had appeared. The force of its charge was beyond his ability to withstand. The barrel of the gun collided with the bear's body while the stock slammed against his chest, sending him flying 2 meters away. As he attempted to raise the gun again, the bear charged once more. Just as the barrel made contact with the creature, Li Laifu couldn't even place his finger on the trigger. Instead, he used his mind to draw the black bear into his spatial pocket. Sitting on the ground, he gasped for breath, his hand instinctively moving to his chest where the impact had left a lingering pain. Unbuttoning his shirt, he noticed a large bruise forming. Damn, that was terrifying. Li Laifu quickly scrambled back up the cliff, lying down to catch his breath. This was his first hunting experience, and it had ended in failure. Without the spatial pocket, he would have surely met his demise. He had seen the bear's claws, each measuring at least 6 or 7 centimeters long. And that gaping maw, truly frightening, utterly astonishing. Casting a glance at the spatial pocket, he realized the bear weighed over 300 pounds. He felt for his sidearm, only to find it missing. Descending the cliff, he retrieved the handgun from where he had fallen. After wandering through the woods for half an hour, he finally spotted a wild chicken. It seemed that this territory belonged to the black bear, leaving little prey to be found. Aiming carefully, he pulled the trigger. Bang! His inexperience was evident. The stock slipped from his shoulder, and the recoil jolted him. However, having traversed from a later era, he quickly adapted to the act of shooting. Pulling the trigger was as simple as child's play. From 9 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon, he fired off 40 to 50 rounds. Capturing 3 wild chickens, this constituted his day's bounty. As he descended the cliff, he could only see a small portion of the landscape below and decided against advancing further. Halfway back, a sudden rustling noise caught his attention. Startled by the earlier encounter with the black bear, he instinctively ducked behind a tree. To his astonishment, a herd of wild boars appeared. Laifu quickly crouched down, counting at least a dozen. The largest among them weighed around 100 pounds, while the smaller ones were between 10 to 30 pounds. He steadied his long gun, placing the handgun beside him, determined not to repeat his earlier mistake of dropping the firearm. Aiming at the largest boar, he fired. Bang! He then targeted a second one. Bang, bang, bang. The wild boars scattered in all directions, and 2 smaller ones charged toward him. Bang, bang, bang. Click. The long gun was out of ammunition. Hastily, he drew his handgun. One small boar was already in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Standing up, he loaded both weapons to full capacity, approached the small boar, and aimed it into his spatial pocket. After a few more steps, he captured another young wild boar. Returning to the earlier location of the boar herd, he found 2 large boars and 1 small one lying there, quickly collecting them all. Reflecting on his hunt, Laifu surmised that there must be another wounded boar. Following the trail of blood to the right, he dared not pursue hastily. An injured boar could be desperate enough to bite. After traversing through the brush for at least 50 meters, scratching his face painfully, he suddenly cursed aloud. Who do you think you're looking down on? Ahead of him stood a creature resembling a deer, positioned between him and the wild boar. It glanced at the boar, then at Laifu. A foolish roe deer. In a previous life, as a northeasterner, how could one not recognize this creature? Only this peculiar animal could stand here, staring vacantly, while others had long since vanished. Bang! Bang, bang. Laifu did not even raise his gun, shooting directly from his waist. Although rare, this creature was swift, and aiming with the gun would have been futile. Damn it. You two must be in cahoots, Laifu cursed, just as he felled the roe deer, only to find the wounded wild boar charging toward him. Bang, bang. He stored the wild boar and the roe deer in his space, filled his gun with ammunition, lit a cigarette, and rested against the foliage. Could it get any more absurd? Another roe deer approached, but before he could draw his gun, it had vanished. Its speed was indeed astonishing. He had heard elders in the northeast speak of how it would return. With remarkable agility, it quickly disappeared into the grass. With his long gun slung over his shoulder and a pistol in hand, he made his way toward the cliff. Upon reaching the black bear's den, he suddenly recalled the abundance of corn cobs in his space. Since they served no purpose there, he decided to leave them behind. Hoping they might attract wild boars on his next visit, consider it bait. He tossed the corn cobs at the entrance of the bear's lair and then climbed the cliff, stowing his gun in the space. Chapter 40. Rice sitting on a rock, he lit a cigarette, reflecting on the terrifying experiences of the afternoon. He had nearly fallen prey to a bear. From now on, he would exercise greater caution. Having crossed over to this life, enjoying financial freedom and the pleasures of sustenance, he certainly did not wish to risk his life. The claw of such a bear could have slashed his face. After a brief respite, he ventured to his usual training ground for a drink of spring water and then inspected the traps he had set. The drought had perished some creatures, while others suffered from flooding. To his delight, upon checking 2 traps, he had caught 2 small pigs, weighing around 20 to 30 pounds each. Just days prior, he had caught nothing. Now he had wild boar meat. He stored both wild boars in his space alongside the black bear. With a dogtail grass in his mouth and a cigarette dangling, he found himself in quite the situation, as the 6th trap yielded yet another wild boar, this one weighing around 70 to 80 pounds. Watching the wild boar thrash about in the trap like a headless fly, Laifu scolded. Why can't you wait a few days before entering the trap? Don't you know that today I'm not lacking in meat? If the wild boar could comprehend his words, it would likely curse him in return. He stored the wild boar in his space, finally heading home. As he approached the foot of the mountain, he grabbed a sturdy vine, intending to use it to tether the wild boar in his space until he returned home. He retrieved a small wild boar weighing over 20 pounds from his space, hoisting it onto his shoulder as he made his way home, leaving the other wild boar behind due to the complications of explaining the origin of his gun. "Brother, you're back," shouted Xiaolong and Xiaohu, their eyes fixated on the wild boar on his shoulder. Laifu promptly kicked Xiaolong in the rear, saying, "Why are you calling me brother while staring at the pig?" Xiaohu, ever the playful one, turned around and, pulling down his pants, exclaimed, "Brother, go ahead and kick me. Why are you taking off your pants?" He chuckled. "My mother remarked that my trousers had become soiled and threatened to strike me with a board. I retorted, if you pull them down and you kick my backside, my trousers shall be clean," Younghu boldly asserted. "Get lost. I find your backside odorous. Do not sully my shoes. Hurry home," Laifu said as he shouldered a pig and proceeded forward. The two elders had grown accustomed to the wild game that Laifu brought back. And even Li Chongwen was already waiting, having been busy for the past few days. "Laifu, this pig is considerably larger than yesterday's." "Impressive," Li Chongwu exclaimed with a smile. The matron and Aunt Air had already boiled water, and the pig was making quite a racket. Li Chongwu had just sharpened his knife. Li Taizhu and Li Tiniyu approached. "Great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather, are you slaughtering pigs?" The two children inquired, leaning over the courtyard wall. "You two little rascals, why are your ears so keen?" Li Chongwu scolded. Before Laifu could call them, 5 or 6 more heads popped up over the wall, and alas, Li Chongwu's knife could not descend. He tossed aside the knife and slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Damn it! It won't be possible to eat now. Great-grandfather, ancestors, dear grandmother." A group of children shouted from beyond the fence. "What shall we do, grandson?" Old Li inquired, leaning closer to Lin Laifu. With a smile, Li Laifu spread his hands and replied, "What more can be done? Let them take it to the village committee. We need not exert ourselves. Tonight, we shall feast on chicken." Old Li gazed at the multitude of heads peering over the wall and remarked, "So many people? There won't be enough meat for each one. They all share the surname Li. How do you decide who eats and who does not? Perhaps let Xiao Yoze make the call." Before Li Laifu could voice a response, Old Li shouted to Taizhu, "You rascal, go inside and take the pig to the village committee." "Coming, great-grandfather," Li Taizhu replied, leaping directly over the wall without even using the door. "Humph. Tell your father to retrieve the pig's liver and heart for me. I can still stir-fry a dish." Old Li said, somewhat irately. "Do not worry, great-grandfather. I will bring it to you shortly," Li Taizhu assured as he carried the pig's leg outside. "Wife, Xiaolong. Xiaohu, our family should go eat too. Otherwise, we will truly miss out," Li Chongwu called out. The crowd at the entrance followed behind the wild pig. "Don't worry, eldest grandson. There's still salted meat at grandmother's. She'll stir-fry it for you soon." "Grandmother, what do I have to rush for? We haven't run out of meat for days." "Soon, I'll have her stir-fry the wild chicken for grandfather to enjoy," Li Laifu said, moving swiftly. The old lady merely steamed some buns, and the elderly couple awaited the dishes prepared by their grandson, braised spicy chicken. "Sixth grandfather, sixth grandmother, I bring you the pig's heart and liver," the village chief, Li Laolu, entered the courtyard and was momentarily taken aback. He noticed old Li seated at the table, sipping wine, with a plate of braised chicken before him. "Sixth grandfather, may I join you for a drink?" Li Laolu said, with a sheepish grin. "Get lost, you rascal. Do I need your company?" Old Li retorted, turning his head away. "Stay there and drink with your sixth grandfather," the old lady said as she took the pig's liver and heart from Li Laolu's hands. "You scoundrel, pour less. This is wine my dear grandson offers me. You lot just want to take advantage of me," Old Li grumbled. "Brother Laifu, your culinary skills are commendable." Li Laolu pretended not to hear. Which grandson would be angered by his grandfather's scolding? He spoke to Li Laifu. "Brother Laifu, you must be grateful. You have provided both fish and wild boar, and everyone remembers it. If you ever need anything, feel free to speak up. In our Li family village, we may lack many things, but we are united. Sixth brother, no need for pleasantries. We share the same surname Li. We are all family." Their meal lasted an hour. Li Laifu and the old lady had long since eaten their fill, while Li Laolu, still craving wine, continued to drink with old man Lin. "Sixth brother, I have a matter to discuss with you." "Speak. What is it? Is there any rice in our village? I would like a bit, not too much, just half a kilogram will suffice." Li Laifu suddenly realized that while he had cornmeal and white flour in his space, he lacked rice. Li Lao Lu, his face flushed from drinking, replied, "It's simple. There's plenty in the storeroom. Just come back with me, and we'll fill it up." It was only after 7 o'clock that Li Lao Lu finished drinking, leaving old man Li quite annoyed. This rascal had consumed 7 or 8 liang of liquor, cursing as he said, "Don't come again next time." Li Laifu and Li Lao Lu returned to the village committee. Perhaps due to the meat soup they had enjoyed, a fire was still crackling outside the village office. With people engaged in casual conversation, everyone expressed their gratitude to Li Laifu. Upon entering the storeroom, Li Lao Lu fetched a handful of rice from a sack, and Li Laifu filled his backpack with 2 large handfuls. "Brother Laifu, is this enough?" Yes. This should be around 2 to 3 kilograms." With his bulging backpack, he left the storeroom. On his way home, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu insisted on following him, prompting Li Chongwu and his wife to cease their chatter. Chapter 41. Selling pork at the market once home and settled on the Kong. Li Laifu quickly entered his space with his mind, planting all the rice in the fields. He now had 2,000 gene of cornmeal and 400 gene of cornmeal for his own consumption. There were 500 gene of pure flour for personal use and 1,000 gene mixed with 300 gene of wheat husk, amounting to 1,300 gene available for sale, which was quite satisfactory, as most places were above 50. Even with 3 gene of rice, it would only cover 2 mu of land. After hastening the growth of a section, he realized the rice seedlings could not be accelerated like corn or pumpkins, which only allowed for 10 to be hastened at a time. After harvesting a small plot, he planted another mu of land, leaving 2 mu still unplanted. He proceeded to sow wheat on the 2 mu of land before finally settling down to sleep peacefully. As dawn broke, while the old man and woman still slept, Li Laifu was already awake, preparing to return to the city. He did not wish to bid farewell to his grandparents. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he knocked on Li Chongwu's door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Laifu. Second uncle, don't get up. I'm heading back to the city today without informing grandfather and grandmother. Please tell them for me. I'll come back in a while." "All right. I'll let them know when I get up. You should visit more often. Your grandparents truly miss you," Li Chongwu called out. "Understood." As he reached the village entrance and crossed the fields, he encountered someone. "Damn, who is so alert on duty this early? Haven't you slept yet?" "It's me. Little uncle, you're up early." Li Laifu knew him, a man of the same generation as Li Taiju, though he could not recall his full name. Only that this unscrupulous ancestor of the Li family had never produced a good character in their genealogy. It was likely he could only recognize a few words. Even the word dog was among them, which speaks volumes. "I'm returning to the city today, so I got up a bit earlier," Li Laifu remarked. "Uncle, shall I escort you? The grove ahead is rather dark," he offered. Li Laifu tossed over a pack of cigarettes, replying, "No need. It will be light by the time we reach there." "Thank you, uncle. Please take care," he said, feeling exasperated that at over 30 he had to call someone uncle, yet felt no loss in giving him a pack of cigarettes. After walking for more than 40 minutes, the city gate came into view, the sky brightening with the dawn. Continuing onward, he did not head home but rather towards the street. He planned to deliver a wild boar to the street office. After all, it would be sold regardless of who bought it. In those days, the street had considerable power, much like the elders of a courtyard, who were appointed by them. All factories required their approval for hiring, and even if one qualified for a job, a certificate from the street was still necessary. Given his age, he had no issues with employment. In this era, even a 14-year-old could take over a position. Thus, establishing a good rapport with the street was undoubtedly advantageous. Upon reaching the street office, he found a secluded spot to take out the wild boar, carefully packed in a burlap sack. Entering through the main door, to the right was a large room, visible through the windows, filled with numerous desks, though they were currently unoccupied. The people were huddled together. And as he approached the entrance, he could overhear, "Let me tell you, something fresh happened in Mauer Alley yesterday." Li Laifu was just about to make his way toward Director Zhang's office when old Madame Lu, noticing him, exclaimed, "Little Laifu, what brings you here?" Her sharp eyes had immediately spotted the sack he carried. "Isn't this little Laifu? Did you bring us fish again?" The women and elderly ladies inside ceased their idle chatter and rushed towards him. Li Laifu feigned modesty, scratching his head as he replied, "Aunties, grandmas, I am just looking for Director Zhang." "Quickly, go on. Our director just arrived a little while ago." Following the previous occasion when Li Laifu had delivered fish, they knew he must have brought something good again, and they all stood in the courtyard, eager and silent. Groups of 2 or 3 whispered among themselves, speculating on what could be in the sack. Little Laifu, what brings you here? Where have you been lately? I haven't seen you for several visits. One of them remarked as Director Zhang busied himself wiping the desk. I went to my grandmother's house, Li Laifu explained. Someone in their village caught a wild boar, and they wanted to send it to the steel mill, so I intercepted it, thinking I'd ask if you needed it. As he spoke, he tipped the wild boar out of the sack. Yes. Why wouldn't we want it? This pig must weigh over 100 pounds. Come, Laifu, have some tea. I'll have them take it next door to weigh it, and then I'll give you the money, Director Zhang said, pouring him a cup of tea. Li Laifu chuckled. I was worried you wouldn't want it. Otherwise, I would have had to carry it back. You silly child, who in their right mind would refuse to accept pork. Director Zhang approached the door and noticed a group of individuals craning their necks to peer into her office. Stop staring and come over. We need to weigh this properly. It must be accurate, or else it will create trouble for Xiao Laifu. After all, it's our fault, exclaimed Zhang. Goodness, this time it's not fish. It's a pig. This pig must weigh around 100 pounds, and look at those two large tusks protruding from its lips. It's terrifying. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Enough with the chatter. Hurry up and weigh it. Afterward, we can discuss how to divide it, she instructed. Everyone knows the price of pork. I don't need to elaborate on that. Originally, it was meant for the steel mill, but Xiao Laifu helped us intercept it, she emphasized, mentioning Li Laifu. What a good boy he is. Old Lady Lu chimed in with a smile. In our area, he is the most sensible child. Other kids his age are still playing around, but he is already helping to lighten the family burden. Truly a good boy. Xiao Laifu, in a couple of years, I'll definitely find you a good wife. The flattery from the group of women and elderly ladies nearly overwhelmed Li Laifu, maintaining his image as the good child. He smiled and nodded. A few people hastily carried the pig to the nearby collection station while Li Laifu sat in Director Zhang's office sipping tea. Director Zhang, being astute and adept at her position, took a sip of her tea and remarked, Xiao Laifu, you turned 15 after the new year, didn't you? Yes, Director Zhang. He replied. Good, I'll remember that. When the factory has job openings at the end of the year, I will prioritize notifying you. Thank you, Director Zhang. Just call me Aunt Zhang, she said. Aunt Zhang, Li Laifu repeated, recalling what his father had told him about job allocation in factories, which were distributed among various leaders, albeit with a semblance of fairness to the streets. Director Zhang weighed the pig, declaring it to be 106 pounds just as old Lady Lu entered briskly. You all take the meat to the cafeteria. We'll divide it there shortly. Without looking back, old Lady Lu headed outside upon hearing Zhang's orders. Xiao Laifu. In some places, pork is selling for $2.50 a pound now, so we will calculate it at that rate. Li Laifu understood that by some places. She was referring to the pigeon market, which was under strict street management and subject to occasional inspections. Thus, discretion was necessary. Aunt Zhang, he began, but Chapter 42. Uncle Xiao. Director Zhang seemed to anticipate what Li Laifu was about to say and waved her hand, saying, the fact that you can think of this already shows consideration. We would never want to put you in a difficult position. She was well aware that if the pork were delivered to the steel mill, they would certainly pay $3 for it. Nowadays, factories were not lacking in money. Director Zhang retrieved $265 from her drawer and said, Xiao Laifu, you count this. Aunt Zhang has already counted it. It's certainly correct. Li Laifu tucked the money into his pocket, knowing the others were eager to divide the meat. Aunt Zhang, I'll head back now and deliver the money. All right, walk carefully on your way back. The money is secure. Come to find Aunt Zhang if you need anything. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. As he reached the entrance, a sudden voice interrupted. How did you end up here? Grandpa Zhang inquired, recognizing the solitary elderly man from his courtyard. You haven't yet explained how you found yourself in this place, he persisted, seemingly oblivious to the situation. I came to ask Director Zhang about a matter, I replied, skillfully steering the conversation away. Aren't you working next door, Grandpa Zhang? Indeed, I am. Just now, they somehow procured a wild boar, and I was hoping to see if there's any extra meat to share, Grandpa Zhang responded. Then you should hurry along. I must return home first, I replied. Don't wander about unnecessarily. Return home early. Your father was chatting by the door last night and mentioned you. As I entered Nanluoguxiang, heading towards home, I appreciated the small yard for its solitude. There was seldom anyone around. Glancing through the entrance, I found the yard empty. From my storage, I retrieved 50 kilograms of corn flour, 50 kilograms of white flour, 2 small pigs, and 3 wild chickens. I gave the door a kick. Brother, you've finally returned. Jiang Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Get out of the way, will you? Can't you see I'm carrying things? Li Laifu scolded. Jiang Tao emerged, carrying Li Xiaohong. Big brother. Big brother. She called out. Yes, yes, I replied as Li Laifu placed the items in the kitchen. Li Xiaohong, arms outstretched, could hardly contain her excitement. I embraced my sister and showered her with kisses, eliciting cheerful giggles from the little girl. We have meat to eat. We have chicken. The two gluttonous brothers shouted in delight. Where's your mother? I inquired. Big brother, my mother and Grandma Lu went foraging for wild vegetables, Jiang Yuan replied. Big brother. My money and ration tickets were discovered by my mother and confiscated, he added, his face a portrait of despair. Jiang Tao, irritated, gave him a kick. This is all your fault. I told you to keep them with me, but you insisted on hiding them. If they were with me, would mother have found them while washing? Li Laifu chuckled and said, but Haven T, you still got some money? Mother, ask him where he got the money. He sold me out. Jiang Tao glared at Jiang Yuan. Who told you to say we should each spend our own? I'm out of money now. Jiang Yuan retorted defiantly. You still have money. You eat, while I have to watch. Jiang Tao shot back, seething with frustration. Jiang Yuan, aware of the impending punishment, quickly added, you can't hit me. You've already consumed half a bowl of my popsicle water for several days. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan exclaimed, by the way, big brother. Aunt Lu from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative has asked about you several times. Are you still going to have popsicle water? He teased, flashing a grin. Big brother. Mother confiscated our 4 yuan. Ever since the night you left, she gives us only 2 cents each night for popsicle water. Big brother, let us go get some candy. The little girl urged, clutching Li Laifu's neck and pointing outside. Let us go, let us go. With his sister's pleas ringing in his ears, he couldn't resist. We have meat and chicken at home. You two stay inside. I'll be back shortly. All right, big brother. They chorused, carrying my sister out. I turned her head towards me. From my storage, I selected a wild boar weighing around 30 kilograms, placing it directly into a sack without even cleaning it. One arm cradled my sister, while the other hoisted the sack as I made my way towards the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. As Aunt Lu stepped into the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, she stood at the counter and inquired, Laifu, your stay at your grandparents' home was rather lengthy this time, wasn't it? Aren't you concerned about exhausting their resources? Laifu responded, Indeed, Aunt Lu, I have brought back some items from my extended visit. As he tossed the burlap sack onto the ground, Aunt Lu, curious, quickly emerged from behind the counter, accompanied by 2 sales clerks who promptly followed suit. Holding his sister in his arms, Laifu asked, Aunt Lu, would you like to have any of these? If not, I shall give them to the neighbors. Goodness gracious. Is that a wild boar? The trio leaned in to peer into the sack. Aunt Lu, yes, we definitely want it. Let's summon the director, even if he declines. We shall take it, the other 3 chimed in, nodding earnestly. One middle-aged man remarked, it would be best if the director does not want it, that way. We 3 can divide it among ourselves. Are you 3 not counting me in? It turned out there were 4 individuals at the cooperative, with one dozing in a corner. The middle-aged man asked, Monkey, when did you awaken? Could you not sleep a little longer? The recently roused individual, who had only met Laifu a few times, retorted, Jian'erbao, leave me be. After working together for 5 or 6 years, you've shown no sense of camaraderie. Whenever there is a benefit, you abandon me. Aunt Lu emerged from the office with the director, who wore a benevolent smile. The elderly director glanced at the sack and cheerfully said, Young man, come to my office. We should have a discussion. Candy, Li Xiaohong exclaimed, pointing at the candy jar. The director turned to Aunt Lu and instructed, Fetch 2 big white rabbit milk candies and weigh the little wild boar. Coming right up. The monkey swiftly brought over 2 candies, displaying a solicitous demeanor as he placed them in Li Xiaohong's hands. Once inside the office, Laifu set his sister down. The little girl savored the candy, her small mouth making delightful sounds, her eyes nearly squinting with pleasure. Big brother, this is delicious. Call me Laifu. Thank you. The director chuckled. No need for formality. Aunt Lu has taken good care of my siblings. Do not call me director. Since you refer to little Lu as Aunt Lu, just call me Uncle Qiao. Acknowledging the respect due to a leader, Laifu complied and called out, Uncle Qiao. Director Qiao continued, This is not mere pleasantry. Even our unit has not seen meat for over a month. The line outside the meat processing plant stretches for 2 miles. And some units have been waiting for more than half a month. It is indeed true what they say, too many wolves and too little meat, as the scarcity is felt everywhere. Director Qiao offered Laifu a cigarette and added, In the future, should you catch any wild boars, wild chickens, or fish, do be sure to bring them to us. Rest assured, the price will be fair. With such assurances, Laifu could only nod in agreement. Chapter 43. This question is rather difficult to answer. Aunt Lu announced as she entered the office. Director, the pork weighs 33 pounds. Old man Xiao nodded and said, Xiao Lu, please weigh out half a gene of the white rabbit milk candy for me. He took out 57 yuan and handed it to Li Laifu. It's quite embarrassing, Grandpa Xiao. I don't have any candy tickets. I'll pay. Old man Xiao waved his hand towards Aunt Lu and addressed Li Laifu. Since you call me Grandpa, you needn't fuss over such trivialities. Li Laifu silently noted this as a gesture of goodwill, carrying his little sister home. The girl clutched a large bag of milk candy in her arms. Her mouth was small, yet the candy was ample, as she smacked her lips while holding on tightly. Li Laifu pinched her tiny nose and remarked, though you are small, you certainly know what's good, and the white rabbit milk candy is indeed delicious. With nearly 5,000 yuan in hand, a considerable sum for that era, as 100 yuan could support a family for an entire year. He resolved to spend it promptly. In such times, retaining anything was prudent. However, money had little value. He contemplated purchasing 20 tickets for mitai and, of course, some cigarette tickets to procure quality cigarettes. With money in hand, smoking cheap brands like Dakiamin would be absurd, a sign of poverty. Upon returning home, the little girl immediately wrapped one arm around his neck while clutching the candy with the other, hiding the paper wrapper in her embrace. The shameless Jiang Yuan spotted the wrapper and approached eagerly. No, you can't have any, she declared, her eyes welling with tears as she gazed at Li Laifu. It's all right. If you don't want to share, then don't, he said, indulging her. He then offered her 10 cents, saying, use this to buy some candy for yourself. But don't touch what she has. The two boys took the money and went out to buy candy. After the little girl climbed onto the Kong, she dashed to the farthest corner, cradling her treasure. From the storage space, she retrieved 5 pounds of white flour. Kneading it into dough and letting it rest on the countertop, she took a small wild boar weighing over 10 pounds, chopping it into small pieces along with a dozen potatoes. Just as the two boys returned, he pushed the bowl of potatoes toward them and instructed, peel these. The boys obediently took glass shards to scrape the potato skins, discarding the entrails of the pig into the bowl without washing them. He extracted a piece of lard from the pig's belly. While small, it was sufficient for a meal. As the boys peeled potatoes and smoked, he waited for the dough to rise for over half an hour. Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan stood at the door, nearly drooling from the enticing aroma, while the little girl, munching on candy, leaned against the window to watch Li Laifu cook. He filled the pot with water and placed 2 large steamers on top, loading 30 buns inside. This time, the white flour buns contained not a speck of corn or sorghum flour. He had already devised a plan for when Zhao Fong and her father returned, intending to claim he had traded for supplies at the pigeon market. Otherwise, explaining the source of the goods from the storage would take forever, and sharing a meager meal of wild vegetables and porridge was an unnecessary hassle. He resolved to be straightforward. He would no longer pretend and would assert that he could indeed trade for food. As for their belief, the food had already been secured. Whether they believed it or not, they had no choice but to accept it. With provisions at home, they could eat there without pretense. Maintaining appearances outside was sufficient. Moreover, in this era, being 15 was not considered young. Truly being a freeloader at home would invite scorn. In this era, although everyone wears a smile, it is clear to all that the situation has become dire, with hunger looming over many. Finding food has become a skill in itself. Li Laifu reclined on the Kong, playfully engaging with his little sister, a charming little girl who, upon receiving candy from her older brother, eagerly offered half of the sweet treat from her mouth. Her tiny white teeth were utterly delightful. Big brother, you should eat it yourself, she exclaimed. In a swift motion, she slurped the candy back into her mouth, adding, Big brother, no, third brother wants some. Jiang Yuan extended his mouth in anticipation. Not for you, she retorted, scampering over to Li Laifu and wrapping her arms around his neck, knowing that as long as her big brother was nearby, third brother would not dare to snatch it away. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Xiao Tao and Xiao Yuan entered, assisting their mother with the vegetables. Zhao Fong tossed a bag onto the ground, her curiosity piqued by the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen. What smells so delightful? Zhao Fong wondered, glancing at the steamer atop the stove. Auntie, I'm back, Li Laifu announced, emerging with his little sister in tow. Zhao Fong cast a quick glance at him, and then at the steamer, inquiring, Laifu, what have you cooked this time? Mother, my big brother has stewed pork and potatoes and even steamed white buns, Jiang Yuan chimed in, counting on his fingers. My goodness, where did we procure flour from? Zhao Fong hurriedly lifted the lid of the steamer. To her astonishment, she discovered numerous white buns, each the size of a plate, leaving her utterly amazed. Zhao Fong, sealing the steamer, rushed over to Li Laifu, asking, "Laifu, tell Auntie where this flour came from?" Before Li Laifu could respond, Zhao Fong's expression shifted dramatically, her determination evident as she bit her lip and said, "Laifu, you must tell Auntie where you acquired this flour, in case anyone asks. Just say Auntie took it. You are becoming a young man now. You must not tarnish your reputation." Li Laifu was genuinely moved by this moment from his cautious stepmother, who had always been so careful with her words. He was no longer a mere 15-year-old boy, but an adult who had traversed time. In these times, stealing such a quantity of flour could lead to severe consequences, certainly a lengthy imprisonment. Cradling his sister, Li Laifu reassured, "Auntie, what are you thinking? How could I possibly steal anything? I caught these fish at Grandpa's house by the Liangma River and exchanged them at the pigeon market." Zhao Fong, with a skeptical demeanor, questioned, "Really? You must not deceive Auntie. If you truly stole it, rest assured, Auntie would not inform your father." Li Laifu rolled his eyes, perplexed at how such an accusation could be leveled against him. "Auntie, have I ever stolen anything in my life?" Zhao Fong nodded, affirming, "No, you are a good child." Li Laifu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Then that settles it. Stealing is a habit formed from a young age. I am no longer a child. If I have never stolen before, I certainly would not do so now." Kicking the flour bag on the ground, he continued, "Auntie, there is cornmeal and flour here. Do you think such a large quantity could go unnoticed? The news must have spread throughout the capital by now. Have you heard anything during your morning outing?" "What? There is cornmeal and flour?" Zhao Fong's attention was finally diverted. "My goodness, these 2 bags must weigh dozens of pounds." She eagerly plunged her hands into the bags, feeling around and sampling a bit. Observing that Zhao Fong's attention was not on him, Li Laifu hurriedly placed the little girl on the Kong and took down the steamer. Zhao Fong, seemingly in a daze, giggled foolishly, one hand touching the white flour and the other the cornmeal. "Brother, it seems my mother has lost her mind." Jiang Yuan leaned against the door and remarked. Li Laifu, picking buns from the steamer into a basin, inquired, "So, will you eat the buns first? Or will you check on your mother?" Brother, that question is rather difficult to answer." Suddenly, a puff of white smoke rose from Jiang Yuan's head. "Huh." Jiang Yuan rubbed his head vigorously. "Oh dear. Why is it still not clean? There's flour everywhere." After scolding her son, Zhao Fong was more concerned about the flour on her hands. Li Laifu nodded, affirming her maternal instincts. "Get out of the way, you ungrateful little brat. Your mother has raised you in vain." Zhao Fong scolded Jiang Yuan. "Aunt, please take the buns into the room. I'm serving the vegetables from the pot." Li Laifu, feeling quite hungry, wished to avoid Zhao Fong's dramatics. He entered the room with a basin of vegetables, only to find it eerily quiet, with Zhao Fong still wiping her tears. "Aunt, what seems to be the matter now?" Li Laifu placed the basin on the table and asked. "Aunt, in over 30 years, I've never tasted such delicious buns." Li Laifu was left speechless. Zhao Fong had only pinched off a piece the size of a fingernail, and yet it brought her to tears. "Aunt, you should eat quickly. The vegetables will get cold." Li Laifu hastily sought an excuse. "All right, it's my fault. But our Laifu is now quite capable, isn't he? From now on, Aunt and your father will enjoy a good life." Zhao Fong continued addressing her 2 sons, Jiang Yuan and Jiang Tao. "From now on, until your elder brother has touched his chopsticks, you 2 should refrain from reaching for the food. Remember your elder brother's kindness. Who dares to be ungrateful? I'll break your legs." During the meal, Li Laifu devoured 2 large buns, while Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan each consumed 2 as well, aptly embodying the saying that half-grown boys can eat their fathers to death. Zhao Fong watched, her heart aching. If it weren't for Li Laifu's intervention, it would have been a miracle if Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan managed to eat even half a bun. Zhao Fong, accompanied by Li Xiaohong, had only consumed 1 bun, and despite her reluctance, she had managed to eat 2 pieces of meat, which Li Laifu had firmly placed on her plate. After putting down his chopsticks, Li Laifu noticed Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan still eager for more vegetables. Zhao Fong declared, "Enough. You've eaten 2 large buns. Do you still want vegetables? In the past, didn't you eat the vegetable dumplings raw? These vegetables are reserved for your father tonight." Zhao Fong vividly exemplified the essence of a woman in that era. In this time, the man of the household was the breadwinner, and no child or woman could eat better than the men who earned the money. After finishing lunch, Jiang Tao asked, "Brother, are we still going fishing today?" Li Laifu, gazing seriously at his two younger brothers, replied, "From now on, even if I go fishing, it will be on my own. You two will start school tomorrow. Focus on your studies. The family doesn't lack for grain at the moment. I will provide you with good food, but if your studies falter, don't blame me for disciplining you." Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan immediately fell silent, while even Zhao Feng lowered her head, pretending not to hear as she plucked feathers from a wild chicken. "Aunt," Li Laifu called out. "Oh, Laifu, what is it you need?" Li Laifu continued to instruct, "And every day at noon, please bring each of them 2 steamed buns filled with 2 fillings. And stick some wild vegetables on the outside. Just make others believe they are wild vegetable dumplings." "Understood, Aunt." Li Laifu then added, "And ensure that their book fees and tuition are settled tomorrow. There's money here," Zhao Feng quickly interjected. Li Laifu then sternly addressed his 2 younger brothers. "You are no longer children. What did you eat when you were starving? You both know it well. Now that I'm providing for you, if you dare to neglect your studies, don't blame me for disciplining you. Did you hear that?" Li Laifu concluded. The 2 replied in unison, "Elder brother, we heard you." "Yes, big brother, I heard." The serious atmosphere was lightened by the little girl's interruption, causing Li Laifu to chuckle. He glanced at his 2 younger brothers and said, "Behave and study at home, and go to school earnestly tomorrow." Li Laifu took the little girl out to play, while Zhao Feng turned to her 2 sons, saying, "You must remember your elder brother. He has stopped attending school himself yet insists on you both going. When he disciplined you before, I kept silent. Now, if he punishes you, I will join in. Think carefully about that." Zhao Feng laughed at this, her mirth soon turning to tears. Jiang Yuan quietly whispered to Jiang Tao, "Brother, why has elder brother suddenly turned stern after just a few days?" Jiang Tao found his book in the drawer and placed his younger brother's book on the table, saying, "Elder brother means well. Hurry and study. You know how painful it is to be punished by him." Li Laifu carried Li Xiaohong to the supply and marketing cooperative, sitting on the steps at the entrance while smoking. Aunt Xiao held the little girl on the counter, tying her hair into 2 cute pigtails with a red ribbon, while the little girl gleefully chewed on a piece of candy. After finishing his cigarette, Li Laifu prepared to take his sister home, almost failing to recognize her. Aunt Zhao had rubbed her cheeks with red paper, giving her a rosy complexion and a dot of red on her forehead, resembling a little Neza. As they were about to leave, though she could not vocalize her farewell, the little girl waved her small hand vigorously at Aunt Zhao. Upon returning home, Zhao Feng hardly recognized her daughter, having never dressed her up before, especially with 3 rambunctious boys keeping her too busy. Li Laifu entered the house and saw his 2 younger brothers studying quietly. He chose not to interrupt as he placed the little girl on the Kong. After greeting Zhao Feng, he stepped outside, intending to visit Zhou Cheng at Peking University. On his way to the Drum Tower, he purchased 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes at the supply and marketing cooperative. In that era, cigarettes costing 80 cents were truly a luxury. Pure, so smooth. Li Laifu inhaled deeply. He also bought 4 bottles of mitai, which the clerk bundled with twine, surprisingly making them easy to carry. Such craftsmanship is rarely seen in later times. After exiting the cooperative, he found an alley to store the cigarettes in his space. The 4 bottles of liquor made him hesitate for a moment. After savoring the fragrant aroma, he realized that not only were the cigarettes enjoyable, but the alcohol was also remarkably enticing. Just days before, when his grandfather had drunk some homemade liquor, he felt no temptation. Yet now, after inhaling the scent of the mitai, it seemed to awaken a craving within him. In his space, he already had 6 bottles of mitai and 16 premium liquor tickets. After spending 5 cents for a ride to the Summer Palace, instead of visiting Peking University, Li Laifu went to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase 2 packs of Deqianmen cigarettes and 8 bottles of Maodai liquor. He still had 8 Grade A liquor tickets and 20 Grade B liquor tickets. Upon inspection, he realized that the Grade B tickets could only be used to buy Dukong, Fenjiao, or Luzhou Laojiao. The Maodai, Shifeng, and Wulianya all fell under the Grade A category. With 2 packs of cigarettes tucked under his arm and the neatly bundled 8 bottles of Maodai in hand, he exited the cooperative. His presence attracted quite a bit of attention, primarily because he was not carrying any cheap goods. Upon entering the Summer Palace, he sought out a secluded area with a rockery, where he stowed away the cigarettes and liquor in his space. He then produced 5 wild chickens and, standing by the lakeside, fashioned a string from a reed to tie the heads of the 5 chickens together, making his way towards the entrance of Peking University. The gatekeeper, upon seeing him, exclaimed, "Little Laifu, why haven't you brought fish recently? Our meals consist solely of wild vegetables and cornbread and cabbage soup." Li Laifu politely replied, I recently visited my grandfather's home and just returned from the countryside, where I caught a few wild chickens. Chapter 45, Dried Milk? The gatekeeper, eyeing the 5 wild chickens, sighed and said, "Little Laifu, you should really catch more fish. We can hardly serve chicken and meat in our cafeteria." Just then, a voice interrupted. "What else with all the complaints? Don't you want to work anymore?" It was the head of the security department, whom Laifu was meeting for the first time on campus. He was a man in his 40s, named Lu Wenyu. The gatekeeper immediately fell silent. Laifu, holding the wild chickens, laughed and remarked, "Uncle Lu, your authority is quite impressive." Lu Wenyu shot the gatekeeper a glare and chuckled at Laifu, saying, "Authority? My foot. I'm just looking out for them. Each of them has families to support, and they have their share of complaints. They aren't even formal staff members. If the leaders hear them, they'd be out the door. Come on, I'll take you inside. We can visit Shoucheng and grab a smoke." Laifu was surprised to learn that the security department staff were not formal employees. "Uncle Lu, my father's factory has formal workers in their security department." Lu Wenyu glanced around and replied, "Of course, the factory's security department has formal workers. But look around here. These are all intellectuals. We, the mud-legged folk, can hardly be considered formal workers. These intellectuals act as if they're above everyone else." Having traversed from his past life to this era, Laifu had little regard for intellectuals. In his later life, scrolling through short videos, one could always find various so-called experts spouting nonsense, while old artists were simply enviable, their wives growing younger with each passing year. Arriving at Zhou Cheng's office, Lu Wenyu announced, "I've brought you the treasure you've been longing for," and took a cigarette from Zhou Cheng's desk before stepping outside. Zhou Cheng, however, ignored Lu Wenyu and addressed Laifu. "Laifu, you've been gone for quite a while, haven't you?" "Zhou Gu is running low on supplies." Laifu tossed the wild chickens onto the table and quipped, "Zhou Gu, if you keep looking at me like that, I might just run away. Who wouldn't tea with a fat man staring at them? I want tea look. I want tea look. Is that good enough? Please don't run away." Zhou Cheng hurriedly poured a glass of water for Laifu. Laifu then offered him a pack of Daqianmin while lighting one for himself. Zhou Cheng was not surprised. He knew that Laifu was not short on money. Zhou Cheng gazed at the 5 wild chickens in the underground and remarked, "Brother Laifu, you have truly come to my aid. This evening, we are expecting visitors from other schools, and I was pondering how to manage the dishes. Your 5 wild chickens have resolved my dilemma. I estimate they weigh just over a pound each. Shall we agree on 5 yuan apiece?" "Brother Zhou, that seems a bit steep," Laifu replied, well aware that the market price for wild chickens was merely 2 yuan at most, considering they bore no fat. Before Laifu could elaborate, Zhou Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Laifu, you are unaware of the recent restrictions on pork and grain. The prices of all meats have risen significantly. The pigs from the farms surrounding the capital are being transported northward, leading the common folk to rely on collectively raised pigs for their meat. Under such circumstances, meat prices at the market will undoubtedly soar." Laifu, perplexed by Zhou Cheng's candor, realized that he was likely attempting to maintain rapport, indicating he had no intention of demanding cash. "Brother Zhou, could you issue me a receipt instead? Sugar tickets, pastry tickets, white sugar tickets, or even Class A and B alcohol tickets would suffice." Zhou Cheng nodded without hesitation. "No problem." He returned to his desk, murmuring as he calculated the figures. A small stack of receipts lay before him when he suddenly raised his head and inquired, "Brother Laifu, would you care for some milk powder?" Laifu was momentarily taken aback. In his previous life, he had never even glanced at it, and in this life, the original owner had yet to encounter it. Zhou Cheng, noticing Laifu's expression, chuckled. "Milk powder? It is merely dried milk, and it is quite nutritious." Laifu, regaining his composure, nearly erupted in anger. Zhou Cheng's flippant remark was clearly intended to mislead him. Had he not traversed into this world, he might have believed it. Zhou Cheng continued, "This milk powder? You cannot procure it elsewhere. It requires a milk powder ticket and a hospital certificate to prove nutritional deficiency. Of course, in this era, who isn't lacking in nutrients? Milk powder is a rare commodity, meant solely for those in need. However, it does not come cheap." Laifu's temper flared. Who did Zhou Cheng think he was? "Brother Zhou, just tell me the price." Sipping his tea, Zhou Cheng replied, "The ticket costs 6 yuan, and a bag of milk powder is 8 yuan. Laifu stood and approached the desk, pulling out 140 yuan and slapping it onto the table. "I'll take 20 bags." Zhou Cheng, caught off guard, spluttered tea all over the table and Laifu, aware that 20 bags were utterly unattainable, Laifu could not stand Zhou Cheng's pretentious demeanor, reclining in his chair as if he were some kind of authority. Milk powder is merely dried milk? He scoffed. Why not say it's squeezed from a bowl? Wiping the tea from his mouth, Zhou Cheng looked at Laifu and said, Brother Laifu, even if you were to sell me out, you could not procure 20 bags of milk powder. We can only obtain it from the infirmary because we students are regarded as national talents. Without connections at the hospital, you would struggle to acquire any. Laifu pressed. Brother Zhou, surely you can spare 2 bags? Zhou Cheng nodded. Just 2 bags. If you desire more, I have none to offer. Li Laifu gazed at the tickets on the table and remarked, with 2 bags of milk powder, I have but 1 yuan left. Could you kindly provide me with some sugar tickets? Zhou Cheng handed him 4 jin of sugar tickets and, with a casual sweep, tucked all the receipts into the drawer, saying, Brother Laifu, I shall fetch them for you now. Please sit here and enjoy a drink of water. After a brief interlude of 10 minutes, Zhou Cheng returned with 2 plastic bags, indicative of the premium quality of the milk powder contained within, as it was packaged in such a manner. He placed the milk powder into his backpack and stated, Brother Zhou, I shall take my leave now. Zhou Cheng accompanied Li Laifu to the door, muttering, Brother Laifu, do come by often. Upon exiting Peking University, Li Laifu found Zhou Cheng to be quite amiable, at least devoid of any pretentiousness. His storage still held a considerable quantity of fish, and he had no intention of fishing further. He had spent all his tickets throughout the afternoon, exhausting them at various supply and marketing cooperatives in the western part of the city. Presently, his storage contained 22 bottles of Matai, 10 bottles of Dukong, 10 bottles of Fingio, 4 jin of white sugar, 2 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes, 25 boxes of Dakiamin, a pair of leather shoes, 3 meters of cloth, and numerous fabric tickets. Additionally, there resided a black bear weighing over 300 jin, a wild boar of just over 100 jin, several wild chickens, and a foolish roe deer. As for the grain, he deemed it irrelevant, as it would go uneaten regardless. In the evening, Li Laifu ordered a serving of braised pork at the state-run restaurant. Genuinely untroubled by matters of sustenance lately. Consequently, he could not finish the braised pork, leaving behind half a portion, which he purchased for 2 cents in a large bowl to take home, suspecting that the 2 cents were likely shared between the chef and the server. After dining, it was already 5 o'clock. He boarded a bus, arriving home by 6. Upon reaching his doorstep, he concealed himself within the alley and retrieved the backpack from his storage, filling it with 50 jin of fish, with half a bowl of braised pork resting atop the fish. He shouldered the load and made his way homeward. You're back, Laifu. Quickly set down your things. Have you caught even more fish? Annie had prepared dinner for him, while Zhao Feng's chatter was incessant. Li Laifu relished this sensation, the warmth of familial affection upon returning home, a stark contrast to the solitude he endured in his previous life. His 2 younger brothers took the fish basket from him, and Li Chongwen scrutinized Li Laifu, commenting, You rascal, after just 1 outing, not only have you grown taller, but you've also become sturdier. But tell me, why must a fine young man like you look so handsome? With a smile, Li Laifu replied, Father, are you certain that my handsomeness is a bad thing? Li Chongwen nodded in affirmation. Isn't that obvious? A man ought to embody a robust masculinity. Looking like a woman is hardly desirable. Despite his words of disdain, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Li Laifu nodded in agreement and dusted off his clothes, saying, Then I shall tell my grandfather you said he resembles a woman. Li Chongwen, taken aback, retorted, You rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever speak of your grandfather? I was referring to you. Li Laifu, with a playful grin, quipped. My grandfather claims I resemble him. Given your relationship, and with me stirring the pot, I dare say he might come from the countryside to give you a thrashing. Li Chongwen gently patted Li Laifu on the shoulder, smiling as he remarked, My son has finally grown up. Engaging in such a conversation with his father brought Li Chongwen great comfort, especially after returning home from work to hear Zhao Feng recount the various tales of Li Laifu. Her eyes glistening with tears as she spoke. Unintentionally, his son had truly matured. Brother, you brought back braised pork. Zhang Yuan called out loudly. Big brother, hug me. I want to eat meat, the clingy little sister chimed in. Just as Li Laifu lifted Li Xiaohong into his arms, Zhao Feng's voice rang out. You're not allowed to eat the braised pork. We have pork stew with potatoes for dinner. Do you want to ascend to the heavens? Go back inside. With a pout, Li Xiaohong said in Li Laifu's embrace, Big brother, do we have candy? Once Zheng Yuan entered, he added, Brother. My mother confiscated little sister's white rabbit milk candy. Seeing Li Xiaohong's pitiful, tear-filled eyes, Li Laifu waved his hand, saying, Xiao Yuan, go fetch 5 bowls. Before Jiang Tao could enter, he went to the bowl rack. Li Chongwen, smoking a cigarette, asked, "What mischief are you up to this time?" "Your aunt is always busy confiscating things." Li Laifu chuckled, "Just mind your own business." Observing the smile on his son's face, Li Chongwen felt a wave of nostalgia. After marrying a stepmother for his son, this boy seldom offered him such smiles. Li Laifu also sensed a transformation within himself. It felt as though he had completely integrated into this family. "Brother, I've arranged the bowls for you," Jiang Yuan urged. Li Laifu set Li Xiaohong on a stool, allowing her to stand, then pulled his backpack from behind to the front, opening it to retrieve a bag of milk powder. He bit into the plastic bag, pouring the contents into each bowl while instructing, "Xiao Tao, go fetch the thermos." Bending down, Li Chongwen sniffed and remarked, "What is that smell of milk? You're not using milk powder, are you?" He had heard of it occasionally, but had never seen it. "You rascal, what are you doing?" Jiang Tao said as he squeezed past Zhao Fong at the door with the thermos. After filling the 5 bowls with milk powder, he tossed the empty bag onto the table. Li Chongwen immediately grabbed it, tasting a little, exclaiming, "This is definitely milk powder. You wasteful child. Why did you pour it into the bowls?" It was usually Zhao Fong who was cautious with their belongings, but upon seeing the milk powder, he too became frantic. Li Chongwen shouted, "Son, for heaven's sake, don't pour in water. The bowls are dry, you can still put it back in the bag." Li Laifu had already picked up the thermos, but dared not pour for each bowl individually. Just filling one would likely provoke Li Chongwen to seize the thermos from him. As he moved down the line of 5 bowls, he managed to soak them all with water. "Oh my goodness!" Li Chongwen exclaimed, stomping in frustration. Behind them, Zhao Fong, unable to see what was happening, chuckled and said, "Head of the household? Have you started talking like me?" Li Chongwen watched as Li Laifu added more water, quipping, "Not only am I mimicking your speech, but soon I might also learn to cry like you. Brother, it smells so good. Brother, it smells so good." The 2 mischievous boys remarked, oblivious to the chaos. Li Laifu laughed, "Stop flattering me. Go get me a spoon so you don't burn yourselves while drinking." He lifted a bowl of milk powder, cradling Li Xiaohong. As Jiang Yuan went to fetch a spoon, Zhao Fong entered, eyeing the table and asking, "Head of the household, what is this? It looks like milk." "Mother, you should step aside. You have taken my place," Jiang Yuan exclaimed, handing the spoon to Li Laifu. Li Chongwen observed Jiang Yuan's evident urgency and, with a smile, pulled Zhao Fong closer, saying, "Isn't this milk powder? Go ahead and drink. It's all mixed with water now." Li Laifu, gently blowing on the small spoon, fed it to Li Xiaohong, who joyfully bounced on his lap. After tasting a bit himself, Li Laifu noted that this era lacked both technology and finesse, yet the milk powder was undeniably pure, rich in dairy aroma. Not quite to his taste. He retrieved a bag of sugar from his backpack, opened the paper package, and added a spoonful to the bowl, stirring it before tasting again. "Now this is the flavor, sweet and delightful." The little girl opened her mouth wide, showing Li Laifu her empty spoon, urging him to hurry and feed her. Seeing Li Laifu adding sugar, Li Chongwen's lips twitched in disapproval, but Zhao Fong paid no heed. She addressed the 2 mischievous boys preparing to imitate Li Laifu. "Dare to touch the sugar? I'll twist your mouths." While feeding the little girl, Li Laifu called out to Zhao Fong, and, "You should drink quickly. It will taste bad when it cools." Zhao Fong glanced at the bowl of milk in front of her, puzzled. "I still don't quite understand what's going on. Is this milk powder expensive?" Li Chongwen, savoring a sip, urged, "Drink up. Once it's finished, we won't have time to discuss this." To an outsider, it would seem they were simply indulging in milk powder, all looking utterly blissful. Once the milk powder was cool enough, Li Laifu handed the spoon to the little girl, allowing her to feed herself. He then stepped to the door and lit a cigarette. Although Li Chongwen was drinking the milk powder, he noticed Li Laifu lighting the cigarette. He initially wanted to scold him, but refrained, swallowing his words, realizing his son had grown up and was quite sensible. Chapter 47. Scolding you several times a day, oh dear. How did I overlook this? Quickly, Laifu, let her drink, Zhao Fong exclaimed, hastily picking up the bowl of milk powder. Li Laifu chuckled, "Aunt, you should drink it yourself. I had 2 big bowls when I bought it." Li Chongwen understood his son's honesty. After all, he had brought it home. He had only prepared 5 bowls and had no intention of drinking himself. He turned to Zhao Fong, "All right, just drink it. The child is honoring you. Why are you being so modest?" Hearing Li Laifu's filial respect, Zhao Fong's face wrinkled into a smile. Laifu is indeed respectful and sensible. Look at these 2 rascals. They've licked the bowls clean. Jiang Yuan, with shameless audacity, chimed in. "Sister, let me help you drink a bit." "No way. Big brother, beat it. Zhao Fong laughed, sitting beside her daughter. At such a young age, already tattling. And knowing that big brother will protect her. This third brother is truly something else. Zhao Fong then scolded Jiang Yuan with a frown. Get lost. Despite her young age, the little girl polished off an entire bowl of milk powder. The 5 large bowls were refilled with hot water for a second round, without needing to wash them. Li Chongwen approached Li Laifeng, clearing his throat. Li Laifeng smiled and pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, handing over the remaining 19 sticks. Li Chongwen quickly lit a cigarette and couldn't help but comment, "Why do you smoke such good cigarettes?" Li Laifeng replied bluntly, "I have money." Cough, cough. At this moment, Li Chongwen was not feigning a cough. He genuinely choked on a puff of smoke, provoking a laugh from Li Laifeng, who said, "Father, you can't enjoy fine tobacco. So why not give it to me? You smoke Zhonghua? What a waste." With a dismissive wave, Li Chongwen took a deep drag and replied, "Are your grandparents in good health?" Li Laifeng answered lightly, "They are well. Grandma scolds you several times a day, and Grandpa wanders around the village, basking in the reverence of others calling him ancestor." Li Chongwen nodded with a wry smile, saying, "It's good that they have the strength to berate me." He then chuckled. "Your grandfather has truly lived a rich life. He is the wisest elder I know." Lowering his voice, he added, "When you return, say a few good words to your aunt. They both listen to you." At this juncture, Zhao Fong inquired, "Laifeng, how do you plan to handle that basket of fish? Are you waiting for the recycling station to open tomorrow morning to sell them?" Li Chongwen turned his gaze to Li Laifeng, who responded, "Aunt, I'm heading to Pigeon Market tonight. I've made arrangements with someone to exchange some food supplies. Our household has many mouths to feed. This little bit of grain is hardly sufficient. In the future, don't bother gathering wild vegetables. We can pretend to consume them outside. But we'll have enough to eat at home. I will find a way regarding the grain." Zhao Fong, somewhat reluctant, glanced at Li Chongwen, knowing she could not contradict Laifeng, and thus turned to her husband. Li Chongwen took a drag from his cigarette and asked Li Laifeng, "Who have you made arrangements with? How will you exchange for grain?" Li Laifeng, having anticipated this inquiry, replied, "The person I'm trading with? We've never met. They're masked. Yet, they must be from the food system canteen, as they mentioned being a cook." He continued, "What I'm trading isn't scarce. It's just fish I've caught myself. Besides, who would be willing to exchange grain with me? What does it matter? I've sold on the street a few times already, and I'm on record. You've been to Pigeon Market. Who was keeping watch? That day, Grandma Lu told me, everyone must fend for themselves. If you're full, it's your skill. If you starve, don't blame anyone." Listening to Li Laifeng's lengthy discourse, Li Chongwen nodded. "You've grown up. You make the decisions now." Li Laifeng felt a wave of relief and secret delight, having successfully navigated this familial hurdle, thus escaping a daily diet of wild vegetables. "How much is that milk powder?" he asked. Li Laifeng, still reveling in his success, casually replied, "Aunt, it's not expensive. The milk powder ticket costs 6 yuan. A bag of milk powder is 8. "What do you mean by 8? Zhao Fong asked, her eyes widening. Li Laifeng hastily clarified, "The ticket is a bit pricey, but the milk powder itself is only 80 cents a bag." Coughing, Li Chongwen's face turned crimson as he pushed Li Laifeng away. Zhao Fong, arms crossed, regarded the two with a knowing expression. "Just because I lack formal education doesn't mean I'm foolish. Having lived for decades, I've never encountered a situation where the ticket costs more than the item itself." After speaking, she sat on the edge of the Kong, her fingers fidgeting, her face filled with frustration. 14 yuan. We just consumed 5 bowls of milk powder, which could have bought several pounds of rice. Laifeng, why don't you take some back for your grandparents? It is evident that he feels a sense of guilt for the food wasted at home and finds solace in sharing it with others, particularly to bring comfort to his mother-in-law. Li Laifu, with a serious demeanor, declared, "I have everything prepared for my grandparents. As for Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan, they can manage. They have put on weight these past few days. But Xiaohong is still quite small, barely 10 pounds. I give her a bowl of milk powder every morning." Li Chongwen, puzzled, inquired, "Have you truly prepared everything for your grandparents?" Zhao Fong also looked at Li Laifu, her disbelief apparent. Li Laifu opened his bag, waving it before Li Chongwen and Zhao Fong. "See, there's still a bag left. They are my own grandparents. How could I possibly shortchange them?" Li Chongwen was impressed. His son, whether in earning or in dealing with matters, surpassed him in capability. He turned to Zhao Fong, saying, "Keep it. Let Xiaohong have a bowl of milk powder each day. Her brother cares for her, and we cannot interfere. Their sibling bond is strong. When Xiaohong grows up, she will honor her brother in return." A big brother's embrace, and the little girl surely feels it too. The little girl, sensing this affection, ran over from the Kong. Zhao Fang pinched her daughter's cheek, saying, "You little rascal. You must have accumulated immense blessings in your past life to have such a wonderful big brother." The pinched little girl dashed into Li Laifu's arms, giggling. Li Chongwen, knowing he could not dissuade them, cautioned, "Just be careful at the pigeon market." Zhao Fang suggested, "Perhaps Laifu should have your father accompany you?" Noticing Li Chongwen's eagerness, Li Laifu quickly replied, "No need for that. I'm just a half-grown boy. Selling the fish I catch is no trouble, but my father has a job. If he gets caught, he could lose it." This statement alarmed Zhao Fang, for in these times, a job is as precious as life itself. If anything happens, just forget about the fish and run. Do you understand? Zhao Fang admonished. "And, rest assured, I can often catch fish. I will protect them with all my might." Chapter 48. The old lady with the hen. As night fell at 9 o'clock, Li Laifu stepped out of the door with a basket. While Li Chongwen and Zhao Fang saw him off, Zhao Fang's eyes followed Li Laifu's retreating figure as she murmured, "How did this child grow up so quickly?" Today, he returned home, sent his brother to school, and bought milk powder for his sister. "If it weren't for my tears this afternoon, I wonder if I could cry again now. This child is so understanding." Li Chongwen also gazed at his son's silhouette, saying, "I cannot compete with him. At 30-something. I had my first Zhonghua cigarette, gifted by my own son." Zhao Fang asked, "Is that cigarette expensive?" 80 cents a pack. What do you think?" replied Li Chongwen, turning to head home. 80 cents? Then you should save it. Don't smoke it now. Perhaps save it for when we have guests or for your trip back to the countryside during the new year," she said, retrieving the pack of cigarettes from Li Chongwen's pocket. "Alas, I am getting old. Why do I talk so much?" sighed Li Chongwen, lowering his head as he walked homeward. Upon exiting Nanluoguxiang, he found a secluded spot to store the fish in his space. He had no intention of squatting in the pigeon market to sell anything. Just after leaving Dongxiamen, a young man appeared suddenly. A voice emerged from the darkness, startling Li Laifu. His hair stood on end as he prepared to flee, torn between fear and concern for the elderly figure before him. Just as he was about to retreat, an old woman appeared from the shadows and inquired, "Young man, are you headed to the pigeon market? I have a hen for sale. Would you be interested?" Li Laifu, regaining his composure, picked up the cigarette he had dropped in fright and took a couple of puffs, saying, "Grandma, people can be truly terrifying." The old woman wore a tattered, vintage jacket, adorned with numerous patches, suggesting it dated back to the Republican era. Encountering such a figure in the desolate outskirts could indeed send shivers down one's spine. Fortunately, they were near Dongxiamen. Had they wandered further into the wilderness, her sudden appearance might have frightened Li Laifu into submission. "Why don't you head to the pigeon market instead of selling something here by the city gate?" he asked. The old woman quickly replied, "I heard one must pay a penny to enter, and we do not have a penny to spare, so I am waiting here." Clearing his throat, Li Laifu was about to respond when he noticed a cart behind the old woman. She hurriedly turned and rushed towards it, prompting Li Laifu to follow suit. As they approached the cart, two voices called out, "Grandpa." He finally discerned an elderly man lying on the cart, coughing, with a boy and a girl standing on either side. Both were quite young, the boy perhaps 5 or 6 years old, and the girl around 11 or 12. In these times, it was difficult to ascertain age due to malnutrition. "Grandpa, Grandpa," the old woman cried, clutching a hen in her arms. Seeing the elderly man struggling for breath, Li Laifu urged, "Grandma, we must get him to the hospital quickly." She turned, desperation in her eyes, and said, "Young man, will you buy this hen?" "Of course. How much do you want?" he replied. With tears nearly spilling from her eyes, she implored, 6 yuan? If you can't afford that, 5 yuan will do." Li Laifu produced 6 yuan and insisted, "I have it. Now hurry to the hospital." The old woman accepted the money, tucking it away, and hastily resumed pulling the cart forward, with the two children pushing from behind. The cart creaked as it rolled over the road. Observing the struggle of these weary souls, Li Laifu, no longer hesitating, offered, "Grandma, let me take the cart while you hold the hen. This way, we can reach the hospital more swiftly." "Thank you, thank you." The old woman expressed her gratitude. Being a young man, Li Laifu moved with greater speed, while the old woman trotted alongside, clutching the hen tightly. After half an hour, Li Laifu slowed down, not due to fatigue, but because the heavy wooden wheels were burdensome. The old woman, still holding the hen, asked, "Young man, are you tired? Would you like to rest for a moment? I can pull it." No, I'm fine. I may be slower, but I am still faster than you." Why has anyone from your village come to assist you? Li Laifu wondered, as it seemed customary for villagers to help one another. Unlike the fictional accounts of Jiazhanka, where people were left to fend for themselves in dire times, those who resort to cursing one's ancestors and even seize properties when help is not forthcoming are truly disheartening. The elderly lady, closely following the wheels, remarked, "Whenever my husband falls ill, he coughs, and the villagers become fearful." She continued, "Do not be afraid, young man. We consulted a doctor last year, and he said it was merely due to fatigue." "Madam, I am not afraid. I am in good health," Li Lifeng replied, engaging in casual conversation. He noticed his hands trembling slightly and inquired, if the doctor attributed it to fatigue, why hasn't your husband been allowed to rest? The elderly lady sighed, saying, "I wish for him to rest, but our family is in dire straits. My son perished while digging a reservoir in 58, leaving us 4 to rely solely on his labor points for sustenance. My daughter and I can only manage some weeding. We hardly have enough to eat. If it weren't for his relentless efforts, our family would have starved last year. This year, he has fallen ill again. The village helped us financially last year, but this year, we are unable to provide for ourselves. The communal pot has been sparse. They even returned my previously raised hen, allowing me to sell it to fund his treatment." As they spoke, they arrived at the 6th hospital in Beijing. Li Lifeng selflessly carried the elderly man on his back, busying himself for over an hour until the old man was settled on the hospital bed and the doctor had administered 4 fluids. Only after attending to the elderly man did Li Lifeng notice that the old lady still clung tightly to the hen. "Young man, I cannot thank you enough," she exclaimed, as she handed him the hen, her voice brimming with gratitude. Standing by the bedside and gazing at the frail figure of the old man, particularly at his dark, shiny hands, Li Lifeng reflected on the hardships this man had endured. Noticing that the elderly lady was about to express her thanks again, he said, "Grandma, please take a moment to rest. I'll step outside for a smoke." He intended to linger a bit longer, believing that true kindness requires perseverance. Reminiscent of the spirit of Laifu, who, despite his youth, had left a lasting legacy. "How did my thoughts stray so?" Li Lifeng muttered as he lit a cigarette at the hospital entrance. He noticed the child who had accompanied them, watching over the cart. Li Lifeng waved him over, and as the boy approached, he placed the hen into the child's arms, saying, "Hold this for me." The little boy, with his dark, round face and runny nose, stood there with wide eyes. Chapter 49, The Gift of Plum Blossoms? The child obediently held the hen, and Li Lifeng felt his pockets, realizing he had only sugar and milk powder, devoid of any snacks. Deciding to engage in small talk, he asked, "What is your name?" The boy sniffed. "I am Wang Godin. Don't you have a given name?" Li Lifeng inquired. The boy sniffled again. "No." Li Lifeng's eyes brightened. Since they were idling, he chuckled. "Since your surname is Wang, it must be fate. Why not change it to Wang Sikong? When you grow up, you can tell everyone you want to make friends. Forget it. You don't have a good father anyway." It was indeed awkward small talk. The 5 or 6-year-old boy likely did not understand. Li Lifeng glanced back at the hospital entrance, noting that no doctors were rushing about, indicating that the old man was holding on. Upon seeing the slender child with a disproportionately large head and a thin neck, Li Laifu sighed and said, "Just hold onto the chicken while I step out." The child nodded in agreement. Li Laifu then approached the courtyard wall. The area was engulfed in darkness, devoid of streetlights. He took a drag from a cigarette, retrieved 2 bags from his space, and procured 50 pounds of cornmeal mixed with millet, along with 3 large pumpkins. He intended to withdraw 50 yuan, as he had over 5,000 yuan that he could hardly exhaust. A good deed deserves a proper conclusion. So he also took out 20 pounds of grain coupons and a couple of wild chickens, carrying 2 of them while holding the bags of flour, with chicken feathers protruding from his mouth. Li Laifu entered the hospital and placed the items onto a cart, which was conveniently covered with straw. These provisions would likely sustain the family of 4 throughout the winter, a span of 60 years. The child dashed around him, and Li Laifu produced a small folding knife, admonishing, "No silly questions, or I might just cut off your little chicken." To his surprise, the child adeptly clutched one chicken by the neck, while protectively covering his own groin. Li Laifu quickly took the hen back, fearing the child might inadvertently harm it. He rolled the 50 yuan and grain coupons, placing them in the child's hand and instructed, "When your grandmother comes out, give this to her. I'm off now." Cradling the hen in one arm and holding the knife in the other, he cautioned, "Keep a tight grip on the money. If you lose it, I might just have to cut off your little chicken." As he walked towards the hospital entrance, The child watched him vanish into the shadows. When the elderly lady emerged, she noticed her grandson standing still and inquired, "Dog Dan, where did that big brother go?" "Grandma, you're finally out. My hand has gone numb," he replied, handing her the money. The elderly woman gasped, quickly covering her mouth, and embraced her grandson, whispering, "Dog Dan, where did you get this money?" "Grandma, why are you shouting?" A little girl from the hospital room also rushed out. "Shoo, little girl, don't speak," the elderly woman urged. "Dog Dan, tell your grandmother where this came from." The small Dog Dan answered honestly, "The big brother gave it to me." The elderly lady sighed in relief, initially fearing that her grandson had stolen it. However, as she noticed the substantial amount of money in her hand, she felt a twinge of concern. She glanced at the light by the hospital entrance, and the girl behind her craned her neck to see. "My goodness!" the elderly woman exclaimed involuntarily. She sat down heavily on the cart, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before finally relaxing. Seated there, she counted the money and grain coupons, tears streaming down her face as she realized they had encountered a kind-hearted stranger. "What did your big brother say?" she asked. Little Dog Dan pondered for a moment and replied, "He told me to hold onto the money tightly. If I dared to let go, he would cut off my chicken." The elderly woman and the girl erupted in laughter, a rare sound that had not graced their home in years. Little Dog Dan thought for a moment longer and added, "The big brother also said not to ask too many questions or speak out of turn, or else he would still cut off my little chicken." The elderly woman chuckled, affectionately patting his head as the little girl approached to help the elderly woman to her feet. Suddenly, she felt something in the cart. The elderly lady nimbly rose to her feet, lifting the straw to reveal 2 wild chickens and 2 bags. "What is this, Dog Egg?" she inquired. "This was given by the big brother," young Dog Egg replied. The elderly lady quickly pressed on, "Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Young Dog Egg, covering his groin, responded, "The big brother said if I spoke carelessly, he'd cut off my little brother. Without it, I would have to urinate like my sister." The elderly lady chuckled, and the little girl playfully kicked her brother, looking around to ensure no one was about at such an hour. The elderly lady took advantage of the dim light by the doorway to feel through one bag after another. Tears welled in her eyes, but she dared not cry out loud, murmuring to herself, "There is hope. There is hope. Our family has a chance." The little girl leaned against her grandmother's shoulder, weeping alongside her, while young Dog Egg, having climbed up, patted his bottom and grabbed a handful of cornmeal, ready to eat. "Dog Egg, don't eat that. If you do, you might get constipated," admonished the elderly lady. "Which way did your big brother go?" she asked. With cornmeal in hand, young Dog Egg, drooling, pointed towards the front gate. "You, girl, bow 3 times in that direction along with Dog Egg. I cannot bow myself, as it would shorten my benefactor's life. You must do it for me." The 2 children bowed, and the elderly lady murmured, "Remember the appearance of your benefactor well." After the bows, young Dog Egg inquired, "When can we eat, Grandma?" "Last year." The old man had been hospitalized, and the elderly lady and the young girl were familiar with the routine. Hospitals in these times lacked cafeterias, but there were communal kitchens. "Dear, you and Dog Egg lie down on this cart while I prepare some corn porridge for you and share the news with your grandfather." Laifu exited the hospital, hands in his pockets, a backpack slung over his neck, whistling nonchalantly, embodying a rogue's demeanor. He had never pondered matters of national concern or helping the country. He merely wished to enjoy his own little life. However, should he encounter those in need, he would lend a hand. Suddenly, Laifu halted, recalling a saying about gifting plum blossoms. Yes, it was about giving roses. He nodded to himself. The thought of helping others filled his heart with warmth, a stark contrast to his past life as a rogue. Indeed, helping others brings joy. Moreover, it could elevate his own cultural understanding. As he strode towards Dongzaimen, a sense of foreboding crept in, causing him to unconsciously veer to the right, fearful that an elderly lady might emerge from the left, asking, "Young man, do you know where I am headed?" Laifu imagined he would be at a loss for words. Chapter 50. Receipts. Equivalent items upon arriving at the pigeon market. Laifu donned a mask that made it difficult to smoke. Many people merely covered their noses with handkerchiefs. This time, Laifu bypassed the ticket sellers, heading directly into the heart of the pigeon market, where the crowd surged, yet the buyers were scarce. With empty hands and a bag slung over his shoulder, he was approached by others inquiring if he had any grain. On the roadside, numerous vendors squatted, peddling wares such as eggs, chickens alongside their shells, and feathers. Yet none were for sale. It was a simple exchange, 3 words: trade for grain. I also stumbled upon an unusual sight, someone had placed rice in a wine cup. It was not the rice itself that was peculiar, but rather the cup's illustrious reputation as the famed chicken-gourd cup. Surely, in this era, there could be no fakes. Laifu mused inwardly. What did it matter? Even if it were counterfeit, he could afford to hear its chime. He crouched down. The vendor, his face concealed by a blue handkerchief, promptly stated, "Not for sale, only for coarse grain exchange." "When did I say I wanted to buy?" Laifu retorted. The vendor paused momentarily, then replied, "Well, that's good to hear. 50 people have asked me about purchasing tonight." He continued, "I only have a pound of rice. Can I trade it for 4 pounds of cornmeal?" Laifu rolled his eyes and responded, "No wonder 50 people have inquired. Why are you still here? Only a fool would trade like that in these times. Anyone capable of exchanging 4 pounds of cornmeal for rice surely would be lacking rice." The vendor pondered Laifu's words, realizing the truth in them. "Considering your youth, young brother, would 3 pounds work?" Feigning a glance around, Laifu asked, "Where's your rice?" The vendor produced a lunchbox from beneath him, declaring, "It's all right here, exactly a pound." Laifu rose, handing over a stick of Zhonghua cigarettes, suggesting, "Let us step outside." He did not relinquish his grip on the wine cup. The vendor, initially intending to reclaim the cup, was stilled by Laifu's offering of the cigarette. Someone who could produce Zhonghua cigarettes was not to be trifled with. After taking a whiff, he tucked it behind his ear and followed Laifu toward the pigeon market. Laifu recalled a riverbank at a turn. Upon reaching the corner, he said, "I left my grain in the bushes. Wait a moment," and without awaiting a response, he leapt into the underbrush. The rice vendor observed the rustling grass, and Laifu, grasping a handful of mud, tossed it into the river with a splash, exclaiming in mock surprise, "Oh no, your wine cup has fallen into the river." The vendor, remaining on the bank, reassured, "It's fine, it's fine. Your grain is all right, yes?" "All good," Laifu replied, emerging with a small bag of flour. The vendor sighed in relief and retrieved a neatly folded bag of flour from his pocket. After their exchange, neither looked back. The vendor headed towards the city while Laifu continued to stroll through the pigeon market. Even in the pursuit of bargains, one must employ wit. After 2 more trips, he traded 5 pounds of cornmeal for a hen, then exchanged another 5 pounds for 20 eggs. In this age, the value of goods was not measured by price but rather by satiety. Trading a day's worth of food for 3 days' worth was considered a triumph. Having nothing left to exchange, he strolled over to the ticket seller, cigarette in mouth. The seller, upon seeing Laifu, exclaimed, "Pumpkin?" Laifu removed the cigarette from his lips and retorted, "You pumpkin? You great pumpkin? Your entire family is pumpkins." The ticket seller quickly laughed, "Young brother, it's a misunderstanding. I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival, and now that I finally see you, I'm a bit too excited." Laifu secretly rejoiced that he had sold winter melons last time. "Damn it," he exclaimed, "if I had called for my winter melon brother. Wouldn't that be a sight of vibrant green?" With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he inquired in a languid tone, "What tickets do you have?" The man, aware that Laifu was a significant patron, hastily opened his pocket and produced a substantial stack of tickets, each meticulously bound. Laifu took 21st-class cigarette tickets, 21st-class liquor tickets, 22nd-class liquor tickets, and 20 gin of loose liquor tickets. Curiously, he asked, "Why is it that you have 20 of each? Is 20 your lucky number?" The ticket seller chuckled and replied, "It's nothing special. The lucky number is merely for accounting convenience." He continued, "Young man, that comes to a total of 34 yuan. Laifu nodded, remarking, "Indeed, you calculate swiftly. Do you have any sugar or pastry tickets?" "Yes, though in limited quantity. I have 2 gin of white rabbit milk candy tickets, 3 gin of sugar tickets, and 5 gin of pastry tickets." Without allowing Laifu to interject, he continued, "The white rabbit milk candy tickets are a bit pricier, at 2 yuan 50 per gin. Sugar tickets are 50 cents per gin, and the pastry tickets are also 50 cents per gin. Adding to the previous 34, the grand total is 43 yuan. Laifu stared wide-eyed. "Are you a chatterbox? Could you speak a bit slower and allow me to interject? Sugar tickets aren't just casually purchased. When did they require tickets?" The man scratched his head and laughed. "Young man, you don't know? A few days ago, pork was rationed." Laifu was taken aback. "Pork is rationed? What does that have to do with sugar tickets?" The man replied, "I'm not quite sure, but since pork was rationed, they subsequently restricted the purchase of sugar tickets. Look, these sugar tickets are still pristine." Laifu was nearly incensed, ready to kick him into the ditch, exclaiming in a northeastern dialect, "You fool! How are these 2 items related? Why bring up pork rationing?" Just say they don't allow casual purchases. Enough of your ramblings. It's quite absurd. He continued, young man, don't get too worked up. I've just grown accustomed to it. A couple of days ago, when introducing sugar tickets to others, they asked me why. As a ticket vendor, how would I know? I got so tired of their questions that I eventually said it was due to pork rationing, and they seemed to understand, so they stopped asking. I just got used to it. Laifu frowned. I came to buy tickets and ended up discussing this nonsense with you. The ticket vendor chuckled heartily, finding the situation ludicrous. After handing over 43 yuan, Laifu inquired, do you have any cotton or cloth tickets? The man counted the money and placed it in his bag, stating, cotton tickets are quite valuable. Laifu, the affluent patron, almost had money is no object written across his forehead, proudly declaring, just tell me the price. Cotton tickets are 1 yuan 50 per jean, and cloth tickets are 80 cents. Laifu frowned, that's not exorbitant. Why the air of mystery? Cotton is sold at the supply and marketing cooperative for 1 yuan 50 per jean, and fabric is sold at 75 cents per foot, the ticket vendor replied. Laifu then comprehended. Ah, so when you said expensive, that was the implication. Tickets are equivalent to the value of the goods. Chapter 51 Little Six was in a state of urgency. The ticket scalper spoke in a friendly tone. My young brother, you must not know that in winter, cotton tickets are worth more than cotton itself. It's fortunate that prices are stable now. Laifu handed him a cigarette and said, bring all the cotton tickets, all the fabric tickets, all the Class A wine tickets, as well as Class B wine tickets and Class A cigarette tickets tomorrow, and I shall clear them all for you. The scalper responded excitedly, is that truly what you mean, young brother? Surely you jest. I'm not here to amuse myself. Laifu, with a look of disdain, replied that he had no intention of keeping cash, as it was of little use to him. Suddenly, Laifu recalled something and inquired, I've heard that antiques are sold in the pigeon market. Why have I not seen any here? The scalper, taking a puff from his cigarette, replied, young brother, you're overthinking. Our pigeon market is on the outskirts. The majority of visitors here are farmers from the east. Those who sell antiques, the old relics and their descendants, would hardly come here. Then where might one find them? Laifu casually asked. Without hesitation, the scalper responded, do you know Guijia? It's just within the walls of Dongxiamen. That area has long been known as a ghost market, and even now, the old relics and their descendants still favor that place. Laifu had heard of that place but had never visited. It was a street lined with coffin shops. And which young child would venture there? The scalper hesitated for a moment before finally expressing his thoughts. Young brother, do you still have pumpkins? Could you perhaps exchange a little for me? Laifu leaned in and whispered, I have cornmeal. The scalper, suddenly anxious, glanced around and quickly pulled Laifu a few steps back under a tree, saying, young brother, you must never speak of that. Pumpkins are not considered true grain, as they spoil quickly and can only be consumed timely. Cornmeal, however, is genuine food. Dear, do you know how many eyes are watching? Look at those who exchange grain. They deal in 2 or 3 jin. They turn a blind eye, but if you attempt to carry over 50 jin of grain, you may not even leave the pigeon market unscathed. You would likely be apprehended. After all, those in authority are also short on supplies. No household in these times would manage to stash away 50 jin of grain, so the police would catch you without fail. If they apprehend a culprit, they might even trace it back to you. Even if they cannot find the source, you would certainly struggle to explain the grain. Confiscated grain? They would simply divvy it up. Young brother, you have been quite forthright in our dealings. I feel a kinship with you, hence I share this caution. Laifu was taken aback, his eyes darting as he thought, damn, those predecessors in the black market would often sell millions of jin of grain. How is it that here, 50 jin could cost a life? In an effort to mask his embarrassment, he exclaimed, you startled me. I only have 10 or 8 jin. Did you think I had more? Ah? The scalper chuckled awkwardly. My apologies, young brother. I was too anxious thinking of your previous exchange of pumpkins. And I didn't expect you to possess merely 10 or 8 jin. Laifu managed to navigate the conversation, appreciating the scalper's character. As they continued their idle chatter, Laifu also asked about the various locations of pigeon markets in the capital. He mused to himself that one should not hang oneself from a single tree. It was far safer to operate with mobility. Laifu gazed at the horizon, which was beginning to brighten, and remarked, brother, tomorrow I will do my utmost to exchange some pumpkins for you. I have 4 wild chickens. Would you be interested? The ticket scalper, with keen eyes, replied, certainly. Why wouldn't I? Forget 4. Even 40 would be no trouble at all. Laifu blinked, realizing that this fellow was also quite shrewd. It was apparent that he did not believe the mention of 10 or 8 pounds of cornmeal. He was just short of outright stating that wild chickens could be sold, but nothing else could. As dawn approached, Laifu felt a sense of defeat. He was still young, while these people were seasoned veterans. Upon reaching the pigeon market at Dongzaimen, he noticed a considerable crowd dispersing. Selecting a narrow alley, he retrieved his basket, placed 2 hens and a pound of rice inside, and began his journey homeward. Upon reaching the entrance of the hutong at Nanluoguxiang, a breakfast stall had been set up. Although the patrons were few, only a handful of elderly men clad in long gowns, with bird cages at their feet. These relics of the past used to enjoy breakfast, frequent tea houses, dine out at noon, and indulge in baths in the afternoon. Alas, now, all that remained for them was breakfast, a testament to their stubbornness. He suddenly recalled a television drama he had watched in a previous life, where characters would wipe their mouths with meat skins upon leaving home. Young lad, why are you just standing there watching me? Are you not going to buy anything? The old man's temper appeared quite obstinate. 15 meat buns, please. Laifu called out. Yet the old man was not finished. With one hand holding the birdcage and the other drinking soy milk, he jested. Kid, do you have any money? Don't think you can just grab the buns and run off. That old fellow who sells buns. His ancestors used to raise horses in the palace, and he runs remarkably fast. This old man seemed to be quite idle, sipping his soy milk while teasing Laifu. Laifu shot him a glare and retorted, "What's this? Just because his ancestors raised horses, he runs fast? Is it because his ancestors mated with horses?" PFF. A mouthful of soy milk sprayed across 3 tables. 2 elderly men, drenched in the back, stood up and said, "Old 5, that's quite inconsiderate of you. My gown is all wet in the back, and we Haven Tea even had a sip of our 2 bowls of sour bean juice. What do you propose we do?" Master Qin, Master Zhao, this is a misunderstanding. I was merely joking with this young lad. He claimed that old 6 ancestors mated with horses, and I couldn't help myself. Please, settle your bill first. I'll treat you tomorrow morning. Laifu proclaimed with righteous indignation, "You old man. You coughed by accident and sprayed others? If you're out of money, just admit it. What has this blame on me? I don't even know your surname." Old 5 pointed at Laifu and said, "You cheeky lad, your tongue is far too sharp, lacking in virtue. Did he say you run fast? It's because your ancestors mated with the palace horses." The old man making buns had already taken out his rolling pin. Laifu, calm and composed, stated, "I don't even know you. How could I know your ancestors raised horses in the palace? This old man has been complaining about the insufficient bean juice and has been grumbling about you for quite some time." The bun maker glanced at the righteous Laifu and then at the old man who was apologizing to the 2 patrons and said, "Old 5, I've already covered your breakfast for 3 days. Could you please settle up?" Old 5 was left momentarily stunned. Laifu accepted the large yellow paper package from Old 6's apprentice, which contained 15 buns, and proceeded to pay with both cash and food coupons. The old man regained his composure and spoke, "Xiao Liuzi, what do you mean? When has 5th Master ever wronged you? How can you demand payment in front of outsiders?" Xiao Liuzi, feeling agitated, struck the table with a rolling pin and replied, "Xiao Liuzi, I'm nearly 60 years old, and you still call me Xiao Liuzi? I was about to get married back in the day. You're still clinging to the past, and you dare to act haughty, calling me Xiao Liuzi? Just hand over the breakfast money and get lost." Chapter 52. The initial gathering in the courtyard. Laifu stood alongside the apprentice of the old man, observing the commotion. "Your master is quite fierce, even wielding a rolling pin. Does this old man ever take action, or does he just shout?" The apprentice, a lad in his 20s, replied, "I didn't believe it at first, but now I'm starting to see the truth in 5th Master's words." Laifu furrowed his brow and questioned, "What do you believe? What have I said? You mentioned earlier that my master's ancestors were involved in hybridization." Laifu thought to himself, "This fellow seems a bit clever. How did he uncover my concealed thoughts? Best to speak less with him." He observed the 2 old men feasting on sausages. Recalling how he had treated them to meals 20 years prior and had taken them out for drinks 30 years ago, Laifu watched the scene unfold, took a bite of his bun, and cursed under his breath. "Are you and your master running a black market here?" he inquired. "Don't speak nonsense. My master is a worker, and our breakfast stall is managed by the street committee. Regardless of who manages it, where's the meat in the pork bun I purchased?" Laifu asked, tearing apart the bun. The apprentice poked around inside the bun with his finger and said, "Look, there are bits of meat here." "By the heavens!" Laifu exclaimed, cursing again, "You better exchange this bun for me." "Exchange what bun?" You asked me where the meat in the bun is, and I'm trying to find it. What wrong have I done? Laifu realized that this fellow was also rather naive. He initially thought him clever. He pressed on. Why did you say that I claimed your master's ancestors were hybrids? The apprentice proudly declared, Fifth master never lies. He just has a penchant for owing money for breakfast. Laifu felt like slapping himself. He had been arguing with a fool for no reason. Initially, he had come to enjoy the spectacle, but now lost his interest and turned to head home. Just as he reached number 95, he heard, Laifu, you stand there. Second brother, hurry over. It's this brat who told me to leave the other day. Still fuming, Laifu glanced at Lu Guangfu and said, get lost. My pork bun will get cold. He was soon approached by 3 more individuals, all of whom he recognized. Lu Guangtian, Yin Jiefeng, and Yin Zheqing. Yin Jiefeng, who was of similar age to Lu Guangfu, and Lu Guangtian and Yin Zheqing, who were a few years older, stood there. Lu Guangtian, tall and imposing, remarked, It's you, you little brat, who told my younger brother to leave the other day, while scolding Laifu. His eyes were fixated on the pork buns in his arms. Give us each 2 buns, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. Lu Guangtian threatened. Laifu spoke earnestly. Are you attempting to seize my bun? This is, after all, a meat bun. Lu Guangtian retorted. What bun am I stealing from you? You gave it to me yourself. Laifu rolled his eyes and cursed. Are you my son? Am I obliged to feed you meat buns? Damn it, you little brat. Do you dare insult me? Lu Guangtian exclaimed, reaching to grasp Laifu's arm. Laifu, clutching the bun, took a step back and inquired. If I give you buns, will you refrain from hitting me? Yin Zheqing discreetly signaled Lu Guangtian to cease. Pretending Laifu was oblivious. Hurry up and hand it over. Lu Guangtian extended his hand. Laifu, without hesitation, distributed 2 buns each to the 4 of them and chuckled. So you truly are stealing my buns? Clearly, they were given by you. Lu Guangfu had already prepared to take a bite, yet he managed to add, I am your father. Must I continue to provide for your sustenance? Without further ado, Laifu delivered a kick to Lu Guangtian's inner thigh. As Lu Guangtian stumbled to the left, Laifu swiftly followed up with a resounding slap to his right cheek. The crack of the slap stunned the other 3 onlookers. Lu Guangfu, mouth agape, momentarily forgot about the bun in his hand, took a step forward, and raised his leg to strike Yin Jiefeng, inadvertently crashing into the courtyard gate, propelled upwards by the force of his kick. Yin Zheqing, about to check on his brother, was met with Laifu's sweeping leg, causing him to fall against the stone steps, bleeding from his head. Lu Guangfu extended his hand holding the bun, stating, I no longer wish to eat it. Here, take it back. Please do not hit me. Laifu sidestepped and delivered a punch beneath his outstretched arm, resulting in a howl of pain, undoubtedly dislocating his shoulder. The entire alley fell silent, including a group of adults on their way to work. Even the arguing Lao Wuto and the bun vendor Xiaolu turned their attention towards this commotion. Laifu clapped his hands, nonchalantly declaring the encounter over. These 4 individuals had always drawn Laifu's disdain while he watched television. They dared to insult their parents. Most infuriating was their failure to support their mother and father. Such creatures were beneath contempt. What has transpired? Oh dear, Jiefeng, what has happened to you? A group of short elderly men approached, one of whom Laifu recognized from his school days. Yin Fugui, the notoriously stingy Yin Laoku. Yin Zheqing pointed at Laifu, exclaiming, Father, he struck me. Oh my, heaven above, how did you sustain that injury, Zheqing? Yin Zheqing sat on the steps, clutching his forehead. Unlike his brother, he possessed a modicum of shame, his gaze directed towards Laifu without uttering a word. Yin Fugui descended the steps, speaking with righteous indignation. Laifu, I previously regarded you as a decent student. How could you resort to violence? Such cruelty. Are you seeking imprisonment? With the memories of his past life, Laifu recognized that this old man would laugh at him behind closed doors, no matter how sincere he appeared. Laifu lit a cigarette, and upon seeing the brand, Yin Fugui's lips twitched and his eyes darted, already concocting a scheme to extort money. At that moment, Lu Hai emerged, followed by Sha Zhu and Su Damao, who also approached the entrance. The only astonishing sight for Laifu was that Jia Dongxiu, who had always existed only in photographs, stood alongside Yi Zhonghai. Laifu paid no heed to Yin Fugui, but rather calculated the time in his mind, estimating that this fellow would soon be ready. Little Huaihua, although born posthumously, had only just turned 3 after 65 years, and Jia Dongxiu would likely be involved by next year. Whose child is it that strikes so harshly? Lu Haizhong remarked as he descended the steps, glancing at Lu Guangfu, whose arm was dislocated, and then at Lu Guangtian, whose face was swollen like a steamed bun. Foolish Yuzi, are you not the warrior of our courtyard? Why not confront him? Su Damao jested. Foolish Yuzi retorted, get lost. I am indeed the warrior of our courtyard, and I am only responsible for beating you. If you disagree, let us spar. Yin Fugui pointed at Li Laifu and admonished, you have caused a great calamity. Just look at how much these four will cost in hospital bills. Your father works hard. Can you explain why you struck so viciously? Just for medical treatment? That is not all. Reporting to the police could land him in jail. This lad has acted too recklessly, Lu Haizhong stated from his elevated position on the steps. Yin Fugui gestured for Lu Haizhong to calm down, saying, please, calm yourself. He is my student. Chapter 53. What is that to signify? Yin Fugui turned to Li Laifu with righteous indignation, saying, Li Laifu, go home and have your father bring 40 yuan. I will take responsibility for this matter. Otherwise, with old Lu's temperament, he might actually send you to the police station, and by then it would be too late for regrets. Li Laifu, with an air of indifference, replied, then you should hurry and report it. I also need to inform the police comrades. He then lowered his head and counted on his fingers, 4 dimes and 3 gene of grain tickets, right? For people could be considered a gang, 3 gene of grain tickets. I wonder how much that amounts to. Perhaps robbing in broad daylight could carry a harsher penalty. You brat, what do you mean by that? Do you truly think I would hesitate to report you? Lu Haizhong inquired. Li Laifu maintained his indifferent expression, saying, then go ahead and make the report. He doesn't have the leisure, like those predecessors, to contribute 5 cents, a dime, or even a yuan to have a child report to the police? Yin Fugui, exasperated, remarked, why can't you be obedient? This is so evident. Regardless of the circumstances, you were in the wrong. You injured someone. I only wanted to mediate. To have your father contribute a little money, and let the matter end there. Why must you insist on bringing this upon yourself at the police station? Yi Zhonghai sensed the predicament and quickly stepped forward, saying, Old Yin, you should first inquire about your child's side of the story. Li Zilei gave him a thumbs up, thinking that the old man was quite astute. Yi Zhonghai was also amused by Li Laifu's antics. Observing their interaction, Yin Fugui felt a sense of urgency and hastened towards Yin Jiqing, asking, what on earth happened? Yin Jiqing, clutching his forehead where blood had dried, explained, Lu Guangtian was about to hit him, and I was merely watching the spectacle when he also struck me. Lu Haizhong, looking at Lu Guangtian, who was nursing his injured leg and swollen face, was tempted to strike him again, demanding, what exactly happened? Explain it clearly, or I shall break your leg. Terrified, Lu Guangtian hastily replied, it was Guangfu who said Li Laifu insulted him. Yin Fugui turned to Yin Jiefang, who was coming down the steps, and inquired, what is the matter with you? I neither insulted him nor resorted to violence. However, I did take his steamed buns. Yin Jiefang candidly spoke the truth. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai inquired, did you four not snatch his buns? Yin Fugui, quick-witted, finally grasped the meaning behind Li Laifus's words. For buns for 50 cents? And 3 gene of grain coupons, a gang of 4? Lu Guangtian, lying there, shouted, we did not steal, he offered them to us. All 4 injured individuals nodded in agreement, while Li Laifu rolled his eyes and remarked, then why do you call me father? Lu Haizhong, his forehead veins bulging with fury, retorted, you scoundrel, how dare you speak like that? Li Laifu shrugged his shoulders and replied, how else am I to speak? I finished my breakfast and was heading home when I saw the 4 of them. I voluntarily offered them meat buns, after all. They are not my sons. Why should I give them anything? The only possibility is that they could be my sons, calling me father. Upon seeing them, I thought, oh my, here are my 4 fine sons, and I willingly provided them with buns. Laughter erupted among Shaju, Su Damao, and Yi Zhonghai, unable to contain their amusement. Even the recently wronged Wu Yi, on his way to work, joined in the laughter. Outside the crowd, Zhao Feng anxiously stamped her foot, gripping Li Chongwen's arm, exclaiming, your son is over there, surrounded by a group of people, and you do not go to help him? What are you doing here? Li Chongwen chuckled and replied, rest assured, I have only one son. Can he really be bullied? He is currently benefiting from the situation, and we are merely observing. You are framing them. Lu Haizhong interjected. Li Laifu, maintaining his composure, said, then hurry and report to the police. We shall go to the police station together, and we will see who emerges from there and who goes in. The truth will be revealed. Lu Guangfu chimed in, you gave them to us voluntarily. Li Laifu nodded. affirming, "Indeed, I willingly place them in your hands." Yin Fugui, now agitated, stammered, "CC. I told you, you are framing them." Li Laifu then addressed Lu Guangfu. "Why did I voluntarily give you buns? Your second brother had a word of advice. Care to learn it?" Lu Guangfu was rendered speechless. Lu Haizhong, infuriated, stepped forward and struck him, scolding, "What nonsense is this? Speak the truth to me." Lu Guangfu, covering his face, said, "My second brother warned that if I did not give each person 2 buns, he would hit me, but my second brother could not overpower him." Lu Haizhong, glaring fiercely, exclaimed, "You knew very well they could not defeat you, yet you still chose to give them buns. You are framing them." Li Laifu, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, responded, "Then report it to the police. Let the officers adjudicate. For individuals surrounded me, attempting to rob my meat buns. If I refused, they would assault me, and I could not retaliate. Besides, how was I to know they were so incompetent? Just wait and see if I enter the police station alongside your son. Will I emerge, or will your son be sent directly to prison?" Lu Haizhong was utterly exasperated, while Yin Fugui had already sensed something amiss and retreated to the side. Sighing, Lu Haizhong said to Li Laifu, "Enough, enough. Just go." Li Laifu smiled and replied, "Agreed. It is necessary to calculate properly. There are a total of 15 meat buns, and you have wasted so much of my time. As for the compensation for mental distress, you all should figure out how much you owe me." Yin Fugui exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What? You want money?" Lu Haizhong retorted directly, "It's already a favor that we didn't make you pay for medical treatment. You still expect money?" Li Laifu rolled his eyes and remarked, "You two are collectively nearly a century old and still fail to grasp the situation. Robbers, you deserve to be injured. And yet you expect us to pay for your treatment? Are you dreaming? Otherwise, I could just report this to the police. These 4 individuals have secured free meals." Upon hearing Li Laifu's comment about their age, Shaju and Sudama burst into laughter. Yin Fugui squinted in annoyance and said, "Why don't you just say we're dead and still 100 years old? Don't you two together fail to reach a century?" Li Laifu countered. Yin Fugui, indignant, replied, "As a teacher, I certainly can't be outdone by you. Together we are 100 years. What else with your two?" Li Laifu spread his hands and said, "You two are indeed quite foolish. With such a crowd surrounding us, the police will arrive shortly. At that point, I wouldn't want to be the one responsible for sending your sons to jail. There's never a shortage of spectators in our country." At this moment, a group of people had even skipped work, blocking the entire entrance of Nanluoguxiang alley. Passers-by on the main road also squeezed in, eager to see what was happening inside. Chapter 54. Earning 50 yuan by Merity Zhonghai said, "Old Yin, old Lu. Enough is enough. Hurry up and discuss how much compensation it will be. If something truly goes wrong, it will be too late for regrets." Both men were now sweating profusely. If their sons ended up in prison, finding wives and jobs would become exceedingly difficult. "Just say how much you want, young man." Lu Haizhong clearly was short on cash. Yin Fugui replied, "Old Lu, this trouble was caused by your son. My son has already endured a beating. As for the compensation, that's on you." Lu Haizhong, observing the sea of people, wiped the sweat from his brow. If this were to spread to the factory, with both sons in prison, he would lose face. Not to mention a potential sentence. Even a few days of detention would tarnish his reputation. Lu Haizhong chose not to bicker with Yin Fugui and asked, "Young man, just tell me how you want to be compensated. Or how about I buy you 100 buns?" Li Laifu held up 5 fingers and said, "A flat rate of 50 yuan. You might as well go rob someone. You took just a few buns. What gives you the right to demand 50 yuan?" Lu Haizhong questioned. Li Laifu stood his ground. "Rob? That's what your son would do. I certainly wouldn't stoop to that. Your son frightened me. I will surely have a restless night and need to visit the hospital for a checkup. What if I feel unwell again? I might need to be hospitalized. I'm still growing and require good food and drink. Even if the doctor is skilled, hearing me doesn't guarantee my recovery. After being discharged, I would still need to recuperate in the countryside for 10 to 15 days. Consider these expenses. If you're reluctant to part with 50 yuan now, I can always spend it as needed. Do you think that's reasonable?" This is both intimidation and threat. Lu Haizhong offered no rebuttal, pulled out 50 yuan from his pocket, and handed it over, saying, "Now, hurry and get lost." Li Laifu took the money, nodded, and remarked, 3 pounds of grain coupons. "I shan't ask you for them. After all, we are neighbors, and we ought to maintain cordiality. Next time, do keep a better eye on your son." Lu Hai's brows twitched with indignation. "What do you mean by you? At your age, still acting like this? Hurry up and disperse the crowd. You look foolish, and I feel embarrassed for you." With that, Laifu turned on his heel and departed. Oh, the simpleton, Zhuzi, stood on the steps, inciting the onlookers, who similarly contributed to the commotion as they dispersed. Zhao Fang turned to Li Chongwen and said, "Laifu is truly remarkable. He managed to earn 50 yuan right in front of his home." Li Chongwen shook his head with a wry smile, pondering when his son had become so adept. Zhao Fang, observing Laifu's retreating figure, added, "You should hurry to work. I must return home to prepare a meal for Laifu." Upon reaching his doorstep, Laifu encountered Granny Lu, who was cradling Li Xiaoong. She promptly inquired, "Did Laifu suffer any loss? If so, I shall scold them for you." Zhao Fang, jogging behind, chimed in, "No loss, Aunt Lu. My Laifu has actually earned 50 yuan. Li Laifu immediately produced the 50 yuan and handed it to Zhao Fang, saying, "Aunt, this is for you." "Good boy, Aunt. Save it for me." Zhao Fang responded without hesitation, accepting the money. Granny Lu beamed. "Laifu truly is considerate." Coo. "Laifu, what do you have in that basket behind you?" It was only then that Laifu remembered the basket on his back. He took it off and directly handed it to Zhao Fang, saying, "Aunt, I bought 2 hens. You can keep them for their eggs and cook one for the little girl every day." "Are there still people selling hens?" Zhao Fang asked, her face alight with joy. Indeed, in these times, very few sold hens, for the common folk regarded a chicken's rear as far more trustworthy than a formal bank. Laifu suddenly recalled the presence of others and recounted, "Last night, I was at Dongxiamen, and I shared the unfortunate experiences of a family, ultimately assisting them to the hospital." Granny Lu sighed. "Life is truly difficult these days. Laifu is thoughtful and kind-hearted. This child is bound to achieve great things." Zhao Fang, however, did not catch Granny Lu's words, her mind captivated solely by the 2 hens. Li Laifu took Li Xiaohong into his arms and walked home, the little girl affectionately kissing him. "You should have brought them back sooner. Your father just left for work. Otherwise, he could have taken half a day off to make a chicken dish," Zhao Fang mumbled. At the entrance, she placed straw on the ground, using the basket to confine the chickens. As Li Laifu stepped inside, he was immediately met with an overwhelming smell. "Aunt, did Xiao Tao and Xiao Yuan wet the bed together? What is that odor?" He thought to himself, "But Jiang Tao Shun Ti, he is 13. Zhao Fang laughed. "Yesterday, after you gave them milk, they drank a whole bowl of water afterward. Xiao Yuan wet the bed, and the little girl in your arms did as well." Standing at the door, he glanced at his room. The bedding was all overturned, and without a mat for summer, the yellow mud on the bed was thoroughly dampened, creating a veritable map of calamity, with a pungent aroma wafting skyward. The little girl clung to Li Laifus's neck, exclaiming that her older brother wanted milk. Li Laifu shook his head and said, "Andy, please go inside and fetch her a bowl of milk powder. I will feed her at the door. I simply cannot bear going in there. It suffocates me." Zhao Fang, with a smile adorning her face, looked at the little girl and remarked, "She just asked me for it, but I didn't give it to her. This little brat knows that you indulge her. The moment you return, she starts asking." A bowl of milk powder was brought over. It was fortunate to have milk powder at all, though sugar was out of the question. Li Laifu used a small spoon to feed the little girl. She joyously bounced in his arms, her tiny tongue licking at her lips, fearful that it might fall to the ground. "Goo goo goo." Zhao Fang emerged from the house with a cloth in hand, saying, "What is that clucking sound? It resembles the commotion of a hen laying eggs." "Oh my, Laifu has indeed laid an egg," Zhao Fang exclaimed. "Laifu, you truly are fortunate. Even a hen brings home an egg." Her remarks caused Li Laifu's lips to twitch, as he felt the words were rather unflattering. Zhao Fang scrutinized the egg, stating, "It must have been sold in haste by the family. Otherwise, no one selling hens would sell one with an egg still inside." After finishing her bowl of milk powder, the little girl burped contentedly. Zhao Fang rinsed the leftover bowl with water and politely offered it to Li Laifu. The water, slightly cloudy, likely held no flavor, and Li Laifu resolutely shook his head, saying, "I shall not drink that. What a waste, it's still good water." Zhao Fang replied before gulping it down completely. Suddenly reminded of the 15 buns he had shared, giving away 8, he realized he still had 7 remaining in his backpack. He pulled the backpack to the front and handed the 7 buns to Zhao Fang, saying, "Annie, let us have these for lunch." Zhao Fang took the buns while feeding the hen with vegetable leaves, asking, "I didn't inquire, but did they really fight you for the buns today? You used to run home much earlier." Leaning against the wall, Li Laifu replied, "No, 1 bun got dirty, and I didn't want it, just as those 4 came over." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fang advised, Laifu, let us avoid fighting in the future. What if someone gets hurt? Laifu, aware of her concerns, nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Zhao Feng's tone shifted. Thank goodness you earned back 50 yuan. I felt so sorry for the buns that fell on the ground. Oh dear. I promised to cook for you, and completely forgot. I shall go prepare your meal right away, Zhao Feng chattered on. Laifu admired Zhao Feng's rapid shifts in thought. As she bounced from one topic to another, he quickly interjected, Auntie, please do not cook. Both rooms reek of urine. And I doubt the food from the kitchen would be any better. I shall not eat. Chapter 55. A grand procurement at the supply and marketing cooperative. After playing with the little girl for a while, she, having eaten her fill, began to feel sleepy. Zhao Feng took her to bed, and with a basket in hand, Laifu headed outside. Despite having had no sleep the previous night, the young man's vitality was undeniable. He slung the basket onto his back and, as he walked, placed 5 fish weighing 4 to 5 pounds each into it from his space. Upon arriving at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, Aunt Lu greeted him with a smile, exclaiming, Laifu, you were quite impressive this morning. Laifu, you earned 50 yuan this morning, which surpasses my entire month's salary. Qian Erbao chuckled. Before the monkey could utter a word, Laifu interjected, would you care for something special? If you keep jesting, I might take my leave. Laifu, not wishing to delve into such matters, set down his basket. Of course we want it. How could we possibly refuse? Auntie Lu and Qian Erbao had already gathered around. However, the monkey protested, Laifu, you can't keep bullying me. At least allow me to express my thoughts. They both finished speaking, and then you abruptly silenced me, nearly causing a mishap with my back. Laifu rolled his eyes and retorted, if your back is in trouble, don't blame me. Why don't you head home and ask your wife? His words sent the 4 members of the supply and marketing cooperative into fits of laughter. Qian Erbao, slapping the counter with mirth, quipped, monkey, if you're really struggling, just talk to your wife. Stop putting yourself in a bind. My back is still strong. Laifu raised his hand, brother monkey. I'm not the one saying this. If I were you, I would fight with Erbao for pride, not just for buns. The monkey rolled up his sleeves, ready to puff out his chest, only to find himself choking. Laifu laughed, brother monkey, let's not resort to blows. Your health seems frail. And you'd clearly be offering yourself up as a sacrifice to Erbao. Qian Erbao, with a serious tone, added, don't you dare misrepresent me. With your condition, I'd be lucky to survive even a mere encounter with you. The monkey, indignant, shot back, Qian Erbao, you can shove off. I merely choked on some saliva. It was just bad luck. What has got everyone in such high spirits? Director Qiao, the elder, emerged. Auntie Lu stood up from the ground, saying, Director, let me tell you, this young Laifu is quite the character. The monkey wanted to wrestle with Erbao, but who would have thought he'd cough while trying to show off? Laifu remarked he was in trouble. Laifu, stifling his laughter, asked, Old Xiao, I've brought 5 fish. Would you like some? You brought them here. How could we refuse? Director Qiao replied with a smile. In that case, Old Xiao, if you're going to make it difficult for me, I'll just head next door. Laifu pretended to bend down to grab his basket. Director Qiao chuckled. You little rascal, you just finished causing a ruckus in the alley this morning, and now you come to amuse me? Do you believe I declose the door and leave you and Qian Erbao out? The monkey quickly interjected, Director, that's rather unfair. Why turn us into scapegoats? You could simply say to let Qian Erbao in. Biting is his forte. As for me, I can easily be overlooked. You can't bite, but you can climb trees. You're still an animal, Qian Erbao commented. The atmosphere in the cooperative remained harmonious. In this day and age, it was rare for leaders to chastise their subordinates openly. After all, regardless of the power a leader possesses, they lack the authority to dismiss anyone, preferring instead to muddle through life together. Unless one is of a certain disposition, like that of Lu Hai, who exhibits an insatiable desire for authority, perpetually seeking to validate their leadership, such individuals are merely at odds with themselves. When their subordinates become exasperated and retaliate with harsh words, they too must face some repercussions. Yet, they dare not deduct wages or terminate employment. Should they grant a day off, the subordinate might truly choose not to return, even if one were to assign them the task of cleaning toilets. No one would look down upon sanitation workers, especially since leaders have shaken hands with them. Who would dare to express disdain or utter insults? That would be akin to challenging the heavens or the lightning itself. Aunt Lu, is the fish weighed? 24 pounds. Laifu remarked joyfully to old Xiao. Grandpa Xiao, I wish to exchange my shoe tickets for 3 pairs of shoes. Old Xiao shot him a glare and responded, You little rascal, having taken such advantage this morning. You returned to me at noon? You truly are insatiable. I'm quite weary of you. Very well. He retrieved a pair of his own shoes, recognizing that after 20 days, they had indeed become too tight. He also set aside a pair for his father and another for Zhao Fang. For 3 pairs of shoes, they collected 3 yuan. And in return, Laifu received 9 yuan. Old Xiao instructed, I shall take the fish home first, for leaving it here would render it less fresh. Little Lu, keep an eye on the shop, will you? I'll return before closing. With the 3 pairs of shoes stowed in a basket, the others eagerly prepared to escort the fish home. After all, the midday summer heat would not be kind to the fish left until evening. Let us take the shorter route home. Shall we pair off? Aunt Lu suggested. It was certain that Qian Erbao would dash off first. Sitting at the counter, Laifu noticed a lounge chair among the clutter and inquired, Aunt Lu, is that lounge chair for sale? Indeed. It was sent by the furniture factory to sell. 3 yuan each, no ticket required. Do you want it? Laifu promptly produced 3 yuan and moved the lounge chair to the doorway, then presented a stack of tickets, stating, Aunt Lu, I've exchanged quite a few tickets for fish, so let me purchase everything here. Without hesitation, Aunt Lu replied, of course. Who wouldn't sell here? If we run out of goods, we can always request more from above. Ideally, they won't have any either, and we'll rest every day. Having acquaintances makes matters so much easier. Why not indulge in a grand purchase? My goodness. Although I was somewhat prepared, I did not expect you, little Laifu, to possess so many tickets, Aunt Lu exclaimed, taken aback by the large assortment of tickets on the counter. The two then began tallying the tickets and cash. Aunt Lu gathered the goods, 20 bottles of Maotai liquor, 10 bottles of Dukong, 10 bottles of Fingio, 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, 2 pounds of white rabbit candy, 3 pounds of sugar cubes, and 5 pounds of pastries. This expenditure exceeded 100 yuan, leaving him with over 4,000. Such money truly seems impossible to exhaust. With a basket brimming with goods, including the lounge chair, Laifu bid farewell. Aunt Lu, I shall take my leave now. Be careful, little Laifu. Your basket contains quite a number of bottles, Aunt Lu cautioned. Understood, Aunt Lu. As he walked through the alleys of Nanluoguxiang, he hurried to stow the liquor, white rabbit candy, pastries, and sugar cubes into his space. Upon arriving home, he found only the lounge chair in his hands and the 3 pairs of shoes in the basket. Oddly enough, today there was no sign of Grandma Lu at the courtyard gate, but Zhao Fang was present, casually inquiring, Aunt, why haven't you gone out today? Zhao Fang glanced around and replied, with so many belongings at home, how could I dare to venture outside? The children could easily slip through our low courtyard wall. And with no one around during the day, what if our grain and meat were to be stolen? Laifu nodded thoughtfully, placing his backpack on the ground. Realizing that this issue had indeed not crossed his mind. Noticing something inside the backpack, Zhao Fang asked, Laifu, what have you brought back? Laifu adjusted the reclining chair, slipped on his own pair of shoes, and handed her the old ones from the backpack, saying, Aunt, I bought a pair of shoes for you and father. Chapter 56. Why didn't you buy me a pair? HM? Zhao Fang nodded and remarked, your old shoes are just right for Xiao Tao, but you didn't mention them. Upon seeing the new shoes Laifu had bought for her, she frowned and said, you silly child, wasting money again. Though my shoes are worn, a little stitching would suffice. Laifu quickly interjected, Aunt, these shoes don't require a shoe ticket, and they can't be returned now. He genuinely feared that Zhao Fang might suddenly decide to return the shoes at the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhao Fang, feeling resigned, began to examine her new shoes, a smile spreading across her face. Laifu and Li Chongwen's footwear was simply black with white soles, while Zhao Fang's ladies' shoes featured a few embroidered designs. Zhao Fang, carrying the backpack, headed towards the house. Laifu, puzzled, asked, Aunt, where are you going? You should try them on to see if they fit. If not, we can exchange them. Without turning back, Zhao Fang replied, I'm not foolish. I'll wash my feet at home before trying them on. Laifu reclined on the chair, closing his eyes. In his space, he had accumulated 62 bottles of Maotai liquor, 20 bottles of Dukong Fingio, 4 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes, 3 cartons of Dakiaman, nearly 20 feet of fabric, a pair of leather shoes, a bicycle ticket, and a wristwatch. In this era, he could be considered extraordinarily affluent, along with various candies and pastries. When Zhao Fang emerged, her face was beaming, and she wore her new shoes. She asked, Laifu, do you think these shoes look good? Laifu glanced over and replied, Aunt, those shoes are quite nice, but your socks look like a patchwork puzzle. You silly child. I asked if the shoes look good. Why are you mentioning the socks? Who doesn't have patched socks? Zhao Fong retorted, turning to leave. Before Li Laifu could respond, Zhao Fong turned back again. Aunt, why have you returned? Zhao Fong sat on a stone bench at the door, gazing towards the alley, saying, Old Lady Lu is coming back soon. I want her to help me see how the shoes look. I don't trust your opinion. Li Laifu closed his eyes, smirking slightly, clearly thinking she was showing off. Wanting others to comment on her shoes. He was uncertain how long he had slept until a small hand gently tapped his face. Big brother. He opened his eyes to find his sister, Li Xiaohong. Just then, Zhao Fong shouted from the yard, You little rascal. Did you run to the door while I was tea watching? You've woken your brother. Seeing Zhao Fong's demeanor, it was evident she intended to scold the little girl. Li Laifu quickly picked her up, saying, Aunt, I'm awake. Zhao Fong, exasperated, remarked, I knew you were awake. It's certainly this little rascal that caused the disturbance. Li Laifu stifled a yawn and remarked, It's not noisy, she is quiet, and I'm beginning to wake up. Zhao Fong, feeling helpless, replied, Just indulge her. This little girl is fortunate to have you as her elder brother. The little girl, perched on his lap, giggled innocently, unaware that she had narrowly escaped a predicament. She retrieved a piece of milk candy from her space, unwrapped it, and placed it in her sister's mouth, storing the remaining snacks away in her space. An utterly convenient arrangement. Big brother, you are truly remarkable. Are we heading to school? I heard at school that you fought off adults in their 20s. Jiang Yuan exclaimed, breathless from his excitement. Jiang Tao followed suit, inquiring, Big brother, is it true? It was crucial not to give the two younger brothers any misconceptions, thinking that fighting was a commendable endeavor. Is it true? What does it have to do with you? Just focus on your studies. Li Laifu admonished with a stern expression, despite rebuking his younger siblings. He tossed 2 pieces of white rabbit milk candy to them. Jiang Yuan, grinning from ear to ear, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, big brother. See, I have white rabbit candy too, he boasted to the little girl. This made her envious, her mouth filled with candy. Unable to articulate her feelings as she tugged at Li Laifu's ear, causing him discomfort, Li Laifu retorted to Jiang Yuan, You are the type who deserves a beating. Hurry up and scram. You think you can lounge around with candy? Upon witnessing Li Laifu's ire, the brothers promptly dashed into the house. Li Laifu reclined on the chair, cradling the little girl, yet his thoughts wandered to his future plans. Now he could confidently assert that he could work at any factory. Considering he weighed over 300 pounds, an imposing figure in an era where pork was rationed, which factory could he choose? Whether it was through monetary means or trading bear meat for employment, it seemed simple. However, he was reluctant to labor or adhere to a strict work schedule, which posed a challenge. In these times, factories did not accommodate idlers. Unlike those predecessors who traversed through time and attended university or studied traditional Chinese medicine. What nonsense. Enjoying the benefits of his space, he reveled in a life of luxury. In this era, becoming a university student, it was perilous for intellectuals pursuing traditional Chinese medicine. Which practitioner? Only those with decades of experience. The esteemed old doctors were not to be trifled with, even if he mastered traditional medicine 20 years hence. As reform took place and wealth abounded, would he don a white coat and work diligently each day? Li Laifu couldn't help but sigh. His situation felt rather precarious. What are you sighing about at such a tender age? Old Zhang queried from his elevated position, holding a cloth bag. Li Laifu did not budge, responding, Uncle Zhang, what does my sighing have to do with age? I'm troubled about where to find employment. Old Zhang, taken aback, asked, What? Do you have a place lined up? Are you ready to work? Li Laifu stretched lazily, weakly stating, There are too many options. I don't know where to choose. You little rascal, Old Zhang thought. Having once again fallen for this little trickster's words, spotting Li Chongwen finishing work, he remarked, Chongwen, hurry and take your son to see. He has been boasting here without a shred of modesty after taking a hit to the head. Initially, Li Chongwen rushed forward, concerned. But upon hearing the latter part of the remark, he hesitated. He slowed his pace, already aware that his son had likely annoyed the old man again. Old Zhang kicked the recliner and said, You little rascal, your father is back. Why don't you repeat the bragging you just did? I'm not bragging. I'm merely speaking the truth, though you choose not to believe it, Li Laifu replied while playfully entertaining the little girl. Li Chongwen handed the old man a cigarette and inquired, Did this kid upset you again? Old Zhang took the cigarette and joked, When does your son not irritate me? I fear that speaking too much might lead that little rascal to receive another beating, so I shall refrain from dwelling on how Li Laifu vexed me. Li Chongwen noticed a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes fall from Lu Laifu's pocket and chuckled, Perfect timing. My cigarettes were confiscated by your aunt. He picked up the cigarettes and offered old Zhang another one, saying, "Uncle Zhang, this is a fine smoke. Wait a while before lighting up. I'll just tuck the pack in my pocket." Old Zhang nodded in agreement, placing the cigarette behind his ear, fully endorsing Li Chongwen's sentiment that smoking continuously would waste good tobacco. As they engaged in casual conversation, Li Chongwen remarked, "Now that the child is older, I no longer interfere with the smoking." Old Zhang glanced at Li Laifu and replied, "If this lad can earn his own money, then let him smoke. I was even younger when I first started. In those days, there was no stigma attached to smoking. Nobody heeded the warnings printed on cigarette packs about health risks or secondhand smoke causing cancer. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Fong emerged at some point, spotting Li Chongwen and quickly waving her hands, exclaiming, "Head of the household, why are you still lingering at the door? Hurry home and try on the shoes. Laifu bought us each a pair, and they're quite lovely." This is her way of indirectly praising Li Laifu. Such generosity from a young lad is rare these days, though there are plenty of young ones who only drain their parents' resources. Li Chongwen playfully kicked the recliner and said, "Come on, let us head home. Don't lounge around here like an elder. Aren't you embarrassed?" As he approached the door, Zhao Fong's expression changed, and she said, "You finished work. So why are you bothering Laifu? Is he causing you trouble lying there? The child is tired. If he wishes to rest, let him be. Are you simply idle?" Li Chongwen recognized that his wife had once again adopted her protective mode. He shot a glare at the snickering Li Laifu and then glanced at his wife's new shoes, saying, "You've been won over by a mere pair of shoes." Zhao Fong retorted without hesitation, "I wouldn't mind being won over. Why don't you buy me a pair?" Chapter 57. Guijia. That evening, Zhao Fong was in high spirits, having prepared a pot of salted pork with cabbage and steamed buns made from 2 flour dough. The meat didn't even qualify as cured. She had simply preserved it in salt for fear of letting it dry. Zhao Fong chattered incessantly to Li Chongwen about how Grandma Lu had praised her shoes. Meanwhile, she reminded him to quickly prepare the chicken carcasses, as they still had 2 hens that had yet to lay. By around 9 o'clock, Li Laifu was preparing to head to the pigeon market, but another incident occurred that changed his mind about staying home. After Li Chongwen finished with the chicken carcasses, Zhao Fong promptly moved the carcasses and the 2 hens into the kitchen before it got too dark. Beside me, 2 snoring brothers, resembling mythical beasts, and separated by a wooden partition, while in the kitchen, 2 chickens clucked incessantly, creating a cacophony that was utterly unbearable. As I approached the entrance of Dongxiamen, an overwhelming sense of psychological dread enveloped me, and my legs instinctively veered to the right. Upon arriving outside Pigeon Market, Li Laifu surveyed the terrain, for he was about to make an exchange. The ticket scalper's gaze remained fixed, and as soon as Li Laifu appeared at the entrance, he approached eagerly. Upon reaching the base of a tree, the scalper exclaimed, "I've been waiting for you." Li Laifu, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, offered one to the scalper and urged, "Let us get this done swiftly." The scalper complied, opening the pouch hanging around his neck. It was evident that everything was neatly bundled with fine twine, showcasing the scalper's meticulousness. He announced, "I have 50 pounds of cotton tickets, 30 feet of fabric tickets, 60 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, 50 Class A liquor tickets, 80 Class B liquor tickets, 60 Class B cigarette tickets, and 2 pounds of Da by 2 milk candy tickets, along with 10 pounds of higher denomination tickets." Li Laifu calculated in his mind that this amounted to over 200 yuan. He exchanged cash for the tickets, ensuring to securely collect them, and then requested a flashlight ticket. With the substantial transaction completed, Li Laifu relaxed and said, "Show me all the tickets. I'm looking for something peculiar." Even in these times, there are still many unusual tickets to be found. While not as numerous as the over 600 types in the late 1960s, there are still at least 180 varieties available. He discovered 10 pounds of vegetable tickets and kerosene tickets, intended for his grandparents, who cautiously lit their kerosene lamp each day. He also acquired 10 pairs of sock tickets, a bargain at 2 cents each, intended for his stepmother, Zhao Fong, who had married Li Chongwen when he was merely 6 years old. For 10 years, she had never uttered a harsh word, let alone struck him. Despite her previous marriage to a man who had been abusive to her children, she had shown remarkable patience. Given her demeanor, he felt fortunate compared to the stepmothers depicted in contemporary videos. In fact, he should address Zhao Fong as mother. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, never having called anyone mother, and in this life, his biological mother had passed away when he was 5. Although he could not bring himself to call her mother, he could refer to her as aunt and treat her with the reverence befitting a mother. In his previous life, He had envied those with family ties and affection. Now, he was determined to cherish familial bonds. He also requested 3 towel tickets, promising that he would use one exclusively for himself, as it was customary for families to share a single towel. Additionally, he procured 10 salt tickets, a pair of rubber shoe tickets, a pound of vermicelli tickets, 3 towel tickets, vegetable tickets, kerosene tickets, 10 pairs of sock tickets, 5 pairs of yellow cotton shoe tickets, which were only in demand during the summer, and a flashlight ticket. After completing the purchases, they engaged in light conversation for over 2 hours, during which Laifu spent nearly 300 yuan. As he prepared to leave, the scalper grew anxious and called out, "Hey, brother, you haven't exchanged for the pumpkins yet. What other tickets do you have for me to trade?" Laifu inquired. He had intended to spend his money, and there was no way he would sell grain. What purpose did hoarding money serve? The scalper stood frozen, inwardly chastising himself for his oversight. The ticket vendor displayed a facade of feigned sorrow, producing a small handkerchief from his coat pocket, exclaiming, "I have a radio ticket here. I intended it for home use, young brother. Would you consider exchanging it?" Li Gang rolled his eyes, thinking that if the vendor were truly 15, he might have been deceived. "For home use. You keep it in your coat pocket. Do you take me for a fool? Don't expect a high price. Give me something substantial." The vendor, though of decent character, was still a businessman, always scheming for a little advantage. Initially, he aimed to charge Laifu an additional 50 yuan, but upon noticing Laifu's gaze, he proposed, "How about 40 yuan, young brother?" Laifu nodded, replying, "I'll give you 4 pumpkins." The 2 men quickly made their way outside, where Laifu sought out a bush taller than himself and retrieved 4 pumpkins. It was already past noon, and with little to explore at the pigeon market, they decided to venture towards Gui Street. "You heading home?" Laifu inquired of the ticket vendor, who was burdened with the pumpkins. "Indeed, young brother. Do you need anything?" Laifu produced 5 yuan and said, "Sell me your flashlight." The 2 parted ways at the intersection, with Laifu heading towards Dongzaimen. Upon arriving at Gui Street, he noticed the dim illumination of flashlights, though the crowd was sparse. As he entered an alley, a chill swept through the air, with several white lanterns glowing ominously, a coffin shop seemingly every few houses. This street had one advantage: it was far quieter than the pigeon market, devoid of the clamor. Even if there were transactions, they were conducted in hushed tones. Covering his face, he switched on the flashlight and approached the first stall. As the light illuminated the space, he discerned an elderly man puffing on a pipe, his beard gray, yet inexplicably unmasked. "Young man, is this your first visit?" the old man asked. Laifu hesitated, realizing he had no pressing matters and was curious about the rules, hoping to avoid the blunders typical of the pigeon market. Politely, he offered a cigarette and inquired, "Sir, how did you know this is my first time?" The old man accepted the cigarette, glancing at it before slipping it into his sleeve, where Laifu surmised there was a pocket in the traditional garb. The old man continued to smoke his pipe, saying, "You're sharp, I see. Have a seat. Let me explain the rules of this street." He leisurely elaborated, "Why do I know it's your first visit? Because you committed the greatest taboo upon your arrival." "Sir, I approached your stall first. What great taboo did I commit?" Laifu asked. "You shone your flashlight directly on my face upon entering. Which is the most significant taboo on this street?" The old man chuckled. Laifu, seated on a small stool, queried, "Why don't you cover your face if you fear being recognized?" The old man replied, "Only someone as naive as you would shine a light on the seller's face. Regular patrons here never gaze upon the seller. Why would I need to cover my face?" Then, with an air of mystery, the old man remarked, "Moreover, do you believe buyers avoid looking at the seller's face out of fear of recognition?" Chapter 58. Listening to ghost stories outside the coffin shop, Laifu chose not to respond to the old man's comments, instead stating, "Sir, could you refrain from smiling like that? The coffin shop is right behind me, and you're smiling at me like that? It sends chills down my spine." The old man chuckled lightly and remarked, "With such a timid disposition, you dare to wander through the ghost market? You ought to head home." Did the old man look down upon him? Laifu deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Sir, pray tell, why have buyers ceased to regard the seller's countenance?" It was imperative to comprehend this matter, for he intended to frequent this street in the future. In recent years, the elderly remnants of society had struggled to make ends meet, often parting with their prized possessions. The thrill of discovery belongs to this era. One need not possess extensive knowledge of antiques. Merely having the means to purchase suffices. In today's world, the adage rings true: genuine articles are undervalued, making forgery and profitable. The old man tapped his pipe against the roadside, and Laifu promptly offered him another cigarette, assisting in igniting it. Taking a deep drag, the old man elucidated. The practice of not considering the seller's face is not merely a custom of the street or the sellers themselves. It is for the benefit of you, the buyers. Laifu rolled his eyes, retorting, "Are you jesting with me, sir? Initially, you stated one should not regard the face, and now you claim it is not a rule? Do you take me for a fool?" The old man, pipe in hand, replied, "Must you lack a modicum of patience, young man?" He gestured toward a group in the distance. Observe those individuals wielding flashlights, focusing solely on the items without lifting their gaze. Does that not strike you as peculiar? Exasperated. Laifu sighed, "Sir, I came here to inquire precisely about this matter. You have consumed 2 of my cigarettes without addressing the crux of the issue." The old man cleared his throat, attempting to alleviate his own awkwardness. "Young man, do not be in such a hurry. I am of an advanced age, and my words may sometimes meander. It is but a casual conversation, as I have no one else to speak with." As the old man took a few more puffs of his cigarette, Laifu, frustrated at the lack of progress, shook his head and produced a larger cigarette for him. "This will suffice," the old man commented. It was then that he began to explain. The notion of not regarding the seller's face has been a long-standing tale on this street. After a brief pause, he continued. "This is because those who sell goods here are not necessarily all human." Laifu sprang to his feet with a start. The old man's previous pause had been a deliberate ploy to heighten the suspense. A gentle breeze wafted through, and the old man nodded, seemingly satisfied with the atmosphere he had cultivated. Laifu turned to leave, stating, "Sir, I shall return in a couple of days. I am unprepared today." It was not that Laifu lacked courage, but rather that listening to ghost stories outside the coffin shop was hardly a pastime he relished. Who in their right mind would sleep in a chaotic burial ground? Playing cards with someone? Winning money only to find one's pockets filled with funeral offerings? Such events were of a similar horror caliber. Particularly unsettling was the fact that the old man forbade him from looking at his face. While the candlelight from the opposite coffin shop cast a flickering light, rendering the old man's visage alternately pale and dark, compounded by his ominous remark about not all being human. As Laifu sauntered home, he was certain the old man had intended to unsettle him. Upon arriving home, he retrieved 20 pounds of cornmeal, opting not to return to his room, as his brothers had closed the door to sleep. The room was suffocatingly fragrant. A veritable assault on the senses. He carefully moved a recliner outside, placing it before the 3 main rooms of the house, which were empty due to the family's absence on a trip, a fortunate circumstance given the summer heat. In the early morning, I was abruptly awakened by the commotion. Old Zhang was busy stoking the fire. He inquired, "Why are you sleeping in the courtyard after being scolded by your father yesterday?" "Uncle Zhang, our Laifu would never be reprimanded. He has become quite sensible now. It was merely a small incident where he wet the Kong, and he found the smell unpleasant." Zhao Fong interjected as she emerged from the room. "Jiang Tao, Jiang Yuan, it's time to rise. After all, school awaits," Jiang Yuan called from the kitchen. "Mother, what nonsense are you spouting?" Zhao Fong replied nonchalantly, "What nonsense? You wet the Kong and you're afraid of being talked about? Do you still have the audacity?" Jiang Yuan sulked with an indignant expression, and Zhao Fong, carrying a hen from the kitchen, remarked, "If you want to save face or have a temper, then don't eat breakfast." Jiang Yuan retorted, "Then I have no temper." Laifu patted his brother's head. This sibling was good in every way, except for his lack of resistance to food. The 2 brothers each carried a cloth bag. "Eldest brother, let us see what you have to eat," Laifu said as he opened his bag. A layer of wild vegetables covered the contents, and upon further inspection, he found steamed buns made of mixed flour. Nodding in approval, inside, there were 2 pieces of hard candy and a block of white rabbit milk candy. "Thank you, elder brother," Jiang Tao spoke first. Jiang Yuan leaped up, preparing to jump into Laifu's embrace, but Laifu disdainfully pushed him away, saying, "Keep your smelly self away from me." Laifu, with his basket on his back, went to the supply and marketing cooperative, where he purchased 3 towels, 10 pairs of socks, a flashlight, 10 pounds of salt, 2 pounds of white rabbit milk candy, and 10 pounds of pastries. "Why are you buying so many things?" Aunt Lu asked, recalling that he had bought cigarettes and alcohol yesterday, and now he was acquiring so many daily necessities. As he rummaged through his money and receipts, Laifu replied, "I am going to my grandfather's house in a couple of days, bringing these for him and my grandmother. You are indeed a dutiful child. My children at your age only extend their hands for money. They finish their treats outside before returning home, expecting to be given more. It's simply impossible. Aunt Lu lamented. Li Laifu, when you go to the countryside, could you bring back some meat for us? Qian Erbao said, slinging his arm around his shoulder. Don't forget about me, your monkey brother, Qian Erbao added with a disdainful look. Monkey, why are you always around? When I speak, do you fear my words will fall to the ground? Go away. I'm discussing important matters with Laifu, the monkey retorted angrily. Li Laifu nodded and said, all right, this time, if I manage to get some meat, I will surely bring it back for you. He had developed quite a good rapport at the cooperative, where everyone joked and laughed upon his arrival. Upon returning home, he presented Zhao Feng with 10 pounds of fine salt and 4 pairs of socks, intended for her and Li Chongwen. As for Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan, they had no chance of wearing new socks, as Zhao Feng would not allow them to have any. He directly handed over the food and noodle tickets to her, which delighted Zhao Feng immensely. Seeing 20 pounds of cornmeal in the morning had already made her ecstatic, and little did she know that Li Laifu had returned with even more. My dear child, the aunt said that mending socks would suffice. Why did you buy new ones? Zhao Feng gently caressed the socks. Aunt, these socks are not expensive. It's best to wear clean ones every day. Just don't wear those that look like a map again, Li Laifu joked. Aunt, furthermore, Li Laifeng spoke earnestly. From now on, our family should consume fine salt. Coarse salt can lead to goiter. Indeed, aunt. I shall heed your advice. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. By the way, aunt, I have 3 towels here. Do remember that I require one for my personal use. Zhao Feng nodded affirmatively, saying, very well, shortly I shall sew a different colored thread onto your towel in the corner. Should anyone dare to touch it, I shall scold them on your behalf. The people of this era truly possess commendable qualities. The common folk may not engage in grand affairs, yet their lives are reflected in their sustenance and attire. With ample food and clothing, they find great contentment. Li Laifeng, having traversed through time, had come with these modest standards in mind. As for engaging in monumental endeavors, that would be a jest of international proportions. Zhao Feng, elated by her possessions, retreated to her room. Within Li Laifeng's space were a flashlight, socks, kerosene, big rabbit milk candies, and pastries, all meant for his grandparents. Upon seeing Zhao Feng emerge, he declared, Aunt, I shall not return today. I am heading to my grandparents' home this evening to deliver gifts. Very well. Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment before adding, please convey my regards to your grandparents. Li Laifeng nodded. Understood. I shall speak kindly of you. Zhao Feng's eyes glistened as she affirmed, such a good child. A wave of melancholy washed over Zhao Feng. Ever since her marriage, her mother-in-law had held her in disdain. After all, the elderly lady had only one grandson, and Zhao Feng had brought 2 boys into the family. In the mother-in-law's own words, it was a clear affront to her. Moreover, ever since her eldest son married her, he seldom returned home. The old lady did not concern herself with their work or circumstances. All she knew was that her precious grandson was seldom seen, and thus, the son and daughter-in-law bore the brunt of her displeasure. As Li Laifeng stepped outside, a basket slung over his back, he carried 6 wild chickens, while in his hand, he held a burlap sack containing a long gun. Yesterday, he had heard from a ticket vendor that registering the gun at the police station could alleviate numerous troubles. Although firearms were not prohibited in this era, the police could confiscate your weapon without recourse. Having a registered gun license, however, made all the difference. With such a license, no one could seize your firearm. Unacquainted with anyone at the police station, he pondered whether to bring a gift along to register his long gun. Director Zhang of the street inquired, Young Laifeng, what brings you here? Li Laifeng leaned the gun against the wall by the entrance and retrieved the 6 wild chickens from his basket, saying, Aunt Zhang, I have purchased a long gun with the intention of hunting, but I have heard that it must be registered at the police station, and I do not know anyone there. Director Zhang nodded. You are indeed a sensible child. Firearms must be registered. But what is the story with these wild chickens? She asked with a smile. Li Laifeng replied with a grin. Aunt Zhang, one cannot approach others empty-handed when seeking assistance. 3 are for you. And do as you see fit with the rest. You little rascal. Come along. Director Zhang closed the notebook on her desk. Taking 3 chickens, she accompanied Li Laifeng, who held the burlap sack containing the gun. In just 3 minutes, they arrived at the Drum Tower police station. In these times, the street and the police station were not only adjacent but also closely intertwined, with many of their operations overlapping. Director Zhang, accompanied by Li Laifu, made his way directly to the director's office. The 2 appeared to have a familiar rapport. Without preamble, Director Zhang addressed Director Tan, stating, Director Tan, This is a child from our alley. There are 6 members in his family, with only 1 laborer. 3 of the boys lack household registration. He wishes to become self-sufficient. He plans to hunt, but I understand that firearms must be registered here, so he has come to me for assistance with the registration. Director Tan, in his 40s, with a square face that exuded the demeanor of a military man, sat upright, his expression a blend of authority and calm. After Director Zhang concluded his explanation, he placed a wild pheasant at the door and took a seat on the sofa. He skillfully avoided discussing the origins of the firearm while thoroughly outlining the family situation. One difficult word encapsulated it all: hardship. Director Tan nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Very well." These words were a gesture of respect towards Director Zhang. Turning to Laifu, he adopted a more serious tone. The fact that you have Director Zhang vouching for you indicates you are a good boy from a challenging background. However, you must exercise caution with the firearm. If misused, it could lead to dire consequences. I trust you comprehend my meaning, do you not? Laifu quickly produced a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, offering one to Director Tan while placing the box on the desk. He nodded earnestly, saying, "Uncle Tan, rest assured, I understand." Director Zhang smiled, remarking, "Old Tan, this boy is commendable and sensible. Unlike other youths who cause trouble, he is already thinking of ways to alleviate his family's difficulties. How sweetly he speaks. Even calling you Uncle Tan. If someone else had brought him, I would have to inquire about their reliability." Director Tan poured a glass of water for Director Zhang. Shortly thereafter, he returned from outside, having been gone for just 5 or 6 minutes, holding a white cardboard booklet devoid of any red plastic cover. Laifu beamed at the sight of the booklet and unconsciously walked toward the street door. "Laifu, you cannot take that firearm further. You must return home at once," Director Zhang instructed. Realizing the urgency, Laifu responded, "Understood, Aunt Zhang. I will head home now and put it away." He nodded readily, turning into the alley to secure the firearm in a concealed space. Taking a bus for 5 cents from Gula to the Summer Palace, he entered Peking University. Zhou Cheng, observing him from behind, inquired, "Laifu, did you come empty-handed?" Laifu plopped down on Zhou Cheng's desk, declaring, "I have something valuable." "What about you?" Intrigued, Zhou Cheng asked. "What do you have?" Laifu lit a cigarette and exhaled, revealing, "Wild boar." "Wow!" Zhou Cheng exclaimed, suddenly rising and knocking over a chair in his excitement. With a beaming smile, he inquired, "Brother, where is it?" Laifu, forming smoke rings, replied, "It weighs over 100 pounds. Don't think of offering me money. I'm not in need of it. What do you have to trade?" Zhou Cheng rubbed his hands together, pacing back and forth. The last time, the best item he had to offer was baby formula. He pondered what else he could possibly exchange. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he said, "Brother Laifu, just tell me what you want, and I will procure it for you." Laifu, not wanting to put him in a difficult position, stated, "Brother Zhou, just do as you see fit. Lend me a tricycle, I'll go fetch the wild boar and should return by noon." Zhou Cheng patted Laifu on the shoulder and said, "Good brother, I will ensure that you do not suffer any losses." Laifu, riding his tricycle, scoured all the supply and marketing cooperatives in the Xiqing district, finally exhausting the receipts from yesterday. He had accumulated 110 bottles of Matai liquor, over 100 bottles of Du Kongfen liquor, 50 pounds of cotton, more than 40 feet of fabric combined from 2 purchases, 4 pounds of white rabbit milk candy, 10 pounds of pastries, 3 pounds of sugar cubes, 10 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes, and over 7 cartons of Dakiamen. After storing the alcohol and tobacco in the designated space, he retrieved a wild boar from it. Upon returning to the university, he found 5 or 6 individuals gathered at the entrance. Zhou Cheng led the way, glancing around. A balding elder, dressed in a Zhongshan suit and carrying a pen, inquired with a smile, "Zhou Cheng, have you been deceived? Has someone made off with your tricycle?" Without turning back, Zhou Cheng replied, "Principal Ma, don't jest. Who would dare to steal a tricycle these days? Moreover, my young brother is a man of his word." The wild chickens and fish from our small canteen were all obtained through his efforts. Laifu, observing from a distance, understood why people in the drama Iron Rice Bowl welcomed a pig. Indeed, meat was scarce in these times. "They're coming," Zhou Cheng exclaimed, rushing towards Laifu. As Laifu assessed the overly enthusiastic crowd, he thought, "Aren't you supposed to welcome me? Why are you all gathered around the pig?" After dismounting from the tricycle, someone pushed the vehicle into the courtyard. Zhou Cheng introduced, "Laifu, this is our school's Principal Ma." With a gentle smile, Vice Principal Ma nodded, his sparse hair barely moving, and said, "Young man, thank you." Zhou Cheng has spoken highly of you. You have resolved a significant issue for our school. Li Laifu refrained from extending his hand for a handshake, fully aware of his status as a mere youth, and replied, Principal Ma, you are too kind. These matters are trivial. Principal Ma, adopting an official tone, responded, these are far from trivial. You are providing motivation for all the faculty and students. With good health, we can contribute even more to the country's development. What is your workplace? I would like to write you a letter of commendation. Li Laifu was taken aback, thinking, what? Providing motivation for the entire school? It would be a feat if even one pig leg made it into a student's bowl. While these words were meant as gratitude, he couldn't help but feel the condescension in them. Zhou Qing interjected with a playful tone, Principal Ma, don't joke around. If Laifu had a workplace, it would be him donating pork to us and you writing him a letter of commendation? Are you trying to embarrass him or genuinely thank him? Principal Ma chuckled awkwardly. Changing the subject. I have a few classes to teach, so I shall head in first. Zhou Cheng, I leave the rest to you. He smiled and nodded at Li Laifu before departing. Once inside the office, Zhou Cheng pulled a large bag from the corner of the desk and said, I'd rather not hear the official tone from someone with the surname Ma, but there's no helping it. I acquired some good items from him. He continued, here are 2 bags of milk powder, 2 cans of wheat milk, a 20-pound cotton ticket, a radio ticket, and, alas, he insisted on a pig leg from me. Zhou Cheng held a piece of paper and murmured to himself, 2 bags of milk powder and 2 cans of malted milk. That will be 56 yuan. The price of cotton tickets is the same as that in the pigeon market, 30 yuan for 20 jin of cotton tickets, and the radio tickets are 50 yuan each. He then produced 10 jin of soybean oil tickets, which left Li Laifu astounded. In this day and age, a family consumes merely 2 taels of oil a month? Zhou Cheng continued, the soybean oil tickets are priced at 3 yuan per jin, which is already several times the price of oil. Yet, it is indeed a worthwhile acquisition. This ticket is exceedingly rare. At that moment, someone entered and announced, Director Zhou, the wild boar weighed in at 119 jin. Li Laifu observed quietly, while Zhou Qing jotted down notes with his pen, stating, 120 jin amounts to 360 yuan. Li Laifu interjected, Brother Zhou. 3 yuan per jin seems a bit steep, doesn't it? Zhou Cheng shook his head, replying, not at all. This is a wild boar. If it were a domesticated pig, it would fetch 4 yuan and would be snatched up in a frenzy. By year end, people would pay 5 or 6 yuan for it. Li Laifu handed him a cigarette. And after Zhou Cheng lit it, he remarked, in these times, as long as it is food, no one questions the price. Other items are secondary. Zhou Cheng rummaged through a drawer and suddenly exclaimed, I still need over 100 yuan. These tickets, each worth a few dimes, simply won't suffice. Brother Laifu, I shall make a trip to the principal's office. Please wait for me here. Li Laifu nodded, and Zhou Cheng dashed outside. He took the opportunity to brew himself a cup of tea from the box in his cabinet, Dragon Well tea. This was far superior to the tea leaves sold at the supply and marketing cooperative. Noticing that there was still a considerable amount left in the box, he placed it beside the milk powder, intending to see how much Zhou Cheng would calculate later. After waiting for over 20 minutes, Zhou Cheng returned with an envelope in hand. He picked up his teacup from the table, took a hearty sip, and said, Brother Laifu, it's settled. Observing the perplexed look on Li Laifu's face, Zhou Cheng smiled and explained, our former vice principal has been transferred to another location, and the bicycle he used was purchased by the school. He left without taking it, and a group of teachers had their eyes on it, as the school intended to distribute it as a prize by year-end. I was short over 100 yuan and couldn't think of a solution, so I had to persuade the principal. I told him that if the bicycle wasn't given, they would take the wild boar away. At this point, Li Laifu also stood up and asked, Brother Zhou, what happened next? Zhou Cheng sat on the bench and produced a cigarette, prompting Li Laifu to anxiously light it for him with a match. After taking a puff, Zhou Cheng finally said, the principal agreed and even prepared a letter of proof for you. It's right here. Li Laifu quickly seized the envelope, and a multitude of keys tumbled out. He set the keys aside, picked up the letter, which served as proof that the bicycle belonged to Peking University. And there was no need to elaborate on why it was now Li Laifu's concern. The crucial point was the large red seal. Inside the envelope was also a bicycle certificate, documenting the steel stamp number and the location of issuance. Seeing Li Laifu's elated expression, Zhou Cheng remarked, Brother Laifu, you owe me a favor this time. This bicycle is undoubtedly in nearly new condition. Li Laifu chuckled heartily and reassured, rest assured, in a few days, I shall return to present you with a delightful surprise. As he examined the vehicle registration certificate, he inadvertently realized he had also joined the ranks of car owners. Zhou Cheng had been awaiting this very statement from Li Laifu. He gestured towards the envelope, saying, "Take this proof of ownership to the police station and exchange it for the vehicle registration. From this moment on, this bicycle shall belong to you. Though do remember to pay the annual fee of $1.20. Li Laifu nodded appreciatively, replying, "Thank you, brother Zhou." Zhou Cheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks, Laifu. Should any treasures come your way in the future, do keep your brother Zhou in mind." Zhou Cheng led Li Laifu to the bike shed, where, in the far corner, they discovered a bicycle surrounded by various items, clearly protected from potential bumps. After unlocking the bike, Li Laifu noticed that, apart from a layer of dust, the Phoenix bicycle logo remained remarkably clear. He placed his large cloth bag on the rear seat, secured it, brushed off the dust from the saddle, and rode off, barely having time to bid Zhou Cheng farewell. As he pedaled along, his long legs propelled him with ease, the bell ringing incessantly. There was no fear, for in this era, no one despised him, and no one turned back to scold him, even if they did look back. It was with envious eyes. Unlike in later times, where one dared not honk their horn for fear of reprimand, here, individuals were not obstructive, and those who lived in such ways would not last long. Midway, Li Laifu found an alley devoid of people and stored his cloth bag in a hidden spot. He leisurely rode his bicycle and soon stumbled upon a grain store, where he purchased 10 pounds of soybean oil. In this age, soybean oil was indeed a precious commodity, and not a drop extra was given. It took a full 3 minutes for the oil to cease dripping into his container, and sometimes the attendant would scrape the bottom with a finger to ensure nothing was wasted. Li Laifu rolled his eyes, prompting the oil vendor to notice and retort, "Kid, you should be grateful. You're lucky to be shopping at our grain store. At other places, half a tael less would go unnoticed. If we're not taking advantage of you, you ought to consider it a blessing. Do you expect us to suffer a loss?" Chapter 61. Bringing tears to Grandma's eyes. Li Laifu dared not utter a word, understanding that any attempt to engage could lead to a quarrel. He realized that these vendors seemed to have an abundance of time on their hands. Any slight misstep in conversation could ignite a dispute, as they felt compelled to assert their status as shopkeepers. After securing the soybean oil, which he stored away, Li Laifu visited a nearby eatery and purchased 4 roast ducks, priced at $8 each. These were intended for his grandparents. Although Li Laifu himself was over 30 prior to his time travel, he found it impossible to suppress a childlike demeanor in front of the elderly couple. Their affection for him was utterly transparent, transforming this 30-something orphan from his past life into a pampered child. Li Laifu relished this feeling and was eager to honor his 2 elders. It aptly echoed the saying, "With a mother around, one remains a child at 100. Regardless of one's age, the joy of being spoiled by one's mother or grandmother never invites ridicule." Next to the eatery was a traditional Chinese medicine shop, where Li Laifu spent $3 to purchase 100 pieces of candy, intending to bring them back for his grandchildren. Riding his bicycle, he made his way directly out of Dongzaimen without even returning home. As he approached the village entrance, he quickly retrieved a large burlap sack, which he filled with 50 pounds of flour, 3 roasted ducks, 30 pounds of cotton, 20 feet of fabric, 2 bottles of Maotai liquor, and 2 bottles of Finjiu. He decided to forego the loose liquor, as the old man undoubtedly had more. Additionally, he packed a flashlight, socks, and kerosene. He set aside 5 pounds of pastries and 2 pounds of sugar, and he took 2 pounds of white rabbit candy for the elderly lady. The sack was filled to the brim, and he dared not ride the bicycle any longer. Instead, he pushed it, laden with goods. Upon entering the village, Li Chengwu, who was working in the fields, spotted him. After all, a bicycle entering the village was quite conspicuous. Were it not for Li Laoyu's presence, many would likely have come over to gawk. "Father, my uncle has come, and he is carrying a sack. I'll go help him with the things," Li Taiju declared as he dashed towards Li Laifu, knowing that assisting him with his chores would at least earn him a decent cigarette. Little Long and Little Tiger abandoned their water buckets and hurried over as well. "Come on, whose bicycle are you riding?" Li Chengwu inquired as he approached. "Uncle, this isn't borrowed. It's mine," Li Laifu replied with a hint of pride. "What?" Just then, Li Taiju arrived. Li Laifu rolled his eyes and said, "What is so surprising about that?" He pulled out a large package of Bauta candy and said, "Taiju, this is the deworming medicine I bought in town. Please give it to your father later and let him distribute it among the village children." Li Taiju had become accustomed to having such an uncle and smiled, saying, "Thank you, uncle. You better not deceive your second uncle." Li Chongwu, having not fully grasped their conversation, was fixated on the bicycle. Li Laifu, slightly irritated, replied, "Second uncle. Hurry up and carry the things. Why would I deceive you? What benefit would I gain?" Li Taiji nodded, adding, "Exactly. You're just meddling, second grandpa. My uncle is impressive for having a bicycle. There's nothing extraordinary about it." Flattering him felt good. Li Laifu chuckled, "Just carry the bicycle up there. You'll see the benefits soon. Uncle, you just take care." With Li Chongwu hoisting the heavy sack and Li Taiju carrying the bicycle, Li Laifu led Little Tiger and Little Long, each with a piece of white rabbit candy in their mouths, which delighted them immensely. Li Laifu remarked, "Second uncle, do you not wish to avoid a beating when you get home? Just be careful with that sack on your shoulder." Li Chongwu understood the implication, after all. The only ones who could give him a thrashing were the old man and the old lady, indicating that the contents were surely significant to them. As they entered the yard, Li Laifu called out, "Grandfather." Instantly, the old man rose from his recliner, and the old lady hurried out of the house, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear grandson has come. Grandma, you must take it slow," Li Laifu urged as he rushed to greet her. "Grandma, you look well." The old lady beamed at Li Laifu with warmth and affection. He presented her with a piece of white rabbit candy, unwrapping it and placing it in her mouth before she had a chance to decline. Supporting her, he said, "Grandma, I've brought many things. Let us go inside and talk." "My dear grandson, I don't want the candy. Save it for yourself." The old lady prepared to spit it out. Li Laifu hurriedly exclaimed, "Grandmother, I have brought you plenty. You must not spit it out. If you do, I shall not return." He genuinely relished the feeling of indulging in the affection of the elderly. The old lady, tucking the milk candy into her mouth, replied, "If my eldest grandson offers it to me, then I shall enjoy it." Just as Li Laifu was about to enter the house, Li Taiju called out, "Uncle, I have placed the bicycle in the courtyard for you." The term uncle sounded increasingly natural. Li Laifu tossed a pack of cigarettes from his bag to him. Upon seeing the brand Dakiaman, Li Taiju was about to express his gratitude when Li Chongwu approached, carrying a burlap sack. Without hesitation, he took off running, unable to be stopped by Li Chongwu, who was burdened by the sack. "Laifu, why did you give him such fine cigarettes?" Li Laifu, noticing the pained expression on Li Chongwu's face, reassured him, "Second uncle, don't fret. You shall have some soon." "Grandson, why have you brought so many things again?" Li Laifu's grandfather inquired, observing his second son struggling with the sack. Li Laifu proudly replied, "Grandfather, I purchased all of this with my own earnings. It is my way of honoring you and grandmother." Li Chongwu interjected, "Father, let us first see what's inside." He had already caught a whiff of the aroma of liquor wafting from the sack. Having never tasted roasted duck, he was unaware of its flavor. Yet the enticing scent of meat reached him through the burlap. The old man had initially intended to converse further with his grandson, but his inconsiderate second son interrupted him, leading him to scold, "Mind your own business. This is my grandson's gesture of filial piety towards me. What are you in such a hurry for?" The old lady wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation. He ought to be scolded. Li Chongwu refrained from retorting, as long as Li Laifu, the eldest grandson, was present. His standing diminished to that of an outsider, and he carried the sack into the house to set it down. Li Laifu then produced a large bundle of cotton and fabric, declaring, "Grandmother, this cotton and fabric are for making quilts for you and grandfather. You both sleep on a hard Kong daily. Isn't it uncomfortable?" He found it distressing to think of the frail, elderly couple sleeping on such a rigid surface. Tears streamed down the old lady's cheeks, while the old man sighed and sat on a stool. The old lady, weeping and clutching Li Laifu's hand, caressed his face and head, murmuring, "My dear grandson is truly wonderful. I am blessed." She added, "You are 100 times better than your ungrateful father." It was a familiar routine for the elderly to praise their grandson while scolding their son. Li Chongwu quickly distanced himself, squatting at the doorway with his two sons. The boys, savoring their milk candies, paid little heed to the unfolding drama, while Li Chongwu thought to himself, "I hope this doesn't bring trouble upon me." Li Laifu, playfully pouting, urged, "Grandmother, please do not cry. There are still many more things left. You mustn't weep. Whenever I see you crying, I lose the desire to come back." He admired his own ability to charm. His playful demeanor flowed as naturally as a gentle stream. The old lady wiped her tears and said, all right. Grandmother will not cry anymore." Li Laifu then placed 4 bottles of liquor on the table for his grandfather, stating, "Grandfather, these are Matai and Fingio." The old man, staring at the 4 bottles, was unsure which one to choose, muttering, "What a good grandson." You are 1,000 times better than that good-for-nothing father of yours. Upon seeing the liquor, Li Chongwu at the doorway offered, Father, let me help you open the bottle caps. The old man waved his hand and scolded, You are no better yourself. Get out. Go outside. My eldest grandson is here to honor me with some gifts, and you always seek to take advantage. Once again, it's socks, milk candies, and pastries, making the old lady's face crease with delight. Looking at the pile on the calm, she said, Grandson, I cannot finish all this. Will you take some back to enjoy at your leisure? Chapter 62. Remembering the kindness of my eldest grandson, Li Laifu wrapped his arm around the old lady's shoulder and said, Grandmother, you've forgotten again. I've told you that the items I brought are all for you. Do you think I would bring so much without keeping some for myself? At that moment, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu entered the room. Standing at the edge of the Kong and gazing at the bounty, Li Xiaolong turned to Li Laifu and asked, Elder brother, are the pastries tasty? Li Xiaohu interjected directly, Elder brother, I've finished the candy in my mouth. Could you spare me a piece of pastry? The old lady pouted and took out a piece of peach pastry, breaking it in half and handing it to the two boys, saying, Go eat outside. Li Laifu was accustomed to this. His grandmother had a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Although her words to Xiao Long and Xiao Hu were not as kind, she never skimped on providing food and drink for them. Unlike some grandmothers who would send their grandchildren away to feast alone, this was a point of respect for Li Chongwu and his wife. Li Laifu also handed old man Jia a can of kerosene and a flashlight, which delighted the old man immensely. He turned it on and off repeatedly, playing with it joyfully. Old man Li casually tucked the flashlight into his waistband and said, Grandson, now we have a flashlight in our home too. At that moment, Li Laifu understood the wisdom in Zhao Benshen's words. We now have another household appliance. In these times, a flashlight was indeed a prized possession in the village. Seeing his second uncle sitting at the door, Li Laifu took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, lighting one for himself and his grandfather, and said, Second uncle, the rest of the pack is for you. Li Chongwu joyfully replied, Laifu, you are so good to your second uncle. The old lady began to put things away in the Kong cabinet. Holding a pair of white socks, she gently stroked them and said, Grandson, just keep 2 pairs. Your grandfather and I will each have one. And you can take the other 2 home. Though the old lady was tough on the outside, her heart was soft, always thinking of her eldest son. Li Laifu, smoking his cigarette, replied, Grandmother, I've saved several pairs for home. You and grandfather can alternate wearing them. If you can't finish them, give a pair to second uncle. The old lady glanced at Li Chongwu and said, Well, in that case, forget it. Your second uncle's heels are like nails. He'd ruin these white socks in 2 days, and that would be heartbreaking. When your second aunt arrives, I can give her a pair instead. At that moment, Li Chongwu entered the room, sitting on a bench, tilting his head back to smoke his Zhonghua cigarette, ignoring the old lady's comments as though he hadn't heard them. Li Laifu reached into the sack for the last item, causing everyone, including the old couple and Li Chongwu, to become animated. Li Laifu unwrapped the large yellow paper and pulled out 2 duck legs, handing them to his grandparents, while giving 2 more to Xiao Long and Xiao Hu. With a smile, Li Laifu said, Second uncle, we have 6 duck legs to share among the 6 of us. So you will only get 3 duck heads. The elderly lady hesitated to take a bite, while old Li, upon hearing Li Laifu speak, remarked, Having a duck head to eat is already quite fortunate. How dare he be choosy? He won't be punished for it. Li Chongwu, without needing the old man's input, understood the value of food in these times. Even field mice were considered a delicacy in the countryside. He took the duck head, chewed it until it was nearly pulverized, and swallowed it with a satisfying gulp in less than half a minute. Li Laifu circled around him, glancing curiously, and inquired, Second uncle, what about the bones? Why bother spitting out such tiny bones? Spitting them out is wasteful, Li Chongwu retorted with a glare, thinking of how Li Xiaolong and Li Xiaohu were not like their father, devouring their food. Quite the contrary, the 2 boys were delicately licking their tongues. Biting into a chicken leg, Li Laifu turned to the elderly lady and said, Grandma, look how delicious this is. I've got a chicken leg too, do have some. He was well aware of her intentions. Oh, Grandma, please eat. And you too, my eldest grandson. After consuming a duck head, Li Chongwu decided to step outside, saying, I'll go call my wife. The elderly lady, enjoying her duck leg, would have at least scolded him otherwise. Li Laifu, not wishing to solely indulge in duck legs, suggested, Grandfather, second uncle has left. Let us enjoy some Moutai together, and when he returns, we'll offer him some dukong. The old man chuckled, Grandson, that suits me perfectly. But you made a mistake, giving your second uncle Dukong? That would be a waste. He can have the loose liquor. As Li Laifu opened the mouth, the old man's eyes sparkled with delight. He savored the aroma of the liquor and exclaimed, "What a blessing! I am enjoying the good fortune bestowed by my eldest grandson." Taking 3 small bowls, Li Laifu knew the elderly lady could handle some liquor, having seen her drink when he was young. "Grandma, I'll pour you a little. This is Mao Tai, and remember to drink sparingly. It helps with circulation. Enjoy it with the duck leg," he said. "All right, Grandma, have a sip too. I've only heard of Mao Tai. I wish to taste its flavor." Li Laifu chopped up a duck, placed it on a platter, and sat down with the old man and woman, sipping the Mao Tai while Li Xiaolong and Li Xiaohu cautiously nibbled at their duck legs, fearful of devouring them in one greedy bite. "Li Chongwu, what is wrong with you? Why are you dragging me along? Speak up about what you want." His second aunt scolded in exasperation. Once inside the courtyard and having shut the door, Li Chongwu finally said, "My silly wife. Hurry up. There's delicious food to enjoy." He added, "Laifu is back." Li Chongwu dashed inside, and soon his second aunt heard a loud shout. "Father, Mother, why didn't you wait for me to drink together? Second aunt, come over. I've saved a duck leg for you." She smiled and said, "I knew it. Laifu would return and improve our lives." "Thank you, Laifu," second aunt. "Father, where are those bottles of liquor?" Li Chongwu bent down, searching under the table and around the stool for quite some time without success, before asking. The old man feigned ignorance, saying, "What bottles of liquor? I put them away. I only drank loose liquor with Laifu's mother." Li Chongwu rolled his eyes, replying, "Father, even my wife knows the difference between loose liquor and bottled liquor. Do you take me for a fool?" The old man, having been caught in his lie, showed no signs of embarrassment and bluntly stated, "There's only loose liquor. Whether you drink it or not is up to you. But if you don't, the food will be gone soon." The elderly lady did not share the same passion for liquor as old Li. She scolded, "Look at you, you rascal. Here, take this. I still have some wine." Li Chongwu accepted the wine bowl and remarked, "My mother is truly good to me." As the gathering enjoyed their meal, Li Laifu felt satisfied, having consumed his fill along with half a gin of wine. After the feast, Li Chongwu's face glowed with delight. He had devoured the large bones of the roasted duck, while the smaller bones were chewed by his aunts, Li Xiaolong and Li Xiaohu. The meal stirred profound emotions among everyone, especially as they savored the pure meat. With misty eyes, Aunt sighed, "Having raised 3 children, I have never tasted such delectable roasted duck nor indulged in so much meat." Li Chongwu, indifferent to his wife's sentimentality, playfully kicked Li Xiaolong, saying, "Your mother is about to cry. Can't you comfort her?" Engrossed in the duck meat, Li Xiaolong only glanced up after being nudged, asking, "Mother, why are you crying while eating meat?" "Please don't cry. The meat will be gone soon. You can cry when we get home." His innocent words elicited laughter from Aunt, realizing that this mischievous son was hardly a burden. The elderly lady, with a rosy face from the wine, proclaimed, "You all remember, each of you should cherish your eldest grandson." Immediately, Xiaolong and Xiaohu chimed in, "Grandmother, our big brother is the best. He has always been wonderful." Chapter 63, Misfortune at the Li family door. The elderly lady indulged him, but Li Laifu could not condone such behavior, saying, "Grandmother, we are all family. Let us refrain from such talk." "Oh dear, no need for that. My eldest grandson is truly thoughtful." After the meal, the family sat in silence, quietly relishing the moment. The 3 men, old, middle-aged, and young, smoked their cigarettes while the elderly lady, beside Aunt, busied herself with a pair of white socks, extolling their quality and elasticity, not forgetting to mention how wonderful her eldest grandson was. Li Laifu reclined in his chair, enjoying his cigarette, feeling utterly blissful under the elderly lady's affection. Suddenly, the village bell rang, signaling the time to work. The elderly couple remained seated, while Li Chongwu and his family rose to leave. Little Hu rushed to Li Laifu's side, saying, "Big brother, don't go. I'll come find you tonight." Li Laifu patted the boy's head. At merely 6 or 7 years old, he was already expected to work. He handed the child 2 large white rabbit candies, saying, "One for you and one for your brother. I want to leave. I'll prepare something delicious for you tonight." Li Chongwu frowned and said, "Laifu, those candies are expensive. I saw them priced at several coins per gene at the supply store in the city. Save them for yourself or give them to your grandmother, but don't spoil those 2 little rascals." Li Laifu dismissed his concern lightly, saying, "Uncle, it's only right for me to buy candy for my brother. Mind your own business and hurry off to work." Li Chongwu shook his head, refraining from further comment. Any additional words would surely draw their ire. Having not slept well for several nights and after drinking, Laifu climbed onto the bed. The elderly lady, accustomed to it, sat beside him with a fan, watching her eldest grandson as he fanned the air. Only the elderly couple remained at home. Laifu reclined on the Kong and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, I have brought back 50 gin of flour. From now on, you must at least have steamed buns made from mixed flour, or if not, white flour buns. In due time, I shall deliver rice to you. You need to take care of your health, as I will soon have children, and I look forward to you watching over them." Old Man Li approached Laifu's left side, his expression filled with affection as he remarked, "I have heard that life in the city has become quite difficult." Laifu, aware of his grandfather's intentions, responded directly, "Grandpa, do not worry. The city has limited meat supplies, but the fish I catch sells remarkably well. Do you see my bicycle? It was gifted to me by the president of Peking University. That institution is esteemed. Its graduates can become officials, never lacking for food and drink. I exchange my fish for grain there. Is that true? The university president gifted you a bicycle?" Old Man Li asked, his tone tinged with skepticism. "Is there any doubt?" Laifu rose from the calm, retrieving his backpack, which actually contained a letter of proof from his space. The old lady, displeased, scolded, "You old fool, my grandson needs to sleep. Why are you asking so many questions? What of the university president? He is no better than my grandson." Her words brought laughter to Laifu. He was utterly speechless at her antics. Old Man Li rolled his eyes and said, "What do you know? With age comes wisdom. I do not wish to know anything. I only know you are disturbing my grandson's sleep. Go away." Laifu hurriedly handed the envelope to Old Man Li, saying, "Grandpa, take a look." After reading the letter, Old Man Li gently placed it back into the envelope, saying, "Grandson, you truly are remarkable. All right, enough of this. Now that you've read the letter, be off. My grandson needs his rest." He then turned around, instantly adopting a different demeanor. "Grandson, let Grandma fan you." Laifu thought that spending time here made him feel younger, as if he were not a 15-and-a-half-year-old boy, but rather a 5-year-old in the eyes of this old lady. Concerned that she might tire herself out, he said, "Grandma, if I fall asleep, please do not fan me." He dozed off until after 5 o'clock. In summer, it was still quite bright at that hour. Rising, he walked outside to find the old lady tending to the corn and pumpkin seedlings. "Awake, my grandson." He fetched a basin of water from the tank for washing his face and asked, "Grandma, where's Grandpa?" She replied while watching him, "Your grandpa has gone out to show off with his flashlight." Laifu chuckled while washing his face, thinking his grandfather was quite the old rascal. Such a personality is the best. It ensures longevity. With Old Man Li's disposition, had he lived in another era, he would undoubtedly find his place among the elderly dancing in the public squares. After washing his face, Laifu said, "Grandma, I shall go out for a stroll as well." With a smile, the old lady replied, "You are just like your grandpa." He picked up his bag, only to remember that inside were a bag of milk powder and a bag of sugar. During their banter, he had forgotten about this. Seeing the old lady wash her hands with the leftover water he used to wash his face, Laifu quickly grabbed a large bowl, scooped 2 spoons of milk powder, and poured water from the bamboo woven thermos, stirring it well just as the old lady finished washing her hands. With a tone reminiscent of presenting a treasure, he exclaimed, "Grandmother, I have something delightful for you to drink." The elderly lady gazed at the large bowl of milk powder, inhaled its aroma, and inquired, "Grandson, is this milk?" Laifu replied, "Grandmother, it is not milk. It is milk powder that I brought back for you and grandfather to replenish your health. Drink a bowl every morning and another in the evening. I shall bring you more when this runs out." The old lady hurriedly waved her hands, saying, "My dear grandson, I have heard of this. It is quite precious. You are still growing, so you should drink it." Laifu placed the large bowl into the old lady's hands, asserting, "Grandmother, there is plenty at home. My sister drinks it daily as well. You and grandfather should have a bowl each day to strengthen your health, so you will have the energy to care for your great-grandson in the future." With his words, Laifu diverted the old lady's attention, who now envisioned her great-grandson while holding the bowl. As he slung his backpack over his shoulder and prepared to leave, Laifu cautioned, "Grandmother, if you do not finish it, I will ride my bicycle back to town tonight." The elderly lady treated him like a child, and he regarded the old couple as youthful spirits, for sometimes the elderly respond well to such affection. Many people grow weary of the elderly, complaining about their incessant chatter. Yet they often overlook a crucial point. The elderly are to be cherished, and the more filial one can be, the better. Once a person is gone, it is too late for regret. Laifu packed a pound of candy into his backpack and made his way down the path. At this hour, there was no one at the village entrance, as most had gone to fetch water from the river. After all, preparing a communal meal requires a significant amount of water. Standing at the village entrance, Laifu noticed an old man leaning on a cane. He remembered this man as the oldest among his grandfather's generation. Deciding to engage the old fellow out of boredom, he approached and asked, "To whom do you belong?" The old man looked at Laifu's disheveled appearance, rolled his eyes, and retorted, "Ah, the younger generation flaunts their lineage. The Li family is unfortunate indeed." Laifu realized he had encountered a formidable opponent, despite the old man's limp. He was not easily trifled with and lacked respect. Chapter 64. This stubborn old man was tough as nails. Clearing his throat, Laifu remarked, "How old are you? Still speaking such nonsense? Here, have a few pieces of candy." The old man, however, took the candy without hesitation, saying, "Go play elsewhere. Stop loitering in front of me." This obstinate old man was impervious to flattery. A few pieces of candy failed to sway him, leaving Laifu feeling disheartened. With a sigh, Laifu lamented, "My grandfather was right. You are indeed the most unruly member of the Li family." The old man popped a piece of candy into his mouth, smacking his lips, and glanced at Laifu, saying, "Your grandfather was nothing but a nuisance. I often gave him a good thrashing when he was young. Besides seeking out his parents, he was good for nothing. What is it? Do you wish to bring your parents to me as well?" Laifu pondered to himself, wondering about the old man's parents. Likely long gone. This cantankerous old man had no good intentions, though he recognized that the old man, despite his age, was still a younger relative. Laifu chose to let it slide, believing adults should overlook the faults of youth. However, he felt compelled to clarify one matter and asked, "Your temper is quite foul, and your tongue is sharp. Why do you always avoid my grandfather when you see him?" The old man sighed and said, "Your useless grandfather can no longer find a guardian, so he threatens me daily with a pickaxe. If he dares to argue with me again, he will either disturb my father's grave or my grandfather's. You little rascal, I would never dare to meddle with graves, but your grandfather, that old scoundrel, would truly have the audacity to do so." Laifu offered him a cigarette and curiously inquired, "You are about the same age as my grandfather. Yet how can there be a 6th-generation difference?" The old man, taking a drag from the cigarette and enjoying some candy, sighed, "Your grandfather's family is a young branch, and so is your great-grandfather's. The crux is that your grandfather, along with his father and grandfather, continued to have children well into their 50s and 60s. When I slapped your grandfather as a child, my father broke the wooden plank he used to hit me. What a wretched situation." In an attempt to assert his position as the elder, Laifu patted the old man's shoulder, offering comfort, "Do not be sad. I will talk to my grandfather and persuade him to bully you less." The old man shrugged off his hand, retorting, "You are not exactly a model citizen either." Laifu stood up and declared, "You, old man, eat my candy, smoke my cigarettes, and still talk about me." With a disdainful look, the old man replied, "Go on. My father's grave is over there." Frustrated, Laifu exclaimed, "You are a tough nut to crack. I won't play with you anymore." The old man took a deep drag from his cigarette, mumbling to himself as he watched Laifu's retreating figure, "If I cannot manage your grandfather, how can I not manage you?" Laifu noticed villagers returning from the riverside, forming a long line, some carrying water while others, younger, hoisted buckets. Laifu hurried a few steps, placing his shoulder pole beside the road and said, "Thank you, Laifu. Taiju gave me some deworming medicine." Laifu handed him a cigarette, saying, "Sixth brother, no need for formality. I share your surname, and seeing me, everyone calls me uncle or grandpa. It is only right that I lend a hand." As Laifu and Lao smoked, villagers passed by, greeting them. "Sixth brother, I noticed that everyone in the village looks quite pale. Why not quietly hunt in the mountains behind us?" Lao sighed. "When would I have the time? Since morning, the ground is nearly cracked. If we don't hurry to irrigate, the crops will fail. It's not just about failing crops. There is hardly any game left in the nearby mountains. Do you think these starving faces can venture into the deeper woods?" Laifu sighed as well. Recognizing the grim cycle, the land cannot thrive without people, and the crops are still insufficient. Lao squatted down, smoking, saying, "Moreover, the village leaders behave as if they have lost their minds, reporting a grain yield of 50,000 pounds when it's only 5,000. All for a few words of praise. Those folks have no shame, while the common people toil relentlessly to cultivate the fields. Grandson, what are you doing?" Lao, the old man, approached with a flashlight at his waist. Observing Li Laolu squatting and smoking, he glanced at Li Laifu and spoke directly, "Grandson, let us not heed his nonsense. Come, let your grandfather take you for another stroll." Li Laifu came to a realization. These matters were not his concern. He merely sought to understand the times, for those who stand out in this era often meet with swift demise. Perhaps it was best to pretend he had heard nothing at all. Following the elderly man named Li to the edge of the village, I observed him blissfully indulging in candy. Li Laifu remarked, "Grandfather, that old man tricked me out of several pieces of candy and even scolded me." The old man, catching a glimpse of Li Laifu and the elder pointing at him, rose with the support of his cane and departed without a backward glance. Li Laifu's grandfather, filled with pride, declared, "He runs fast, but dares to bully my grandson. Next time, shall we dig up his father's grave?" After a moment's thought, he shook his head and added, "Never mind, his father has avenged me many times. Instead, let us unearth his grandfather's grave. After all, his grandfather is my elder brother and thus deserves to be disturbed as well." Li Laifu relished this sentiment and inquired cheerfully, "Grandfather? Elder brother? How much older is his grandfather than you?" After pondering, the old man responded, "His grandfather is likely 60 or 70 years my senior. When I was in short pants, his beard was already quite long." A group of children soon approached, gathering under the large tree, at least 20 of them. Li Laifu distributed several pieces of candy to each child, who expressed their gratitude. The adults from their families also came over to thank him. Li Laolu had already informed them about the candy, and with Li Laifu generously sharing, it was evident that such generosity was rare in these times. Once the candy was dispensed, the pair meandered back home, trailed by two little followers, Li Xiaolong and Li Xiaohu. Their second uncle and aunt had already gone to the communal dining hall for a meal. Li Laifu had no inclination to partake in such communal fare. He reminisced about the days in 1959 when the communal kitchens offered bountiful meals of chicken, fish, and meat, sourced from the farms of the villagers. However, as the years passed, the villagers were compelled to surrender their livestock to the collective, leaving them to wonder, what about our own chickens and ducks? This led to an insatiable hunger to reclaim what was theirs, ultimately depleting the collective's resources. Nowadays, even a simple meal of steamed buns was considered a luxury. Yet, in later years, finding footage that depicted hardship became a challenge. Any video showcasing communal meals was filled with smiling faces, joyous expressions, as if those times were blissful. However, should one dare to listen to the elders recount their experiences, their faces would reveal bitterness, grateful for survival, recounting tales of lost loved ones. Upon returning home, Li Laifu was surprised to find his grandmother not bustling about, but reclining in her chair. As she noticed her grandson, she prepared to rise, but he quickly stopped her, saying, "Grandmother, please rest. I will prepare the meal." The old man interjected, "I have grown accustomed to the dishes our grandson prepares. You shall rest while he cooks." The grandmother settled back into her chair, exclaiming, "My grandson uses plenty of oil in his cooking. Who wouldn't enjoy that? Do you think you are the only one who knows how to eat?" Chapter 65. Eating steamed buns. Li Laifu retrieved a preserved wild chicken hanging from the beam, a testament to the comfort of their home, as they had no outsiders visiting. And at least one of the elderly couple was always present. He prepared a hearty potato and chicken stew, mixing in several pounds of flour, kneading it thoroughly before placing it on the counter to rise. After engaging in conversation with the elderly couple and enjoying a couple of cigarettes, the dough had risen nicely after more than half an hour. Below, the chicken simmered in the large pot while the buns were steamed above. Meanwhile, Li Xiaolong and Li Xiaohu tended to the fire. The elderly lady gazed at the large steamed buns, her heart heavy with concern as she inquired, "My dear grandson, did you not mix in any cornmeal?" To which the grandson replied, "Grandma, did I not tell you to eat well every day and ensure Grandpa has enough to drink? So you need not worry about food in the future?" With a sigh, the elderly lady acknowledged her grandson's words. Old Li, sipping on the leftover moutai from lunch, observed as Li Laifu abstained from alcohol and shared the large buns with the elderly lady and his two younger brothers. Li Laifu felt a surge of joy as the elderly lady savored the white steamed bun with deliberate care, while the two younger brothers devoured their buns with the fervor of famished wolves, each holding buns larger than their faces. "Brother, these buns are exquisite," Li Xiaohu exclaimed intermittently. The elderly lady chuckled and remarked, "Delicious indeed. You must remember your elder brother's kindness." Li Laifu found himself at a loss for words. This truly was the affection of a doting grandmother. "I understand, Grandma. When I grow up, I will treat my elder brother well and always heed his words." Li Xiaohu declared earnestly after swallowing a mouthful of bun. You are the most obedient, Xiaohu. Let me give you a piece of meat. Just then, the sound of footsteps heralded the return of the second uncle and aunt. As the four of them enjoyed their meal, neither Xiao Long nor Xiao Hu turned to acknowledge their parents. Father, mother, surely you are not eating plain flour buns. The elderly lady cast a glance at the couple and proudly broke open a bun, declaring, What do you mean by plain? Look at how white these buns are. Xiao Hu, tell your parents how delicious they are. Father, mother, these buns are fragrant and truly delightful. They chorused. Uncle, aunt, there are more in the pot. Why not help yourselves? The aunt glanced at the elderly lady, who shot them a disapproving look and stated, If you wish to eat, just go and take some. And by your stepmother? Must you look to me for permission to eat? However, Li Laifu had already anticipated the elderly lady's next remark and quickly interjected, Grandma, let us eat swiftly, lest the food be gone when my second uncle arrives. Ah, my dear grandson is indeed considerate. The second uncle, not one to stand on ceremony, retrieved a large bun from the pot, splitting it with his wife. The aunt nibbled on her portion and remarked, Li Laifu is quite capable. We all benefit from his fortune. The elderly lady delighted in this praise and promptly offered a piece of chicken to her, placing it atop the bun, saying, Have some vegetables. The second uncle shot a disdainful glance at his wife. Having eaten his fill, Li Laifu set down his chopsticks and said, Aunt, after the meal, do not rush home. Bring out the cotton and fabric, and together with Grandma, let us slowly craft the mattress and quilt, making sure they are thick. All right. The aunt nodded in agreement. Just as the elderly lady was about to speak, Li Laifu, well acquainted with her ways, pulled out an additional 20 pounds of cotton tickets from his pocket and said, Grandma, look, I still have cotton tickets. The elderly lady beamed and affectionately patted Li Laifu's back, saying, My dear grandson is truly clever. You know exactly what I wish to say. Li Laifu stood up and settled at the edge of the Kong, lighting a cigarette as he remarked, Uncle, please sit and continue eating. There is still food left. He observed his two younger brothers, recalling that not long ago they had been clad in flour sacks, and it was certain they lacked proper cotton clothing. Li Laifu addressed the elderly lady, saying, Winter is still a few months away. I will gradually gather cotton and fabric, and by then, both our family and your grandparents, as well as your uncles and aunts, will have warm clothes to wear. Grandmother, from now on, you and grandfather shall heed my guidance. Your sole task is to maintain your health, preparing to assist me in raising my son. Old Li was the first to nod, proclaiming, I will listen to my grandson. I look forward to strolling through the village with my great-grandson. The elderly lady echoed his sentiments. Little Hu finally paused his meal and inquired, Elder brother, will I also have cotton clothing? Li Laifu, brimming with pride, replied, Of course, you are my brother. Li Xiaohu nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, That's wonderful. Thank you, elder brother. I shall forever be your younger brother and never aspire to be the elder. This elicited a round of laughter from everyone. After the meal, the second aunt and the elderly lady busied themselves sewing quilts, while Li Laifu took the initiative to craft an oil lamp from a small dish. In the past, the elderly couple would have hesitated to use kerosene so liberally, but Li Laifu felt no remorse over such matters. The two boys, full from their meal, sprawled on the Kong, rolling and playing. Meanwhile, Li Laifu, Old Li, and Li Chongwu sat in the courtyard, smoking and chatting. Mother, how is it that Laifu has become so capable? Eating steamed buns and chicken? We wouldn't have dared to dream of such things before. Just look at how thickly this cotton is layered in the quilt. The elderly lady, threading her needle, remarked, What is crucial is that my eldest grandson is also dutiful. She then glanced at Li Laifu in the moonlight, declaring, From now on, I shall heed my eldest grandson. Indeed, you've spoken wisely. Following Laifu will surely lead to good fortune. This child is destined for greatness. The elderly lady, while spreading the cotton, couldn't suppress her joy. As the three men continued their idle chatter, Li Laifu suddenly remembered something, Zhou Cheng's tea leaves. He hurried into the house, opened his backpack, and retrieved a small handful of tea leaves from his space. He then picked up the teapot on the table and placed the leaves inside. In his past life, he often indulged in the art of brewing tea, though his uncles later forced him to abandon this habit. He gathered 2 teacups and a small bowl. And as he busied himself, Old Li inquired, Grandson, what are you up to now? After pouring the tea, Old Li took out his flashlight and shone it on the vibrant green liquid, infused with an enticing aroma. Peering into the teapot, he was astonished to see the whole tea leaves inside. Grandson, are these leaves whole? Laifu took a sip from the small teacup, nodding as he replied, "Indeed. I wouldn't drink those tea leaves that are merely remnants." "Father, use a teacup." "I'll take a small bowl," Li Chongwu suggested. Old Li expressed a mock sorrowful demeanor, saying, "What a pity. Grandson, next time, use fewer leaves. The teapot is filled with them. Such fine tea should only be infused lightly." What would typically have been a night of slumber transformed into one of alertness as Li Chongwu enjoyed the tea. By 9 o'clock, after over 3 hours of effort, the elderly lady and the second aunt finally finished the quilt. The two women joyfully felt the fabric. And little Hu eagerly asked, "Grandmother, can I lie down and play for a while?" "Begone, you little rascal. How dare you lie on my new bedding?" The elderly lady chided with a laugh. Chapter 66. Roe Deer. Badgers. Wild boar. As the morning sun rose, stretching and yawning, I made my way to the courtyard. Laifu had awakened, and the basin was filled with fresh water, while my aunt was diligently scrubbing the water tank. The elderly lady, tending to the cornfield, hurried over upon noticing Laifu's awakening. "Have you washed your face?" she inquired, and Laifu, while lathering his face, replied, "Aunt, are you not going to the commune today?" With a brisk motion, my aunt responded, "We women need not go in the morning. We'll gather wild vegetables and only head to the commune at noon to help with the communal cooking, then return to the fields in the afternoon." "My grandson, are you hungry? What shall I prepare for you?" the elderly lady asked, using the leftover water from washing his face to rinse her hands. Today, he intended to venture into the mountains, and not wishing to waste time, he replied, "Grandma, I'm not hungry. I'm off to play in the mountains and shall return by evening." Knowing she could not dissuade him, she cautioned him repeatedly, "Be careful, be cautious, and take care." After Laifu reassured her, he took his machete and descended the mountain. Upon reaching the summit after an hour's brisk walk, he arrived at a small spring, reminiscent of a child's stream. He stripped down and stood at the cliff's edge to bathe. Although the water flow was modest, it was far more refreshing than at home. After his bath, lacking a towel, he sat on a stone to smoke and dry off, when suddenly a thought struck him. In his previous life, he had seen videos of those who constructed homes in the wild, often using bamboo to channel water into their dwellings. He stood up to observe the surroundings. Though the water flow was slight, it was a steady stream. The water his grandparents drank came from the bright river of the Li family village, nestled against the mountains, rendering well digging impractical. Fortunately, bamboo groves thrived near the spring, a rarity elsewhere. After surveying the terrain for a while, he realized that constructing anything substantial would take time. And he was quite far from home. Checking the time, he decided it was best to hunt. He carefully descended the cliff to the familiar spot, which was somewhat steep but posed no difficulty for him. Cautiously, he stood above the bare den where he had previously scattered many corn cobs, wondering if they might have attracted wild boars. Listening intently, he heard no movement and leapt down to find all the corn cobs had vanished. Drawing his rifle and preparing for action, he noticed a flurry of chaotic hoofprints at the entrance, confirming that wild boars had indeed been lured. Approaching the entrance, he listened closely, but there was no sound. Perhaps the wild boars were not home after all. With his rifle at the ready, he traversed through the forest. The moment he entered, a chill enveloped him. The dense trees of this mountain hollow blocked the sun's rays. After over 2 hours of wandering, he managed to catch 3 wild chickens. As midday approached, sunlight began to filter through, and he decided it was time to roast a duck he had brought along. Having consumed the duck, he felt a pang of hunger still lingering, realizing that such a large duck would have been impossible to finish otherwise. After resting and enjoying a smoke, he ventured deeper into the woods. Eventually, he reached the eastern cliff, having traversed from the west. It had taken him 4 hours to cover a straight line. He couldn't help but ponder if his efforts today had been in vain. Suddenly, upon the cliff, I beheld a flock of goats, 6 in total. It was a splendid opportunity for target practice. I had been scanning the ground for prey, unaware that a delightful surprise awaited above. Approaching the cliff's edge, a mere 50 or 60 meters away, I fired. Bang, bang, bang. I struck down 5 of the goats above. Yet my firearm was devoid of ammunition. To my astonishment, the last one leaped down. Drawing my handgun from my spatial pocket, I chased after it. And after expending 8 bullets, the creature finally fell still. With all 6 goats secured within my spatial realm, I felt a sense of accomplishment. Having not toiled in vain that day, I had no intention of pursuing further game, casting a glance towards the bare den before hastening in that direction. I could not afford to dawdle, lest darkness envelop me. After more than an hour of trekking, I suddenly locked eyes with 2 bewildered roe deer, accompanied by a rather flamboyant badger. I thought to myself, It would be a shame not to take a shot at the foolish deer, especially with those wide, blinking eyes. At a distance of merely 4 or 5 meters, I opted for my handgun instead of my long rifle. Bang, bang, bang. I unleashed a flurry of 8 shots, and both deer collapsed, while the badger made its escape. In hot pursuit, it scurried home, darting into its burrow. Little rascal, do you think you can evade me? I muttered under my breath. I found a softer branch and extended it into the burrow, reaching over a meter, until I finally made contact with the creature, securing it within my spatial realm. My heart swelled with joy. 2 foolish deer and 1 badger. I reloaded my handgun and, shouldering my long rifle, continued towards the bear den. Glancing at my watch, I noted it was barely past 4 o'clock, yet the area beneath the cliff was rapidly descending into darkness. Upon reaching the bear den, I swiftly drew my weapon, hearing the unmistakable sounds of wild boars returning home. Observing the entrance, I hurriedly sought out a sizable stone. Hoping for one of considerable weight, I located a boulder weighing at least 400 to 500 pounds, promptly storing it in my spatial pocket before positioning it at the entrance, leaving only a narrow passageway. With my handgun and rifle poised, I gathered a bundle of twigs, ignited them, and tossed them into the den, then settled in to guard the narrow passage. The cave soon erupted into a cacophony of noise, the cries of the boars echoing incessantly as they approached the entrance. I remained unfazed. The passage was not wide, and as the wild boars squeezed through, I dispatched them one by one, pressing down each one that came my way. If I did not capture the boars at the entrance, the rest inside would remain trapped. One by one, I took them down, reminiscent of those who once herded pigs onto trucks, making the most of a single passageway. 6 wild boars fell to 6 shots, with the largest sow weighing an astonishing 170 to 80 pounds, a rare find in this day and age, as most wild boars weigh only 100 to 120 pounds. The smallest among them weighed around 50 to 60 pounds, suggesting they were likely a litter. After a considerable time, the cave ceased to emit smoke, and with no further boars emerging, I finally removed the stone from the entrance. I scattered some corn cobs at the cave's mouth, climbed back up the cliff, and caught my breath. Without the trees obscuring the sunset, the view would have been quite beautiful. I then made my way to the mountain spring for a refreshing bath, indulging in a cigarette while I dried off before donning my clothes. Gazing at the expansive bamboo grove, I reflected that I had exhausted my energy for the day and decided to postpone further endeavors until tomorrow. As the clock struck 5, I hastened down the mountain, contemplating the distance from the mountain spring to the village. Indeed, it was no short journey, at least 4 or 5 miles. I retrieved the badger, binding it securely with vine from top to bottom. This time, it must not make a sound. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, I found Li Chongwu and the old man Li already waiting by the mountainside. "Uncle, Grandpa, what brings you here?" I asked. Li Chongwu waved the rope in his hand, saying, "I feared you might return with a wild boar, so I decided to wait for you here." Li Laifu chuckled. "Uncle, there's no wild boar this time. Here's the badger, all bundled up like a ball." The old man Li recognized it at a glance and remarked, "Even without a wild boar, we shouldn't linger outside. Let us hurry home." Once back at home, I couldn't escape a thorough check from Grandma, who inquired about any injuries and lavished praise upon me. Chapter 67, Drawing Spring Water. Upon entering the yard, it was once again Li Laifu who took charge of the cooking. He was not accustomed to the meat prepared by others, but the nearly 20-pound badger was entirely utilized. Even the entrails meticulously cleaned, and it was stewed to perfection. The 3 men sipped their drinks, this time enjoying Du Kong instead of Maodai. Auntie remarked, "Goodness, look at how much Little Long and Little Who have grown these past few days, all thanks to Laifu." The old lady, picking up a piece of badger heart, added, "Our grandson is quite capable. He is growing wise." As the family gathered around the table for the meal, Li Laifu felt a swell of joy. He teased the old lady, saying, "Grandma, are you sure this will make you wise? Eating its heart will help you grow cleverer?" The old lady pondered for a moment before directly offering a piece to her husband, saying, "In that case, perhaps it's best not to eat it. What if it makes you foolish?" Before the old man could revel in the moment, he rolled his eyes at her words, quipping, "So, if I become foolish, it's all right?" He added, "You've never been particularly bright anyway, so a little folly won't hurt. Just as long as you don't wet the bed or soil yourself, it's fine." The old lady chuckled at this. Li Xiaohu, with his mouth agape, exclaimed, "Grandpa, if I'm to be a fool, then you should give it to me. I often wet the bed, so I'm not afraid." This little rascal elicited laughter from everyone. In these times, laughter was indeed a rarity. The common folk were simple. All they desired was a full belly and to work harder than anyone else. Yet, the night passed without incident. The following morning, the old lady and the old man were already in the yard. The old man was inspecting his bicycle, fiddling here and there. Grandma intended to prepare breakfast for him. But Laifu interceded, knowing the elderly couple awaited him to share the meal. He seated them at the table, poured 3 bowls of milk powder, and brought out a packet of peach crisps. "Grandma, since your teeth aren't good, let me show you how to eat this," he instructed. Dipping the peach crisp in the milk powder and taking a bite brought immense joy to the elderly couple. Laifu, enjoying milk powder and peach crisps with his grandparents, said, "Grandma, Grandpa, you should drink milk powder regularly. If it runs out, I'll bring you more next time." The old lady nodded, affirming. Grandma listens to her eldest grandson. He is the most filial. The old man also nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of joy in his heart. For what could he do but cherish such moments? The following day, after ascending the mountain, Laifu did not seek any game, but instead focused on cutting bamboo. He aimed to connect the spring water to the village by hollowing out the bamboo joints. He did not bother with a bamboo pipe, as that would consume too much time, and no one would believe he could create one in just a day or two. With his bamboo knife, he deftly chopped the bamboo, splitting it in 2 and hollowing out the joints. Thus, he spent another entire morning and finally managed to divert the water. The process of channeling the water was relatively straightforward, primarily requiring supports. Each bamboo pole needed 2 supports. Utilizing the space to gather some sticks from the trees, he pondered how he would have managed without the space. Finishing it would have taken days. With old Manly absent, only the grandmother remained at home. When she saw her grandson extending bamboo from outside the wall, before she could inquire, a gentle stream of water flowed directly into the yard, leaving her utterly astonished. Upon witnessing the water reaching the courtyard, Laifu stood outside the wall and exclaimed, "Grandmother, am I impressive? Oh my, such a waste of water," she exclaimed, hurriedly rushing inside to fetch a basin, hardly pausing to commend her eldest grandson. Laifu entered the courtyard, saying, "Grandmother, no need to rush. This is the spring water I diverted. It flows continuously. I emptied the river water from the water tank, and from now on, we will drink spring water." The grandmother extended her hand to catch the flowing water, overwhelmed with joy and at a loss for words. Laifu lifted the water tank, which held just over a bucket of water. Each day, Li Chongwu would fetch a load of water from the river, which generally sufficed for a day. Living in the mountains had its advantages, but obtaining water was a laborious task. The water tank was placed beneath the bamboo, and the grandmother, watching the gentle stream, continuously praised Laifu. He filled a tea tank with the spring water and drank directly from it, noting that the spring water was nothing like the river water. Laifu estimated that it would take at least 3 to 4 hours to fill a water tank. He rested in his grandfather's recliner, exhausted from the busy days. The grandmother sat beside him, fanning him, saying, "That little spring has been here for hundreds of years. No one is as clever as my grandson, who thought to bring the spring water back. Your grandfather will be overjoyed when he returns." The grandmother smiled broadly, one hand caressing Laifu's hair while the other fanned him, occasionally glancing at the gentle stream. Whether it was a psychological effect or the grandmother's knack for soothing her grandson, Laifu unexpectedly fell asleep. Seeing her eldest grandson asleep, the grandmother stood guard outside the door. Upon spotting old man Li returning from a distance, she hurriedly walked over and said, "Grandson is sleeping in the courtyard. You must not shout." Old man Li rolled his eyes and replied, "What is wrong with you, old woman? Am I a 5 or 6-year-old child? Would I shout as soon as I enter the courtyard?" He attempted to pass by her, but the grandmother blocked his way, insisting, "You must cover your mouth first." Impatient, Old man Li asked, "What is this about? I've already said I want to shout. Why are you still stopping me?" The grandmother, unfazed, declared, "If you do not cover your mouth, you shall not enter the courtyard. If you wake my grandson, I will have a serious quarrel with you." This statement made old man Li fear the commotion that the grandmother might cause. His authority among the elders in the village had diminished, for whenever a quarrel erupted among the younger generation, he was obliged to intervene. How could he admonish others if discord arose within his own household? Observing the old man cover his mouth, the old lady felt reassured. "I am not blind. Do I require your guidance to return home?" Noticing the old lady still clutching his clothing, Mr. Li could not help but utter a comment. The old lady immediately shot him a glare, prompting him to hastily cover his mouth and nod in a manner that suggested he would refrain from speaking further. Upon gently opening the courtyard door, the old lady pointed towards her grandson and then gestured towards the spring, a triumphant smile illuminating her face. Mr. Li widened his eyes in disbelief. And just as he lowered his hand, the old lady raised it again, insisting he continue to cover his mouth. This time, he refrained from arguing and swiftly made his way to the spring. Spotting a tea jar nearby, he took a sip, which solidified his belief. The old lady resumed her seat beside her eldest grandson, fanning herself with a hand fan, proudly indicating Mr. Li. He smiled and nodded in return, squatting by the spring, gazing at the water jar while puffing on his pipe, as if entranced by the contents within. In the courtyard, 3 individuals occupied the space, one asleep, another an old lady who could not get enough of watching her grandson, and the third, an old man lost in thought. After an hour of observation, Mr. Li felt a pressing question arise within him, causing discomfort as he paced the courtyard, prompting the old lady to wish she could strike him with a stick. Having barely napped during midday, he stretched lazily and awoke. Seeing Li Laifu open his eyes, the old lady erupted with indignation. "You wicked old man. Why do you wander outside instead of resting? You've disturbed my grandson." "Grandson," your grandfather inquires, "how did you divert the spring water?" Mr. Li, unperturbed by the old lady's scolding, hurriedly asked, "Did you not see? I connected the bamboo joints and redirected the flow," Li Laifu replied as he stood up. "But that distance spans 4 to 5 miles. With the uneven terrain of the mountain, how does the water flow down?" Mr. Li continued to probe. Li Laifu took the old man to the scaffolding and explained, "Use higher supports in lower areas and lower supports in higher areas." Chapter 68. Do I need to provide you with meat tickets? Mr. Li chuckled and nodded, marveling at the simplicity of it all. The spring had been there for over a century, yet no one had thought to channel it into the village. His grandson was indeed clever. "Grandson, if the water jar is filled, does that not mean the water has flowed into our courtyard?" Li Laifu had already prepared 2 large bamboo poles, one directed towards the water flow and the other propped against the courtyard wall. This way, the water will exit the courtyard. Then I will ask my second uncle to fetch 2 more bamboo poles, and the water will reach his home. After all, our house is at the top of the mountain. Once my second uncle's house is filled, we can let 6th brother and the others add another pole to channel it to the village entrance. Each household can draw water from there, which is far more convenient than fetching it from the river. Moreover, the mountain spring water is pristine. If there's excess, we can dig a reservoir for irrigation. Mr. Li tapped his pipe against the wall and remarked, "I shall go find Xiao Li and your second uncle." "Grandfather, let us eat first. I have not had lunch yet." Li Laifu replied. Very well, Mr. Li said joyfully. 2 individuals entered the courtyard, and the elderly lady generously scooped a basin of water to wash the salted meat. "How convenient it is to have water at home," she exclaimed joyfully. After the 3 finished their midday meal, Li Laifu took another basin of water to wipe down his bicycle. Observing from the side, the old man inquired, "Grandson, is it really fine to wash this bicycle with water?" "Indeed," Li Laifu replied. The old man said, "You should have mentioned it earlier. I would have cleaned it for you long ago. I've hesitated to touch it these past few days, fearing that washing it might cause damage." Li Laifu chuckled, "Grandpa, this bike is sturdy. It can last for 10 or even 8 years without issue." Before the old man could call anyone, after the communal meal, his second aunt and Li Chongwu returned home for a half-hour break. The elderly couple proudly praised their grandson, and Li Chongwu, having gulped down a jug of cold water, shouted, "Wife, you must taste this. It's much better than river water." As the water jar filled, he shifted the bamboo strips, causing some to spill onto the ground. The second aunt wasted no time, promptly washing her 2 sons, who were overjoyed. The second uncle had already gone to fetch bamboo. "Old too. Couldn't you have informed Xiao Yoji earlier?" the old man remarked. "Father, there is no time for that. I don't care. Let us get it to my house first." Shortly thereafter, Li Laolu arrived, glancing at the spring water and contemplating that although the flow was somewhat slow, it would still take 2 to 3 hours to fill a jar. Aside from the jars at Li Chongwu's and the old man's home, there would still be a long wait for the remaining jars. He pondered how much water the elderly couple could possibly use and was already devising a plan to divert water down the hill. Li Laifu offered him a cigarette and said, "Brother Lu, let us be clear from the start. The water is sourced by me, so it must be reserved for my grandparents. Anyone who objects." Li Laolu accepted the cigarette, thumping his chest confidently. "Don't worry, Laifu. If anyone in the village dares to speak ill, I'll make sure they regret it. If they have the guts, they can leave Li family village." Li Laifu. anticipating potential grievances, was wary of those who might harbor resentment despite good intentions. The old man smiled reassuringly. "Grandson, you needn't worry. No one in this village would dare to trouble your grandfather. This is so much fun. Bathing like this is delightful," exclaimed Li Xiaolong and Li Xiaohu, splashing water joyfully. It then dawned on Li Laifu that his second aunt was indeed scrubbing them vigorously. Both boys were flushed red from the scrubbing, yet they continued to giggle and play. Li Laolu went off to find people to break bamboo and prepare to channel water down the hill, while Li Laifu, pushing his bicycle, said, "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm heading back to the city. I'll visit again in a few days," though the elderly couple felt reluctant to let him go. They understood that they couldn't keep their grandson tied to the countryside, especially since it wasn't far away. They could only remind him repeatedly to visit often. The second uncle's family of 4, along with the old couple, accompanied him to the village entrance. The village of Li's family has come alive, with everyone engaged in various tasks, some breaking bamboo, others clearing the joints of the bamboo. There is not a single idle person, all are bustling with activity, regardless of age. They express their gratitude towards Li Laifu, with faces unflushed and hearts unwavering, calling him uncle or brother. The children leap and shout, addressing him as grandpa or uncle, embodying the rich sentiment of rural kinship. Riding his bicycle across the valley, he secured a wild boar weighing 50 to 60 pounds to the back seat, intended for the police station. After all, he needed to exchange the bicycle's registration and familiarize himself with Director Tan. This era vividly illustrates the adage, social connections and personal relationships thrive in an environment where the law is inadequate, regulations are lax, and public oversight is absent. Upon arriving at Dongxiamen, instead of heading home, Li Laifu pedaled directly to the Golu police station. As soon as he halted, 3 or 4 officers emerged, circling around the wild boar. "Who were you looking for?" they inquired, their eyes fixated on the boar rather than on him. Li Laifu produced a cigarette, handing one to each officer, and asked, "Is Director Tan available?" Before he received a response, a group from within the station appeared. The police station yard was small, and Director Tan, whose office was on the first floor, stepped outside. He furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and remarked, "I remember you, young man. Have you managed to catch your prey so quickly?" Li Laifu approached, offering a cigarette as he replied, "Uncle Tan, I've come to exchange the registration for my bicycle." Director Tan accepted the cigarette and asked, "What registration are you looking to exchange?" These days, bicycles are not permitted to be bought or sold. An exchange? That's quite rare, so I hadn't paid much attention. Without responding, Li Laifu retrieved a letter of verification from his pocket and handed it over. After reading it, Tan chuckled, "You really are something. What kind of wild boar did you trade for this?" With a mischievous grin, Li Laifu replied, "I didn't trade. They said I was providing nourishment for the nation's talent as a reward." A puff of smoke caught Tan off guard, causing him to cough. With one hand on his chest and the other pointing at Li Laifu, he regained his composure and said, "You little trickster, how could you come up with that?" The officers in the yard chuckled, and Director Tan handed the bicycle registration and verification letter to one of the officers, instructing, "Assist him with the exchange." He then turned to the other 3 officers, saying, "Unload that boar. This young man has become quite bold. He has walked into a lioness den. Your name is Li Laifu, right? You want to be taking that wild boar with you. Come along to my office," Tan joked. In the office, as Tan settled into his chair, he inquired, "How much do you plan to sell that boar for?" Claiming it was a gift would invite scorn and might backfire. So Li Laifu replied, 6 yuan 50 per pound. Tan burst into laughter, "You little rogue. Should I get you a meat ticket then?" Li Laifu, maintaining a serious demeanor, responded, "For a wild boar, I don't need a meat ticket." Tan extinguished his cigarette with a chuckle, "I am not a bandit or a bully. I've heard that in other places, they charge 2 or 3 yuan. Where on earth? Who would be so foolish? At the state-run food station, it's 6 yuan 50 per pound. Who would buy pork for 2 or 3 yuan? Moreover, the wild boar fat was scarce, and Li Laifu continued to spin tales. Director Tan chuckled and said, "You little rascal, not a single honest word from you. All right, I shall give you 1 yuan per gene. You cannot call me Uncle Tan for free, can you?" Li Laifu scratched his head and replied, "Uncle Tan, let us clarify this. I address you as uncle? You haven't given me a greeting gift. Pork at 1 yuan per gene? It seems I am the one benefiting greatly here." Director Tan laughed and said, "No more pretense this time. Do you think everyone can call me uncle?" Li Laifu made a jest, took a seat on a stool, and offered him a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. Director Tan paused, bewildered, and remarked, "Where did this kid learn such manners? He even has 2 packs of cigarettes in his pocket, offering them to everyone. Uncle Tan, you are mistaken. I have always smoked Dakiaman. The Zhonghua cigarettes were given to me by someone else. After all, anyone who inquired would receive this same response. Smoking Zhonghua daily? Pretentiousness can attract misfortune. There are cups and tea leaves. You may brew some for yourself. I shall step out to weigh the pig," Director Tan remarked, not dwelling on the previous topic. Casting a glance at the tea box, which was filled with tea dust, he scoffed, "And you call yourself a director? Even the tea you offer is of subpar quality." Li Laifu muttered disdainfully. In a mere 10 minutes, Director Tan returned with a bicycle certificate and a handful of cash. "The wild boar weighs 56 jin. Here is your 56 yuan, along with your bicycle certificate," he said, handing them over. Elated, Li Laifu took the certificate, but said, "Uncle Tan, I shall take my leave now." Director Tan waved him off, saying, "Go ahead. Make sure to register at the neighboring street and inform Director Zhang that you now own a bicycle." Li Laifu nodded and stepped outside. In these times, owning a bicycle necessitated street registration. If the community hosted events or was recognized as a civilized street, you would either need to borrow a bicycle or attach a small flag to your seat to parade around, especially when older youths were getting married, as there would be occasions where your assistance was required. At that moment, if a man were to marry, and the distance was considerable, the street would arrange for a few bicycles to form a procession to display their prowess, showcasing how well their street was managed. In this era, bicycle riders would not treat you to a meal nor offer you money. At most, they might toss you a handful of sunflower seeds, of course, unless one was marrying a rural bride. As Li Laifu approached the street entrance, he heard, "Laifu, whose bicycle are you riding? If you damage it, can you afford to compensate? You lack any sense of responsibility." It was old Zhang standing at the entrance of the recycling station. A barrage of words left Li Laifu momentarily stunned. He almost forgot to push the bicycle. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Grandpa Zhang, I am riding your bicycle." Old Zhang leaned against the door, chuckling, "You little rascal, are you still half asleep? Riding my bicycle? When did I ever own a bicycle?" He secretly relished the opportunity to tease, recalling how this boy had once enraged him. "You don't have a bicycle? Why concern yourself with such matters? You just scolded me, giving me quite the scare." Li Laifu rolled his eyes in response. "Why didn't it scare you to death, you little rascal? Just wait. When I return home tonight, I will tell your father to give you a beating." Old Zhang continued to banter, leaning against the door, though now without a smile. Li Laifu suddenly recalled a novel he had once read. The elders often rummage through the scrap collection station. Is it not readily available? Instantly adopting a different demeanor, he secured his bicycle and approached, saying, "Grandpa Zhang, would you care for a smoke?" Although old man Zhang accepted the cigarette, he regarded him with a wary expression and inquired, "What are you up to, kid? You're not here to borrow money, are you?" Li Laifu replied with utmost seriousness, "What are you talking about, Grandpa Zhang? Do I look like someone who would borrow from you when I smoke the finest? Surely, you jest." Old man Zhang exhaled with relief, nodding in tacit approval of Li Laifu's statement, saying, "If you're not borrowing money, we might have a conversation." Li Laifu pointed towards the collection station and asked, "Grandpa Zhang, may I take a look inside?" Old man Zhang scrutinized him from head to toe and retorted, "What? Are you planning to steal something?" Li Laifu felt a surge of anger rising within him. He had retorts poised on the tip of his tongue but swallowed them down, muttering to himself that it was no wonder the old man couldn't find a companion. His tongue was anything but sweet. After taking a drag from his cigarette, old man Zhang observed the changing expressions on Li Laifu's face and generously said, "Go on, take a look." Suppressing his frustration, Li Laifu strolled around the yard, nearly ready to curse. The yard was littered with a mere 100 pounds of scrap iron, and under the old man's eaves, there were 2 bags, presumably containing feathers from chickens and ducks, along with a battered iron basin filled with toothpaste tubes. What is this? This hardly constitutes a collection station. Even scavenging would yield more than this meager assortment. There's nothing here. He returned to the entrance and inquired with a smile, "Grandpa Zhang, why is there no furniture here? Have you hidden away bicycle frames and parts? And what of books? Not even a newspaper in sight?" He recalled the novels of yore, where one might stumble upon ancient text within the pages of a book, or perhaps uncover gold hidden within furniture, if all else failed. He could salvage some bicycle parts to assemble a bike. Old man Zhang leaned against the door, puffing on his cigarette, and remarked, "What's wrong with you? Did your family ever sell books? If they sold books, what would they use for toilet paper? Scrape with a stick?" Li Laifu placed a hand on his chest. silently reminding himself to endure, musing that the old man's tongue was exceptionally sharp. What about the furniture, Grandpa Zhang? Old man Zhang, exasperated, replied. You seem quite astute on the surface, yet you ask the silliest questions. Our collection station? What use is there for wood? To burn it? Furthermore, who would entrust fine furniture to a shop or an antique dealer? He pointed a finger at Laifu, adding, and don't even think to ask if I've hidden bicycle frames. You simpleton, bicycles have only recently come into existence. Who would part with one? Even if it were broken? Have you forgotten that your father is a welder? Honestly, I am at my wit's end with you. Were we not neighbors? I wouldn't even bother with you. Damn it. I was careless, subjected to an unwarranted tirade, and yet offered a cigarette. As Laifu began to leave, old man Zhang called out, shall we chat a while longer? I'll be out of smoke soon. Mounting his bicycle, Laifu shouted, Grandpa Zhang. May our paths cross again. Old man Zhang, with a look of disdain, retorted, paths crossing again? A mere petty thief? You believe you can outsmart this old fox? You dream of scavenging from the scrap collection station. Have you lost your senses? After riding for merely a couple of minutes, Laifu muttered to himself, damn it. I almost forgot to go to the street because of that old man. He cautiously approached the street gate, keeping close to the wall, avoiding the old man to prevent another round of mockery. At this hour, the large office was empty. Presumably, the team leaders had gone out on their tasks. He retrieved his bicycle permit and rapped on Director Zhang's office door. Chapter 70. Bicycle home. Laifu, what brings you here? Director Zhang inquired as he entered. And Zhang, I have something to report, he said, placing the bicycle permit on her desk before recounting the events. Director Zhang smiled and remarked, that's wonderful news. Our street now has an additional bicycle. Laifu, you are truly becoming quite capable. You've even learned to ride a bicycle. She teased. And Zhang, I was just lucky. He replied, your name, little Laifu, truly suits you. Look at your fishing skills. Who can rival you? Even digging traps. You managed to catch wild boars. Laifu scratched his head, thinking that without luck, he would be as fragile as a leaf in the wind. Regardless of his thoughts, Director Zhang held a fondness for him. In these times, adults appreciated children like him, clever yet composed and engaging without being bothersome. Laifu, Director Zhang said absently. I suppose you haven't returned home yet? Hurry back to share the good news. When Grandma Lu comes back, I'll inform her. Your bicycle will be registered under her group. Laifu stood up politely, saying, thank you. And Zhang, I appreciate your help. Director Zhang waved her hand dismissively. It's no trouble at all. Now, off you go. As he rode through Nanluoguxiang, the alley was still straight, reminiscent of the scenes from old courtyard dramas. However, after a significant earthquake, the residents had become rather unrestrained, leading to various constructions. The alleys of Beijing began to twist and turn. They were no longer perfectly straight but were certainly spacious. The sense of the era was palpable, with gray bricks and black tiles adorning the tall courtyard gates. Groups of elderly women chatted by the entrance while men played chess under the shade of a large tree. Suddenly, a foul stench wafted through the air, shattering any desire for enjoyment. The smell reached him from 300 meters away. In those days, one didn't need to inquire about the location of the restroom. One simply followed their nose. Just as he was about to sneer, he noticed a line of children relieving themselves by the restroom, and among them was a familiar voice, Big Brother, Big Brother. To his surprise, it was Jiang Yuan. Forget it, I'll just ignore him, he thought, as the boy bent over, chasing him while he hurriedly pedaled away, pretending not to know him. How inconsiderate. Still so young, and yet doing such things by the restroom. Big Brother, it's me, Xiao Yuan. Wait for me, Big Brother, Jiang Yuan shouted, not even pulling up his pants. With a creak, Laifu could no longer contain himself and scolded, go back and finish your business. Then wipe yourself before coming over. What do you think you're doing, heading home like that? Jiang Yuan paused, squatting in the middle of the road, and asked, Big Brother, can you wait a moment to return the bicycle? I want to play for a while after I'm done. Laifu was at a loss for words, urging, hurry back. The bicycle belongs to our family. Feel free to ride it as you wish. Of course, I speak the truth, brother. I may strike you, but I would never deceive you. Suddenly, Laifu was taken aback. The scene before him was rather peculiar. One person was cycling while another squatted bare-bottomed in the middle of the road, and the two brothers were engaged in conversation. He shot a glare at Jiang Yuan and said, stop following me. If you do, I'll beat you when we get home. Laifu hastily finished his words and pedaled away on his bicycle. Jiang Yuan, still squatting, jogged back to his original spot in front of the restroom. where he resumed his position and told the nearby child, "The bicycle my brother is riding belongs to my family. Once I finish my business, I'll push the bicycle around the alley for fun. You want to join me?" The child next to him, eager to oblige, replied, "If that bicycle truly belongs to you, I'll follow your lead." "It certainly does. My brother just said that he would rather hit me than lie," Jiang Yuan declared with pride. Upon reaching home, Li Chongwen, Zhao Fong, and old lady Lu, along with her daughter, were gathered at the entrance. Li Chongwen and Zhao Fong stood there, bewildered, while old lady Lu rose from her stone seat and asked, "Laifu, whose bicycle are you riding?" It was no surprise that everyone posed such a question in this day and age. It was preferable for the owner to ride and accompany you than to lend out their bicycle. Watching Li Chongwen and Zhao Fong prepare to speak, Li Laifu could guess their words and quickly handed the red booklet to Li Chongwen, hoping to avoid further discussion. Li Chongwen swallowed the words he was about to say, opened the booklet, and Zhao Fong leaned in, tugging at his arm, almost causing him to stumble. Li Chongwen, shaking off the moment, asked, "What are you pulling for?" Zhao Fong, her eyes fixed on the booklet, replied, "I'm just having a look." Li Chongwen chuckled and asked, "Can you read?" Zhao Fong looked up at him, her expression a mix of annoyance and mirth, retorting, "Can't I just enjoy the spectacle?" "You rascal." Li Chongwen, amused, chose not to respond. And while Zhao Fong scolded him, he scrutinized the bicycle certificate. After reading it, Li Chongwen stared at his son in astonishment. Zhao Fong nudged him, asking, "What does it say?" Li Laifu, sitting on the back seat with his feet on the ground, inquired, "Dad, you can't really be unable to read those few words, can you?" Old lady Lu, growing anxious, asked, "What does it say, Chongwen? Are you two playing a guessing game?" Li Chongwen, in a tone of disbelief, asked, "Son, you're not trying to deceive your father with a fake booklet, are you? Though I may not be old, my heart isn't strong enough to handle such shocks." Li Laifu, feeling helpless, replied, "Your son is at least in middle school. He wouldn't dare lie about such a thing." Zhao Fong, unable to contain herself, pinched Li Chongwen's arm and exclaimed, "Well, speak up. What are you two playing at?" Li Chongwen, filled with excitement, jumped up and joyfully declared, "This bicycle is indeed ours." "What? What do you mean?" Zhao Fong and old lady Lu gasped in astonishment. Li Chongwen circled the bicycle with a registration certificate in hand, inspecting it from various angles. Zhao Fong seized Li Laifeng and inquired, "Laifeng, sit here and explain to your aunt what exactly transpired. Such matters are not conducive to deceit. It is likely that by tomorrow, the news will spread throughout Nanluoguxiang, especially since the street committee leader, Mrs. Lu, will certainly be aware of the situation. These elderly ladies thrive on gossip, relishing in the small and large affairs of the neighborhood for entertainment." Suddenly, a bicycle appeared in the alley, one that was seemingly acquired for free, akin to winning the lottery in later years. As Li Laifeng recounted the tale of events, he initially attracted a group of 4, which soon grew to 5, then 7 or 8, and ultimately swelled to over 20 onlookers, all eager to witness the spectacle. When Li Laifeng finished his narration, the crowd began to critique the bicycle, akin to a literary review. The audience, possessing a commendable demeanor, showered praises upon it, all offering glowing endorsements. In this era, one must understand that even if a bicycle is merely in a condition of 8 or 9 parts new, or if one were to fashion a wooden frame with 2 wheels, akin to a makeshift contraption, the crowd would still gather in curiosity, yet never to mock. For as long as it possesses 2 wheels, it surpasses the limitations of mere legs. Li Laifeng noticed Zhao Fong returning home, brandishing a cloth, with a basin of water tucked under her arm. What struck him was the cloth itself, which appeared cleaner than the towels used by their family. Where could one find reason in that? Zhao Fong, her joy radiating to her ears, exclaimed, "Please make way, make way." This child rode back from the countryside, and the dust on the bicycle is immense. I shall wipe it down. Li Laifeng nearly covered his face in embarrassment, feeling a twinge of shame himself. Yet, the crowd parted without a hint of ridicule. Instead, they nodded and smiled, clearly perceiving the situation as entirely normal. Jiang Tao emerged with Li Xiaohong in his arms. The boy only realized his elder brother had returned when his mother entered the house to fetch water. Upon spotting Li Laifeng, the little girl squirmed in Jiang Tao's embrace, extending her small hands towards her brother and calling out, "Big brother, hold me." Li Laifeng lifted the girl into his arms, and Jiang Tao leaned closer to ask, "Brother, my mother says we have a bicycle. Is that true?" Li Laifeng replied, "Isn't your mother over there cleaning the bicycle?" "Brother, I'm here," Jiang Yuan shouted from a distance. and Li Laifeng turned to see his younger brother, his hands covered in dust, rubbing them together. Jiang Yuan approached, and Li Laifeng, wearing a look of disdain, asked, "Did you tumble into a pile of dirt while running?" Jiang Yuan, eyeing the bicycle, said, "Brother, I got so anxious that I tore the paper. Afterwards, I used dirt to wipe my hands." If he were not his brother, Li Laifeng would have been tempted to give him a good kick. "Brother, may I push the bicycle for a while?" Jiang Yuan inquired eagerly. Li Laifeng knew his younger sibling was seeking trouble. "Go ahead." Sure enough, Jiang Yuan joyfully ran over. But as he reached out, Zhao Feng admonished, "Get away. Look at the state of your hands. So dirty, and you wish to touch the bicycle?" Jiang Yuan, unfazed by the grime on his hands, rubbed his head and returned to Li Laifeng, saying, "Brother, my mother won't let me touch the bicycle." Observing his pitiful younger brother, Li Laifu shook his head and, with a wry smile, said, "Xiao Tao, go help him wash his hands." He quickly added, "Don't soak them in the basin. Pour water over them instead." He then turned to Jiang Yuan and instructed, "Go wash your hands with your brother. The car belongs to our family, and you can play with it." "Thank you, big brother," Jiang Yuan exclaimed joyfully. The little girl embraced him around the neck, pointed towards the supply and marketing cooperative, and retrieved a large white rabbit milk candy from her pocket, placing it in her mouth, which instantly silenced her. Li Laifu sat at the door, holding the little girl in his arms, basking in the sunlight, while Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan squatted beside him, resembling two spirited guardians. "Jiang Yuan, your words hold no weight. Return me half a sheet of paper," a child of similar age to Jiang Yuan declared, hands perched defiantly on his hips. Li Laifu turned to Jiang Yuan and inquired, "What mischief have you been up to? Why are you being chased for debts? Has it come to our doorstep?" Jiang Yuan remained still, scratching his head as he replied, "Big brother, I just had a bowel movement and accidentally tore the paper. Later, I asked for half a sheet, promising him we would ride bikes in the alley, but my mother wouldn't allow it." Li Laifu chuckled and asked the child, "How much paper did you bring for your bowel movement?" Without a moment's hesitation, the child answered, "I brought 1 sheet." Li Laifu laughed so hard he nearly trembled, asking, "Did you clean yourself properly?" The child hesitated before admitting, "I also tore that." Hilarity ensued, with Li Laifu laughing until tears streamed down his face. These two boys truly were like the legendary talents of the era. As he continued to chuckle, Li Laifu retrieved several pieces of candy and handed them to Jiang Yuan, saying, "Take your little friend and play over there. Otherwise, your big brother will die laughing." Children of this era were unperturbed by the unpleasantness of the latrine. They considered the odor a natural occurrence, having grown accustomed to it, as daily visits to the toilet were routine. For some families living nearby, especially in summer, the smell was so pervasive that they had long since lost sensitivity to it, unlike children of later generations who would pinch their noses and flee at the scent. In this time, the streets were filled with carts carrying iron buckets, with dung shovels hanging beside them. At this moment, the crowd around the bicycles had dispersed. Zhao Feng had polished her bicycle until it gleamed. Not just the rims, but every spoke shone dazzlingly. Li Chuan patted the bicycle seat, urging, "Son, let us go. I'll teach you how to ride." Li Laifu, still holding the little girl, made no move and replied, "Father, riding a bicycle doesn't require teaching. You just need to fall a few times to learn." Li Chuan, with a tender expression as he caressed the handlebars, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? What if the bicycle breaks?" Li Laifu had little interest in teaching others how to ride. Supporting, following, running behind, and shouting encouragement were not activities he wished to engage in. Nonchalantly, he said, "Father, take Xiao Tao with you. Teach him first, then let him support you. Or you can bring Aunt along. You all can learn together. I want to be going." Zhao Feng widened her eyes and asked, "Laifu, can Aunt learn too?" Li Laifu continued to tease, "Aunt, just think about it. If you learn, you can ride a bicycle back to your family. Big brother, can I learn too?" Jiang Tao chimed in. "Of course you can learn," Li Laifu replied, feigning ignorance of Li Chuan's anxious expression. "Dad, I too wish to ride a bicycle." Jiang Tao expressed eagerly, "Head of the family, I wish to accompany you as well," Zhao Feng exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Li Chuan, incensed, nearly charged at Li Laifu, wondering how his solitary endeavor to learn cycling had suddenly morphed into a trio of burdens. Yet, unable to resist the allure of learning himself, he prepared to depart with the bicycle, only to be interrupted by another voice from behind. "Dad, where are you all going?" "I wish to join." Jiang Yuan rushed over. Without hesitation this time, Li Chuan responded, "Let us go." Whether herding a single sheep or two, the task remains the same. His younger sister was more agreeable, as despite the allure of the bicycle, she clung to Li Laifu's neck instead. Li Laifu, cradling the little girl, strolled towards the supply and marketing cooperative, planning a leisurely outing. As they passed by number 95, they encountered Lu Haizhong, Yan Fugui, and Yi Zhonghai, with Lu Haizhong maintaining his usual pose of authority, hands clasped behind his back. Upon spotting Li Laifu, Lu Haizhong scoffed. Humph. Li Laifu, feigning irritation, retorted, "What are you huffing about, old man? Your son robbed me." Yet I bore it without anger. It has been quite some time, and I have forgotten. Why are you still upset? Lu Haizhong, incensed by this remark, shot back. Your claim of robbery? While they lie on the Kong, groaning? You the victim? Strolling with a child, and you dare suggest you're upset? At this juncture, Yan Fugui interjected. Li Laifu, regardless of the circumstances, you are still my student. You know that the previous incident had nothing to do with my two sons. Now, one is disfigured, and the other in pain. Do you not find this situation unjust? Chapter 72. The comic performance of Li Laifu and Yan Fugui. Li Laifu harbored no fondness for either of the two men. However, with the rain pouring down, and with nothing else to occupy his time, he solemnly nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite unjust. Yan Fugui's face lit up with delight, but he quickly masked it, saying, I knew you were a sensible child. Last time, old Lu compensated you with 50 yuan. You understand that my two children are innocent. I do not require much. Merely 10 or 8 yuan will suffice. Without granting Li Laifu a moment to respond, Yan Fugui continued, Is not 10 or 8 yuan relatively insignificant compared to 50? Observing Lu Haizhong's smirk, which clearly indicated his schadenfreude, Li Laifu maintained a serious demeanor, nodding. Teacher Yan, your words are indeed correct. 10 or 8 yuan is certainly not excessive. Yan Fugui rubbed his hands together. Then, Li Laifu, what do you propose? Li Laifu nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, Teacher Yan, I shall assist you in procuring the funds. Yan Fugui, secretly jubilant, thought to himself that 10 or 8 yuan was not a trivial sum. Suddenly, hearing Li Laifu mention he would help, he was perplexed. Li Laifu then spoke to Lu Haizhong. Old Lu, Teacher Yan's argument holds merit. This incident was indeed the fault of your two boys, while Teacher Yan's children committed no wrongdoing. Why should they not receive compensation for medical expenses? Yi Zhonghai, standing nearby, chuckled. Yan Fugui was momentarily taken aback, while Lu Haizhong, puffing up with arrogance, retorted, Are you out of your mind? Did I not already compensate you with 50 yuan? If old Yan's children require medical care, you should cover that. Li Laifu responded without reservation. You are the one who is out of your mind. Your entire family is insane. The money you gave me was for my compensation. Why should I cover the medical expenses for Teacher Yan's children? Do not forget your obligations. Is it your son who caused this trouble? If it weren't for your son, could the child of Teacher Yan have been beaten by me? Could he have been injured at home? Am I wrong to ask you for money? Teacher Yan, considering that you are neighbors, feels awkward to ask you. So as his student, I am requesting on his behalf. Lu Haizhong, with a furious glare, pointed at Li Laifu, who found himself at a loss for words. Yan Fugui's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. Despite his attempts to conceal it, a smile crept onto his face. Taking a deep breath to steady his tone, he said, Old Lu, look at the commotion this has caused. We are both esteemed elders from the same courtyard, and I truly feel embarrassed to speak up. Since the child has brought it up, let me extend you a favor. Let us not haggle over trivial amounts. Just give me 8 yuan, and we'll let this matter pass. Li Laifu was taken aback. Was our synergy this remarkable? He almost chuckled involuntarily at the absurdity of it all. Continuing to stir the pot, he exclaimed, How can that be? Teacher Yan, 2 yuan is not a small sum. With a cheerful demeanor, Yan Fugui replied, You know, my dear child, I recognized your straightforwardness since your school days. Laifu, my teacher advises that while being direct can be commendable, one must learn to be tactful. You see, old Lu and I are neighbors in the same courtyard, both respected elders. Although 2 yuan is considerable, it shouldn't jeopardize our friendship. I appreciate your good intentions, but I cannot accept those 2 yuan, even if old Lu offers them. This is a lesson my teacher wishes to impart to you. One must act with finesse. Yi Zhonghai nearly burst into laughter, quickly averting his gaze. Lu Haizhong, nearly apoplectic, was eager to witness how old Yan would maneuver the situation, wondering how it had turned back onto him. Were it not for the presence of others, Li Laifu would have celebrated with a high five for Yan Fugui. Their rapport was uncanny. Feigning a sigh, Li Laifu said, Old Lu, you've been outsmarted. Our teacher Yan is kind-hearted, asking you for 2 yuan less. If it were up to me, not a single cent would be negotiable. Oh, you should hurry and give teacher Yin the money. Yin Fugui adjusted the tape on his glasses and remarked, no need to rush him. Old Lu is our courtyard's second elder and is certainly not short of funds. His monthly salary as a 7th-level worker is twice mine. Li Laifeng feigned shock, exclaiming, oh, Teacher Yin, that's not right. Old Lu's salary is double yours. Why then? Did you only ask him for 2 yuan less? You should have asked for 2 yuan more. Suppressing his amusement, Yi Zhonghai remarked, with laughter lines forming around his eyes. To Lu Haizhong, Old Lu, just give it up. Consider it the price for listening to their banter. If these two keep going, your monthly salary might not suffice. Lu Haizhong, veins bulging in frustration, retrieved 8 yuan from his pocket and tossed it to Yin Fugui, turning on his heel to leave. Yi Zhonghai gave Li Laifeng a thumbs up and then burst into laughter. Yin Fugui, counting the money, was beaming with delight. Yi Zhonghai addressed Yin Fugui, Old Yin. This 8 yuan is not just for you. According to the rules of the performance, the one who entertains should take the lion's share, correct? Yin Fugui tucked the money into his pocket and said, Laifeng, the day is still young. In a few days, I'll treat you to a nice meal. Li Laifu hardly regards his meager wealth. To covet Yin Lao's miserly savings seems a sign of delusion. Even if one were to offer their heart, he would likely demand oil and salt, expecting a prepared meal without gratitude. This old man is indeed difficult to engage with. He is merely a source of amusement in dreary moments. Before Li Laifu could respond, Yin Lao had already turned and hurried into the courtyard. Yi Zhonghai remarked to Li Laifu, your father is a rather honest man. How did he end up with such a cunning son like you? Li Laifu felt a jolt in his heart and cautiously inquired, you know my father? Yi Zhonghai nodded, of course I know him. We crossed paths occasionally. Suddenly realizing he had overthought, he remembered that his father was an electric welder, while he was a mechanic. There was no chance they were master and apprentice. A level 8 craftsman seeking to find someone to support him in his old age was virtually unheard of. In this era, it was commonplace for apprentices to care for their masters, often better than their own sons. A master imparting skills was a tremendous favor, as respecting one's teacher was of utmost importance. If this was not an arrangement orchestrated by the director, then it suggested that the old man had no apprentice. What if all apprentices had perished? Moreover, the high wages of a level 8 craftsman came with the expectation of mentorship. It was a strict criterion to ensure the craft was passed down. With standards set for level 8 craftsmen, one would require at least 10 to 20 apprentices. As Li Laifu was lost in thought, his younger sister, Li Xiaohong, who had finished her candy, opened her mouth and waved it in front of him, signaling her emptiness. Uncle, I'm off to buy candy for my sister. I'll talk to you later. Go ahead. Yi Lao affectionately touched the little girl's face. Such elders often have a soft spot for children. However, in television dramas and fan fiction, this trait seems conspicuously absent. Upon entering the supply and marketing cooperative, Aunt Lu and the monkey approached him, with Qian Erbao directly asking, Laifu, what did you bring back from the countryside this time? Li Laifu, unfazed, replied, let us not ask too many questions. Find something for my sister to eat to keep her occupied for a while. The little girl understood that Li Laifu indulged her. Unlike Zhao Fong, to whom she dared not whimsically ask for favors, only in front of her brother could she behave so. This girl was his own sister. Who else should he cherish? Li Laifu was determined to provide for her abundantly. Seeing the monkey go for candy, he quickly intervened. Don't get her candy, monkey. She just finished some. Find her something else to eat. Lu Ant, being attentive, noticed the little girl's gaze fixated on the popsicle freezer and walked over to retrieve one. Just as Li Laifu was about to pay, Lu Ant stopped him, saying, the popsicle has melted. It's on the house. Li Laifu observed his sister, who was licking the popsicle, showing no signs of it melting. The monkey and Qian Erbao chimed in. We can vouch that the popsicle is melted. Li Laifu understood their implication. If all three insisted the popsicle was melted, then it must indeed be so. He handed 2 cigarettes to Qian Erbao and the monkey, stating, let me clarify. I didn't bring anything back. I'll bring it tomorrow. The monkey, unable to contain his excitement, grasped Li Laifu's arm and urged, Laifu, your words suggest you have quite a lot. Do tell. 3 individuals widened their eyes and held their breath, gazing intently at Li Laifu. Li Laifu, however, remarked, monkey brother, I finally understand why they call you a monkey. Your gestures and expressions are simply spot on. Speak quickly, Laifu. I am on the verge of bursting, urged Qian Gu, visibly anxious. Li Laifu, no longer jesting, stated, there are goats, roe deer, and wild boars. Initially, Laifu anticipated their deliberation, but the trio, without a moment's hesitation, inquired, which is larger? Which carries more weight? With a lack of patience for their banter, Laifu replied, they're all about the same, around 40 to 50 pounds, maybe 60. The three huddled together in discussion. Just as Director Chiao returned with a young fellow. This young man, also from the supply and marketing cooperative, had been present during their conversations and appeared to be new. Around 17 or 18 years old, somewhat shy, and not approaching too closely. Laifu jested, Director Chiao, have you brought along a secretary? Wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel draped over his shoulder, Director Chiao replied, do you really think I, a mere small director managing 4 people, would have a secretary? You certainly overestimate me. He then turned to the trio and asked, what rebellion are you plotting? What are you discussing? Monkey, quick-witted, responded, Director. We are deliberating which meat is tastiest, goat, silly roe deer, or wild boar. Director Chiao ruffled Li Xiaohong's hair and said, what is there to discuss? Just head home early and sleep. In dreams, you can have all 3 together. Laifu realized that Director Chiao had quite the sharp tongue. After finishing his jest, Director Chiao suddenly ceased his laughter, realizing something, and looked at Laifu, asking, little Laifu, you didn't bring back these 3 from the countryside, did you? Qian Erbao leaned against the counter, wearing a mocking expression, and said, Director, go ahead and laugh. Do you not consider that with Monkey's intellect? He could only name one if he didn't have these 3. Monkey, relishing the moment, chimed in, Director, are you dumbstruck? 3 items, Qian Erbao, you fool. It's your intellect that's lacking. This elicited laughter from everyone in the room, except for one little person, Li Xiaohong, who sat quietly enjoying her popsicle. After the laughter subsided, Director Chiao continued, so, little Laifu, is this matter indeed true? Laifu hesitated and replied, Director Chiao, but I don't wish for money. I cannot possibly spend it all. Why would I need so much? In these times, it is indeed challenging for ordinary people to earn, while the wealthy seem unable to exhaust their resources. The crux is that money is treated as genuine currency nowadays, with constant distributions and expenditures. It truly never ends. The room fell silent. Director Chiao pondered and spoke. I heard you exchanged for a bicycle at noon? Laifu, astonished, asked, has this news spread already? Monkey raised his hand, declaring, I spread it. I saw a crowd gathered around a bicycle in the alley. So I listened for a while, and then returned to help promote it at your shop. Laifu shot him a glare and replied, you certainly have a big mouth. As Director Chiao prepared to pull out a cigarette from his pocket, Laifu, quick to act, produced a Zhonghua cigarette and handed it to him, offering to light it as well. A group of individuals watched him intently, awaiting his decision. Old man Xiao took a puff of his cigarette and said, Laifu, come with me to the office. The 4 of them sighed in unison, realizing they would no longer be involved in this matter, now awaiting the leader's allocation. Aunt Lu remarked, Laifu, you go ahead. I'll keep an eye on your sister. Once seated with old man Xiao, he fell silent for a moment before inquiring, Laifu, how much do those 3 items weigh? Laifu, drawing on his cigarette, replied, each weighs about 50 to 60 pounds. The wild boar might be slightly less, but not by much. Old man Xiao picked up the abacus on the table and began to click it, leading Laifu to think he was calculating money. And he was ready to stop him, having already stated that he lacked for nothing. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, old man Xiao said, I just attended a meeting at the bureau. The neighboring procurement station isn't managing to collect much either and is preparing to shut down. Laifu leaned back in his chair, perplexed by the old man's cryptic speech, unsure of how to respond, and chose to remain silent. Old man Xiao flicked the ash from his cigarette and casually remarked, in a couple of days, we'll be breaking down the wall next door to expand our space. And for that expansion, we need manpower, right? Laifu replied directly, Old Xiao, I get the gist, but please be straightforward. Let us not stand on ceremony. Old man Xiao smiled at him, lightly tapping the table with his pen, alluding to the situation. Many wish to send people my way. The county official is no better than the current manager. I have yet to agree, as we are here selling goods. Laifu instantly grasped the implication. If outsiders were to hear this, they might not comprehend it, given their lack of intellect. Laifu then stated, Old Xiao, I can offer you an additional wild boar weighing around 130 to 40 pounds, and I won't concern myself with anything else. I only seek results. Old man Xiao gave him a thumbs up, saying, You, young man, possess great ambition. You are someone capable of getting things done. When can you bring the items? Laifu glanced at his watch from his backpack and asked, Old Xiao, It's 4 o'clock now. Is there enough time? Old man Xiao, unfazed, replied. Even if it were midnight, if I said I had that much meat, the bureau staff would rush back to work. Laifu responded, let me take the tricycle. I will have it to you in 30 minutes. Old man Xiao decisively said, I'll make the call now. You should hurry. After leaving, Laifu asked Aunt Zhao to look after his sister while he was away, knowing the little girl would enjoy the company. Laifu then called out, Monkey, hurry and unlock the tricycle for me. In this day and age, a tricycle is as valuable as a Mercedes or BMW, and it's locked up tight. Monkey paused for a moment and asked, Laifu, is there something you need? Laifu sighed and inquired, Monkey, what position does your father hold in the business bureau? Monkey earnestly replied, my father is nothing special, but my uncle is a section chief there. Laifu patted him on the shoulder, saying, now I understand. He then shouted to Bao, who was smoking at the door, Bao, please unlock the tricycle for me. Laifu truly did not wish to engage in further conversation with Monkey. Anyone who could downplay their father's position was not someone he wanted to waste time with. Chapter 74. Instead, I feel more anxious. The monkey halted Li Laifu and inquired, Laifu, do not be so anxious. Clarify the situation for me, will you? You cannot just pose 2 questions without context. What does it mean? Li Laifu, the tricycle lock is open, called out Qian Erbao from outside. Li Laifu broke free from the monkey's grip and replied, my mother forbids me from playing with fools. The monkey shouted back at Li Laifu, how old are you? Why is your mother so meddlesome? When I was your age, my parents had long ceased to concern themselves with my affairs. Aunt Lu, cradling a little girl at the counter, nearly burst into laughter. This monkey was a delightful source of amusement at the supply and marketing cooperative. Qian Erbao entered the room and addressed the monkey. What are you shouting about? Can't you see? Does Laifu have something to attend to? Half an hour later, Li Laifu emerged, burdened with a hefty load of 134 pounds of cannon fodder, along with a wild boar weighing 50 to 60 pounds, a goat, and a foolish roe deer. These items collectively amounted to a considerable sum, yet for Li Laifu, they were of little consequence, as he was a man whose wealth was measured in tons of gold. To paraphrase Jack Ma, he had lost interest in money altogether. Old Xiao and his companions were already waiting at the entrance. The tricycle was draped with 3 burlap sacks. After a brief inspection, the old man produced a young wild boar and a roe deer, tossing them onto the ground with a remark, we shall divide this upon our return. The 3 men eagerly carried the wild boar inside, while old Xiao, puffing on a cigarette, remarked to Li Laifu, aren't you afraid to leave? What if I pilfer your belongings? Old Xiao, please do not jest. That is akin to insulting without using foul language, Li Laifu retorted. Old Xiao chuckled. Once the task is accomplished and the empty cart returns, if it fails, the items will be returned intact. Erbao, come over and ride the tricycle. Let us make a trip to the bureau, old Xiao called out. Li Laifu waited at the supply and marketing cooperative, where the little girl was not left hungry. Aunt Lu fetched a small bowl and gathered some crumbs from the peach crisp box. The girl picked at them with her fingers. Nearby, a cup of icy popsicle water sat, and the girl gleefully indulged herself, unbothered by anyone as she drank and nibbled away. The monkey returned to its cozy corner to sleep. As the clock struck 7 and darkness enveloped the sky, old Xiao and Qian Erbao finally returned. Stepping off the tricycle, old Xiao, with a smile on his face, said, Little Laifu, were you anxious waiting? In truth, Li Laifu was not anxious at all. He held no regard for these matters. Had he wished to work, he would not have waited until now. However, to satiate old Xiao's vanity, Li Laifu merely nodded. Walking alongside old Xiao, Li Laifu remarked, it's only natural to be anxious. After all, this is a significant event in life. I am surprised you could sit still. I expected you to pace back and forth at the entrance. Li Laifu was at a loss for words, thinking how this old man was quite the performer, fully aware of others' anxieties yet leisurely prolonging the moment. Thankfully, Li Laifu chose not to inquire further, curious to see how long old Xiao could maintain his composure. Upon entering the cooperative, old Xiao disregarded Li Laifu again and addressed everyone present. Erbao, Monkey, Xiaozhong, you may all leave work for the day. Tomorrow, I shall bring each of you 5 pounds of meat, free of charge. Li Laifu understood that these were old Xiao's rewards, and recognizing that hoarding benefits was not virtuous, he too distributed some advantages among the group. The old man turned to Aunt Lu and said, Xiao Lu, please wait a moment to help take care of the child for Laifu, and then assist me in locking the door. Qian Erbao had already stepped outside when the monkey, having reached the doorway, turned back and called out, Director, Aren't you going to collect any money? Director Qiao chuckled and replied, if others do not collect, why should I take yours? I will go to your uncle tomorrow to ask for it. On what grounds? The monkey inquired hastily. Director Qiao, both amused and exasperated, responded, after enduring 8 lifetimes of misfortune, I have allowed you to work here. And you can't even grasp the simplest of conversations. I want you to take your money. Then that's fine. Without looking back, the monkey departed. As they walked towards the office, Director Qiao remarked, your uncle is craftier than a monkey. How could he have such a foolish nephew? Laifu offered him a cigarette and helped light it, before placing an envelope on the table. Understanding that the matter was settled, Laifu sighed inwardly. In the eyes of these individuals, an opportunity that could change a life was merely a stamp. The most lamentable aspect of this era is that all power goes unchecked, with the common people firmly restrained by countless regulations. For instance, receipts? All the decent ones are in the hands of the leaders. What about this receipt? What are you thinking about, Laifu? Director Qiao called out. Laifu snapped back to reality, internally cursing, damn it, how sentimental. Director Qiao. I got a bit carried away, he admitted. Director Qiao nodded in understanding. It is only natural. Is your household registration in Nanluoguxiang? Laifu replied. My registration is still in the countryside. I'm just a country bumpkin joking around. Director Qiao, unfazed, said. Then you will need to return to the village to obtain a certificate. Just as Laifu was about to speak, Director Qiao continued. You will also need to go to the street office for a transfer certificate. Once your employment is confirmed, you can go to the police station to register your household and settle it here, and you will have an urban household registration. Don't worry. The street office won't make things difficult for you, unless you want to have children without any means or wish to establish a mortal feud. No one will stop you. Laifu thought to himself, you old man, why didn't you mention this earlier? Now you're offering me no chance to even insert a needle. Director Qiao, you've misunderstood. I'm not looking to work here. I want my aunt to come. Immediately, Director Qiao became serious and said, Laifu, you are still young and do not comprehend the complexities involved here. Our unit is not a place where just anyone can enter, and besides, transitioning from rural to urban household registration is a tremendous opportunity. Once you commit to this, there is no turning back, and by the time you wish to reconsider, it will be too late. Laifu smiled and said, Thank you, Director Qiao. I know you mean well, but I am only 15 and have not yet had enough fun. For others, urban employment and household registration might be crucial, but for me, it is of no concern. This job? It requires constant vigilance over the supply and marketing cooperative, which is simply not suitable for me. Director Qiao nodded, acknowledging. You make a valid point, but it is somewhat unrealistic. Here's what we'll do. Take the job offer home. Discuss it with your family, after all. The neighbors have not yet moved out, so there is no rush. Laifu had just picked up the envelope when Old Man Qiao reminded him once more. Make sure to handle it carefully. The organization only recognizes work quotas. Anyone can secure a job with it. They don't even know the names of those employed. As long as you bring your household registration and the work quota to the bureau, you will be acknowledged. Laifu placed the envelope into his backpack with a smile, saying, Rest assured, Grandpa Qiao. Old Man Qiao, in a leisurely manner, replied, The way you put that envelope in your backpack makes me feel quite uneasy. Chapter 75. A child without a mother is truly pitiful. Laifu stepped outside, cradling the little girl, and headed home. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback to find that no one was home. The allure of the bicycle was indeed overwhelming. He set the little girl down on the Kong, placed the steamed buns in the pot to warm, and took out 8 wild chicken eggs from his storage space to fry. Only after the buns were heated did he begin cooking the eggs, feeding the little girl while enjoying a meal himself. Big brother, this is delicious, exclaimed the little girl, seated in his lap, munching away and chattering happily. Children of this era are truly easy to please, not at all pretentious. Having sampled some peach crisps at the supply and marketing cooperative, a few bites of bun and egg were enough to make her climb onto the Kong to sleep, her little bottom adorably sticking up. Just as Laifu was about to doze off, his family returned at 9 o'clock, for in total, 3 of them were bursting with excitement, while only Li Chongwen wore a sullen expression. Big brother, I've learned to ride a bicycle, Jiang Tao exclaimed with glee. Laifu, auntie, I can ride a few circles now. Father, how did your practice go? Laifu inquired. Li Chongwen replied tersely, What do you think? I spent all my time supporting those 2 as they rode. Every time they got on the bicycle, they screamed in fright. Zhao Fang shot a glance at Li Chongwen, retorting, Isn't it because you're too heavy? We couldn't support you two. Li Chongwen replied bluntly. Well, I'm never practicing with you two again. He then added, Laifu. Tomorrow, I'll push the bicycle to work and practice in the factory yard during my lunch break. Li Chongwen looked at his son, worried he might refuse. Li Laifu shook his head and said, It's up to you. Li Laifu pondered why it felt as if someone was missing. Glancing toward the table, he saw Jiang Yuan quietly eating the leftover eggs, which infuriated Jiang Tao to the brink of violence. Li Chongwen, accustomed to Li Laifu retrieving items without asking, noted that Zhao Feng had prepared corn porridge for dinner, which they all shared from one pot. Once everyone had finished their meal, Li Laifu remarked, Father, you restrained my aunt. The four of them looked at him in confusion. Li Chongwen joked, What are you talking about? Your Aunt Wunti let me ride the bicycle. And now you want me to hit her? Li Laifu rolled his eyes and said, Father, you think too highly of our father-son bond. Zhao Feng laughed heartily, simply saying, Indeed. Li Laifu knew that if the matter of work were to be mentioned, Zhao Feng would likely leap onto the roof in agitation. So he had to be cautious and had Li Chongwen hold her back. Li Chongwen, seated at the table smoking, showed no intention of restraining Zhao Feng. Since his father was uncooperative, he resigned himself to fate. Li Laifu picked up the backpack from the Kong and retrieved an envelope, placing it on the Kong. Zhao Feng and Li Chongwen exchanged glances, equally perplexed, while Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan were utterly bewildered. Clearing his throat, Li Laifu stated, This is a work quota from our alley supply and marketing cooperative, which I exchanged for pork today. As I am still young, only my aunt can go to work. Instantly, the room fell silent. 5 minutes later, Zhao Feng nudged Li Chongwen, inquiring, Did you catch what Laifu just said? Li Chongwen replied, I'm not entirely sure. Li Laifu, lacking patience for their guessing game, directly addressed them. Father, you can read, right? Why not take a look inside the envelope? Why are you two just speculating? Hesitant, Li Chongwen picked up the envelope but then set it down again, saying, I fear I might damage it. Laifu, just tell us. I trust you would not joke about such matters. Li Laifu, genuinely fatigued, reiterated. I'll say this one last time. This is our alley supply and marketing cooperative work quota, which I obtained by trading wild boar meat. I am still quite young. So let my aunt go to work. Before Li Chongwen could respond, Zhao Feng stood up, wringing her hands and pacing, exclaiming, Oh my, Laifu is a good child. He would never deceive me about this. Oh my, how could I possibly go to work? Oh my, am I dreaming? Oh my, how could I have a job? Suddenly, Zhao Feng halted her pacing, declaring, Laifu, this won't do. You are of an age to work. I cannot possibly go to work. I must have been out of my mind just now. Li Chongwen turned his attention to Li Laifu, who shrugged his shoulders and said, You needn't say anything further. I've already decided not to go. If I were to go to work, I wouldn't have brought this quota to tell my aunt. I still wish to play for another 2 years. I have no desire to work at the supply and marketing cooperative, standing there day after day. Zhao Feng continued to pace, muttering, This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. Li Laifu remarked to Li Chongwen, Father, I told you to restrain her. You didn't believe me. And now look at her. She has lost her mind. Li Chongwen emphasized, Laifu. This is true, right? Seeing his father's serious expression, Li Laifu nodded. Li Chongwen picked up a cigarette from the table, his demeanor relaxed as he said, As long as it's true, there is no problem. When I received my work notice, I was just as anxious. Li Laifu, he continued, but Li Laifu waved his hand, insisting, Aunt, you needn't say any more. I truly will not go to work. He then retreated to the small room to sleep, with his 2 younger brothers trailing behind. Brother, can my mother really go to work at the supply and marketing cooperative? Does that mean I can eat there without paying? Jiang Yuan asked, grinning foolishly. Li Laifu, reclining on the Kong, responded, You may eat without paying, but once you finish today, your mother will have to return home tomorrow, or she will lose her job. With a chuckle, he added, What do you think your mother would do to you? Jiang Yuan, startled, replied without hesitation, My mother could beat me to death. Eventually, all 3 of them fell asleep, while Li Chongwen, needing to work the next day, coaxed and persuaded Zhao Feng to lie down on the Kong. For she was far too excited. Li Chongwen awoke in the dead of night, sensing an absence beside him. Rubbing his eyes, he beheld Zhao Feng seated in a chair. Upon turning on the light, he noticed a kitchen knife and an envelope resting upon the 8 Immortals table. What are you doing, woman? Can't you sleep at night? Zhao Feng replied in a calm tone, You go on sleeping. I can't seem to find rest. Li Chongwen, glancing at the knife, inquired, You can't sleep? What is the purpose of the kitchen knife on the table? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Feng responded, I fear someone might seize my work quota. You must rise for work tomorrow, so hurry back to sleep. Li Chongwen chuckled. In this pitch darkness, with you sitting there armed with a kitchen knife. How am I supposed to lie down and sleep? Zhao Feng hesitated before asking, head of the household, what if someone takes my envelope? Without the knife nearby, I cannot feel secure. After much coaxing, Li Chongwen managed to soothe Zhao Feng's distress for over an hour. Eventually, she accepted the reality. Sitting on the Kong and weeping incessantly. Since Li Laifu had mentioned the matter, not a tear had fallen until this moment. Wah. She sobbed for quite some time before uttering, head of the household, how could Laifu be so generous? Such a wonderful job, and he simply bestowed it upon me? Li Chongwen comforted her, saying, this is also the fruit of your efforts. For an entire decade, you never laid a finger on him, nor uttered a harsh word. You catered to his every need. Even when he struck your two sons, you never intervened or showed displeasure. It is only right that he now shows filial piety towards you. Hearing this, Zhao Feng felt a surge of pride as she declared, I am not one of those wicked stepmothers. Children without their mothers are already pitiful. I could never bear to be fierce or strike them. Chapter 76, Are you stabbing me in the ribs? Li Laifu awoke in the morning and washed his face, while Li Chongwen emerged from the inner room, yawning. Li Laifu dried his face with a towel, and Li Chongwen, without changing the water, used Li Laifu's washing water to cleanse himself. Curiously, Li Laifu asked, Father, why is my aunt up so late today? She used to be the first to rise in this household. After finishing his face wash, Li Chongwen lit a cigarette, saying, don't even mention it. If I didn't have to go to work, I swear I wouldn't have gotten up at all. Last night, your aunt sat in a chair with a kitchen knife, terrified that someone would steal her work quota. She even urged me to sleep. How could I possibly rest? Now that I think of it, in the dark, a shadow wielding a knife? It was rather unsettling. Li Laifu chuckled, recalling how eerie that scene must have been. Li Chongwen, glancing at the room and wrapping an arm around Li Laifu's shoulders, approached the door, saying, Father, I recognize that you now possess more capability than I. In the past, I thought merely acquiring food was a great feat, yet now you can offer work quotas? This truly surprises me. Your ability to provide your aunt with a work quota not only moved her, but also touched me deeply. Li Chongwen took a puff of his cigarette. Noticing Li Laifu was about to speak, he waved his hand, saying, listen to your father. By granting the work quota to your aunt, you demonstrate that my son is indeed a grateful child, and it also signifies that your aunt's care for you over the years has been duly rewarded. As Li Chongwen's demeanor shifted, he spoke with a grave expression, asserting the significance of work quotas. Your aunt may choose not to work in the future, and I could support her for a lifetime. However, you, being young, may not grasp the true essence of employment and its paramount importance in a person's life. Li Laifu, puffing on a cigarette, understood all too well what his father was trying to convey. He interjected, Father, I comprehend these matters. My decision to assign the work quota to my aunt is not a rash one. She has diligently cared for me for a decade, ensuring I was better clothed and fed than her own children. Although I cannot call her mother, she holds a place in my heart akin to that of my own mother. Therefore, let us not become entangled in the issue of work quotas. He then produced a box of Zhonghua cigarettes, placing it into Li Chongwen's jacket pocket, proclaiming, Your son is far more astute than you might imagine. Thus, the notion of working holds no challenge for me. He was, after all, a soul traversing from a future world, adept at navigating social dynamics, reading subtle cues, and offering flattery. Coupled with the customs of his time, where one speaks to each according to their kind, he found the people of this era somewhat bewildered. In this society, having any form of employment was regarded as a monumental achievement, whereas in the future, laboring was deemed less desirable. The life of a street rogue seemed far more promising. Filled with leisure and indulgence, who wouldn't he find that appealing? Li Chongwen nodded with a smile, acknowledging, My son has grown wise. I concede to your understanding. Regardless of your capabilities, you remain my son. To which Li Laifu cheerfully replied, No one is competing with me for this matter. After all, you are not an official. Only a fool would vie for the title of your son. Li Chongwen mischievously glanced towards the small room and remarked, Aren't there two little fools there? Li Laifu chuckled. Father, you seem a bit unhinged. In the past, he wouldn't have seen you so cheerful, considering one must work to support 5 individuals, including 3 half-grown boys. It's not merely a question of whether there is enough money. Even food can become a dire concern. Li Chongwen, unfazed by his son's teasing, simply responded, I learned it from your grandfather. After their exchange, Li Laifu chose not to have breakfast at home, as he intended to visit Zhou Cheng today to express his gratitude. The bicycle he received was indeed a tangible benefit. His father planned to push it to the factory for practice, while Laifu, without a bike of his own, walked from Nanluoguxiang straight to Gulu. Upon arriving at the breakfast stall, he noted the establishment appeared significantly more upscale, boasting a proper storefront. As for the doji, he dismissed it entirely. This beverage had been exaggerated as a specialty of the capital. Yet old residents of Beijing had long regarded it as a drink for laborers, accompanied by a plate of pickled vegetables and a large pancake. It served to fill the belly. Could one expect the dignitaries of Beijing to consume such fare? Absolutely not. Even in the future, it was largely a ruse to deceive tourists, as the true locals still found it unpalatable. Laifu ordered a bowl of braised dish. In this era, breakfast stalls occasionally host a couple of individuals in work attire, while the majority are elderly men clad in long coats, carrying bird cages. Ordinary families can hardly afford such delicacies. Even if they could, they would hesitate to indulge. In less than 10 minutes, Laifu devoured the entire bowl, not because it was particularly delicious, but rather due to the limited variety of seasonings and ingredients. The notion of a century-old establishment is mere nonsense. In this age, what one consumes is defined by a measure of happiness and satisfaction. After months without meat, a mere bowl of braised dish could compel one to savor every last morsel. If asked about the flavor, who could honestly say it was not delightful? With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he strolled through the streets near the drum tower, observing the ebb and flow of people, bicycles, ox carts, and horse-drawn carriages, all in a hurried pace. The oxen and horses seemed content enough, making their way to the bustling drum tower, knowing they might never have the chance again in their next lives. After wandering for a while, Laifu found himself contemplating one unfortunate truth. Trousers in this era were designed to be slim, lacking the roomy fits of yesteryears. There was no longer that sensation of spaciousness, with hands tucked into pockets and a cigarette in his mouth, striding down the street with a carefree swagger. Just as he was meandering, he suddenly heard a voice call out, "Hey, wait a moment." Turning around, he saw 3 young boys rushing toward him. The trio, with their youthful faces, attempted to project an air of bravado, dressed in patched clothing that hung loosely on their frames. Laifu couldn't help but chuckle. These boys were so emaciated they resembled living skeletons, their ribs nearly protruding through their skin. They approached him, and the leader, striking a defiant pose with one foot perched on a nearby stone, demanded, "Hey, lend me a few cigarettes." Laifu observed their antics, nearly bursting into laughter. At the age of 14 in his previous life, he had mingled with rougher crowds, and even the least intimidating thugs paled in comparison to these 3. Watching them pant, their ribs visibly heaving, Laifu chose not to respond to the boy's question. Instead, he playfully poked the boy in the ribs. The boy's facade crumbled with a laugh, his earlier bravado dissipating. Laifu found amusement in the exchange, while the self-proclaimed leader chuckled, "You dare to poke me?" Laifu recognized that in these times, such boys were everywhere, often driven to the streets by hunger, hoping that mingling would fill their stomachs and spare their family some food. Just as he was about to continue teasing them, a bus appeared in the distance. Before the leader could utter another word, Laifu delivered a swift slap that sent him tumbling. "You're young and already going astray," he muttered in disdain. The trio stood frozen, and Laifu boarded the bus, feeling a rush of comfort. Before he could fully relish the moment, a voice called out, "Hey, you can't just hit someone and run away. That's not very manly." A middle-aged man in his 40s, smoking a cigarette, regarded Laifu with a bemused smile, as if he enjoyed the spectacle. In these times, there were no gas stations, and it was unclear where smoking was prohibited. Hospitals, trains, and buses seemed to allow it without restriction. Laifu perched upon the engine cover, facing the individual who spoke. "Do not speak nonsense. How could I possibly strike someone and then flee?" The other person, equally loquacious, retorted, "You stubborn lad, my eyes are not deceived." That was his face striking my hand. "See how my hand has turned red." Laifu, with wide eyes, spun a tale. After all, who could resist the charm of Tianjin's crosstalk, flourishing in the capital, where everyone possessed a sharp tongue? Laifu reveled in this ambience, able to engage in casual banter with both acquaintances and strangers alike. His words elicited laughter from the group in the carriage, as it was indeed a novel experience to hear of someone getting struck by another's face. At that moment, the ticket collector approached to collect the fare. Laifu produced a 5-cent coin, and the collector tore the ticket, as the fare was indeed 5 cents and could be reimbursed. "Young man, your ticket is of no use. Might you part with it?" inquired the one who claimed he had struck someone and fled. In these times, such a request was not unusual. The ticket could be submitted for reimbursement. And 5 cents was no trifling matter. Laifu scrutinized him, questioning, "You are not clad in a Zhongshan suit or wearing glasses, merely donning work attire? Can you truly claim reimbursement for the ticket?" He chuckled, shaking his head, bemused by the low humor of the group. "You cheeky rascal, your tongue is quite sharp. Was I not just saying you were waiting for me?" Amidst the banter, Laifu nonetheless handed over the ticket, which the other man gingerly tucked into his pocket. It was not out of refinement, but rather the reality of the era. Tickets were so fragile that even a gentle breeze could whisk them away. The man, having secured the ticket, remarked, "Young lad, in the future, when you spot a large truck on the street, take a good look. If you see me driving, just wave, and I shall take you for a spin." This declaration stirred a wave of envy among the passengers. "Then why are you riding the bus?" Laifu casually inquired. The man, basking in the admiration of his fellow passengers, proudly declared, "I just returned from a run. I was out for half a month. Now I'm home resting." Laifu nodded, recognizing that in this age, being a driver was indeed a matter of pride. It was not merely about theoretical knowledge or obtaining a driver's license. One had to be a skilled mechanic. Without several years of experience in car repair, one could not assume the role of a driver. Mastering sound recognition and spatial awareness was fundamental. Without such skills, one could not grasp the steering wheel. Online videos lauding the construction of various automotive parts through rudimentary methods seemed impressive, yet it was likely the younger generation who were enamored by such claims. Older individuals understood that these were remnants of China's past endeavors. Each major factory had lathes and foundries, and skilled craftsmen could produce parts themselves. The youth were often oblivious to the nation's most formidable technological prowess in the past, reverse engineering. Any part could be replicated, even automotive components. "Oh, and what of aircraft?" The man, noticing Laifu's decent appearance while riding the bus, suddenly asked, "Where does your father work?" Laifu felt a pang of regret for giving him the ticket. The fellow's incessant chatter was rather overwhelming. At the very least, he could have initiated with, "Young man, where does your father toil?" "At the steel mill," came the reply. "Goodness, which workshop does your father work in?" "I am also from the steel mill." The unexpected revelation left Laifu momentarily speechless, for he only knew that his father was a welder and had never set foot in the steel mill. The man, observing Laifu's stunned expression, questioned, "You, young lad? Surely you must know which workshop your father occupies?" Laifu nonchalantly remarked, "What is so strange about it? I simply haven't been there." The crux of the matter was that he had only been in the city for a few years, having come from the countryside. Unlike those children born and raised in the city, they, at such a tender age, already knew to scrounge for soy sauce at the steel factory canteen. A child from the countryside would scarcely dare to behave in such a manner. Even those with affluent fathers would likely hesitate. In these times, a father beating his son is no mere jest. It is said that Lu Haizhong is devoid of humanity for chastising his son. But such occurrences are not uncommon in this era. As Laifu was lost in his thoughts, the man reached his stop, patted Laifu on the shoulder, and said, "Can't get in the front gate of the steel factory to find your father? Just mention the auto team, Wang Kuei." Laifu was momentarily taken aback. The audacity of this individual was beyond measure. Which child goes to a factory to seek out their father unless it's a military enterprise? Would it kill him to refrain from showing off? Being young, he ought to have simply taken the bus in peace. Why engage with him at all? The key was that he had disembarked, drawing envious glances from a throng of onlookers, leaving Laifu with no opportunity to retort. After alighting from the bus, he headed directly to the summer palace, seeking a secluded spot outside the walls of Peking University. He procured a goat, as it was not for his own consumption anyway, and he slung it over his shoulder, dragging it along the ground by its leg. Upon entering the canteen, he would need to skin it, and as for removing the hide, that was absurd. After all, one could not eat the wool, else people would be consuming it in these times. Approaching the guardhouse, Laifu hurled the goat forward. It appeared the goat was well fed, as it tumbled out, leaving a mess of droppings. Lu Wenyu emerged from within, and it was no wonder the guard on watch did not come to assist. Evidently, a superior was present. Lu Wenyu gazed at the goat and inquired, "Why did you show up with it now? Couldn't you have come a few days earlier or later?" Laifu jested, "Uncle Lu, is this goat a relative of yours? Why are you conversing with it?" Lu Wenyu shot him a glare and retorted, "Stop pretending to be foolish. I am speaking of you." He then directed 2 individuals who had emerged from the guardhouse, "Carry this goat inside with me." And to another, he commanded, Sweep up the droppings and dispose of them in the small vegetable garden by the wall. Do not take them outside. Li Laifu noticed that Lu Wenyu was indeed correct. There was a substantial vegetable garden at the base of the wall, devoid of any flowers or ornamental plants. Every bit of arable land was utilized for growing vegetables. Following Lu Wenyu, with a lad carrying the goat in front, Li Laifu offered the boy a cigarette and inquired, "Uncle Lu, do you think I arrived at an inconvenient time?" Lu Wenyu took a puff of his cigarette and replied, "I've taken 2 days off. The train back to Beijing is at noon today. I'm going to see my family, so I want to be able to enjoy this lamb." Li Laifu paused momentarily. "Beijing?" Instantly, he chuckled and said, "Beijing oil, way mouth." Chapter 78. Nephew stealing from uncle is not theft. Lu Wenyu glared at him and warned, "If you dare utter the rest of those words, I'll ensure your father gives you a good thrashing. You little rascal." Li Laifu, with a serious expression, replied, "Uncle Lu, I didn't say anything at all. I only mentioned Beijing oil and Weymouth. What follows is beyond my knowledge." Humph. Li Laifu's spirits lifted considerably, dissipating the gloom that had enveloped him on the bus. With a cheerful demeanor, he indulged in a cigarette, his smile unwavering. Frustrated, Lu Wenyu entered the office building and playfully kicked him, exclaiming, "Don't go looking for trouble." Laifu, still smiling, rushed into Zhou Cheng's office, where Zhou was staring blankly at a goat. Upon entering, Laifu inquired, "Brother Zhou, what do you think? I promised you a surprise last time. Are you satisfied with it?" Zhou, brimming with enthusiasm, responded, "Absolutely, my dear Laifu. You truly are remarkable." He expressed his delight with animated gestures. In these times, even rat meat had become a delicacy. Having just enjoyed pork at school, the arrival of mutton felt rather extravagant for him as the logistics director. Feeling overlooked, Lu Wenyu interjected sarcastically, "Zhou Cheng, stop staring. If you keep this up, people will think your wife is lying on the floor." Startled, Zhou asked, "When did you arrive?" Lu shot him a glare, replying, "I came in ages ago." He then continued, "I'm leaving at noon. Can you prepare a bowl of mutton soup for me to fill my stomach?" Laifu chuckled at the thought, realizing Lu was intent on dining well before his journey. Zhou, not wanting to disappoint Laifu, asked, "What is the matter? Why the rush? Have you given up on resuscitation?" Lu, irritated, retorted, "Get lost. You're just like that little rascal, nitpicking my wording." Laifu and Zhou burst into laughter, while Lu sat there, visibly annoyed. After a moment of mirth, Zhou turned to Laifu and said, "Brother Laifu, take a seat. I'll fetch some tea leaves from next door to brew you some. I wonder who has made off with the tea leaves from my office." As they seemed to have vanished, watching Zhou's retreating figure, Laifu recalled that just a couple of days earlier, he had placed Zhou's tea box among the milk powder. Zhou was quite swift on his feet. He decided to mention it later. Seated with Lu Wenyu, Laifu awaited Zhou's return with the tea. Shortly, Zhou entered, holding a teapot and 3 cups. As he poured tea for Laifu, he remarked, "Brother Zhou, your tea box? I inadvertently took it along with the items you gave me the other day." Without a second thought, Zhou replied, "If you've taken it, it's yours. I was merely wondering who had taken my tea leaves along with the box." He added, "If you enjoy tea, I can fetch you 2 boxes from my uncle later." Before Laifu could respond, Lu Wenyu chimed in, "You little rascal, hurry up and agree. Bring some back for your father." Zhou's uncle happened to be the principal of their school, making those tea leaves a rare treat indeed. Upon hearing about the fine tea, Laifu asked Zhou, "Brother Zhou, is it too much trouble? If it is, just forget it." Zhou, having poured the tea, sat down and gestured for Laifu to drink, saying, "What is the trouble? It's 3 simple steps. Grab the key, open the door, and take it out." As Laifu sipped his tea, he realized how quick-witted he was. This process was just like putting an elephant in a refrigerator. "Brother Zhou, it seems your uncle truly dotes on you," Lu Wenyu remarked with a grin. Zhou, rolling his eyes, replied, "Does he dote on me? It's not considered stealing if a nephew borrows from his uncle." 3 individuals were engaged in lively conversation when Zhou Cheng inquired, "Brother Laifu, what has become of your goat?" Lu Wenyu stood up and replied, "You all continue chatting. I will check the kitchen. I may not be able to enjoy mutton, but I must at least obtain a bowl of goat offal soup." With only 2 people remaining in the room, Li Laifu said, "Brother Zhou, this goat is free of charge. I previously mentioned that I would surprise you regarding the bicycle incident." Zhou Cheng immediately shook his head and replied, "That is out of the question." "Are you jesting?" "My brother, this goat weighs at least 50 kilograms. It's worth over 100 yuan. I cannot accept such a surprise." Li Laifu continued, "Brother Zhou, when you gave me the bicycle, you only calculated a little over 100 yuan. And there was a receipt as well. You didn't count that. And I accepted it without hesitation, yet now you're treating me as a stranger. Zhou Qing persisted in shaking his head, stating, even so, that is too much. Li Laifu, sipping his tea, countered, what is the problem? If that is the case, then I shall forego the tea leaves you owe me. Seeing that Zhou Qing was about to speak again, Li Laifu hastily suggested, Brother Zhou, let us do this. Have the kitchen prepare 2 portions of braised goat meat for me. The flavor cannot be replicated at home. We can consider this matter settled. And next time, we will keep things separate, all right? Observing Li Laifu's resolute demeanor, Zhou Qing resignedly conceded, very well, this time Brother Zhou is at a disadvantage. He then added, you stay here and enjoy your tea. I shall go to the dining hall and instruct the chef to prepare it properly. If I don't supervise, it will probably be those apprentices practicing again. Alone in the office, Li Laifu entered his thoughts into the space. Noting a hefty sow weighing around 170 to 180 kilograms, accompanied by 3 wild boars weighing between 50 to 60 kilograms, 2 silly roe deer for goats, and a bear that was still sleeping inside. After waiting for 2 hours, Zhou Qing entered the office. Cradling a small jar and holding a cloth bag in one hand, he placed the jar and bag on the coffee table, stating, I couldn't find anything suitable to contain it, so I simply washed a small jar for you. The goat meat is in the jar, and the cloth bag contains 3 lunch boxes of rice. Li Laifu lifted the lid of the jar, and an enticing aroma wafted towards him. Brother Zhou, this is quite a generous portion of goat meat. I assent it. Despite the jar's modest size, it must contain at least 10 pounds of cooked meat. Zhou Qing lit a cigarette and remarked, generous? You received a goat without cost. All that offal made a large pot of soup, benefiting those others. Zhou Qing then chuckled. With this affair, I shall confidently procure the tea leaves. After some casual banter, Zhou Qing presented him with 2 boxes of tea leaves, surprisingly not wrapped in paper. In this era, using boxes for packaging was quite a luxury. Yellow paper was the mainstream choice for items. Even craft paper was considered advanced technology, primarily utilized for electrical goods, as it typically had a thin plastic film. Around 10 o'clock, Li Laifu, cradling the jar and carrying the cloth bag, walked alongside Zhou Qing. Both engaged in cheerful conversation as they headed towards the school entrance. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, make way, make way. Zhou Qing, step aside. Your physique is blocking the door. Zhou Qing did step aside, and as Li Laifu turned around, he saw Lu Wenyu. Both were caught in a moment of stillness. Li Laifu moved east, and Lu Wenyu also went east. Li Laifu then shifted west, and so did Lu Wenyu. Chapter 79, A Distance Away. I feel uneasy. Lu Wenyu hurried over to Li Laifu, who was clutching his backside, and exclaimed, why did you block the way, little Laifu, at such a critical moment? Move aside quickly. Li Laifu, bewildered by the sudden call, watched as Lu Wenyu dashed past him. Had he been unjustly scolded? This simply would not do. Reacting swiftly, he grasped Lu Wenyu's arm and questioned, Uncle Lu, please clarify. You charged in from behind. How can you blame me for obstructing your path? Lu Wenyu, one hand pressed against his rear, attempted to shake off Li Laifu's grip with the other, muttering, is it not acceptable for Uncle Lu to be mistaken? Do you think I am jesting? Let go of me. Upon hearing Lu Wenyu's words, Li Laifu finally felt relieved and inquired, Uncle Lu, where are you headed? Zhou Qing, who was nearby, chuckled and remarked, seeing him in such a state, I could have guessed. Li Laifu turned to Zhou Qing and asked, Brother Zhou, what is the matter? Share it with me. I could use a good laugh. Zhou Qing laughed heartily. I went to prepare braised lamb for you, and he was in the restaurant. Across the glass, begging for meat. I managed to find him a couple of pieces of lamb fat in the pot. At that moment, noticing Lu Wenyu tightly clenching his rear with a pained expression, even a fool like Li Laifu understood the situation. Let go, Lu Wenyu mumbled, likely too timid to raise his voice now, having lost the initial bravado he had when kicking Li Laifu. Li Laifu advised Lu Wenyu, what you need to do now, Uncle Lu, is to never trust any flatulence. Otherwise, you will become infamous at Peking University for your misadventures. Ha ha ha. As Li Laifu released him, Lu Wenyu bolted away, and Li Laifu almost shouted in excitement, bite me. Lu Wenyu, still running, shouted back, you little rascal. If you hadn't stopped me for a moment, I might have still believed in flatulence. But now, I truly dare not. Do not let me catch sight of you again. This just might elicit a mere chuckle in future times, but in this era, it became a source of great amusement, causing Zhou Qing to laugh until he could no longer stand upright. Li Laifu decided it was best to leave quickly, fearing that when Lu Wenyu returned, Tales of his infamous reputation at Peking University would spread. Zhou Cheng, dramatically laughing while patting Li Laifeng on the shoulder, said, "Brother, you are simply too amusing. Never trust any flatulence. How did you come up with that?" Li Laifeng thought to himself, "Should I reveal the truth? That I read it in a comment section of a novel?" Deceit is an essential skill for time travelers. With unabashed bravado, Li Laifeng replied, "Brother Zhou, you see, I have possessed a sense of humor since childhood. It is inherent." "Brother, I believe you." Zhou Qing nodded seriously. Li Laifeng stood there, feeling a surge of helplessness wash over him. He sighed, pondering how it is said that one could deceive an entire generation, as this generation is so naive. Instead of returning home, Li Laifeng ventured to Kunming Lake, seeking a secluded spot. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he had caught over 100 pounds of fish, all stored in his space. After enjoying a box of rice and some exceptionally delicious braised lamb, he finally began his journey home. The braised lamb was truly delightful, but the rice contained grains of sand larger than the rice itself. The fragrant rice led him to eat cautiously, resembling an elderly lady at mealtime, too timid to chew heartily. Inwardly lamenting for his rice and the space to ripen swiftly, he found the consumption of this rice quite excruciating. What might the people of this era think of such a notion? He surmised he could be met with harsh consequences. He packed some lamb from the jar into a lunchbox along with 2 boxes of rice, intending to take home the lamb for his family. The remaining lamb in the jar was stored in the space, meant for his grandparents. As for the rice, it was better to leave it be, lest it harm the elderly couple's teeth. Upon reaching the bus station to return home, he noticed an elderly gentleman wearing spectacles and a Zhongshan suit, holding an economical cigarette priced at 8 cents. As people alighted from their vehicles, the old man inquired if they had tickets, offering to exchange the first ticket for a cigarette. This was indeed a pragmatic approach. He recalled Wang Kuei from the morning, clad in work attire, and wondered if anyone would believe he could reimburse for the ticket. Li Laifu mused that clever individuals existed in every era. If this old man were to live another 30 years, he would surely become a figure revered by the likes of Jianlin and Ayun. After all, they were titans of the 1990s. Suddenly, he pondered what life would be like in 30 years at that time. He would be in his 40s. Would he be able to call out to young Wang and young Ma? Lost in his daydreams, the bespectacled old man approached him, offering a cigarette and asking, "Young man, do you have a ticket?" With a sigh, Li Laifu recalled his earlier praise for the man, only to feel disheartened by his mistake. "Sir, do you see anyone at the station waiting for a bus with a ticket?" "Fortunately, it's me. Had it been someone else, you would have wasted a cigarette." His well-intended reminder shattered his composure as the old man replied nonchalantly, "No matter. I don't smoke these lousy cigarettes anyway. I'm just heading home, and they take up space in my pocket." A cold breeze swept by, and Li Laifu understood that the old man remained unchanged. His words were indeed cutting. In a bid to salvage his dignity, Li Laifu retorted with disdain, "I don't smoke these terrible cigarettes either." The old man cast him a skeptical glance, clearly unconvinced. Li Laifu had intended to flaunt his own premium cigarettes. But why boast to such a cantankerous old man? When the bus arrived, the old man boarded without hesitation. Li Laifu returned home before 5 o'clock, only to find Zhao Fong not seated at the courtyard entrance, but beside the chicken rack at their door. Upon seeing him, Li Xiaohong rushed over, waddling like a penguin across the short distance. Big brother, big brother." Zhao Fong rose and remarked, "Little miss, did you not see your brother carrying something? You rushed over like a dog chasing after him." Li Laifu quickly placed the cloth bag on the ground and embraced the little girl. He handed the cloth bag to Zhao Fong, saying, "Aunt, this is the braised lamb my friend prepared. You all can enjoy it tonight." The little girl, unable to articulate properly, patted her belly insistently, exclaiming, "Big brother is hungry. Big brother is hungry." All right. Big brother will give you rice," he replied, retrieving the bag. Zhao Fong shot a disapproving glance at the little girl, thinking that if she had 2 sons, she would have acted long ago. The little girl, mistaking her mother's expression for playfulness, giggled gleefully. Li Laifu positioned Li Xiaohong at the kitchen door, took a small bowl, scooped some rice from the lunchbox, and selected a few pieces of lamb from the jar, pouring a bit of the broth as well. As the lamb was served, the little girl caught the aroma even before tasting it, her mouth watering in anticipation. Carrying the little girl, he strolled towards the entrance of the courtyard, inquiring, "Aunt, why aren't you sitting outside today?" Zhao Fong stood at the door, refraining from approaching, and replied, "I'm not going anywhere. I'm watching over the house." Li Laifu remarked, sitting at the entrance of the courtyard, is still watching over the house. Zhao Feng remained unmoved, glancing inside and stating, "That won't do. I can't relax if I'm too far away." Chapter 80. The correct way to open Laifu. Holding a small bowl and leading the little girl to the entrance. Finally understood Zhao Feng's reluctance to leave the threshold. Perhaps it was due to the envelope containing the work quota. He placed the little girl in his arms. Using chopsticks to feed her, "Big brother, it's delicious." While feeding her, he meticulously picked out the grains of sand from the rice. The little girl was becoming increasingly articulate in calling him big brother. After a mouthful of rice, he offered her a piece of lamb, and her eyes squinted with delight, her small hands covering her mouth, fearing the juices might spill from the sizable piece of meat. The sight of her was utterly adorable. After removing 5 or 6 grains of sand from the small bowl of rice, he finally finished feeding her, leaving her thoroughly satisfied. Laifu carried the little girl into the courtyard and handed the bowl to Zhao Feng at the door, saying, "Aunt, I'm taking Xiaohong to the supply and marketing cooperative." Suddenly recalling something, he added, "Aunt, please don't turn the rice into porridge. You've never had dry rice before. Today, you must try it." Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "All right, Aunt will listen to you." In Zhao Feng's heart, she regarded Laifu as a person of great capability, trusting his judgment without question. Although her thoughts were somewhat pragmatic. What further expectations could an uneducated woman have? She continued, "It's fine for Laifu to take his sister out to play. But after eating a small bowl of dry rice and lamb, she'll surely be full. Don't let her waste money." Laifu verbally agreed. But when the moment arrived, it would be a different story. Upon reaching the supply and marketing cooperative, he noticed old Joe at the counter, a rare sight. The group appeared radiant, likely due to receiving their meat rations today. As the little girl approached the entrance, her hand pointed towards the popsicle box. Old Joe directly asked, "Little Laifu, have you made up your mind about who is coming?" The 4 others nearby displayed no surprise, suggesting they had already discussed the matter during the meat distribution. Old Joe remarked, "Let us have your aunt come." He sighed, expressing, "You truly understand things. It's evident your stepmother treats you well. Your stepmother will be fortunate in the future." The others were already aware of Laifu's stepmother, as countless individuals frequented the cooperative daily, exchanging gossip. In this era, secrets were few. Old Joe continued with a sense of realization. "All right, the neighboring building will be demolished the day after tomorrow, and it will take a couple of days to clear the site. Next Monday, just come to work with your household registration book and street verification letter, and I'll take care of everything for you." His intention was to bring Laifu on board for future endeavors. However, little did he know, this young lad was a dutiful son, yet it was also acceptable for his stepmother to come along. Laifu harbored no interest in working here, envisioning a cramped space of 50 square meters for 6 people. Standing here each day was hardly appealing. After 3 days of idle chatter at work, it seems the remainder will consist of blank stares exchanged between us. "Big brother, water," the little girl piped up, so engrossed in conversation. I had completely forgotten that she wanted a popsicle drink. Pointing to the military water bottle behind Aunt Lu, Laifu inquired, "How much for that?" $1.60. Aunt Lu replied promptly, handing it directly to him. Turning to Elder Chiao, Laifu remarked, "Elder Chiao, I don't have a ticket." Elder Chiao shot him a glare, retorting, "You've already taken it. What more is there to discuss?" He then instructed Lu to make a note of it before striding towards the office. With a chuckle, Laifu handed over the $1.60. Rinsing the inside of the bottle at the tap. Everyone was puzzled, wondering what he was up to. He placed an additional 2 cents on the counter, saying, "Aunt Lu, may I have some popsicle water, please?" Aunt Lu stepped out from behind the counter, asking, "Isn't using a tea jug sufficient? Why waste money?" Despite the hassle, she filled the military water bottle with water using the tea jug. Then, armed with a folding knife, she ventured outside to a willow tree, where she skillfully cut a segment of a willow branch. Carefully peeling the bark from both ends, she twisted one end to fashion a straw, a pastime she had often enjoyed during her time at the orphanage. Upon returning to the cooperative, she cleaned the bark off the ends of the straw with her knife and inserted it into the military water bottle, preparing a makeshift straw for the little girl. The child was taken aback, unsure of what the big brother was doing. However, once Laifu presented the straw to her lips, she quickly grasped its purpose. Now, she had found an engaging toy, sitting quietly without fuss. Leaning over the counter, Aunt Lu mused, "Laifu, when you marry and have children, those kids will truly be fortunate. Who would have thought?" This willow branch could be transformed into a straw for children to drink from. Monkey approached and remarked, "What a fine young lad. Why does he seem like such a nurturing figure?" Laifu rolled his eyes, responding, "Monkey, if someone were to knock you out one day, it would surely be due to that mouth of yours." Excitedly, Monkey replied, "Little Laifu, I'm genuinely praising you. Why do you speak of me getting knocked out?" Shaking his head, Laifu replied, "Monkey, you should rather compliment Erbao. From now on, I shall decline your praises." Qian Erbao shook his head vigorously, saying, "Laifu, spare me. Will you? I'd like to live a few more years." Monkey looked at Qian Erbao's foolish demeanor, saying, "With your character, do you think I should commend you? I thank your ancestors for that." Qian Erbao bowed in jest. Laifu observed the antics of the two, realizing they were the very essence of mirth at the cooperative. Qian Erbao was the first to speak. "Laifu, make me a straw from a willow branch as well. I'll take it home for my son to play with." "What are you shouting for?" As if no one else has a child, Laifu replied, "I'll help Monkey with one too." After crafting 2 straws, the hour had grown late, and the cooperative began to fill with people just getting off work. Laifu cradled the little girl while also attempting to carry the military water bottle, which weighed around 3 to 4 pounds, while the small girl, weighing merely a few dozen pounds, insisted on hanging onto it around her neck. Returning to the entrance of the courtyard, Zhao Feng glanced at her home, estimating that she was preparing dinner. Sitting at the gate, she observed the workers returning from their shifts, each riding with a cloth bag, most of which contained lunchboxes. They aimed to bring back extra vegetables from the factory. Although the meals lacked meat, they were still more palatable compared to the meager oil rations at home. The mere 2 taels of oil allotted each month were not to be squandered. A child approached, one whom Laifu recognized as the same boy who had once gotten into trouble with Jiang Yuan. "Brother, is Jiang Yuan home?" he inquired. "He hasn't finished school yet." "What do you need him for?" Laifu asked. The boy, with utmost seriousness, replied, "I need him to relieve himself." Laifu was momentarily taken aback. The child continued, "I brought 2 pieces of paper today." Laifu, amused, teased him, "Your family is quite extravagant. You dare use 2 pieces of paper for that?" The child nodded earnestly, prompting a laugh from Laifu. How could a man with the soul of 30 years not comprehend the boy's meaning? He suspected it was the candy he had given him previously. He took out a small piece of candy and asked, "What is your name?" The child, displaying commendable politeness, accepted the candy and responded, "Thank you, brother. My name is Zhang Weigua." Laifu nodded, recognizing the correct approach. In the past, when reading historical novels, he often encountered names like Jianjie and Weigua, but they were invariably misguided. Those born before 1949, aside from children of military families, seldom bore such names. After all, most parents had witnessed the ravages of war. The common folk were cautious. Those bearing such names were merely children of 10 years or so by the 1960s. Chapter 81. Communication fails to clarify, of course. No one could claim absolute certainty regarding these matters. However, post-1949, names like Jianjue and Weigua proliferated like mushrooms after a rain, with older names featuring military connotations being the most prevalent. "Brother, I'm back," Jiang Yuan shouted as he ran over. "Jiang Yuan, you're back. Let us go relieve ourselves," Zhang Weigua, with a mouthful of candy, suggested. Jiang Yuan retorted, "What are you talking about? I've been hungry all day. There is no time for that." Zhang Weigua squatted down again and said, "Then go home and eat. I'll wait for you so we can go together. I brought 2 pieces of paper, and I'll share one with you." This made Laifu laugh heartily, particularly at the child's earnest demeanor. Jiang Yuan, equally sincere, replied, "All right. Then I want to bring any paper." Zhang Weigua produced 2 sheets and said, "Jiang Yuan, look at these. They're quite large. I can fold them." Laifu marveled at the simplicity of children's friendships, often hinging on something as trivial as a piece of toilet paper. With that issue resolved, Jiang Yuan shifted his focus. He looked at the little girl clutching a military water bottle and asked, "Sister, could you spare a sip of water for third brother?" "Humph. No," she retorted, clutching the bottle tighter against Laifu. The little girl was not inclined to be friendly with Jiang Yuan, as he had often pilfered her treats. Jiang Yuan shamelessly pressed, "Brother, can you persuade her to let me have a sip?" The little girl, with a pitiful glance, implored Laifu, "Big brother, one tea share." Laifu could hardly endure it. With a swift wave of his hand, he exclaimed, "Get lost. How can a younger brother compare to his sister?" He chuckled. He caressed the little girl's face, wielding his authority with a certain flair. "Brother, Since my sister isn't drinking any water and is merely playing with a stick in her mouth, why not let her have the stick to play with and allow me to drink the water? Jiang Yuan truly desired to sip from the military water bottle for amusement. Had he genuinely wanted a drink, he would have returned home, oblivious to the fact that it contained ice cream water. Laifu, feeling exasperated, produced 2 pieces of candy, saying, "Go play with your little friend," and chuckled at his own jest. Jiang Yuan accepted the candy, refraining from pestering his elder brother further. He turned to Zhang Weiguo and declared, "I'll drop my backpack at home, then we can play near the restroom." Laifu nodded, recognizing him as a true companion of mischief, for their choice of play areas differed from others. As Jiang Yuan and Zhang Weiguo dashed away, the sound of a bicycle bell resonated from the alley. Li Chuan rode in a somewhat unsteady manner, accompanied by another individual. Upon reaching the front of the house, Li Chuan called out, "Xiao Tao, quickly dismount." Jiang Tao leapt from the seat, greeted with a big brother, while his hand instinctively grasped the rear of the bicycle. Only then did Li Chuan dismount, relieved despite his awkwardness. To ease his own embarrassment, Li Chuan handed the bicycle to Jiang Tao, adjusted his attire, and inquired, "Why haven't you returned home for a meal?" Before Laifu could respond, the little girl patted her tummy and exclaimed, "Daddy, I'm full." Upon seeing his daughter, Li Chuan's concern dissipated. Laifu lovingly replied, "So, my dear daughter is satisfied. Come, let your father feel your little belly and see how full you are." Li Chuan instinctively reached to embrace his daughter, but Laifu quickly interjected, "Father, there's still a water bottle." With one arm holding his daughter and the other grasping the military water bottle, Li Chuan glanced at Laifu and asked, "You bought this for her again, didn't you?" The little girl, with a straw in her mouth, playfully slapped Li Chuan's face, signaling him to refrain from mentioning Big Brother. Laifu tenderly stroked the little girl's face. Realizing that his affection had not gone unappreciated, she was protective of him. "Little rascal, dare you hit me?" Li Chuan muttered with a smile, his face beaming with delight as he carried his daughter into the house. "Welcome home." Zhao Fang greeted from her seat on the Kong. Li Chuan took a step back, glancing into the kitchen, which appeared desolate and devoid of any cooking. "Are you staging a rebellion? Do you intend to starve us all?" he joked, still cradling the little girl. Zhao Fang shot him an exasperated glance, lifted the blanket on the Kong, revealing 3 lunch boxes, and stated, "Our Laifu has prepared the meals." She then placed the 3 lunch boxes on the 8 immortals table, proudly announcing, "Come, take a look. Our Laifu has brought back braised lamb and white rice." As he caught sight of the tantalizing red meat and inhaled its enticing aroma, Li Chuan involuntarily swallowed hard. Zhao Fang, beaming with pride, remarked, "Isn't our Laifu impressive? Look at how it makes you drool. Are you hungry, my dear daughter? Come, let father feed you a piece." Zhao Fang gently caressed the little girl's face and said to Li Chuan, "If you wish to eat, do so yourself. Can my elder brother possibly neglect this little girl?" Upon returning, he promptly served her rice mixed with broth and even offered a few pieces of mutton. "She is already quite satisfied." "Father, I am full," the little girl declared. Li Chuan sighed, responding, "You speak as if our family has ever known fullness. I never dared to imagine such a time before." Zhao Fang rose and closed the door, saying, "It's not just you. Even in the entirety of Nanluoguxiang, no one dares to claim they are overly full. Fortunately, we have Laifu at home." At the gate, Jiang Tao inquired, "Brother, may I ride the bicycle for a while?" Laifu lit a cigarette and replied, "If you wish to go, then go." "Thank you, brother. Thank you," Jiang Tao exclaimed. Laifu looked at him, bewildered by his past actions of frequently chastising the brothers, who had always been too timid to retort. Upon reflection, it became clear, a widow raising 2 children often feels a sense of vulnerability, especially when relying on other men to support her offspring. Unless, of course, she possesses a stronger character. Laifu gazed at his younger brother with a tinge of guilt. It wasn't until Zhao Fang called them for dinner that they returned indoors. Laifu played with his sister on the Kong, and the 4 of them shared half a box of rice each. Though not entirely full, the meal was undeniably delightful. Laifu kindly advised, "Xiao Yuan, eat slowly. There may be sand in the rice." Jiang Yuan paused momentarily. He would normally ignore others, but when his elder brother called, he could not afford to pretend he hadn't heard. "Brother, how come my Haven tea found any sand?" Jiang Yuan replied earnestly. Jiang Tao nodded in agreement, asserting, "Brother, I haven't encountered any sand either." Zhao Fang, however, picked out a few grains of sand, noting that while she consumed them slowly, these 2 rascals devoured their food without care. With a smile, Zhao Fang remarked, "Laifu, Don't mind them. They eat like pigs raised by the production team. With their eyes closed, Li Chongwen, who was savoring the rice and mutton, shot Zhao Fong an incredulous look and said, "How can you not articulate your thoughts clearly? If they are feasting on pig food, what are we consuming?" Chapter 82. You too wish to be blindly ignorant, Zhao Fong huffed. What of eating pig food? In the countryside, being able to consume pig food is already a privilege. In our region, the pigs raised by the production team are better fed than the people. Li Chongwen sighed. The countryside has truly gone awry, all for a few words of praise. Zhao Fong furrowed her brow and replied, as the head of the household, "Why not return to the countryside to see our parents?" Li Laifu chimed in cheerfully, "Father, it's been a while since you've seen Grandma and Grandpa. Aren't you worried?" Li Chongwen laughed. "I have no worries. Our hoe is not for tilling the land, but for digging up others' ancestral graves. In Li family village, no one would dare to challenge your grandfather. If anyone tried, a piece of ground would surely become available at the Li family's ancestral site." After saying this, Li Chongwen chuckled at his own father's eccentricity. Li Laifu also laughed, realizing that his grandfather truly was a formidable figure in Li family village. The other two local tyrants, if they emerged now, would likely end up in the pot, making Li family village's patriarch the most formidable of all. The rice was swiftly consumed by the four of them, and Li Chongwen retrieved 2 cornmeal steamed buns from the food container. He handed half of one bun to Zhao Fong. Shaking her head, Zhao Fong replied succinctly, "I haven't done any work at home, so you all enjoy it." Without hesitation, Li Chongwen placed the bun in her bowl, saying, "I've already had a large portion of the rice and shared with the 2 children. You've only had a few grains. You'll need to sustain yourself for the evening." Li Laifu, lounging on the Kong, inquired, "Aunt, is there no grain at home?" Zhao Fong quickly reassured him, "There is plenty, Aunt. We have lots, just not enough work done." Li Laifu dismissed her words, aware of his own situation. "Aunt, regardless of whether we work or not, we must have food. This cannot continue," he stated earnestly. He held no delusions of grandeur, but he was determined that his family should not go hungry. Zhao Fong nodded in agreement. "All right, I will heed your words from now on." As she ate the bun, Li Chongwen chuckled at Li Laifu, lying on the Kong, and teased, "What are you planning? Usurping power? Am I not the head of the family? Is your word now more influential than mine?" Zhao Fong, with a playful retort, replied, "Oh, head of the family? If you're so capable, why don't you ride our Laifu's bicycle?" Coughing lightly, Li Chongwen stuffed a piece of bun into Zhao Fong's mouth, grinning, spending extravagantly on food. "One tea silence you." Who prompted this discussion? This elicited laughter from everyone, and Li Laifu, lying on the Kong, felt joy in the familial atmosphere, which he cherished deeply. After finishing their meal, with no entertainment in sight, Li Chongwen brought his bicycle into the room. Under the light, he meticulously wiped it down, not neglecting a single spoke. Were it not for the black chain, it might have shone like a mirror. He even took a small stick to clean the tire crevices. Wasn't that a bit excessive? It left Li Laifu feeling embarrassed to ride the bicycle. Li Laifu cradled the little girl, advising, "You can't drink any more water, otherwise, you'll wet the Kong again." The little girl had likely had her fill, finally relinquishing the water jug. "You two go ahead and drink. This is ice pop water," he instructed Jiang Yuan and Jiang Tao. "Big brother, why didn't you say so earlier?" Jiang Yuan lamented. "You seem tight-lipped. How should I speak to you, big brother?" Zhao Fong, sewing clothes, shot him a glare and scolded. Jiang Yuan, displaying his shameless nature, quickly retorted, "Big brother, I was wrong. I didn't mean to." Li Laifu, not wanting to engage with him further, interjected, All right. As night fell, around 9 o'clock, both boys had drifted off to sleep. Li Laifu headed outside, prompting Li Chongwen to furrow his brow. "I didn't see you bring back any fish today. What are you heading to the pigeon market for tonight?" Li Laifu lied without batting an eye. "The fish are still in the river. I've packed them in a basket. If I had brought them back this afternoon, they would have died." Li Chongwen nodded. "Just be careful out there tonight. If you can't be dissuaded, I might as well remind you." At the door, Li Laifu whispered, "Understood, father." Zhao Fong watched his retreating figure, concern etched on her face, and Li Chongwen offered reassurance. "Don't worry, that boy is quite clever." Li Laifu, cigarette in hand, wandered through the alley of Nanluoguxiang, aware that the ghost market had yet to awaken at this hour. Nevertheless, he preferred to familiarize himself with the surroundings rather than venture into the eerie night later. At this time, the streets still bore a few souls, albeit sparse. Most appeared hurried, likely eager to return home. Upon reaching Guijie, he found no stalls yet set up. Strolling from east to west, He noted an astonishing 17 or 18 coffin shops. The unfortunate reality was that, by nightfall, the lanterns at their entrances flickered ominously, creating a rather fitting atmosphere. Guajia stretched quite a length, yet the area suitable for stalls barely measured 500 meters. By 11 o'clock, a considerable number of individuals had gathered, standing against the walls, maintaining a distance from one another. Among them were those with backpacks, some clutching boxes, and even a few empty-handed, yet none chose to set up stalls on the ground. As Laifu passed by, the elderly men shook their heads at his presence, obscured as they were in the shadows of the walls. After a couple of rounds, he became somewhat acquainted with the street. When midnight struck, individuals moved a few steps forward, sitting on small stools, placing their goods before them. After 2 hours of leisure and speculation, he had gleaned a general understanding of the scene. He aimed his flashlight toward the solitary figures, clearly the remnants of a bygone era, while those displaying an array of items were likely the vendors. With no shortage of funds, he aimed to select quality goods. He paused beside an elderly man whose wares appeared somewhat upscale. Within a wooden box lay a remarkably exquisite porcelain plate. Affectedly, Laifu inquired, "How much for this item?" The old man, having recognized the foolish lad from his earlier stroll through the crowd, waved him off impatiently. "Go on, play elsewhere. You couldn't afford it even if I told you the price." He shooed Laifu away as if he were a bothersome fly. "Old man, what is wrong with you? How could you possibly know what I can afford?" Laifu retorted defiantly. The old man pointed to the wooden box and declared, "The Qianlong Famille Rose floral and avian plate is priced at 200 yuan, non-negotiable." Laifu was nearly incensed to the point of sitting down, incredulously asking, "Old man, are you serious? Are there truly antiques priced like this in this day and age? Look at you, a naive fool. You think you can find a bargain at Guajia? What era has tea had its expensive antiques? This plate, in the Republican era, would have fetched no less than 2,000 silver dollars. You won't get it out of the box. If you seek bargains, head to Nanluoguxiang. Those selling here, they all have ancestral heirlooms. Who doesn't know the value of their possessions?" The old man boasted. Chapter 83. I am the eldest son and grandson. The old man expected Laifu to retaliate. Yet to his surprise, Laifu merely inquired, "Is the market at Nanluoguxiang open during the day or at night?" The old man nearly strained his back in irritation. This lad was indeed unconventional. He had spoken rather boldly just moments ago, yet now seemed to soften with a single question. Enraged, the old man barked, "Get lost. This is a place for selling goods." Laifu refrained from retorting, recognizing the old man's point. Though these relics of the past had little skill, subsisting on their inheritance, they were hardly fools. Surely, they understood the value of their own possessions. Moreover, each of them has survived the tumultuous times of war. To label them as fools would likely mean they would not have endured to this day. Their ingenuity in concealing possessions and preserving their lives is unparalleled. Laifu produced a big white rabbit candy, unwrapped it, and placed it in his mouth. He inquired, "Old man, despite your dire circumstances, why do you still possess such a fiery temperament? Have you dined yet? I had steamed buns and pork stew with potatoes for dinner. What about you?" The old man glanced at Laifu savoring the candy, and upon hearing the lad's biting remarks, his stomach grumbled in agreement. Laifu, unfazed, retrieved a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, lit one, and continued, "Look at that. Are you still stubborn, old man? Any dissenting opinions?" Listening to Laifu smacking his lips, the old man swallowed hard and replied, "I'm not selling this plate. I'll only exchange it for grain." Feigning surprise, Laifu retorted, "You're such a bore. Old man, I've prepared cash. Why won't you sell?" The old man, unimpressed by Laifu's shamelessness, questioned, "You haven't even moved? Where did you prepare the money? Whom did you learn this habit of lying with your eyes wide open from? And what else with the lip smacking while eating? Does your family know? Are you actually buying something or not?" Laifu chose not to engage further and asked, "Are you truly not selling this plate for money? Everyone is starving. Who trades grain for goods nowadays?" The old man offered no reply, instead gazing behind Laifu. Following his line of sight, Laifu was startled to see someone carrying a bag of flour, dressed in a Zhongshan suit and large leather shoes, even with a concealed face. It was evident that this was no ordinary individual. When Laifu turned back, the old man regarded him with disdain. Laifu directly queried, "Just tell me your price." The old man, noticing Laifu's unwillingness to depart, asked in surprise, "Do you have grain?" Laifu responded, "Isn't that obvious?" The old man extended 5 fingers, lowering his voice, 50 pounds of cornmeal or 20 pounds of flour. Rice is acceptable as well. What the hell, old man, are you out of your mind? 50 pounds of cornmeal at Pigeon Market? The old man interrupted, waving his hand. Pigeon Market is frequently inspected. Have you seen anyone here, after decades, being checked? Do you see anyone in Pigeon Market carrying bags of flour? You're still too young to comprehend that only those who can afford antiques can shop here. He gestured upwards. It was impossible for him to part with 50 pounds of cornmeal. Laifeng offered, how about I negotiate a price? This time the old man did not retort but nodded, saying that that's only fair. Laifeng picked up the plate and examined it, while its authenticity was indiscernible. It must not be damaged. He remarked, how about 10 pounds? Flour? Laifeng shot him a glare. What are you thinking? 10 pounds of cornmeal. The old man lit his pipe, asserting, 10 pounds of cornmeal is definitely unacceptable. After a bout of haggling, they finally agreed on 20 pounds of cornmeal. And Laifeng successfully struck a deal. The old man shifted slightly, extracted a flour bag, and handed it to him, clearly indicating that he should fill it with grain. Laifeng took the flour bag and, as he ambled about, spotted an alleyway. Upon returning to the stall with the prepared flour, Laifu observed the old man, who was about to leave with a box in hand. The elder, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, remarked, "You naive young lad. Ensure you inspect the contents within. You are fortunate to encounter me. Had it been someone else, they might have slipped a tile inside. And then what would you do?" Having been tempered by the trials of later life, Laifu was no stranger to such petty tricks. He possessed a unique space and was well aware of what lay within the box. Laifu reached into his pocket and said, "You may have a foul mouth, old man, but your heart is kind. Allow me to offer you something." The old man, under the impression that the lad was presenting him with milk candies, was taken aback when Laifu revealed a handful of wild mountain berries. The elder stood there, perplexed, clutching the berries, his face contorting in irritation. Laifu, with a nonchalant demeanor, added, "No need for thanks. Take your time enjoying them." The old man could not help but curse, "I thank your grandmother's leg. You wretched scoundrel. In this day and age, wild mountain berries are akin to hot potatoes. Eat them? You'll starve quickly. Not eating them. What a pity to waste something so delectable." Laifu, cradling the box, retorted, "You dare insult my grandmother? My grandfather has quite the reputation, known for digging up ancestral graves, so tread carefully. Go on, dig away. You might as well unearth at Empress Dowager Cixi's grave again." In this era, the remnants of the past bore a deep-seated resentment towards Cixi. Though they lived, their existence paled in comparison to former days. They had once feared to speak ill, but now unleashed their pent-up grievances. Laifu chuckled, "You old codger, wait for me. I shall return to challenge you with my grandfather." He found humor in teasing these old men, each one burdened by life, yet brimming with spirit. This was life, laughter built upon the suffering of others. The elder watched Laifu's retreating figure, shaking his head with a wry smile, amused by the lad's antics. However, he found himself in a quandary with the wild mountain berries in hand, starving yet hesitant to eat. Meanwhile, Laifu reveled in his own amusement. He believed that in the future, such a plate would fetch no less than 200,000. Regardless, he had no intention of selling such trivialities. "Young man, it has been a while since you last visited," the old man remarked, recognizing Laifu as the first person to share stories with him. Laifu approached and inquired, "How did you discern it was me, old man?" The elder invited him to sit on a small stool, explaining, "Few who come to the ghost market walk with such a distinctive gait, and who among them is a spendthrift? One who would cut a hole in a perfectly good cloth." Laifu, giving a thumbs up, declared, "Your eyesight is exceptional." As he reached into his pocket, the old man, with a beaming smile, rubbed his hands together, anticipating another gift of cigarettes. Laifu, with a tone of concern, cautioned, "Do not smoke so often. It is detrimental to your health," as he placed a handful of wild mountain berries into the elder's hands. Laifu's heart soared with joy in these times. Gifting someone wild mountain berries was more satisfying than a scathing insult. The old man gazed at the berries, then raised them to confirm, cursing, "You little rascal? Are you truly my grandson?" Laifu nodded earnestly, replying, "My grandparents have treated me exceptionally well. I am indeed their firstborn grandson." Chapter 84. Why are you so stingy? The elder hesitated for a moment before stowing the wild mountain berries in his pocket, saying, "Ah, firstborn grandson? Are you to inherit the throne?" Laifu glanced around and scolded, "You old fool, are you trying to kill someone?" The old man shot him a glare and retorted, "You little rascal are hardly innocent yourself. Why are you bringing me those mountain berries? With your cowardly demeanor, Do you think I would inform you if something was lurking behind you? Li Laifu felt a chill run down his spine and exclaimed, You old man. Can you even speak properly? It's you who has something behind you, a wrinkled old lady. The old man replied, and behind you is a young girl with surprisingly long hair. A nearby vendor, exasperated, shouted, You two idiots. One isn't buying, the other isn't selling, and here you are, spouting nonsense that raises the hairs on my neck. After cursing the pair, the vendor pulled his stall further away, clearly wishing to distance himself from them. Li Laifu offered a cigarette and inquired, Old man, why are those people keeping their distance from each other while you stand so close? The old man took the cigarette and replied, Those folks care about their reputation. Li Laifu nodded and remarked, So you are all shameless, gathered together? The vendor barked, Old donkey, hurry up and chase that brat away. He can't even speak properly. The old man rolled his eyes and said, You little rascal, can you let someone finish their sentence? He continued, Those people are all relics of the past. Familiar with one another, perhaps even neighbors. They have to sell their ancestral properties to support their families while also maintaining their pride, which is why they keep their distance. We, on the other hand, are merely street vendors, so it doesn't matter if we huddle together. Li Laifu nodded and looked at the old man's lower half, asking, Old man, where did your nickname Old Donkey come from? The old man nearly struck him with his pipe, saying, You truly are a brat. I used to tend to donkeys. Li Laifu, with a serious expression, replied, I heard that in those days, some people tended to turtles for the nobility. Did you never care for them? The old man thought Li Laifu was genuinely engaging in conversation and said, I've heard of it, but I never did that. The vendor interjected, Old donkey. You're such a fool. He is calling you an old turtle. The old man stared at Li Laifu, who shrugged and said, I'm still young. How could I harbor any ill intentions? The old man, now realizing, scoffed, You may not have malicious thoughts, but you are full of deceit. After their banter, the old man said, What did you bring for me to see? Li Laifu hesitated and asked, Can you tell if it's real or fake? The old man proudly took the wooden box and proclaimed, Do you know where I used to tend donkeys? Where? Li Laifu provocatively asked, At Rongbiozai? The old man glared at him and said, Shine the flashlight properly. He examined the item carefully. After a moment, he placed it back in the box and remarked, It's a fine piece. How did a little brat like you acquire so much grain? Li Laifu closed the box and replied, That's none of your business. He then shone the flashlight on the old man's stall, revealing a collection of snuff bottles from consulates and various trinkets of little value, prompting Li Laifu to disdainfully comment, Old man, how do you survive selling such things? The old man casually remarked, They say you are a reckless youth. Do we truly sell these items? Li Laifu, with a serious expression, replied, Old man, do you have anything worthwhile to show me? If I like it, I shall take it. The old man, puffing on his cigarette, cast a sidelong glance at him and said, You've already exchanged everything. What use is it for me to show you? Li Laifu, feeling indignant, retorted, Who told you I have only a meager supply of food? The old man eyed him skeptically and inquired, Is that truly the case? Are you not hiding something from me? Li Laifu nodded earnestly. The old man stood up and addressed the person beside him, Old Biaozi, please keep an eye on him. Old Biaozi glanced at Li Laifu and said, This kid looks completely unreliable, swaying as he walks. Are you sure? The old man nodded and replied, It is precisely because he walks with such a swagger, full of nonsense, that I find it hard to trust anyone else. As they approached the other side, Li Laifu followed closely and shouted at Old Biaozi, What is it to you, you old fool? Look behind you, there is a woman in white. Scram. Li Laifu hastily moved a few steps closer to the old donkey and asked, Old man, what did you mean by that earlier remark? The old donkey, leading the way, explained, That was a compliment. Before Li Laifu could inquire further, the old donkey continued, What kind of respectable person walks like that? You are obviously a poor fellow who has suddenly come into wealth without any roots or background. Li Laifu was about to retort again, but as they entered a dim alley, he decided against it. After passing 6 doorways, the old man unlocked a door, startling Li Laifu. In the courtyard lay 2 coffins. The old man chuckled, These are the burial funds for my old partner and me. Li Laifu inwardly cursed the old man, believing it was a deliberate ploy. Upon entering the house, the old man turned on the lights, leaving Li Laifu in awe. 3 walls were lined with antique shelves, filled with a variety of artifacts. Li Laifu was dazzled, particularly by the shelves on the front wall, which displayed an assortment of porcelain vases of myriad shapes. The only 2 types he recognized were the square vase featured in a treasure appraisal show and a white porcelain guanyin. which he remembered due to the intriguing name Jiang Chaozong, reminiscent of a fantasy novel's protagonist. To the right upon entering, the shelves were adorned with various incense burners and Buddha statues, what one might call miscellaneous items, while the left shelves were filled with wooden boxes and ornate silk cases, all meticulously packaged, leaving him bewildered. Laifu, overwhelmed, casually extracted a Chinese cigarette and offered it to the old man, asking curiously, "Old man, you have all these treasures gathered here, and yet you dare to invite people into your home to inspect them?" The old donkey, unfazed as he smoked, replied, "Do you think I bring just anyone here?" He patted his waist and added, "Do you think we old fellows are merely out here to give gifts? Without some means, who would dare to conduct business at night?" Laifu recalled the 5 or 6 vendors and thought, "So it's a gang." He then sat at the 8 immortals table and asked, "Old man, how many items do you have here?" The old man, admiring Laifu's astonished expression, remarked, "There are indeed a few hundred items." Laifu inquired, "How do you intend to exchange these?" The old man glanced at him and replied, "Whether I exchange these or not is irrelevant. I only trade for rice, of course flour, and if there's meat, that would be even better." Laifu was taken aback. The disparity was stark. While a group of residents in the courtyard exchanged cornmeal, this old man was bartering for flour, rice, and meat. It was an extraordinary contrast. The old donkey-headed man continued, "Once I have enough food for my family, I can sell the rest. Thus, I say it's neither an exchange nor a sale." Laifu surveyed the room filled with antiques and exclaimed, "You, old man, are wealthy enough to deceive me into smoking your cigarettes? Why are you so miserly?" Chapter 85, A Box of Antiques Unfazed. The old donkey-headed man puffed on Laifu's Chinese cigarettes and retorted, "What do you know? All my money has gone into acquiring these items. Now that I'm older, I've come to realize that if I don't consume them now, I won't have the chance later. These items can't be taken with me into the ground." He gazed around the room, reflecting, "I've collected these for over 20 years, and I've been impoverished for just as long." Looking at Laifu, he asked, "You, young lad, smoke Chinese cigarettes? You can also indulge in mountain delicacies and wander about the ghost market? You better not disappoint me." Laifu became serious. These individuals were seasoned veterans, each one sharper than the last. Pointing at a square vase from the kiln, Laifu asked, "What is your exchange for this?" The old man smiled knowingly. "I realize you may not understand or grasp the pricing, but I won't mislead you. A relic shop would price it at 300 yuan, yet they would only offer 50 yuan at most. Let us consider it 300 yuan for simplicity's sake." Damn. Previously, people spoke of finding treasures, but now it had turned into a standard transaction. This was somewhat illogical. Laifu understood. These individuals were professionals in this field. The notion of finding a bargain in their hands was indeed wishful thinking. The old man shook his head and added, however, "I'm not looking to sell for money right now. I first need to exchange for food. Once I'm well fed, we can discuss finances." Sitting up straight, Laifu cautioned, "You must think this through. The current price of food cannot merely be calculated with money, especially for fine grains. In this day and age, as long as there is food, prices are arbitrary. After all, there is no standard measure. If you don't eat, you'll starve. How do you calculate that cost? In times of famine, if you try to measure food with money, you're mistaken." The old man, with a look of disdain, retorted, "Even a young public who knows this. Do you think I'm ignorant?" He raised 3 fingers, prompting Laifu to jump up and exclaim, "You old fool. Are you out of your mind? 300 jin of grain? Give it to me. Come on. I'll give you 300 yuan for 300 jin of fine grains. 50 jin of fine grain would be decent enough. Just a moment ago, you said you wouldn't trick me, but now you seem bent on deceiving me. You're quite the rascal." The old man, momentarily taken aback, quickly replied, "All right, 50 jin it is." Laifu stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the old man. Sensing something amiss, he asked, "Old man, are you being honest? Just a moment ago you..." The old donkey-headed man, with a pained expression, lamented, "You young scoundrel. You are far too cunning. I was hoping for 300 pounds. If you could return just 150, that would suffice. Your bargaining skills are impressive, but my family is starving. Never mind, let us settle for less and be friends." This unscrupulous old man, whose family was in need, still sought to exchange for finer grains. Laifu, seated on a chair, sighed and remarked, "You old fool, there's no need for theatrics. I was too hasty earlier." The old donkey, grinning, replied, "Oh, not at all. You are quite astute." Laifu rolled his eyes and retorted, "You deceitful old man, why do you smile when you call me clever? Businessmen are accustomed to such banter. The old donkey continued to feign innocence. Subsequently, Laifu, like a general counting his troops, exchanged another 50 pounds of flour for 6 items, resolutely refusing to let the old man take advantage this time. Each of these 6 exquisite porcelain pieces matched the old man's taste. He would not accept anything less than the finest. As Laifu stood up, preparing to retrieve the flour, he suddenly turned and asked, "Old donkey, you wouldn't be trying to pull a fast one, would you?" The old man shot him a glare and replied, "Among us stallholders, no one dares to sell counterfeit goods. A few years back, a couple of them met their end, and it put an end to such mischief. If you can procure 100 pounds of flour, can you not manage 5 pounds of cornmeal? Are you planning to hire someone to commit murder at the pigeon market? So be at ease." As Laifu made his way outside, he mused that the old man had a point. In these times, firearms were not prohibited, and the crime resolution rate was rather dismal. 20 minutes later, Laifu returned carrying a sack of flour, and the old donkey hurried to greet him. Upon inspecting the sack, the old man scolded, "You rascal, with such fine flour, why do you use such a filthy bag?" The sack had been purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative during his last visit. Laifu clapped his hands and patted his shoulders, saying, "Don't be so picky. How many people can produce 100 pounds of flour these days?" He then patted his backpack and declared, "The grains have been exchanged, and I have brought the money." The old donkey, clutching the white flour, smiled and said, "Feel free to look around. I will quote you a price for anything you desire." With each item Laifu picked up, the old man provided a price. Indeed, antiques were remarkably affordable nowadays, unlike the fictional novels of previous lives where they were mere cents or a few dollars. However, even now, most items were capped at $20 or $30. And that was in the old man's collection. They could be slightly cheaper outside, with the only exception being the porcelain pieces. Noticing Laifu's confusion, the old man chuckled. Porcelain has been favored by emperors from ancient times to the present. Naturally, its price exceeds that of other goods. The famous Schwanda furnace from later generations? I have it here for just $10 each, and these are in excellent condition, a complete set of 10. However, there was a caveat. The porcelain in his collection predominantly dated back to the Qing dynasty, with only the Gu kiln among the 5 famous kilns represented. Yet each piece was from an imperial kiln. When Laifu had amassed over 100 items, the old donkey protested, exclaiming, "No more sales, no more." Most of Laifu's purchases consisted of miscellaneous items. He did wish to acquire more porcelain, but funds were limited. The rhinoceros horn cup was priced at $30 each, and the ivory carvings at 40. If he didn't buy them, who would? Having spent 800 yuan on an assortment of goods, Laifu handed over the money. The old donkey head, gazing at the pile of cash, felt no joy and remarked, "You are too ruthless." He dragged a battered box from the courtyard, reluctantly placing each item inside. Even Laifu could see the old man's reluctance. Laifu consoled him, "Old man, don't be downcast. You can't take these things with you to the grave. Get lost. Is that how you comfort someone?" The old donkey head waved his hand dismissively. Laifu wrapped the box up and turned back, warning, "Just don't say anything foolish about the flour. Get lost. If I didn't have the means to keep secrets, I wouldn't have lived this long," the old donkey head retorted, swatting at him like shooing away flies. Exiting through the rather spacious double doors, Laifu, carrying the hefty box of over 100 pounds, did not head toward Gue Street, but continued deeper into the alley. He had noted the right spot when he picked up the flour. This alley was not a dead end. Reaching a shadowy corner, he swiftly stored the box in his space. Laifu, smoking a cigarette, squatted in a wall corner, contemplating how he could acquire all the fine items from the old donkey head's collection. Chapter 86. Tan Erden. Stealing? That was out of the question. With space that could hold tons of gold, wealth was no longer a concern. Collecting antiques had become a delightful pastime. To steal again? He would scorn himself for such an act. Old Biao approached the old donkey head upon his return and inquired, "How did it go?" The old donkey head grimaced and nodded. Old Biao, irritated, said, "As long as the deal is done, why the long face?" The old donkey head, pretending to prepare his pipe, replied, "That lad is too ruthless. He bought my goods for a mere 13. Old Biao, reaching into the old donkey head's pipe for some tobacco, stated, "You really have come to terms with it?" Lighting his cigarette with a match, the old donkey head replied, "If I don't accept it, what can I do? The eldest and the second have both married and left, yet they still live in my courtyard, consuming my resources. Shouldn't I be thinking of getting them jobs so they can be independent? Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, the old donkey head continued, "Besides, I've played enough for a lifetime. Squatting here every night makes me feel less than human." Laifu glanced at the time. It was past 2 o'clock. Strolling leisurely home, the night was so still that even a fart could travel 2 miles. Approaching the entrance of Nanluoguxiang, suddenly a voice called out ahead, "Don't run. I'll shoot if you keep running." Bang, bang, bang. Laifu immediately ducked behind a tree, cursing under his breath, "Damn, this guy is quite devious." In modern terms, he's a real schemer, shouting threats and firing before he even finishes his sentence. Best to keep his distance from such a person. In the grand scheme of things, preserving one's life was paramount. He settled behind the tree, not planning to move. Under the glow of the streetlight at the entrance of Nanluoguxiang, he saw one person running while 3 others pursued. Half an hour passed, and Laifu yawned, feeling drowsy. Just as he reached the entrance of courtyard number 88, a sudden sound of faint awe startled him awake. As someone leapt out from their courtyard, Laifu bent over to observe, initially intending to remain silent and wait for the person to depart. However, it happened that the individual stood directly at the entrance of a narrow alley outside the courtyard, illuminated by the streetlight in Nanluoguxiang, casting his shadow into the alley. The man paused for a moment and slowly approached, speaking in a gentle tone, "Young brother, do not be afraid. I am a good person." Laifu scrutinized him, suspecting he was likely one of the individuals being pursued by the police moments ago. Who gets chased by the police in the dead of night and claims to be a good person? Laifu boldly inquired, "You're not a thief, are you?" The man took a couple of steps closer and smiled. "Do I look like a thief in this attire?" He was dressed in formal clothing, donning a zhongshan suit, a style typically associated with officials of that era. He even took out a pen from his jacket pocket and twirled it in his hand. Laifu nodded, conceding, "Your attire indeed does not resemble that of a thief." The man continued, "Why are you returning so late?" Before Laifu could respond, he had already approached within a single step. Laifu eyed the man's back and demanded, "Who?" As the man turned around, Laifu swiftly kicked him in the groin and followed up with a knife hand strike to his neck, catching him off guard before he could even utter a sound. Laifu had already noticed the man's injured foot, deliberately concealing the bleeding leg in the shadows. The most insulting aspect of this encounter? The man was attempting to deceive him by holding the pen in his left hand while keeping his right hand hidden behind his back. Unfortunately for him, the zhongshan suit he wore allowed Laifu to seize the fallen dagger, a typical military knife, and stow it away. With the man in tow, Laifu made his way toward the Gulu police station. It seemed that the man was likely involved with espionage, considering the late-night police pursuit. Fortuitously, the station was not far. Upon exiting Nanluoguxiang, Laifu spotted a group of individuals rushing toward him, their approach illuminated by the lights of Gulu. As he stepped out of the alley, he called out loudly, "Over here." The group, initially mistaking him for an ally, hurriedly responded. In the dead of night, Laifu's voice successfully captured the attention of over 20 people. Deciding to remain, he thought to himself, "This man is truly a weighty burden. What are you doing here?" He exclaimed upon recognizing Director Tan. "Uncle Tan, I got up to use the restroom and caught this man lurking outside my wall." Several people immediately flipped the man over to inspect him, one of them looking up to say, "Director Tan, he has lost consciousness." Director Tan quickly commanded, "Take him back to treat his leg injuries. We cannot let him die." As he watched the man being carried away, he scrutinized Laifu from head to toe for a moment. With a mocking tone, Director Tan inquired, "Do you carry a backpack even when you go to the restroom? Are you studying so diligently?" Laifu detected the mockery but shrugged it off, replying, "Uncle Tan, this is not a backpack for books. I have toilet paper inside. So it is quite reasonable for me to carry it, isn't it?" He felt something was amiss with his words, and before he could retract his statement, Director Tan chuckled, "Come, tell me, what size of a behind do you have that requires a backpack to wipe?" Laifu, feeling cheeky, decided to play the rogue. "Uncle Tan, you're the director. Can we refrain from such jokes about behinds and excrement?" Get lost. A motorcycle came to a halt, and a man in his 40s clad in a police uniform inquired, "Have we apprehended Tan Erden?" Director Tan replied respectfully, "The deputy director has already captured him. He is at the station." The man gestured, and the motorcycle's rider proceeded towards the Gulu police station. Laifu was taken aback. "Tan Erden? Why not the surname Go?" Nevertheless, the name Erden was rather festive, and he was on the verge of chuckling. "If you dare to laugh, just see if I won't give you a beating," Director Tan remarked, observing the expression on Laifu's face. From now on, When you head to Gezi City, make sure to clean yourself up. Just look at that backpack of yours, he added. Lowering his head, Laifu noticed that a large portion of the mask was exposed from his backpack. He hastily tucked it away, saying, Uncle Tan, you must be mistaken. This is just my handkerchief. Director Tan scoffed, your handkerchief is quite innovative. Especially with those 2 holes you made. Before Laifu could defend himself, Tan continued, enough with the nonsense. Tell me how you managed to catch him. Laifu, without reservation, spoke while gesturing with his hands. I didn't realize you had some skills. Director Tan observed Laifu's movements. Laifu nodded earnestly. I used to practice a bit in the countryside, but nowadays, I can barely fill my stomach, so I don't practice anymore. This statement convinced Director Tan, as many had taken up martial arts in these times. Tan then asked Laifu, would you be interested in joining the neighborhood watch? Although it's not a formal position, it pays 9 yuan a month. Chapter 87. Misdeeds. Laifu shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. The neighborhood watch? He understood it well. In modern terms, it resembled a community defense team, assisting the police station while patrolling the streets. The neighborhood watch was managed by the street committee. Similar to the militia in the countryside, with its leaders often being former military personnel. So what do you intend to do wandering about all day? Tan Erden asked. Laifu, afraid of being beaten, refrained from stating his true desire to be a street rogue. Instead, he feigned innocence, saying, Uncle Tan, I am still just a child. Could you please not exploit me so? Comrade Erden, with a contemptuous expression, retorted, get lost. In the countryside, children at 15 are already looking for brides. I was on the battlefield at 15, while you're here pretending to be a child. I've never seen a child who smokes Zhonghua cigarettes daily. Seeing Laifu's unwilling demeanor, Tan waved his hand. Hurry up and get lost. Remember to go home and sleep. Don't run around outside tonight. Understood, Uncle Erden, Laifu replied. You little rascal. After Tan's scolding, Laifu had already dashed away. Originally aiming to achieve merit by capturing a spy, he ended up getting reprimanded. If not for you, who else would I call Erden? He muttered as he made his way home. By the time he returned home, it was already 5 in the morning. He placed 5 pounds of cornmeal on the counter as proof of his endeavors the previous night, ensuring he wouldn't have to say much in the future when going out at night. Upon entering his small room, he noticed that perhaps due to the excitement of riding his bicycle yesterday, Jiang Yuan had ended up with his head at the foot of the bed, his feet resting on Jiang Tao. The 2 brothers had this one advantage. They never dared to sleep near the head of the bed and instead squeezed together at the edge. He hung his backpack on the wall of his room, then went to the kitchen to fetch 2 ladles of water to wash his feet. For the next 2 days, Laifu spent his days sleeping and ventured to Guijia at night. The old donkey head had ceased selling antiques, claiming his family had run out of grain and would not trade anymore. Nonetheless, Laifu had managed to exchange 5 or 6 items from the group of relic enthusiasts. The wares at Guijia were indeed authentic, yet fine treasures did not appear every day. After trading, the relic enthusiasts often took a long time to return. The old donkey head looked at Laifu with disdain and remarked, "We are trying to make a living. What are you, a mere boy, doing here every day?" Laifu retorted from behind him, "What living are you talking about? A few of your belongings would suffice for survival. You are just a miser." The old donkey head, puffing on his pipe, replied, "Why are you so impatient? I've told you, I will sell everything before I die. At my age, are you still afraid of me passing away before you?" Laifu scoffed, "You old fool, wait for your turn. I'll show you." He then walked towards the outskirts of Guijia. Once outside Shuangmen, he scooped some fine soil from the base of the city wall. As for digging near the moat, that was out of the question. The mud there was as unkempt as the silt of the Ganges, untouched for countless years. He took out 2 wild chickens, cleaned them in a space, and seasoned them with spices, peppercorns, dried chilies, white liquor, and salt. It seemed he would need to plant some ginger and scallions in his space, as his seasonings were incomplete. He retrieved the lotus leaves he had picked from the summer palace last time. After over an hour, he had prepared the beggar's chicken, placed it in his backpack along with a bottle of Fingio, and returned to Guijia just after 1 o'clock, perfectly timed for the bustling crowd. Approaching the old donkey head, Laifu took a blade of grass and shone a flashlight to check the wind direction. The old donkey head chuckled, observing Laifu's antics. "What's this? Planning to let one rip against the wind? If you think you can get back at me this way, you're mistaken. We have all slept among the dead, and fear not even a trivial fart. Even if you were to defecate beside me, I would simply see if I could avoid it." Laifu thought to himself that the old man had likely grown accustomed to foul smells but had little experience with pleasant aromas. After determining the wind direction, he took out the 2 clay lumps from his backpack, setting it aside. Hey, you've laid 2 eggs while I was away? The old donkey head jested. Keep laughing. Old man, soon you'll have reason to weep, Laifu replied, not rising to the bait. Hurry up. It's been 2 or 3 decades since I last shed a tear. Let us see how you make me cry. He laid down the large yellow paper he had received from buying buns, and as he opened the clay lumps, the old donkey head sniffed and widened his eyes in astonishment. He unveiled the lotus leaves, then pulled out the white liquor. Taking a bite of chicken leg followed by a swig of liquor. You little rascal, I'd rather you defecated in front of me, the old donkey head exclaimed, covering his head. Once they entered Guajia, it was impossible not to catch the attention of passers-by. Anyone who entered Guajia could hardly suppress their salivation. What had once been a lively ghost market was now transformed into a street-side eatery, the delightful aroma wafting far and wide. The old donkey head swallowed hard. While the old Biao could no longer contain himself, he approached Laifu, producing a gold ring, and said, Young lad, can this be exchanged for a chicken? Laifu rolled his eyes and retorted, Just a few grams of a small ring? You think you can trade that for a chicken? How about I throw in a drink for you as well? Without a moment's hesitation, the old Biao replied, I'll take it. In this day and age, gold and silver can't be traded. Even if I went to the pigeon market, I wouldn't be able to exchange it for grain. And selling it would likely yield no buyers. After the exchange, he hurried to his stall to fetch a cup. After all, a seller of antiques could hardly be without a cup. Laifu playfully grabbed a chicken's backside and remarked, You seem far more sensible than that sharp-tongued old donkey. Here, take this chicken backside as a gift. The old Biao, delighted, responded, You're quite generous. In the future, if you have more meat, feel free to come to my place for a trade. I have good items too, not less than what the old donkey has. He added, Let us be clear. I don't deal in cash. It's all about trading for grain and meat. At this moment, Laifu understood that the old donkey had clearly withheld information about trading for flour. The old man was rather tight-lipped. As they drank and savored chicken meat, a voice suddenly called out, Young man, I have a small jade pendant. Can I trade it for a chicken? Before Laifu could respond, the old Biao interjected. That's a Hetian jade. Looking at its quality, it could fetch a few coins. At most, it might be worth 2 chicken wings, certainly not a thigh. So, will you trade? Laifu inquired. Without hesitation, the old man tossed it to him. The old man was straightforward, and Laifu reciprocated generously, offering a large piece of chicken breast in return. Finally, the old donkey could no longer hold back and asked, Young lad, just say what you want. Laifu pointed at the mud ball and said, I still have half a bottle of wine and another chicken. I want to go over there and select a few more items. The old donkey swallowed hard and exclaimed, What a sin! How did I offend you, you little rascal? He took the backpack beside Laifu, stuffed the mud ball inside, snatched the half bottle of wine from him, and, carrying the backpack while leading the way, set off. Chapter 88. The wronged young girl Laifu followed the old donkey into a small courtyard in the alley. The old donkey sat at the 8 immortals table, sighing, while Laifu rummaged through the porcelain shelves, using 100 pounds of white flour to exchange for over 20 pieces of porcelain. There was hardly anything left in terms of miscellaneous goods. After packing everything into the backpack, Laifu stepped outside and took a stroll to collect items in his space. Upon returning to the ghost market, he looked at the yellow paper package and asked, Old Biao, why is my beggar's chicken missing a leg? The old Biao quickly produced a small jade token and said, I couldn't resist, it smelled too good. I haven't caught a whiff of meat in ages. How about this jade token? It's much larger than that previous jade pendant. Laifu reluctantly accepted it, though inwardly he was overjoyed. The old donkey came out and took the chicken leg that Laifu had nibbled on. Laifu exclaimed, You old fool, don't you already have a chicken? Why are you taking my chicken leg? The old donkey, sipping wine and enjoying the chicken leg, replied, Only you little rascal, can eat so recklessly. This entire chicken must be taken home. It's been ages since we've smelled meat in our household. Laifu has indeed overlooked this matter. He has been dining out these past few days. He ponders the tender beggar's chicken, knowing his sister would surely relish it, and resolves to bring one back in the morning. He casually places the leftover chicken bones beside old donkey, who, at this moment, lacks for nothing but the preservation of familial bonds. Observing the lad's adeptness, old donkey remarks, Do not come by tomorrow evening. The market will certainly not open. Laifu jestingly waved his hand before old donkey, saying, Are you not blind? How could you still be counting your days? Old Biao, Witnessing old donkey indulging in wine and chicken, could not contain his irritation and retorted, "What does he know about fate? His right leg was kicked by a donkey in his youth, and now it aches whenever it rains." Laifu inquired of old donkey, "Is it truly that accurate?" Before he could respond, old Biao interjected, "Not at all. If it were, he would have neither son nor daughter." Old donkey shot him a glare and rebuked, "Go away. Your spittle is landing on my beggar's chicken." "Bah!" Old Biao cursed, "What are you boasting about? If you catch any wild chickens tomorrow, bring one for me. I would never shortchange you." Laifu was aware that old donkey had little left after he had taken most of his belongings. Now reduced to the contents of wooden boxes, the contents of which were a mystery to him. The old man would not show them, leaving Laifu feeling like a grandson waiting for inheritance after the old man's passing. He cast a glance at old donkey, thinking, "Damn, drinking and eating chicken, chewing on bones so audibly, how many years does this body have left? I wager it won't last long," having yet to extract anything from old brow. Laifu saw an opportunity and declared, "I won't be able to come tomorrow. In a couple of days, I will bring you some. There are still about 10 in my space." Laifu decided not to engage in further idle chatter. He had gathered nearly all he needed for the day, marking yet another uneventful day. Returning to the East Zimin, he prepared 6 more beggar's chickens by the moat. It was not until dawn that the chickens were fully cooked. Early risers, namely women and elderly ladies foraging for wild vegetables, spotted him and began to whisper amongst themselves. The most infuriating part was that these women wore expressions of pity, shaking their heads and sighing as if they deemed him a fool for roasting beneath the summer sun. Enraged, he dug into the earth for the beggar's chickens, cursing under his breath. For chickens were stored in his space, while his backpack held 2 clay balls. In a modern context, would city management not reprimand him for kindling a fire beneath the city wall? The enigma of what city management confiscates remains unsolved, a perplexing mystery without an expert to provide clarity. With a cigarette between his lips, he strolled with an air of nonchalance. Upon entering Nanluoguxiang, he noticed a few elderly women seated at the entrances of various courtyards. There were no old men playing chess beneath the trees. In these times, anyone capable of movement was out seeking nourishment. As for the younger generation, they were likely at work. His life was remarkably beautiful, who needed a job. From afar, old Lu called out, "Xiaofeng, your Laifu has returned." Zhao Feng lifted her gaze to Laifu, her eyes brimming with affection, and said, "Aunt Lu, look at our Laifu. How handsome he is. Even his gait is pleasing." Madame Lu rolled her eyes and thought to herself, if my son had his legs broken, swaggering around with a cigarette, he would look like a little rogue. She sighed inwardly. What could she do? After all, her son was quite accomplished. He had even managed to acquire a bicycle. As Laifeng approached, Zhao Feng quickly set down the shoe soles she was working on and exclaimed, "Laifeng is back. Come inside. Auntie will prepare some water for you to wash your face." Laifeng handed his backpack to Zhao Feng, but inquired, "Grandma Lu, has my uncle not returned for a while?" With a smile, old Madame Lu replied, "Not much longer. He'll be back by the end of the month." Her son did have a formal job, albeit at a mine. He could only return once a month, but in these times, any job was hard to come by. The work in the mine was not comparable to other jobs. After all, it required physical strength, and the food at the mine was much better than in town. The coal could be exported, generating foreign currency, and it was imperative to ensure production during this period. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhao Feng had already prepared the wash basin. While washing his face, Laifeng asked, "Auntie, is Xiaohong still asleep?" Zhao Feng replied, "I didn't wake her. Let her sleep a bit longer. It makes it easier for me. Otherwise, she clings to me." As she handed Laifeng a towel, she inquired further, "What have you brought back?" "2 lumps of mud." Laifeng, drying his face with the fresh towel, replied, "Auntie, these are delicious treats I brought for Xiaohong." Zhao Feng, puzzled, reached into the backpack, intending to knock on it to see if her eyes were deceiving her. How could they possibly be eating mud? Oh dear, how is it still warm? Laifeng sat on a stool at the doorway, lit a cigarette, and chuckled, "Auntie, the really good stuff is inside. I'll open it when the little girl wakes up." Zhao Feng responded directly, "Then why wait?" She walked into the house, and Laifeng stood up to follow her. The little girl was sleeping soundly on her stomach, and Zhao Feng playfully slapped her bottom, saying, "Get up." Laifeng twitched his mouth as the little girl, startled and about to pout, caught Zhao Feng's stern gaze. The little girl quickly scrambled up, and upon seeing Laifeng, tears of grievance welled up in her eyes, and she began to sob, her small mouth quivering as tears fell. Laifeng hastily said, "Big brother will hold you. Big brother will give you a hug." for the little one's pitiful appearance was quite heart-wrenching. Chapter 89. Their feast. Zhao Fang, tidying up the bed, remarked, "Why is the little girl still asleep at this hour? Why is she so upset? If we were in the countryside, she would have been helping me in the fields by now." Li Lifeng could only comfort her silently. This was simply the way children were raised these days. In less fortunate families, children as young as 3 or 4 would already be out foraging for wild vegetables. He placed the little girl on a stool, prepared a bowl of formula, and fetched a large tea tray to bring in the baked chicken. Zhao Fang finished tidying the bed and followed behind Li Lifeng, curious to discover what treats lay within the mud lump. As Li Lifeng cracked open the mud ball, an enticing aroma wafted out, and the little girl opened her eyes wide, inhaling the delightful scent. He removed the dirt from the tea tray, took out the lotus leaves, and placed them directly on the table. "Oh my, I haven't even closed the door," Zhao Fang exclaimed, dashing back. Li Laifu cradled the little girl as she brought him a chicken leg. With one bite of the succulent meat, he offered her a spoonful of milk powder. The little girl joyfully bounced on the stool, causing Zhao Fang to drool in delight. With a gentle smile, Li Laifu remarked, "Auntie, please eat. I saved another for my father and Xiaotao for later." In these times, women often felt anxious when food was scarce, yet when it was plentiful, they found it hard to indulge. Li Laifu tore off a chicken leg and placed it in Zhao Fang's hands, waiting for her to eat it herself, though it remained uncertain when that would happen. "Oh dear, Laifu, if not the chicken leg, I'll settle for the chicken head," Zhao Fang replied, despite Li Laifu's coaxing. Zhao Fang refused the chicken leg and instead took the neck and head, her face alight with happiness as she savored every bite, the little girl delightfully messy with grease. Observing the remaining chicken, Li Laifu commented, "Granny Lu has been quite generous to our family. Shall we give her half of the wild chicken?" Zhao Fang hesitated, pondering that had it been Jiang Tao or Jiang Yuan suggesting it, they would have likely received a sharp retort. She nodded and said, "You decide." The previous words of the elderly lady touched Li Laifu deeply. On the day he returned from the courtyard brawl, she had inquired if he had suffered any loss, offering to berate those who had wronged him if needed. Such kindness was rare. Zhao Fang took a knife and cut the chicken in half, to which Li Laifu responded, "Auntie, I can't manage that. Please take care of it." The little girl, sipping the warm milk, found the atmosphere stifling without a fan, prompting Zhao Fang to close the door. Feeling the heat, he carried the little girl and the milk outside, sitting comfortably on a small stool. The little girl relished the chicken leg while Li Laifu fed her milk powder. Zhao Fang wrapped the beggar's chicken in paper and, as if a spy, glanced around before stepping outside, which made Li Laifu chuckle. Upon reaching Granny Lu's doorstep, she called out, "Auntie, come here for a moment." Granny Lu, seated on a stone stool, turned to inquire, "Zhao Fang, what is the matter? You just stepped out. Why not let me come to you?" Zhao Fang stood close to the door, gesturing for her to approach. "Auntie, you'll know once you come over." As Granny Lu approached, Zhao Fang insisted, "Please open your door." Granny Lu, puzzled, complied. Once inside, Zhao Fang exclaimed, "This is the beggar's chicken that Laifu brought home this morning. It smells heavenly. You must try it." Granny Lu noticed the grease soaking through the paper and, with a pained expression, replied, "Oh no, you should take it home for your children." Without hesitation, Zhao Fang placed it in her hands, saying, "I have more at home. Laifu insisted I bring this to you." Granny Lu chuckled, "What a thoughtful child. Auntie, please do taste it." "This is the chicken Laifu made with his clay ball," Zhao Fang urged. Granny Lu frowned, wondering how a clay ball could produce such a fragrant chicken. She pinched a piece, tasted it, and exclaimed how delicious it was. Li Laifu played with the little girl in the yard, and by noon, a light rain began to fall. The old donkey's legs were more accurate than the weather forecast. Outside, the rain falls steadily, yet the atmosphere is vibrant and lively. After months of drought, the gentle droplets seem to invigorate the community. Everyone is outside, basking in the rain and engaging in cheerful conversation, their spirits soaring. The elders reminisce about the hardships of the past, proclaiming that the lean years are finally coming to an end. Li Laifu sighs, foreseeing a harsh winter ahead. The little girl, however, is filled with uncontainable joy, darting about the courtyard, laughter bubbling from her lips. Zhao Fang glances out the door, pondering how parents in future generations would have rushed to bring their children indoors. She dismisses the thought and returns to her tasks. By noon, aware that Li Laifu would be needing his meal, she prepares steamed buns and simmers the remaining chicken with cabbage. After Li Laifu and the little girl finish their lunch, Zhao Fang consumes 14 buns, declaring herself done with eating. As the little girl drifts off for an afternoon nap, Li Laifu is roused by the noise. Li Chuan has brought the bicycle inside, and Li Laifu observes him tenderly polishing it with a cloth, muttering about having regretted riding it in the rain, given its current state of dirtiness. In the house, Jiang Tao and Jiang Yuan remain quietly obedient, and Zhao Feng, initially intending to praise them, discovers that they have been reprimanded instead. I told you to wait a moment before cleaning the bicycle. Look, you've woken Laifu. Zhao Feng scolds. Li Chuan retorts, what if the bicycle rusts from neglect? A little less sleep isn't a big deal. Zhao Feng, slipping on her shoes, responds. Then you can forego the meal Laifu brought back and feast upon your bicycle instead. To prioritize a bicycle over your own son is a peculiar affection indeed. Father, if I were to gift you a motorcycle, would you cradle it in your bed? Li Laifu jests. Li Chuan rolls his eyes. What a fanciful dream. A motorcycle is not something just anyone possesses. I would be content with a bicycle as your token of filial piety. Li Laifu, cradling the little girl who has scampered over, laughs. Father, when did I ever say I would present the bicycle to you? Li Chuan, standing firm, asserts. It's been days. You haven't ridden it. I've grown attached to it from daily use. Are you not returning it? Li Laifu teases the little girl. Father, it seems you wanted to learn how to ride it at first. Li Chuan waves dismissively. There's no point in discussing it now. It's too late. As Zhao Feng enters with a basin of dishes, she chuckles. You ought to feel some shame. You're still a father, yet you hoard Laifu's bicycle. Li Laifu, taken aback, inquires, Aunt, what is this flour chicken you've turned into soup? Zhao Feng nonchalantly replies, can they eat it all? You can have your share. If they were to eat it, it would be a waste. I didn't just make soup. I prepared a large pot. I used the food coupons you gave me to buy 2 heads of cabbage, enough to last our family for 2 or 3 days. Chapter 90, A Call to Grandpa Zhang. Jiang Yuan, with a pained expression, remarks, Brother, when I returned, that chicken smelled heavenly. I was just savoring it with ergu when my mother took it and chopped it to bits. Zhao Feng, entering with steamed buns, scolds, if you're not eating, then get lost. Having chicken soup is already a blessing. Do you still wish to gnaw on whole pieces? After dinner, the 2 men stood at the door smoking. Li Chuan remarked, Son, you should visit your grandmother tomorrow. Before Li Laifu could inquire further, Li Chuan glanced inside the house and added, Isn't your aunt supposed to start working at the supply and marketing cooperative on Monday? I intend to bring her home for the weekend. I've inquired. And the cooperative doesn't have a holiday. One can only take leave. However, if one doesn't take a day off for an entire month, there's a subsidy of 80 cents. Given your aunt's nature, she wouldn't waste even a single cent, so it's best to visit before she starts work. You should go back early to pave the way and speak kindly on your aunt's behalf to improve your grandmother's mood. Li Laifu chuckled, You're your grandmother's son. Can't you speak for yourself? Li Chuan shot him a glare and replied, If I were to speak, it would only add fuel to the fire. Your grandmother would surely berate me for marrying and forgetting my mother, and who knows, she might even wail and lament, while your grandfather would undoubtedly chase me away with a stick. In retaliation for Li Chuan's prior comment about the bicycle being more important than himself, Li Laifu said, Let her scold. My second aunt is often berated, yet she still smiles every day. Li Chuan, with earnestness, patted Li Laifu on the shoulder and said, Son, your aunt has been quite good to you. When you and Xiao Dao were young and had a fever, your aunt didn't hesitate to give you medicine. Son, you must be a person of conscience. Just then, before Li Laifu could expose his father's lie, Zhao Feng, who had been eavesdropping, could no longer contain herself. With a smile, she said, Head of the family, you lie without batting an eye, Laifu. You were already 11 at that time, capable of remembering things. And you're still using this to deceive him? Xiao Dao was clearly hit by me, and it was Laifu who truly had a cold. He wouldn't believe your fib. Li Chuan, adhering to the principle of I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment lies with you, maintained a serious demeanor, saying, Perhaps I remembered incorrectly. Zhao Feng continued, Laifu, there is no need to return. If your grandmother wishes to scold, let her. It's expected for a mother to scold me, but your father is quite the fool. Li Laifu and Li Chuan's eyes widened in shock. They were bewildered. How did the conversation turn to scolding? Zhao Feng hurriedly clarified to Li Laifu. I didn't mean to say your father is a fool. I meant he is the only one in the family. Li Laifu burst into laughter, while Li Chuan, irritated, felt the veins on his forehead throb, exclaiming, Go away, you wasteful woman. You can't even express yourself clearly. Zhao Feng chuckled a bit more and added, Your grandmother has always spoiled him. When she suddenly scolds him too, he feels uncomfortable but doesn't dare to retort, which is why he often avoids going back. Laifu, You needn't return. I'm not afraid of scolding. Isn't your second aunt enduring the same? Li Chongwen directed his frustration at Li Laifu, saying, I told you to go back, so go? Why all this nonsense? He thought to himself how difficult it was to communicate effectively. Not only had he been scolded, but the matter still hadn't been resolved. Li Laifu, unfazed, laughed and said, Dad, you're just embarrassed. Li Chongwen waved his hand dismissively. Go on, play somewhere else. And don't delay me from riding my bicycle. That evening was devoid of any entertainment. Zhao Fong was diligently sewing clothes, while Li Chongwen busied himself with his bicycle. A little girl nestled in his arms, oblivious to the whispered exchanges between the two brothers. They simply stared at each other with wide eyes, awaiting sleep. As they lay on the Kong, Jiang Yuan quietly inquired, Brother, when will you prepare that beggar-ass chicken for me and urge? If you both perform well in your exams, each of you will receive a whole chicken. Those who do not fare as well will only get a chicken neck. It's up to you to manage, Li Laifu replied. Jiang Yuan directly asked, Brother, could the ones receiving chicken necks also have an added chicken backside? Get lost. All right. Jiang Yuan cheerfully agreed, rolling over to the edge of the Kong. Li Laifu, too weary to engage, began preparing 50 pounds of rice, peeling and shelling it to take to their grandparents the next day. He thought to himself, this should just be a sleeping space. Once he finished, he could hardly keep his eyes open. Li Chongwen seemed to seek revenge, waking him early the next morning, which infuriated Zhao Fong, who scolded him. No matter how harshly she berated Li Chongwen, he remained silent, having successfully roused Li Laifu. Once Li Laifu had washed his face, Li Chongwen remarked, I've left the bicycle for you. I'm off now. Zhao Fong handed Li Laifu a towel, saying, Laifu, if you're tired, go back to sleep on the Kong. Ignore your father. He is just being troublesome. After drying his face, Li Laifu declared, and I'm all washed and refreshed. I'm off to the toilet. He headed towards the communal latrine, where, as expected, a queue had formed at the entrance, reminiscent of ticket lines during the spring festival. An old man with a dung cart was already outside, smoking and waiting. Once this busy period passed, he was prepared to collect the waste. The line for the women's restroom was even longer. In front of the toilet, a row of 5 or 6 children squatted, while the old man patiently awaited those who finished, scooping their waste into his cart. In the men's restroom, a group of 7 to 9-year-old boys took turns urinating. As there was no separation of wet and dry areas, young children were not allowed in the larger facility. After waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, it was finally his turn. Plugging his nostrils, he stepped inside. The stench was overwhelming, compounded by swirling smoke from the old men smoking and cooking, each squatted comfortably, seemingly unaware of the urgency outside. Laifu, come here, I've saved you a spot, shouted Zhang Laotu. Li Laifu rolled his eyes, retorting, you saved me a spot? Aren't you occupying 2 spots yourself? Zhang Laotu, unperturbed, snapped back, good intentions mistaken for foolishness. Look at you, blocking your nostrils like a clown. He had neither the patience nor the inclination to engage in a verbal spar with the old man in the restroom. Li Laifu and Zhang Laotu exited the toilet one after the other, and a new group of children had taken the place of those urinating by the wall. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Li Laifu shouted, Grandpa Zhang. 6 or 7 children turned in unison, the first nearly urinating on his shoes. The last one seized the opportunity, while the 5 before him ended up soaking each other. Startled, Zhang Laotu snapped back to reality, exclaiming, You rascal, are you out of your mind? Li Laifu interrupted him with a smile, saying, You old man, I'm just kindly reminding you to watch your step. Why are you scolding me? He shrugged it off, adding, Forget it, you fell down, so don't blame me. Old Zhang cursed at Li Laifu's retreating figure. I'll blame your grandmother's leg. I've walked this road for decades. I know how to avoid falling. It's you, you little rascal, who nearly scared me to death. Li Laifu took the scolding in stride, pretending nothing was wrong, and hastily made his way home. He could already hear the cries of the children behind him. Old Zhang glanced at the sobbing children, then at Li Laifu, muttering, This child is incorrigibly mischievous. Chapter 91. Ask him whose family he belongs to. I laughed with pride, a triumphant smile gracing my face. Li Laifu was in high spirits, having pulled off a small mischief while giving that old man a fright. Skipping breakfast, he greeted Zhao Fong and stepped outside. Old Zhang and Grandma Lu were engaged in conversation. In another era, they might have ended up together, an old widow and a bachelor, but alas, this age offered no such opportunities. Not only would it be embarrassing for him, but it would also bring shame upon their children. Grandma Lu cheerfully called out, Laifu heading out? Yes, Grandma Lu. I'm going to visit my grandparents in the countryside, Li Laifu replied. intending to exchange a few words with old Zhang. Old Zhang shot him a fierce glare, saying, "If you're leaving, then hurry up and get lost. Don't block the road." He was evidently still miffed about being startled earlier. Laifu thought, "Why should I leave just because you're upset?" Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of wild berries, saying, "Here, Grandpa Zhang, have some fruit." Old Zhang looked at him skeptically. "Do you really have such a kind heart?" "Old Zhang, Laifu is a sensible child. Why do you speak of him so harshly?" Grandma Lu chimed in. "You don't know? This rascal is nothing but trouble. I don't believe he is genuinely kind," Old Zhang replied. "Old man, you're failing to recognize a good heart when you see one," Laifu retorted, extending his hand with the berries. Old Zhang, still wary, reached out to take them. Laifu hopped on his bicycle and rode away. Old Zhang glanced down at the berries, taken aback, and muttered, "What a scoundrel. Giving me wild berries in this day and age." Grandma Lu chuckled at the scene. Seeing no one else around, Old Zhang turned to Grandma Lu. "Should I give them to you?" No, I wouldn't eat those. They make me nauseous, and besides, I'm starving," she replied, shaking her head. Laifu was delighted, while Old Zhang found himself in a quandary. He couldn't bear to throw the berries away, yet holding on to them was bothersome. They served no purpose as food, and in these times, how many people could afford to overeat? After exiting Nanluoguxiang, Laifu walked onto the main road, where everyone donned identical blue work uniforms and caps. Occasionally, he encountered officials in Zhongshan suits riding bicycles. Happiness was in abundance during this era. Everyone wore satisfied expressions, their bellies protruding, and laughter filled the air. They believed that it was the duty of the common people to work hard. Their mindset was refreshingly simple, unlike later generations who required leaders to paint grand visions. This generation was engaged in the toughest of labors, enduring the most trying hunger while dreaming of a brighter future. Regardless of hunger, whether in the countryside or the city, the pursuit of honor and accolades remains relentless, with individuals striving fervently for recognition. The boldness of rural folk is matched only by their productivity, as urban areas celebrate distinguished streets, esteemed individuals, and honorable households. In factories, the accolades manifest as advanced individuals, exemplary teams, and outstanding departments, with slogans proliferating in abundance. In these times, if one wishes to enjoy a cup of tea at work, one must possess a mug emblazoned with a prize in red paint. Otherwise, one might feel reluctant to flaunt it in front of others. Each administrative body assesses outstanding collectives, and after the evaluations, everyone scatters to learn, but the specifics of their studies remain unknown. Nevertheless, the canteens of various factories become bustling, as the notion of advancement is consumed in a feast, leaving the accolades drained by the next year, when new factories are evaluated. This tradition persisted until the 1980s. As Laifu approached the village on his bicycle, he halted to retrieve a burlap sack containing 30 pounds of rice and a bucket of malted milk. He forewent additional items, knowing well that the elderly would not touch the preserved meat at home. He placed 3 clay balls, each wrapped in a fragrant chicken, into his backpack, careful not to crush them while they still radiated warmth. His bag also contained sugar cubes and 2 boxes of cigarettes, one for his grandchildren and the other for his nephews. As he gathered these items, he murmured about the burdens of being an elder. Today, Lijia village buzzed with activity, the rain from the previous day rendering irrigation unnecessary. A throng gathered at the village entrance, yet their chatter was subdued, merely a congregation. 3 large water jars had been set up at the entrance, filled with spring water. The adults remained unaware, while the children, spotting the bicycle, rushed forward. Laifu quickly dismounted and called out, "Everyone, line up." The villagers watched with curiosity as he addressed the first child. "What should you call me?" The child, wiping his nose, replied, "My father told me to call you little grandfather." "Very well, here are 4 pieces of candy for you. Off you go." He then turned to the second child and inquired, "What do you call me?" The child responded, "My father said just to call you brother, and they call me little grandfather too. Take this piece of candy and be on your way." "Why?" the child asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. Laifu tapped the child's head gently, saying, "For our 2 generations, it's generous enough to give you a piece of candy." He added, "Hurry along now. I don't strike my grandchildren or nephews, but I do discipline younger brothers, and I can be quite stern." The child retreated a couple of steps, likely in fear of retribution, yet boldly declared, "That won't do. I'm not as fortunate as they are. Perhaps I should just call you grandfather." This elicited hearty laughter from Li Taizhu and Li Tietue, as well as the elderly seated beneath the tree. Li Taizhu remarked to a nearby middle-aged man, "7th uncle, Your son just demoted you 2 generations. The man chuckled, replying, Little Laifu is fortunate not to have called me ancestor for candy. If he had, would these children not follow suit? In the end, of the 20 children, aside from the second who received 1 piece, all others were given 4. Uncle Laifu, you've come to see great-grandfather again, remarked Li Taiju and his companions. Li Laifu then produced a package of cigarettes and tossed it into the crowd, saying, Share these among yourselves. A group of individuals ventured forth to pilfer cigarettes, while Li Laifeng generously bestowed 2 pieces of candy each upon the elderly couple beneath the tree roots. The return to the village was lively, distributing a few candies. A trivial expense was regarded as entertainment. Suddenly, he noticed an old man by the water tank who, astonishingly, paid him no heed. Observing the cane beside him, he recognized the cantankerous elder, notorious for his lack of respect towards his seniors. It was imperative to engage him in a conversation about the importance of honoring one's elders. Li Laifeng approached and stood behind him, clearing his throat to inquire, Ahem, whose family do you belong to? He hesitated to directly address him as grandson. The cantankerous elder turned around, placing a memorial tablet on the ground, and retorted, Come, ask him. Who do you think I belong to? Li Laifeng was taken aback. Glancing down at the spirit tablet, a chill swept through him. What was this mischievous elder doing with a memorial tablet? The inscription read Li Guren. Li Laifeng glanced at the large wooden basin in front of him, filled with numerous spirit tablets. It seemed that Li Guren was from the same generation as his grandfather, although the name was rather unflattering. Suppressing a laugh, Li Laifeng continued, Aren't you going to inquire if he knows who I am? A cough escaped him as he found himself lacking any retort. Who in their right mind would engage in conversation with a spirit tablet? What if it came to haunt him that night for a chat? Feeling somewhat awkward, he attempted to shift the topic, asking, Aren't you concerned that by submerging your ancestors in a basin, they might choke? The elder rolled his eyes and replied, Aren't you young with poor eyesight? Can't you see I have them all facing upwards? They're floating. Floating? Li Laifeng pondered, realizing once again that this elder was not to be trifled with. The implications of his words were unsettling. If he were to wash the spirit tablets beneath the great tree at night, it could frighten several villagers come morning. Feigning composure, he remarked, You possess a commendable filial piety. Few descendants like you remain. Keep it up. I shall not disturb your bathing of the ancestors. I heard you distributing candy just now, didn't I? The cantankerous elder inquired. Li Laifeng exhaled in relief. A financially independent individual had little to fear, provided the elder refrained from mentioning floating spirits. Finally able to converse normally, he nodded and said, Indeed, I came over to offer you some candy as well, by lineage. You are entitled to 4 pieces. The cantankerous elder stood with the aid of his cane, accepting the 4 pieces of candy from Li Laifeng, and warned, Do not wander off. I shall return shortly. If you dare to flee, do you see these spirit tablets? They belong to our ancestors. Should they take offense, they might seek you out for a chat tonight, and I will not intervene. A blatant threat indeed.